The myriad experiences of his past life have led Cháng Shùn to comprehend the painfully mundane truth about money. It is not omnipotent, yet, in its absence, one finds oneself utterly immobilized. After his rebirth, having experienced life in a demolition zone, his singular desire is to amass wealth. Chapter 1. A Double Heartbreak. In a dilapidated residential area of the bustling city of Hu, at 8:30 in the evening, lies an apartment of approximately 80 square meters. Within the confines of a bedroom, for men clad in work attire, resembling laborers and aged between 30 to 50, are engaged in a card game under dim lighting. The room accommodates 3 sets of bunk beds, and in addition to the card players, there is a young man present. This young man, named Cháng Shùn, is 22 years old and hails from Yong, a city not far from Hu. Despite his name, he feels that he has never experienced a smooth existence in his previous life. Next to him lies a letter, which the landlady handed to him just before dinner. Since awakening from his coma, he has come to realize he has been reborn. Cháng Shùn vividly recalls that his previous state of unconsciousness was induced by excessive drinking, a consequence of yet another heartbreak. The root cause of his romantic failures can ultimately be traced back to poverty. Having reached the age of no longer confused in his past life, he had achieved no thing, no home, no car, no savings. It was not that he shied away from hard work. He rose with the dawn and toiled late into the night, yet he could barely scrape together enough to survive. In fact, his existence was less enviable than that of a dog in a wealthy household. Before his rebirth, he worked as a taxi driver, like many others in the industry, renting his vehicle. Together with a friend, they had begun this arrangement 3 years prior, alternating between day and night shifts. If the taxi industry experienced a golden age a decade ago, the rise of shared bicycles, private cars, and ride-hailing services has rendered it barely sustainable today. In his youth, Cháng Shùn had dabbled in numerous professions, including moving goods, working as a laborer on construction sites, factory jobs, restaurant work, and sales in supermarkets. Despite his relentless efforts, he had failed to save money, living in rented accommodations, which ultimately drove away the one woman who initially held affection for him. Life cannot do without the essentials. A beautiful existence necessitates a material foundation. Idealistic love exists only in novels or under the aegis of financial stability. He could not blame anyone for his heartbreak in his previous life if blame were to be assigned. It would fall squarely on his own shoulders for lacking ability, merely a failure, incapable of earning. Now, he has a clear understanding of his current predicament. Cháng Shùn is employed at a moving company, which, despite being termed a company, comprises merely 9 individuals, including the owner and his wife. They possess only 2 small trucks. The owner's wife manages client communications, while the owner drives 1 truck alongside Cháng Shùn. The remaining 6 workers are divided into teams to assist with the transportation of goods. On days devoid of business, they are dispatched to demolition zones or aging neighborhoods to post advertisements for their services. The only way to ensure a steady stream of business is to disseminate their contact information widely. According to his recollections, as of today, October 21, 2003, Cháng Shùn has been employed here for about a month and a half. To the untrained eye, moving might seem a simple task. Yet, it is a profession that demands strength and endurance, a reality only understood by those who have endured it. For instance, when moving a refrigerator or a cabinet, it may appear that 2 individuals are lifting it, but in truth, it often falls to one. Ascending or descending stairs without adequate strength is an impossible feat, particularly in high-rise buildings where elevators are a rarity. For a mover, the wages earned are truly the fruits of labor and sweat. Glancing at the letter beside him, he recalls that it was penned by Chun Yuding, a woman he had met through a matchmaking arrangement. She hails from a neighboring village, a year his junior, and possesses a fair appearance. Their homes are merely 3 to 4 miles apart, and they have shared a relationship for over a year, developing a certain bond. However, this letter is a missive of separation initiated by her. In his past life, he had vehemently opposed this breakup, even traveling to Dongguan in Guangdong province to confront the man who had come between them. In that encounter, he had impulsively struck the rival, later regretting his hasty decision to remain in Dongguan. That very night, he was beaten by some thugs sent by the man. Reflecting on this incident now, he feels profound remorse. This woman was never worth his affection or pursuit. He should not have ventured to Guangdong. A breakup is a breakup, and there are countless admirable women in the world. If Chun Yuding was attracted to a man shorter, less handsome, and considerably older than herself, it was undoubtedly for monetary reasons, as she aspired for a better life. However, he is aware that she met an untimely demise before reaching 35, allegedly linked to that man. He has no desire to delve deeper into her circumstances or inquire further. In his previous life, he meandered aimlessly through the years, toiling for others across various jobs and enduring immense hardships, squandering the prime of his youth, only to achieve nothing in the end. Now, having been granted a second chance, he vows to alter his course. Grasping the letter once more, Cháng Shùn dismounts from his bed and strides to the restroom, where he retrieves a lighter and ignites the letter. In this life, he will not repeat such foolishness by returning to Guangdong. His previous heartbreak has now transformed into a double heartbreak. He is a man who has faced death once and is now in his 40s, having experienced all that life has to offer, and grasped the truths that must be understood. Cháng Shùn, in these times, do not expect a woman from Dongguan to still be yours. I warned you before, but you did not believe me. Now do you see the truth? Years have passed, and had it not been for the dinner conversations with colleagues, he might have forgotten their surnames. During the meal, he shared the news of his breakup and even showed them the letter, an act driven by ulterior motives. He is resolute he will never again work at this moving company. After dinner, he plans to use this as an excuse to settle his wages with the boss before pursuing his journey to Guangdong to seek out his girlfriend, just as he had in his previous life. Regarding the settlement of his wages, he recalls another incident from his past. On this very night, the boss had handed him 800 yuan, his earnings for a month and a half. The following morning, he awoke to discover that 200 yuan had been pilfered from his wallet by an unknown individual among the staff. Chapter 2. A path to wealth in the span of a month and a half. He scarcely spent any money, merely withdrawing a modest sum of 100 yuan for living expenses. The individual who pilfered his funds possessed a modicum of conscience, refraining from absconding with all of his hard-earned money. However, today, while discussing matters with his employer, he requested that the boss's wife disburse his wages tomorrow morning. There was little choice. Poverty often curtails ambition. This was to prevent him from fretting over finances at night, which would hinder his slumber. The proprietor of the moving company, Mr. Liu, was approximately 40 years of age, a local resident and a former soldier, who, unlike many unscrupulous employers of this era, was a decent man. He did not vanish nor concoct various excuses to underpay his workers. His wife, Ms. Wu, hailing from Hangzhou, was 4 years his junior. Although not conventionally attractive, she exuded grace and gentleness, embodying the archetype of a devoted wife and mother. Despite their harmonious relationship, it did not lead to a promising future for him, compelling him to seek new horizons. Old Li remarked that Xiaochang had recently experienced heartbreak, and it was evident that he was not in good spirits. Hence, it was wise to refrain from excessive commentary. The city of Guanshi was currently rife with unrest, with numerous individuals reported missing. Xiaochang, should you venture there, exercise utmost caution. Another man, surnamed Wang and of a similar age to Old Li, advised sagely. His words were imbued with goodwill and sound reasoning. Rumors of disappearances from the 1990s, around the year 2000, were not lost on Cháng Shùn, who had certainly heard whispers of such tales and understood their implications. Xiaochang, you cannot still be a novice in matters of romance. A jest was made. I believe you should indulge in some leisure at a foot massage parlor with old Zhao tonight. After a heartbreak, there is no better way to vent. If indeed a novice, there was no need to fret over finances. The first experience often came with a generous envelope of red money. He hailed from Hunan province, and from his utterances, one could discern a lack of empathy. Xiaoma, do not lead him astray. The women in those establishments are not of reputable character. Xiaochang, you are still young. Strive to make something of yourself, and you shall find someone far superior in the future, concluded Mr. Zhang, a man from Yushi, who sat opposite old Wang and appeared to be around 45 years of age. Indeed, Xiaochang, do not sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. He continued, cautioning against Xiao Ma's advice to visit such establishments, which were undoubtedly unwholesome. Youth is the finest asset. Dedicate yourself, and you will surely find better opportunities ahead. As they conversed, Cháng Shùn merely listened, refraining from interjecting. Being over 40 himself, he was indifferent to the trivialities of heartbreak, particularly concerning a woman whose visage had long since begun to fade from memory. After a brief exchange, the four resumed their card game, no longer paying him heed. They glanced at him, advising against playing too late before retiring to wash up and sleep, for the labor of moving was exhausting, and everyone needed a good night's rest. Once he arrived, Old Li, Old Wang, Xiaoma, and Old Zhang ceased their card game and inquired of Old Zhao about outings, which revolved around trivial matters of romantic encounters. The conversation dwindled, and soon they all drifted into slumber. On the following morning, Cháng Shùn packed his belongings and departed after receiving his wages. In his previous life, he had been a taxi driver. However, now he had yet to obtain a driving license, rendering him incapable of driving even if he wished to. Indeed, even if he were aware that the taxi industry was thriving, he had no intention of returning to that profession in this lifetime. With regard to his forthcoming endeavors, Cháng Shùn had already devised a plan. He intended to first rent a room for accommodation and then focus on accumulating wealth. As for the means to achieve this, he had equally contemplated it. Before becoming a taxi driver, he had a neighbor named Yang Jianchao who lived adjacent to his rented apartment. A few years later, Yang moved away. In the month preceding his rebirth, while dining at a fast food restaurant, Cháng Shùn encountered Yang once more. During their conversation, Yang revealed that he had moved away due to purchasing a house. In the years of urban redevelopment, whether through personal efforts or acquisitions from others, he had procured numerous valuable items, all of which were sought after by antique market proprietors. Consequently, he earned a considerable sum of money. Yang also recounted his experience scavenging for metal at the construction waste site. This site, known as the dumping ground, is where debris from construction vehicles is deposited, including bricks and rubble from demolition zones and excavations for basements. He cautioned against underestimating those who scavenge for metal there, for their earnings in a single night could rival the wages of supermarket employees or security guards over the course of half a month. After hearing Yang's account, Cháng Shùn made several visits to the demolition areas to gain some understanding of the situation. He recalled visiting the homes of those who had moved away, where a plethora of belongings were left behind. Especially in the case of families with better financial circumstances, they often left behind outdated items such as cabinets, beds, tables, chairs, and various kitchen utensils. Although he had never visited the construction waste site Yang mentioned, he had seen it in short videos while scrolling through his phone at night. There, he discovered that some individuals had acquired metal detectors, which enabled them to not only locate iron, but, with a stroke of luck, occasionally unearth ancient coins. Should they stumble upon a hidden cache of copper coins or cash, it would indeed constitute a substantial profit. For a few days, he contemplated purchasing a detector to test his fortune, but after making several inquiries at antique markets, he abandoned that notion. The primary reason was that he was informed the real estate market had declined, with few projects ongoing and limited construction waste sites available. The prime era for treasure hunting was 5 to 20 years prior, during which urban redevelopment and construction were ubiquitous. Unfortunately, he had come to this realization too late. However, now that he had been reborn, he was determined not to miss the opportunities presented by the demolition zones and construction waste sites. During his exploration of the antique market, Cháng Shùn observed and inquired about a noticeable trend. As the fervor for collecting diminished, antiques had lost much of their value compared to a few years prior. Numerous collectibles had plummeted in worth, with sellers abundant and buyers scarce. Many antique shops faced financial struggles and opted to pivot their business endeavors. Chapter 3. To the Demolition Zone. In the SJ district of Shanghai, around noon, Cháng Shùn found himself in a modest room on the first floor of a residential building near Lion Road. This was a place he had discovered after a morning of inquiries. The building, a 5-story structure with a courtyard, housed a single room, which was situated at the edge of the property, covering approximately 25 square meters. He negotiated a monthly rent of 100 yuan with the landlord, Mr. Qin, a middle-aged man in his 50s who insisted on a 6-month advance payment along with a 100 yuan deposit. Despite his limited funds, Cháng Shùn reluctantly paid the required amount. His choice of location was twofold: familiarity, as he had previously resided nearby in a past life, and, more importantly, its proximity to the demolition zone, separated only by a street. Unlike the place he stayed in the MX district the night before, he felt the air here was considerably fresher, devoid of the unpleasant odors of smoke, worn shoes, and sweat. As he lay there, he reflected on the scenes he had witnessed during his journey. Just a day prior, before his rebirth, the area had been teeming with high-rise buildings and bustling traffic. Now, however, the environment resembled a rural landscape, dotted with farmland and only a few residential homes. It was as though 2 decades had created a chasm of transformation. 20 years, a significant span of time. The sensations he felt were both ephemeral and dreamlike. After a brief period of contemplation, he rose from his bed, not because he wished to remain, but because he could not afford to linger. With a total of 834 yuan in hand, including the 800 yuan he had settled earlier that morning, he realized his finances were dwindling. After accounting for breakfast, bus fare, rent, and the deposit, he was left with a meager 128 yuan. This paltry sum was insufficient even to purchase a rickshaw. To establish a business in the demolition zone and seek profitable opportunities, he would need at least a rickshaw as a fundamental means of transport. Additionally, lacking a mobile phone, he understood that such a basic communication tool would be indispensable for future endeavors. After securing the door, he ventured across the street to the demolition area. Based on his previous observations, he noted that numerous houses were already being torn down, covering significant areas. Drawing from his past experiences, he recognized that demolition zones often featured a mix of housing types, including company-owned residences, factory buildings, and ordinary homes. Here, he encountered all these varieties. With a determined mindset, he resolved to visit every household that vacated the area in the future. He approached a nearby abandoned house, which featured a yard and 2 stories, its front door and the windows within having been smashed. Upon entering, he commenced his search. His prior experiences visiting antique markets, consulting with knowledgeable individuals, and watching short videos related to collecting, including those showcasing others' appraising treasures, had endowed him with considerable insight into antiques. The brevity of time since his past life allowed him to utilize this knowledge effectively now. Scattered throughout the yard and inside the house were shards of broken glass, remnants of jars and pots, outdated clothing, shoes, everyday items, toys, and various other trifles. These were items of little monetary value, or rather, those that antique dealers would refuse to accept. Naturally, Cháng Shùn would not bother picking them up. Among the debris, one particular object stood out clearly from a distinctive era. If brought to the antique market, it would surely attract the interest of shopkeepers and collectors alike. Without hesitation, Cháng Shùn retrieved it. Wrapping it in a piece of newspaper, he found to cushion it and placed it in a convenient bag. Inside the house, he discovered several items left behind. After a thorough search, he found only an inkstone and a public transport card. The inkstone was rectangular, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length and 12 centimeters in width. Devoid of any ornamentation, made of stone, though he was uncertain of the specific type. Nevertheless, it was evident that it was an old inkstone, likely possessing several decades of history. The public transport card was an anonymous one, possibly still containing an unused balance. He recalled from watching videos that some treasure hunters in demolition areas had previously discovered various shopping and transport cards, some of which still held remaining balances. Now that he had encountered one himself, he certainly would not let it slip away. Having secured these items, he exited the house and proceeded to another. The previous household had left behind several ceramic flower pots and a large persimmon tree in the yard, both of considerable value. However, he merely observed without any intention of taking them. In demolition zones, such items as flower pots or fruit trees were abundant, and he had neither the space nor the means to cultivate them. Had the pots been of high quality or vintage, he would have taken them, but those he had seen were evidently too ordinary. This new house was situated approximately 30 meters from the last. It was a single-story structure with 3 tiled rooms, also featuring a yard. Unlike the previous residence's persimmon tree, this one boasted 2 orange trees. In addition to the trees, the eastern edge of the yard was adorned with flowers and several pots, though upon inspection, he found none that were particularly old or of good quality. Leaving the yard, Cháng Shùn ventured into the kitchen. After searching, he discovered an appealing set of small stone grinding discs on the floor beneath the cupboard. If taken to the antique market, those running the shops would undoubtedly be interested in purchasing them. Not rushing to claim them, he then made his way to the main room. Upon entering, Cháng Shùn noticed a time-worn painting hanging directly opposite the entrance. The artwork depicted the figure of the god of wealth. He approached for a closer inspection and observed several figures surrounding the deity. On either side stood 2 young attendants. The one on the right held a banner inscribed with the wealth-bringing boy, while the left attendant bore a banner that read the fortune-bestowing immortal. Beneath the god of wealth were 2 more figures, one carrying a tray adorned with ingots, and the other holding a banner that proclaimed heavenly official bestows blessings. The entire composition was further embellished with motifs of a red sun, auspicious beasts, auspicious clouds, and incense burners. Flanking the painting were couplets that read, "Year after year, smooth sailing, abundant wealth. Year after year, peace and longevity." Chapter 4. An Unexpected Delight. Cháng Shùn examined the painting and couplets more closely, noting that they were printed and dated to 1981, which was not too long ago. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, such items could not be considered ancient. Given the splendid subject matter, he was convinced that it would fetch a handsome price in the antique market. With this thought in mind, Cháng Shùn carefully removed the painting and couplets, rolling them up for safekeeping. Beneath the central painting in the hall stood a modest wooden cabinet adorned with a few bottles of liquor. During a previous visit to an antique market, he had encountered a shop specializing in vintage wines and had seen the price tags on some bottles. Empty bottles from the 1960s and 1970s Maodai, in good condition, were priced at over 10,000 yuan. The exorbitance had astonished him. How could a mere bottle be worth so much? After a year of driving a taxi, saving money for the new year. He realized he could scarcely afford even a decent bottle. The bottles displayed on the cabinet appeared relatively modern, lacking either Maotai or Wuliangye. Upon opening the cabinet doors and drawers to search meticulously, he discovered a small abacus and a wooden ruler. He had seen such items in the antique market. Regardless of their monetary value, they were likely to attract collectors. Not finding anything else of worth, Cháng Shùn ventured into the bedrooms to continue his search. Among several rooms, he collected a few old photographs and envelopes with stamps that had been cut out. In a storeroom, he stumbled upon a ceramic jar and a wooden measuring scoop. The ceramic jar, crafted from Mako kiln, was yellow glazed, spherical in shape, and beautifully adorned with coin patterns. The wooden scoop featured square openings at both the top and bottom, with the top measuring approximately 12 centimeters and the bottom about 8 centimeters, suggesting considerable age. One side bore a red inscription of the word scoop along with a name. The residence, aside from its flooring, also had a ceiling in one of the bedrooms. Standing beneath and gazing upwards, he noticed numerous items placed above. Lacking a ladder, Cháng Shùn relocated a wardrobe and brought in a stool for elevation. As he stood on the stool and lifted a removable plywood sheet resting atop the wardrobe, he uncovered a newspaper beneath, which astonishingly contained 600 yuan bills laid flat within. However, these few hundred yuan bills are not the new red notes, but rather the old version with a pale blue hue and 4 portraits. Specifically the 4th series of RMB. This discovery suddenly stirred the calm waters of Cháng Shùn's heart, causing it to race with excitement. After all, it was his first encounter with such an occurrence in a demolition zone. In his previous life, he may have entered the field too late. Although he had seen numerous items of potential utility, most were merely of practical value and unlikely to fetch a decent price if sold. 600 yuan, while not a substantial amount 20 years hence, holds considerable value in the present era. Previously, he earned merely 600 yuan for a month of labor. What a delightful surprise, he mused. Cháng Shùn examined the bills. Most were from a 1990 series, with only one from the 1980 series. A glance at the newspaper revealed a date of 1998, indicating that the money had not been hidden for long, likely between 1998 and 1999. The first version of the 5th series RMB, the red notes, was issued in 1999. Any money hidden thereafter would be in red notes. Upon further inspection, he confirmed that all 6 bills were genuine. To preserve their condition, Cháng Shùn refrained from placing them in his wallet, instead wrapping them in a clean newspaper and storing them alongside a basket of chopsticks. Having completed this task, he climbed up to the wardrobe and then to the ceiling above. The lighting was dim, and as he instinctively reached into his pants pocket to retrieve his phone for illumination, he realized, to his dismay, that there was no phone present. In an instant, he comprehended that this was 2003, not 2023. In the faint light, he discerned a variety of farming tools and wooden or bamboo implements scattered about, such as yokes, rakes, baskets, wooden basins, and barrels. Additionally, there were some old clothes and shoes. Seeing these garments and footwear indicated to him that someone had indeed been here, likely the workers responsible for the demolition. After a thorough search, Cháng Shùn discovered a large weighing pole, a peach-shaped mold for pastries, 2 oil lamps, a lantern, an abacus, and around 10 pounds of charcoal. Concerning wooden collectibles, such as the weighing pole, pastry molds, abacuses, or other wooden carvings and furniture items, he had garnered knowledge from watching videos and live streams. It was emphasized that the material is the primary determinant of value. For instance, the price disparity between ordinary wood and precious materials like Wangwali or rosewood is immense. An authentic Wangwali bracelet might sell for hundreds to thousands of yuan, while a bracelet made of common material might only be worth 10 or 20 yuan, if it could even find a buyer. The wooden items he had just found in the ceiling were likely crafted from ordinary wood. In truth, he was not yet well versed in the specifics of wood types, and he would need to learn from knowledgeable individuals when he visited the antique market in the future. Nevertheless, regardless of their potential value, he had invested no capital in acquiring them. They were merely a fortunate find. Cháng Shùn believed that since he had chosen this profession, he ought to focus on acquiring lightweight items, allowing him to seek advice from others when it came time to sell. He aspired to enhance his cognitive abilities through practical experience and factual evidence. By chance, he discovered coins hidden within newspapers at the top of a wardrobe. After retrieving them from a ceiling, he thoroughly searched every spot in the house where newspapers were used as padding, yet yielded no further discoveries. Nevertheless, he felt undeterred. Given this fortunate find and the many households remaining in the demolition area, he was confident that opportunities to unearth coins or other treasures would abound in the future. The entire house had been thoroughly scoured. Cháng Shùn procured 2 large snakeskin bags along with 2 old canvas shoulder bags to store a small stone millstone, a ceramic pot adorned with copper coin patterns, and some charcoal. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue searching other homes. Rather, he simply had no means of transport left. As he departed, he reflected on the condition of the rooms he had just explored and the state of the broken doors and windows, concluding that the previous occupants had not vacated for long, certainly later than the first house he had examined. Searching the homes of those who had already relocated in the demolition zone was undoubtedly best done promptly, for the longer he waited, the greater the risk that others might claim valuable items. Based on his observations within this particular household, it was evident that few individuals were currently seeking items in the demolition area, and even fewer were in pursuit of antique collectibles. Chapter 5 revealed a meager sum of only 21 yuan remaining. The weight of the small stone millstone and the 10 kilograms of charcoal proved rather burdensome. It seemed imperative to purchase a human-powered tricycle. After securing his belongings, he checked the time. It was nearly 4 p.m. Given his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, he decided against searching through the homes of those who had already moved, but instead aimed to familiarize himself with the area. Once again, leaving his rented room, he walked along the road adjacent to the demolition zone. The house was directly opposite the demolition area, separated only by a road approximately 7 or 8 meters wide. Cháng Shùn glanced at the scrap collection station and noticed several old bicycles and 2 outdated human-powered tricycles parked there. These vehicles were likely sold by the relocating residents as they moved. Considering his own need for a tricycle, he approached to inspect the 2 available. One tricycle was larger, with a cargo area measuring about 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, while the smaller one measured roughly 1 meter in length and 80 centimeters in width. Both appeared somewhat worn, at about 60% of their original condition. However, for use in a demolition zone, they were perfectly adequate. There was no necessity for something brand new. In fact, a newer vehicle would be more prone to theft in these times. Having assessed the situation, he prepared to inquire about the price from the proprietor. However, the owner was preoccupied, as business was thriving due to the ongoing relocations, with 2 individuals, clearly also residents of the demolished area, selling their scrap metal. Not wanting to intrude, he cast a cursory glance at the items displayed within the 2 roll-up doors, quickly discerning several objects of potential collectible value. For instance, there was a copper basin, an iron pestle, several charcoal basins, an old copper scale pan shaped like a dustpan, 3 aluminum flat water bottles, and a few old weights. Upon examining the ground closely, he suddenly discovered a wooden box containing several elongated iron blocks. The patina on these items suggested they had considerable age, their edges rounded from use, devoid of sharpness. Crouching down, Cháng Shùn picked up one of the blocks to inspect it more closely, noting intricate patterns etched into its surface. It was evidently a mold for crafting jewelry. In his recollections from a previous life, he recalled a professional treasure hunter who had unearthed similar artifacts at scrapyard. Setting down the piece, he examined a few more, each adorned with distinct designs. Based on his current novice level of collecting, he could discern the age of the items, albeit not precisely. He intended to inquire about their price from the proprietor and, should it be reasonable, purchase them. After scanning the other items in the room without any significant finds, he turned his attention to the proprietor's dealings in second-hand goods. The owner of the recycling station was a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, whom he had observed earlier to be a limping individual, walking with a noticeable gait. The prices were as follows: iron at 5 cents per pound, aluminum at 2 yuan per pound, yellow brass at 65 yuan per pound, red copper at 135 yuan per pound, and lead at 18 yuan per pound. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the man finally finished his tasks. "Young man, I see you've been here for a while. What can I assist you with?" The proprietor inquired, noticing Cháng Shùn had not brought anything to sell, suggesting he was not there to trade scrap. "Don't you have 2 tricycles here? Are you planning to sell them?" Cháng Shùn ventured to inquire. If they were for sale, that would be straightforward. If not, he would need to seek elsewhere. However, judging by his experience, the fact that they were displayed at the entrance likely indicated they were indeed for sale. "Yes. Are you interested in purchasing?" The owner confirmed, just as Cháng Shùn suspected. "Indeed, I wish to buy, but I need to know the price." "How much for the larger tricycle?" he asked, pointing at the bigger vehicle, knowing he would not be acquiring the smaller one. "The smaller one is priced at 200. A new one would cost at least 400. The previous seller had damaged the tires and chain, and I spent 20 or 30 yuan to repair it. 200 yuan was beyond his means, as he currently possessed only 128 yuan. The adage "a penny pinches a hero" rang true. Without sufficient funds, he could not make the purchase. Although he still had 6 old 100 yuan bills that were no longer in circulation, The average person would not recognize them. Even if they did, the exchange rate would only yield a one-to-one trade. If those bills were taken to an antique market, he could certainly secure a better deal. It was this consideration that had prevented him from placing them in his wallet. Owner, would this arrangement work? I will accept your price of 200 for the tricycle. He proposed. However, I currently possess only a modest sum of money. I shall initially deposit 50 yuan with you and return to collect the vehicle by noon tomorrow at the latest, or at this time today. What do you think? Cháng Shùn inquired. Very well. Please provide me with a 50 yuan deposit, and I shall draft a note for you. However, let be understood that, as you mentioned, you must return by this time tomorrow. Otherwise, the deposit shall not be refunded, the proprietor replied after a brief contemplation. Naturally, he would not turn down a potential sale. Leaving the vehicle here indefinitely would not yield any profit, and an early sale would create additional space. Cháng Shùn handed over the 50 yuan, and the proprietor issued a receipt. While preparing the receipt, he inquired about the proprietor's basic information and learned that his surname was Zhu and he hailed from a nearby town. Mr. Zhu, I noticed that you have several weights and a box containing some scrap metal. How much do you sell these for? After securing the note, he approached the location of the aforementioned items to inquire about their price. Those items? They are what I specifically selected. I also have some hammers, wrenches, and pliers. If you are interested, they are priced at 5 yuan per jean. At present, he was acquiring scrap metal at a rate of 50 cents, but now, the selling price had surged tenfold. Nevertheless, he did not intend to haggle, suspecting that any attempt to do so would be futile. After searching among the weights for a while, he selected a gourd-shaped one, weighing approximately a jean. Its design evidently suggested considerable age. He counted the iron molds used for casting jewelry. There were a total of 13 pieces. Requesting a bag from Mr. Zhu, he placed them inside and weighed them, totaling 11. 5 jeans. At 5 yuan per jean, the total came to 57. 5 yuan. Mr. Zhu agreed to accept 57 yuan. Having previously paid a 50 yuan deposit, he was left with a mere 78 yuan, and after paying 57 yuan, only 21 yuan remained. Chapter 6 Me? I collect scrap. Handsome, care for a massage? Hey, handsome. Come in and have a little fun. In this day and age, numerous young women engaged in such businesses populate the streets and alleys of the city, particularly near transportation hubs and areas designated for demolition or construction sites. Additionally, through his years of experience navigating society and subsequently driving a taxi, he observed that, in this era, the women working in such establishments are predominantly youthful, unlike 2 decades later when roadside massage parlors featured middle-aged or elderly women. During his years as a taxi driver, he gained extensive insights, especially at night, as individuals began engaging in various activities or businesses. Casting a glance at the 2 women, he noted their attractiveness, though lamented that they had strayed onto a less favorable path. Shaking his head, he chose to ignore them and continued on his way. He encountered several similar establishments, each with women or girls beckoning to him. With no money in hand, and even if he had, he would resolutely refrain from engaging. Of course, he believed that in a few days, as he passed by more frequently, they would recognize that he was not a viable client and would cease their solicitations. This establishment differs significantly from that of Boss Zhu. They specialize in the acquisition of non-metallic materials, such as paper products, plastic items, and various glass bottles. Cháng Shùn approached to take a closer look, spending some time in the section dedicated to old books. In a previous lifetime, merely a few months prior, he had heard a streamer who scavenged items in a demolition zone mention this. After hearing those words, he felt a sense of validation. This was during the era following the advent of smartphones, after 2020. Had it been back in 2003, an era limited to physical books, the trade in secondhand literature would undoubtedly have flourished. The scale of this acquisition station far surpassed that of Boss Zhu's 2-room establishment. It encompassed 5 rooms along with a yard. One of these rooms was specifically designated for the storage of old books. Cháng Shùn ventured into the room filled with secondhand books and discovered an abundance of potential treasures, including novels, magazines, journals, practical manuals, and guides on aquaculture, potted plants, and chess. Regrettably, his finances were meager. He had a mere 21 yuan left, with dinner for that evening and breakfast for the following morning to consider, not to mention the bus fare to the antique market in the city center. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to select a few. From the conversations he overheard between those selling scrap paper and the proprietress, he learned the price for old books was set at 30 cents per jean. Before departing, he inquired with the proprietress about the cost of selecting books from this location, and she informed him it was 1.5 yuan per jean. Memorizing this price, He planned to exchange some money the following day and dedicate 2 hours to meticulously choose a few items. Upon leaving, he encountered several individuals on tricycles collecting scrap at the far end of the demolition zone. He also noticed small delivery trucks parked nearby, advertising moving services. The collectors' vehicles carried various items, such as old bicycles, used books, plastic products, and other scrap metals. Lacking funds, he refrained from inquiring whether they had any collectible items. In another direction within the demolition zone, there was another scrap collection station that dealt in metals, paper, and plastics. He entered to take a look, but once again found himself constrained by his finances, yearning for items he could not afford. By the time he had thoroughly explored the demolition area and gathered information, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Feeling hunger pangs, he sought out a place to dine. Due to his financial limitations, although he longed for a lavish meal, reality prevailed, and he settled for a simple bowl of noodles accompanied by an egg to satiate his hunger. Upon returning to the courtyard of his rented accommodation, night had fallen. As Cháng Shùn extracted his keys to unlock the door, a man, approximately 30 years of age, greeted him. He had previously noticed this individual standing in a room adjacent to his own. In addition to him, illuminated by the light, he observed another woman of similar age within the dwelling, accompanied by a young girl of about 5 or 6 years. The houses of the two families are not adjacent. There's an unoccupied room in between. Indeed, I just moved in at noon. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as beneficial as close neighbors. Meeting is a matter of fate. I am engaged in renovation. What about you? The man inquired. Me? I collect scrap. In truth, this reason had long been concocted by Cháng Shùn. He refrained from mentioning that he dealt in antiques, as he was not particularly knowledgeable about them. Even if he were to collect antiques in the future, he would still regard them as mere refuse. From his observations prior to his rebirth, so-called ordinary antiques did not fetch much higher prices than scrap. Collecting scrap, especially in a demolition area like this, should be quite profitable. I see you are young. If you wish to learn a craft, I can teach you. The man's enthusiasm was palpable. Cháng Shùn observed that the man did not possess a cunning demeanor. We shall discuss this later. You mentioned you are in renovation. There are many types within that field. What specifically do you do? He casually probed. Previously, while driving a taxi, he frequently transported a construction worker to the worksite, and through their conversations, he learned about their earnings. After 2020, skilled workers typically earn between 300 to 400 yuan a day, far superior to the exhausting toil of driving a taxi. I'm a painter. This is considered the simplest and most effortless step in renovation. His implication was that he was a paint worker. Cháng Shùn had indeed encountered this role and recognized its simplicity. Painting walls? If someone is willing to teach, I estimate that within a month, or at most 2, one could certainly master it. What is your name? The man, around 30, inquired. My surname is Chang, and my given name is Cháng Shùn. And you? I am Li, named Li Xinhua. Chapter 7, Uncle. A man has taken your phone. Last night, he did not sleep well at the moving company, and coupled with a day of busyness, he felt somewhat fatigued. After preparing the items he planned to take to the antique market the following morning, he began his morning routine. Lying back in bed, he contemplated his current situation. In this life, he would no longer drift aimlessly. In his previous life, he could not afford a house. This time, he would not allow such a circumstance to recur. Once unable to purchase a car, he had rented a taxi for several years. Henceforth, he would undoubtedly drive a vehicle that belonged to him. He aspired to possess both a villa and luxury cars. In his past existence, he had never savored a truly exquisite meal. In this life, he would ensure that he lived without worries, enjoying any culinary delights he desired at any time. As for women, he would not rush into marriage. In this lifetime, he was determined to choose a girl who was suitable for him in every aspect as his wife. These thoughts may seem rather mundane, but what does it matter? He was no saint and could not aspire to be one. Lost in these reflections, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, at 5:30, Cháng Shùn awoke and rose from bed. His destination for the morning was the MX District Hongqiao Antique Market, located approximately 10 kilometers from his current residence in the demolition area, making it one of the nearest locations. There is another one in the sieging town area. He possesses a comprehensive understanding of the specific locations of most antique markets in the city. Last night, before retiring for the evening, he prepared a few items, all of which he packed into an old canvas tote bag he had found. Other items, such as grindstones, jars, traditional paintings, and scales were left behind in his rental apartment, as he currently lacked transportation to carry them. After freshening up, he took the old canvas bag, locked the door behind him, and set out. Passing by a steam bun shop, Cháng Shùn indulged in a basket of buns and a cup of soy milk. At that moment, He found himself with only 16 yuan remaining in his pocket. Spending just 5 yuan on 2 meals was a rarity in these times. He yearned for a life of hearty feasts, reveling in copious amounts of meat and wine, reminiscent of the culinary streamers he'd once watched, devouring every delicacy and exotic dish without fear or restraint. That was the life one ought to lead. However, such aspirations required strength and substantial financial backing. In his previous life, financial constraints had rendered such dreams unattainable. This time around, just as he had contemplated before drifting off to sleep last night, he was determined to turn his ideals into reality. Starting today, he vowed to embark on a path of resurgence. His spirit was suddenly ablaze with determination. With his bag in hand, Cháng Shùn made his way to the nearest bus stop. Perhaps due to the early hour, several seats remained unoccupied when the bus arrived. He retrieved the bus card he had found in the demolition zone yesterday and swiped it, only to discover a surprising balance of 26 yuan. While unexpected, it was not entirely so. After all, who would discard a card with money still on it unless they had forgotten or lost it? Given the current times, reissuing a card incurs a fee. He found a seat in the middle of the bus, near the back door, placing his tote bag on his lap while remaining vigilant, observing the other passengers around him. In an age devoid of surveillance, pickpockets lurked in crowded areas, compelling one to exercise caution when venturing outside. He had experienced theft in his past life on several occasions. A few years prior, staying in poorly maintained lodgings, he had even faced the possibility of being robbed through a window in the dead of night. Even if he had little money, it was always prudent to remain vigilant. Once the bus had no further passengers boarding, it closed its doors and set off. The journey continued, stopping intermittently at various stations until the bus became crowded. As Cháng Shùn focused on the departing passengers at one stop, he suddenly heard a young girl's voice, no more than 5 or 6 years old, calling out from the front of the bus, "Uncle, a man took your phone." The little girl was seated near the window at the front. At that moment, several people were still attempting to board through the front door of the bus. Upon hearing her exclamation, a man who had already entered the bus instinctively checked the phone case attached to his belt, only to discover that his phone was indeed missing. Meanwhile, a woman, approximately 30 years old, sitting beside the girl, tugged at her, signaling her to be quiet. The woman is likely her mother. My phone is truly missing." A voice emerged from a visibly flustered young man. Naturally, anyone who has had their belongings stolen would exhibit a sense of panic. "Little one, did you see where the person who took my phone went?" The young man inquired of the 5 or 6-year-old girl. "I saw him outside the car, walking toward the back, but now I can't see him anymore." The little girl replied innocently, oblivious to the implications of the woman beside her, who appeared to be around 30 years of age, tugging at her. "Thank you. Everyone, please make way. I need to get out." However, the vehicle was crowded, and attempting to exit through the front or back door would consume precious time. By then, the thief was surely long gone. Of course, anyone daring enough to steal a phone or wallet would likely have accomplices and would have fled immediately after the act, even if one believed the other was the thief. Without immediate capture, the culprit would never confess. In this day and age, many individuals carry equipment that could pose a threat. One could easily be attacked. In an era prior to the widespread use of surveillance, a stabbing could occur without consequence, and without certain backgrounds or status, it would be difficult for anyone to intervene. It took the young man nearly a minute to squeeze through the front door. Cháng Shùn estimated him to be around 25 years old, and he began to walk towards the back of the bus along the edge of the platform. The bus soon departed, leaving the station. It is also a testament to the innocence of children. In this era, most adults, even upon witnessing another's belongings being stolen, would likely refrain from speaking out. Following this incident, the passengers on the bus became more vigilant. Familiar faces began discussing various local occurrences, such as witnessing muggings at train and bus stations, where individuals brazenly snatched bags or gold chains. Earrings could be forcibly yanked from one's ears. "This tree is planted by me. This road is opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." Passing through certain areas could result in being stopped for payment. Some unscrupulous employment agencies, under the guise of job information, would ensnare individuals. People went missing, and notices were posted in vain. Listening to the discussions, Cháng Shùn realized that he must adopt a more discreet and cautious approach in his endeavors, especially over the next 2 years. Chapter 8. Are you intercepting? The Hangzhou Antique Market is one of the largest antique markets in the city of Shanghai. However, upon his arrival at this location, he found the scene to be entirely different from what he had witnessed before his rebirth. There were no towering skyscrapers, no complexes, and no grand parking lots. Only a long row of simple bungalows, some adorned with flowers, presented a particularly modest appearance. realizing that it was still 2003. He understood the discrepancy. The new antique city was established in 2012, marking a difference of nearly a decade. Having been a taxi driver prior to his rebirth, he was well acquainted with the city, and the sudden changes left him feeling quite disoriented. Nevertheless, amidst his astonishment, he had no choice but to adapt. As Cháng Shùn approached the vicinity of the antique market, a man, seemingly in his 50s, called out to him, "Young man, is what you are carrying in your old canvas bag intended for sale at a shop?" This individual appeared to be an aficionado of antiques, as evidenced by his inquiry. "Indeed, I have a few items I wish to part with." The man responded eagerly, "May I have a look? If something catches my fancy, I shall purchase it. Rest assured, my offer will not be lower than what the shopkeepers would offer you." Anticipating that the man might refuse to examine his wares, the man assured Cháng Shùn in advance, "Certainly, let me show you. We could go under that tree over there." Considering that he could sell to anyone, whether a collector or a merchant, Cháng Shùn acquiesced. They proceeded to a large tree not far away. Cháng Shùn opened his bag, revealing the contents within. The man scrutinized the items: a weight, a set of chopsticks, a pastry mold, a measuring cup, an inkstone, and several iron blocks. After nearly selecting everything from the bag, he inquired about the prices. Unbeknownst to him, 6 old 100 yuan notes were tucked away in a zippered inner pocket of the bag. The weight is 100. The chopstick holder is 50. The pastry mold is 30. The measuring cup is 20. The inkstone is 50. And the jewelry-making molds are a bit pricier. If you desire them, they will be 1,500. Cháng Shùn pondered for a moment before stating a price that he believed was fair, though he was not particularly knowledgeable about market values. "That seems a bit steep. Nowadays, 100 yuan can buy a significant piece of silver. How about I offer you 1,000 for all that I've chosen?" The man deliberated briefly before responding. Through his earlier observations, he discerned that Cháng Shùn was primarily keen on the 13 jewelry-making molds. "If you're genuinely interested, I can offer you 1,400, and I'll concede a bit." 1,300. Cháng Shùn countered. "If you take it to the shopkeepers over there, they would only offer you a maximum of 1,000. "Very well, 1,300 it is." After a few moments of contemplation, Cháng Shùn acquiesced. The items were not particularly valuable, and he felt it was a fair trade. As he had mentioned, indeed, 100 yuan could yield a silver dollar. "By the way, I have 6 old 100 yuan notes. Would you be interested?" After negotiating the price for the aforementioned items, Cháng Shùn unzipped the side pocket of his bag and retrieved an object wrapped in newspaper, inquiring the man once more, "Would you like to see the 100 yuan notes?" Upon hearing this, the man responded, "Let me have a look." He then unwrapped the newspaper, revealing the notes within. 6 bills, all in excellent condition. Among them was an 80 version note, which held slightly more value, while the others were equivalent in worth to the newly issued red 100 yuan notes. "If you wish to sell, I can offer you 1,000 for all 6. This price was consistent with what shopkeepers would typically pay for such old currency. The man examined the authenticity of the notes carefully, contemplating, and finally remarked, "You do not seem to be speaking falsely. In my recollection, not long ago, he visited an antique market and observed others acquiring old coins and selling similar antiquities. These were not special editions, and the prices were indeed modest." Contemplating this, Cháng Shùn acquiesced. The items he brought along, aside from an abacus, had not yet been appraised at the various shops, and thus were sold rather hastily. The other party handed him 2,300 yuan notes, which he inspected carefully, finding no discrepancies. "Old Shun, have you intercepted this deal?" As the transaction concluded, the man purchasing his goods prepared to leave, when a voice echoed from a short distance behind him. "Old Lu, your statement holds some truth. I noticed this young fellow approaching with items in hand and intercepted him directly. He even made it to your establishment." Upon the man's arrival, Old Shin greeted him. "Where'd you buy? Let me have a look." Old Lu inquired, eyeing the handbag he carried. After selling his items, Cháng Shùn had simply given the bag to him, as he had nothing else suitable to contain the goods. "There's a weight and some molds," Old Shin replied, placing the well-worn canvas bag on the ground for Old Lu to inspect. As he examined it, Old Lu asked about the price. It cost a total of 1,300. Old Shun did not conceal the amount. 1,300? That's not cheap. To be candid, we would only offer that much at the most. However, young man, if you possess better items in the future, feel free to bring them to me. I am open to negotiation." As he spoke, Old Lu turned his attention to Cháng Shùn, disregarding Old Shun's thoughts, as their transaction had already been completed. The notion of intercepting the deal seemed somewhat unscrupulous. "I also have an abacus. If you're interested, you might purchase it as a means of acquaintance." Old Shin glanced at Old Lu once more and remarked with a smile, All right, young man, how much for this abacus? Old Lu casually inquired. I'm not familiar with the market. You propose a price, Cháng Shùn replied, refraining from stating a figure himself. Let me suggest this, given the wood quality is average. We typically pay around 10 yuan each. If it can sell, I would be willing to acquire it. Old Lu pondered for a moment before articulating his offer. Prior to his rebirth, when he visited those antique shops, he recalled that ordinary abacuses, stacked high, were sold for about 10 yuan each by shop owners. Of course, if it were made of valuable woods, such as Wangwali, Zeton, or Jinsenin, the prices would soar significantly. All right, let it be as you say, 10 yuan. Though he was not well versed in wood quality, he had inspected the abacus and found it comparable to ordinary materials, seeing nothing particularly special. If it were of superior wood, it would undoubtedly differ from the common variety. Once they agreed on the price, Old Lu produced 10 yuan and handed it to him, while Cháng Shùn passed the abacus into his hands. Young man, here's my business card. Should you come across more items in the future that you wish to sell, do not hesitate to contact me. Old Lu, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Observing that their transaction had concluded, Old Shin handed a business card to Cháng Shùn before departing with his belongings. Cháng Shùn glanced at the business card, which bore the name of a certain building materials company, Shun Ruishi, along with the address, contact number, mobile phone, and scope of business. After a brief perusal, he tucked the card away. Allow me to leave you a card as well. Should you have anything for sale, feel free to offer it to me. Boss Lu similarly produced a business card from his pocket and handed it over. The information inscribed detailed the acquisition of various antiques, ceramics, coins, jade, Ming and Qing dynasty furniture, stamps, and miscellaneous items, along with a mobile number. As he ambled towards the row of bungalows, Cháng Shùn followed closely behind. The hour was still early, and he intended to visit the antique shops in the vicinity, hoping to familiarize himself with fellow collectors and make acquaintances. With repeated visits, he believed others would come to recognize him as a fellow aficionado of collectibles. Boss Lu's establishment occupied a central position, its sign emblazoned with the name Jubao Pavilion. In this era, antique shops often bore similar names: Treasure House, Wanbao Building, Ancient Treasure Studio, and the like, rather pedestrian yet widely understood. His shop showcased a variety of wooden collectibles. While observing, Cháng Shùn took the opportunity to inquire about the surface characteristics of several precious woods. Upon seeing the actual specimens, they indeed matched his expectations. Fine timber was truly exceptional. For instance, rosewood displayed a surface adorned with golden specks or numerous cowhair patterns. Golden silk nanmu, with its golden hue, gleamed under sunlight, radiating delicate golden light. Wangwali wood, with its purplish-red color, exhibited unique patterns reminiscent of tiger stripes, fox faces, ghostly visages, landscapes, spiderwebs, crab claws, lightning, and X-shaped designs. With many wooden items available in the demolition zone, he resolved to pay close attention to these details in future searches. Unlike the lackluster collecting environment of previous generations, when various collectibles suffered significant declines, the current era marked a resurgence in the value of collectible items. After examining the wood, he turned his attention to other antiques, ceramics, jade, coins, stamps, and miscellaneous items, inquiring about their prices. When it came to pricing, a nuanced approach was essential. Each antique was unique, with varying conditions, categories, and values. For instance, take the ancient coin, Kangxi Tongbao. Although they all bore the same name, the minting processes and types, such as Luohan coins versus standard coins, varied significantly, leading to substantial differences in worth. Some might fetch a mere 2 yuan, while others could command hundreds or even thousands. After perusing Boss Lu's shop, he ventured into others. Upon discovering a selection of books on antique collecting in some stores, he engaged in haggling and acquired a few volumes. He understood that, apart from practical experience, it was vital to devote time to theoretical knowledge for a comprehensive understanding of the field. Although theory cannot wholly encapsulate reality, acquiring knowledge will invariably prove beneficial for future endeavors. During his exploration, he noticed other patrons wandering through the antique shops. They were either purchasing items or selling their own, with the wares appearing to bear considerable age. For instance, an individual brought forth a small Buddha statue for sale. This statue, measuring merely 7 to 8 centimeters in height, possessed a peculiar design. It was not a seated figure, but rather a square form, supported by legs resembling a stool. According to the proprietor of the antique shop, it was referred to as a stool Buddha, dating back to the Tang dynasty. During the negotiation between the two parties, due to the sensitive nature of the transaction, the owner courteously asked the other patrons to step outside. The statue bore inscriptions in seal script, which Cháng Shùn could not decipher. After a spirited exchange of haggling, the buyer ultimately acquired the statue for 200 yuan. Notably, the shopkeeper did not request the customers to leave while selling items, a distinction Cháng Shùn could only comprehend as a divergence from the process of acquiring antiques. By 10:30, having thoroughly explored the antique shops in the vicinity, he decided to take his leave. His morning visit proved fruitful. Not only had he witnessed the sale of numerous items, but he had also gained valuable insights into antiques and the nuances of collecting. Crucially, he had developed a greater understanding of the current market prices for various items, which would serve as significant guidance in his future pursuits of acquiring antiques in demolition zones. At present, the antique market in Hangzhou is not solely dedicated to antiques, with 1/3 of the shops selling floral and avian goods. When he inquired with the shopkeepers about their willingness to purchase flower pots, they all responded affirmatively. Recognizing that his rented single room would soon be inadequate, Cháng Shùn contemplated leasing an additional space, albeit in a different location than his current residence. Though his funds were limited, he remained vigilant, avoiding crowded areas and refraining from mingling with others. With no bank card in hand, he entered an agricultural bank, where he queued for nearly half an hour to obtain a card, depositing a modest sum of 200 yuan. Exiting the bank, he passed by a mobile phone store and felt a strong urge to purchase a phone. However, after careful consideration of his limited finances, he resisted the temptation, deciding to postpone the acquisition for a later date. Approaching a hardware store, he ventured inside and purchased a headlamp, a small flashlight, and 2 hammers of moderate size. These tools would undoubtedly prove essential in dimly lit areas of demolition zones or during nighttime excursions to salvage iron for construction debris. The prices at the hardware store were reasonable, with the cost of new items seldom exceeding 3 yuan per pound. Naturally, if he were to inquire about the price of tools such as pliers, small wrenches, or screwdrivers, the weight-based pricing would likely be quite advantageous. At this hour, the number of passengers on the vehicle was neither sparse nor overwhelming, a fortuitous circumstance that minimized the likelihood of encountering thieves. After a brief wait, the bus arrived. Without the need to jostle for space, Cháng Shùn found an empty seat and settled in. Chapter 10. I am a collector of antiques. Though my pursuits extend beyond mere antiquities, the journey home was smooth, devoid of any unfortunate incidents. During the ride, he took out the collection of books he had purchased and began to peruse them. The focus is primarily on modern paper collectibles, such as stamps, various denominations of paper currency, and several other tickets. With the money at hand, he deposited 200 in a bank account, spent nearly 100 on books, a headlamp, and a small flashlight, leaving him with just over 2,000 remaining. He set aside 1,000 in his rented room before heading out. Feeling hungry, he began searching for a place to eat. After a short while, he discovered a restaurant nearby named a Cheng's Tavern, bustling with patrons. He entered and ordered a hearty dish of braised beef shank accompanied by a vegetable stir-fry, along with a bottle of beer. In his previous life as a taxi driver, he often had boxed meals for lunch and noodles for breakfast and dinner, waking up early and toiling late. To be honest, he seldom indulged in leisurely meals. After finishing his lunch and leaving the restaurant, Cháng Shùn headed directly to Boss Zhu's recycling station. "Boss Chang, you've come at last. I trust you brought the money?" Yesterday, he had written a note, and the other party was already aware of his name. "Indeed, I have brought it. Here you go." Cháng Shùn handed over the note and the prepared 150 yuan. Upon receiving the payment, Boss Zhu removed some miscellaneous items from the vehicle. The vehicle already had a lock, so there was no need for an additional purchase. "Little Chang, after you left yesterday afternoon with the items you purchased from me, I pondered a bit. And you must be a collector of antiques, right?" Boss Zhu casually inquired while pushing out the tricycle. "Yes, I collect antiques, but it's not exclusively antiques. I will also frequently come here to sell scrap metal." He had initially intended to buy 2 hammers for Boss Zhu, but the price of 5 yuan per pound had deterred him. At this, he couldn't help but chuckle. The jewelry molds he had bought earlier were likely sold to Boss Zhu by individuals from demolition zones or relocating households. And there were many similar cases of various old tools and household items, such as the copper basin and copper kettle he had seen yesterday. "You plan to sell scrap metal here regularly? If that's the case, I could even gift you a couple of hammers for your use. The price I quoted yesterday was for items weighing under a pound. Anything over that would certainly receive a discount. I should have clarified that better. Since you collect antiques, why don't you take a look at what else I have that you might be interested in? Recently, with the demolitions, I received some unique items that I set aside. You might want to check those out too." Upon hearing him mention selling scrap metal and purchasing hammers, Boss Zhu spoke at length. "There are indeed items here that I need. If you have special items set aside, please bring them out for me to see." Cháng Shùn expressed keen interest in those items. Let us first examine the things in these 2 rooms. After that, I will fetch the others, Boss Zhu suggested. Retrieving the old copper basins, kettles, spoons, hot pots, and charcoal basins that Cháng Shùn had seen yesterday. Some of these artifacts date back to the Republic of China or even the Qing dynasty. Earlier that morning, he had inquired about market prices while browsing antique shops. The acquisition of such items, while the prices may not be exorbitant, is certainly more advantageous than disposing of them as mere scrap, being at least threefold in value. The selected objects were first weighed, totaling approximately 30 pounds, predominantly composed of red copper. Mr. Zhu mentioned that based solely on the copper price, the acquisition cost is 13.5 yuan, amounting to around 350 yuan in total. The brass, priced at 6.5 yuan per pound, constituted about a quarter of the total weight. When sold, the price would undoubtedly be higher. After some deliberation, the two agreed on a sum of 600 yuan. Upon concluding the transaction, Mr. Zhu retrieved several items from a partitioned room, which included 3 medicinal grinders of varying sizes, 5 distinct bugles, 2 large gongs, 2 pairs of cymbals, and a sizable copper bell. Additionally, there was a pair of copper hammers, weapons, along with a half bag containing an old copper lock, a small copper bell, a copper smoking pipe, a copper spoon, and various other trinkets. It seems Mr. Zhu, perhaps perceiving himself as an antiquities collector, was disinclined to visit the antique market. Thus he brought everything out. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether he has ever frequented the antique market, as the current era often presents vast divides between different fields. Among these items, the medicinal grinders were made of iron and equipped with pulleys, dating from the Republic of China period to the 1950s and 1960s. One bugle stood out due to its distinctive markings and inscriptions, indicating a certain publishing house. The 2 gongs, with a diameter of approximately half a meter and weighing around 8 pounds, and a smaller one measuring about 1 foot in diameter, weighing roughly 3.5 pounds, were notable as well. The 2 pairs of cymbals were of similar size, each with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. One pair even inscribed with a name in red characters. Upon sighting the gongs and cymbals, Cháng Shùn was suddenly reminded of a memory from just over a month prior, when he listened to a novel about treasure hunting during demolitions while driving a taxi. It mentioned the term resonant copper, referring to the type of copper used in the production of cymbals and gongs, which is considerably more valuable than ordinary brass or red copper. Many, due to their lack of knowledge, mistakenly sold these resonant copper items as common brass. The large copper bell, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in height and 16 centimeters in diameter at its base, was quite substantial, weighing around 10 pounds. The faint inscription of a certain middle school on its surface suggests it was likely used as a bell for signaling class times at a school many years ago. The copper hammers had a bulbous head, comparable in size to a child's fist, while not as large as the legendary hammer of the Yuanba. A strike from it would surely be formidable. He also examined the half bag of copper trinkets, which included a copper lock, a small copper bell, a smoking pipe, and a small copper spoon, all predominantly dating back to the Republic of China period, with some potentially originating from the Qing dynasty. Cháng Shùn was able to ascertain their ages based on his observations earlier that morning while browsing various antique shops, where he had also inquired with the shop owners. Among these items, the most valuable appears to be the bugle marked with the publishing house, which undoubtedly holds commemorative significance, along with the copper bell from a certain middle school and the pair of copper hammers, which also seem quite appealing. Boss Zhu, how much for all these items together? Could you provide an estimate? When it comes to purchasing goods, even antiques like these, Cháng Shùn believes it resembles the essence of bargaining at a market. One should seek to bundle items whenever possible. If that proves unfeasible and the seller is unwilling, then one must negotiate item by item. Chapter 11. Were you merely scouting the market this morning to gauge the prices? How do you propose to sell them in bulk? I say 5,000. Would you be interested? Let us proceed one by one instead. It appears that the previous notion he had was not endorsed by the other party. Very well. Let us first discuss the price for these several bugles. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited negotiation. Boss Zhu operated in his usual manner, documenting each category as they finished, subsequently proposing a price based on his own assessment. In the end, 5 bugles for a total of 200 yuan, typically. The weight of a bugle does not exceed 1 pound. 2 pairs of copper cymbals for 150 yuan. A large copper bell for 200 yuan. A pair of copper hammers for 300 yuan. A set of large and small gongs for 200 yuan. 3 mortar and pestles for a total of 200 yuan. Half a bag of copper odds and ends for 300 yuan. The grand total came to 1,550 yuan, a rather reasonable asking price. From their earlier interaction, he discerned that Boss Zhu seemed not to emphasize the value of the resonant copper. It appeared that many people still lacked this understanding in these times. Boss Zhu, after purchasing these items, I find my funds insufficient. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve more money, he stated, slightly embarrassed after they had agreed upon a price. That is quite all right. It is perfectly normal not to carry excessive cash. You may fetch the money and then take the goods. Before he could warm up the newly acquired funds, they were once again spent. Having previously bought items, he was left with just over 200 yuan. And even with the additional 1,000, it still fell short. At Boss Zhu's place, since their relationship was not yet sufficiently established, he regrettably left behind the previously agreed-upon mortar and pestles and 2 pairs of cymbals, intending to sell other items later before returning to complete the purchase. While riding the tricycle earlier, he had noticed that the tire pressure was low, so he borrowed Boss Zhu's air pump to inflate the tires. Having accomplished this, Cháng Shùn departed. Pedaling along, he contemplated whether to call Boss Shun or Boss Lu from a phone booth, inviting them to come purchase the goods, or to deliver the items to the antique market. However, he surmised that Boss Shun might not have time in the afternoon. Moreover, waiting here without a mobile phone made communication inconvenient. It was still early, not even 1:30. After further deliberation, Cháng Shùn resolved to ride the tricycle to the antique market. Thus, he pedaled forward along the road. In this era, there were numerous kiosks selling newspapers and sundries at intersections, and as he passed one, he paused to take a brief rest and dial Boss Shun. As he had anticipated, the response was that Boss Shun indeed had commitments in the afternoon. He suggested that if Cháng Shùn was not in a hurry, he could either bring the items the following day or visit to purchase them. Naturally, Cháng Shùn was quite eager. After mentioning future collaboration, he ended the call. After paying for the call, Cháng Shùn mounted his tricycle and continued on his way. The items on the tricycle, encased in a grimy snakeskin bag, appeared to outsiders as worthless debris. Coupled with his attire, which was merely a set of work clothes, he undeniably projected the image of an impoverished individual. Such a dilapidated vehicle, laden with seemingly valueless rubbish, combined with his appearance, would deter even a thief from considering it, as they would perceive little profit to be gained. Over a distance of approximately 10 kilometers, the road was relatively easy to navigate, and he took nearly 50 minutes to finally reach his destination. He bypassed other shops and rode straight to the entrance of Mr. Lu's store, having previously observed that the man possessed commendable integrity. Mr. Chang, have you managed to gather your items so swiftly? Did you come this morning to scout the area and gauge the market? Mr. Lu immediately recognized him and greeted him warmly. Despite being young, he addressed him with a respectful title. Your assumption about scouting the market is not unfounded. But first, allow me to present these items for your appraisal. Should your offer be reasonable, I shall sell them to you. Furthermore, I anticipate frequent transactions in the future, and perhaps we can establish a long-term partnership. Mr. Chang articulated his intentions up front, confident that Mr. Lu would refrain from unduly lowering his prices. Bring your items into the store. It's not wise to display them in such a public space. Recognizing the inherent dangers of the times, he understood that conducting business indoors offered greater privacy. After securing the tricycle, he carried the items inside. The goods were those he had purchased from Mr. Zhu. As he extracted each piece, he engaged Mr. Lu in discussion regarding the price of each item, steadfastly resisting any inclination to bundle them together. As he had surmised earlier, the most valuable item was a certain bugle from a well-known bookstore, followed closely by a large brass bell from a local school, which was nearly suitable for use as a clock. Next in line were a pair of old brass hammers, with other items like brass basins, kettles, gongs, miscellaneous brass pieces, and an additional 4 bugles also holding value, albeit significantly less than the top 3. After negotiations, they settled on a price of 200 yuan for the bugle, 1,000 yuan for the brass bell, and 800 yuan for the old hammers, totaling 3,000 yuan for these 3 items alone. The remaining goods, of which there were many, would also fetch around 3,000 yuan. Mr. Lu did not inquire about the cost Mr. Chang had incurred in acquiring these items. Each would profit in their own right. Mr. Chang, today's deal has been exceptionally fair. Remember to bring your items next time. Upon concluding the transaction and settling the payment, Mr. Lu smiled and bid him farewell. Certainly, if I find myself pressed for time, I will call you, and you may come to my residence to inspect the items. Considering that he currently lacked transportation, he could not guarantee home delivery. Agreed. However, I notice you do not possess a mobile phone yet. There are vendors not far from here who sell them. Many individuals who have found phones often sell them there, and most are in nearly new condition. My own phone, as well as the one I previously used, were purchased from that very place. The mobile phone shop, owned by a gentleman named Wu, happens to be run by a fellow townsman of mine. If you find yourself in need, you may purchase from his establishment, mentioning my introduction, and I assure you, you shall receive a discount. It is not imperative to acquire a new device. In these times, a brand new phone often lingers in one's thoughts. Mr. Liu warmly remarked, perhaps believing that if Cháng Shùn possessed a mobile phone, communication would become considerably more convenient. He certainly grasped the implication of the earlier mention of finding someone else's phone. It was merely a euphemistic expression, for in this day and age, it is not easy to come across a phone. I shall visit shortly to gather more information. After a few more exchanges, he took his leave. Despite having some money in hand, he remained ever vigilant. Earlier, he had forgotten to place a sturdy item, like a wooden stick or a steel rod, on the tricycle, should he ride again. He intended to procure a spare one. Chapter 12. Using it for a couple of years should pose no issue. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was 3 minutes to 3:30. He first stopped by the bank to deposit 3,000 yuan. In this era of cash transactions, navigating daily affairs can indeed be cumbersome. Recognizing the necessity of a mobile phone in contemporary dealings, he proceeded to the mobile shop that Mr. Liu had mentioned not long ago. This establishment offered sales, repairs, and purchases all under one roof. Upon entering, Cháng Shùn began to examine the display cases. The phones he encountered were entirely different from those he would see 2 decades hence. They were all styled as basic models for the elderly. After inspecting a few, he inquired about the prices and chose a Nokia model. Given his current circumstances, including residing in a demolition zone, purchasing a brand new phone was simply not feasible. This rationale was akin to buying a vehicle, opting for an inexpensive one to transport goods and people, with minor dents being of little concern. The salesperson indicated that a new model would cost approximately 1,300 yuan, while this second-hand one, in excellent condition and released this year, had a minimum price of 800 yuan. After mentioning that Mr. Liu had referred him and that Mr. Liu was acquainted with their boss, Mr. Wu, he requested a further discount. In response, the salesperson made a phone call for approval. It seemed that Mr. Wu owned more than one mobile shop. During his previous visit, he had casually inquired and learned that Mr. Wu was not present that afternoon. Once connected, the other party agreed to grant a favor to his fellow townsman, maintaining the lowest price of 800 yuan and offered to assist Cháng Shùn in acquiring a SIM card with a 50 yuan recharge. This is the best I can do. If that does not suffice, then so be it. Business is after all business. Cháng Shùn inspected the phone once more. It did indeed appear quite new. And after setting up the number, the call quality sounded promising. Using it for a couple of years should pose no issue, he concurred. Subsequently, he selected a number with the last 3 digits as 678. At this stage, mobile phones had yet to proliferate, providing a plethora of numbers to choose from. When selecting a number, one could opt for auspicious sequences or consecutive digits, akin to license plates. Of course, some individuals prefer numbers related to their birthdays. Among other choices, he possessed this basic knowledge. Once everything was settled without any complications, he paid, requested a receipt as proof, and then departed the shop with his new phone in hand. In this era, one can acquire a mobile phone without the need for real name registration. However, he chose to do so regardless. This number he intends to use indefinitely. He reminisced about purchasing a phone in his previous life, which was in 2005, 2 years later than now. Back then, he bought a Nokia, also secondhand, which paled in comparison to the one he currently possessed. Nowadays, it seems everyone has their phones clipped to their belts, projecting an air of authority. Yet, he opted against a phone case, despite its current popularity. Cháng Shùn preferred to keep his device nestled directly in his pocket. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 16:02. He mounted his tricycle and sped towards his rented accommodation, arriving just around 5 o'clock. Internally, he berated himself, longing for the days when he had a vehicle, even if it was a rented taxi. He had previously inquired with the landlady, who informed him that old books were priced at 1.5 yuan per gene. As he perused the selection, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Equipped with a headlamp, he continued his search for nearly half an hour. After over an hour of sifting through, he had amassed a substantial collection, nearly 200 gene. Aside from textbooks, he selected any book he deemed valuable, anticipating that the broader populace might find interest in them. The majority consisted of various old magazines and novels, accompanied by a smattering of art albums, comic books, and antiquated medical texts related to collecting. Furthermore, he gathered any miscellaneous paper items such as old photographs, envelopes, receipts, and documents that were intermingled with the books, as they too might conceal something of worth. In his previous life, while wandering through antique markets, He had encountered numerous collectors and enthusiasts dedicated to paper-based collectibles. Among those who streamed live, there were also aficionados of such items. To each their own. After weighing his haul, it totaled 182 jin, costing him 273 yuan. While settling the payment, he recalled that this area collected old wine bottles, prompting him to ask the landlady to keep an eye out for vintage Mount-High bottles from the 1950s, 60s, or 70s. Should she come across any, he would purchase them at a premium. After completing the transaction and securing his books, he rode off on his tricycle. After a long and busy afternoon, he felt quite fatigued. Yet, the thought of earning money invigorated him. Despite his exhaustion, he felt a sense of joy. A popular saying in the future resonates with him. One must endure hardship to enjoy the fruits of success. With his current trajectory of hard work, he was confident that in a few years, he would reap the rewards of his labor. His stomach had been growling for some time, so he steered his vehicle toward the restaurant where he had dined at noon. Cháng Shùn chose to have dinner there again, as he found the food both delicious and reasonably priced, perfectly aligned with his palate. That evening, he treated himself well, ordering a serving of snow vegetable yellow fish, sautéed celery with pork, and a bottle of wine. Casting a glance at Li Xinbu's room, he noticed the door was closed, with the sound of a television emanating from within. In this era, computers had yet to become widespread, and the average citizen typically passed their evenings watching television. Though the weather in late October was not particularly cold, a slight chill was beginning to settle in. He transferred the old books from the car into the room, closed the door, and began to organize them. Suddenly, amid the worn volumes, he stumbled upon 2 treasury bonds from 1981, each with a face value of 10 yuan. Such financial instruments had completely escaped his memory until this moment. The bonds were in commendable condition. After admiring them for a while, he decided to tuck them back into the old notebook and placed it on the bed. This discovery prompted him to meticulously inspect each book during his subsequent sorting. Many contained aged bookmarks, while a few held specimens such as feathers or leaves. After finishing with the old books, he found several ration tickets and 2 beautiful goldfish stamps from the 60s affixed to an envelope, along with a few letters of introduction from the 60s and 70s. The ration tickets were local and from the 90s, still relatively recent. The goldfish stamps were particularly striking, resembling the real creatures. The letters contained quotes and directives from XX. Their value remained unknown to him. Nonetheless, he felt no urgency, intending to research any items whose worth was unclear before considering their sale. After all, the items were in his possession, and they would not escape him. In addition to the old books, he separated other paper items, old envelopes, photographs, tickets, and documents, setting them aside in a designated area, knowing there would be collectors interested in them. After freshening up, Cháng Shùn collapsed onto the bed and soon fell asleep. Thus, the 3rd day of his rebirth passed. Chapter 13. 2 boxes, more than just boxes. He had not ventured into the relocated residents' homes for treasure hunting yesterday. The following morning, Cháng Shùn rode his tricycle and, after breakfast, headed toward that area. There was a recycling station he considered visiting later in the day. As he approached the vicinity, he could intermittently hear the sounds of glass shattering and cans being smashed. He understood that the workers responsible for the demolition had begun their tasks. Today, with purpose, he aimed to explore the historic buildings first, knowing that the older the house, the older the treasures within. After pushing his tricycle for less than 5 minutes, he spotted a historical building he sought. The exterior walls bore large letters painted on them, self-reliance and hard work. The 2-story wooden structure exhibited wooden pillars at the joints of the walls, while the 2nd floor featured wooden windows that conveyed a sense of age and wear. Such houses, with their blue bricks and tiles, unmistakably dated back to at least the Republican era. The wooden front door had been removed and leaned against the wall. Securing his tricycle inside, Cháng Shùn began to survey the interior. From his vantage point outside, he could not discern the size of the house. However, upon entering and casting a glance around, he discovered it to be quite spacious. He found himself standing in the foyer, which led to several rooms, with a wooden staircase gracing the wall near the edge, ascending to the 2nd floor. Peering down the corridor that connected the rooms on the 1st floor, he noticed a yard at the rear of the house. The walls bore various accolades and photographs of celebrities in certain areas, while calendars and glass paintings adorned other sections. The floor was strewn with remnants of jars, bowls, and bottles, shattered by the hands of demolition workers. A few articles of old clothing, shoes, and miscellaneous household items lay discarded across the ground. After a cursory glance, he commenced his search within the house. The glass painting hanging on the wall depicted the moon goddess Chang'e in a breathtaking scene, with the date 1978 inscribed in the lower left corner. The demolition workers had overlooked this piece, perhaps forgetting it in their haste. Cháng Shùn carefully removed it from its place. The accolades and celebrity photographs, relics from the 1990s, held little value, so he left them behind. Opposite the main entrance, a modest wooden cabinet caught his eye. He approached and rummaged through it, retrieving a stone weight. Reminiscent of the material found in certain inkstones, with a subdued green hue. Upon closer inspection, he noted the exquisite carvings adorning its surface, depicting floral patterns, bats, and young boys. The passage of time had left its mark, with the elongated edges worn down to a smooth finish. This object, dating back to at least the Republican era, was a fine piece of writing paraphernalia, undoubtedly more valuable than a common inkstone. The demolition workers likely lacked an appreciation for collectibles. Otherwise, they would have taken it. Cháng Shùn meticulously examined the cabinet's doors and drawers, finding no coins affixed to them, or else he would have pried them loose. After thoroughly searching the foyer, he ventured further into the house, seeking out the bedroom. The dim light prompted him to don his headlamp. Inside the bedroom, he encountered an old wardrobe, a relic from the 1980s, featuring large glass doors, an outdated style. Such cabinets were now only found in older homes, as newly constructed residences had long since abandoned such furnishings. A glance inside revealed an abundance of clothing. He procured a snakeskin bag from the room, collecting those outer garments that appeared clean and undamaged, carefully stowing away jackets and trousers. The garments worn underneath were of no interest to him, as they were unlikely to attract any buyers. While gathering the old clothes, Cháng Shùn meticulously felt through the pockets, aware that some individuals hide valuable items or cash within the folds of their old garments. This was particularly true of elderly individuals, who often kept such secrets during their lifetimes. It was only after their passing that these treasures would come to light, discovered by descendants or others. Such occurrences were not merely figments of fiction. Cháng Shùn had heard of and even experienced similar revelations in real life. After the unexpected passing of his great-aunt in 2018, his cousins discovered cash while sorting through the elderly woman's old clothing, bedding, and pillows. They uncovered a considerable sum, nearly 20,000 yuan. At the time, many relatives were taken aback, but upon reflection, it seemed less surprising. Over the years, the money bestowed upon her by her son and daughter, as well as government subsidies, had gone largely unspent. With no place to properly store it, she had hidden it away in various nooks and crannies. Now, faced with such a situation, he believed it prudent to search thoroughly, regardless of whether anything could be found. After rummaging through all the old garments, he did not find any coins. But he did discover 2 small items meant for intimate encounters, which he promptly discarded under the bed, considering a common sight in a demolition zone. Among the belongings, he also found a postcard featuring 1980s bodybuilding imagery. Although these items held little monetary value, they could still attract collectors and could be sold at a modest price. Adjacent to this bedroom was another, albeit much more sparsely furnished. The wardrobe was smaller, containing 2 old wooden chests. Both the wardrobe and the chests had been opened, revealing more discarded clothing. He sifted through the garments once more, collecting those suitable for workers to wear as uniforms, placing them into a bag. The clothing here was clean, yielding no further discoveries. Anticipating the need for storage in the future, he moved both wooden chests onto the bed. Upon closer inspection of the furniture-esque wood, he noted that it was quite ordinary. However, while handling the old clothing, he had noticed a slip of paper affixed to the inner side of one of the chests, revealing some vintage cigarette labels. Under the glow of his headlamp, he recognized brands such as Hardman, Zhonghua, Old Knife, Tianmin, Labor Brand, and Peony, all of which were printed on yellowed paper, indicating their age. Chapter 14 reveals the discovery of monetary treasures within the beams of the house. Although he was not an expert on cigarette or liquor labels, he had heard of many collectors in the field. He had even taken the initiative to research their value online, discovering that some rare labels could fetch prices exceeding 10,000 yuan. The cigarette labels adhered to the old chest, while not removable, could still be preserved alongside the chest, encapsulating the essence of an era and potentially holding greater significance for collectors. Currently, he was not particularly knowledgeable about collecting, but how many antique enthusiasts are? Most begin to understand the value of an item only after encountering it, striving to acquire such treasures at the lowest possible price. After completing his search of the first floor, he did not rush to the second floor, but instead entered the yard through the back door. This old house featured the kitchen and bathroom within the yard, built against the wall. The yard was modest in size, lacking trees, but adorned with flowers. Near the kitchen stood a small water tank, which had been broken, evidently a recent act, likely the work of those involved in the demolition. In the area designated for demolition, It is inevitable that destruction follows the departure of residents. As the process progresses, those who are reluctant to relocate and uncooperative may very well face water and electricity cutoffs, or even other forms of obstruction. Those with a modicum of experience are well aware of such circumstances. While scouring the yard, he stumbled upon a rectangular, antiquated purple clay flower pot among the debris. Upon examining the fragments, he noticed fine granules resembling sand adorning its surface. The term purple clay derives from its sandy composition, suggesting that various utilitarian items crafted from it bear a connection to sand. It is said that purple clay artifacts from the Republic of China era frequently exhibit such unevenly sized particles. The pot's breathable and impermeable characteristics are perhaps tied to this very clay. Though the flower pot was shattered, Cháng Shùn salvaged some pieces as a curiosity. It is rumored that broken shards of ancient porcelain are also sought after by collectors. Many who cannot afford complete pieces find joy in acquiring fragments for appreciation or study. Among the undamaged flower pots, he discovered a few, including one made of stone, equally rectangular and dating from the same period as the purple clay pot. It housed some blooms, which Cháng Shùn promptly overturned, spilling both the soil and flowers onto the ground. As it was not a particularly fine pot, he chose not to collect it at that moment, planning instead to dedicate a day later for a thorough search. Having examined the items in the yard, he ventured into the kitchen. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a sizable rolling pin discarded on the floor, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and 5 centimeters in diameter. Its surface shimmered with the same golden speckles he had observed on the old purple clay pot. With his keen eyesight, Cháng Shùn quickly discerned its true nature. It was crafted from rosewood. Just the day before, he had meticulously examined this type of wood in Boss Lu's shop. The demolition crew was evidently unaware of its value. Had they recognized it as rosewood, they surely would not have carelessly discarded it. Yet this ignorance ultimately benefited him. Continuing his exploration of the kitchen, he searched through cabinets and countertops, uncovering a blue and white porcelain oil pot and 2 old bowls. The oil pot was adorned with floral motifs and bore the inscription for soy sauce, with a 4-character mark indicating it was made in the town of Morality. Although its age was not particularly ancient, the presence of the soy sauce label added an intriguing element. One of the bowls featured images of rice and cotton, symbolizing abundance, while the other depicted a picturesque rural scene with a classic Eastern red tractor on the reverse side. Such bowls clearly held unique thematic significance. He had seen similar items in antique shops, priced above 100 yuan at the time. Now, they would surely fetch several dozen. After gathering these treasures and loading them onto his tricycle, Cháng Shùn ascended to the 2nd floor. The walls upstairs differed from those below, constructed from modular panels and largely covered in newspaper. Gazing at the grand beams atop the ceiling, Cháng Shùn was suddenly reminded of an intriguing rumor. It is said that in days of yore, constructing a home was an art steeped in significance. Upon completion of a house, it was customary to wrap the beams in red cloth and affix ancient coins to them, or to place silver dollars atop the beams. Some, for the sake of convenience, would simply encase copper coins in cloth, stitching them together or stringing them up to dangle from beams. As this notion flashed through his mind, he scrutinized the beams above with great care. Perhaps due to the passage of time, most of the red fabric had weathered, leaving only a darkened appearance that clung closely to the wood. After a moment of observation, illuminated by the beam of his headlamp, he finally discerned several coins embedded within the beams, 2 of which were particularly large and wedged into the wood. The sight of these substantial coins undoubtedly hinted at considerable value. This discovery sent a surge of excitement through Cháng Shùn. The lighting above was far from ideal. Had he not been specifically searching, it would have been a challenge to notice them. The height from the 2nd floor wooden planks to the beams was approximately 2 meters and 80 centimeters, not excessively high. He assessed the situation upstairs, where an old television cabinet stood, perfectly positioned for him to move it into place. However, Cháng Shùn did not rush to ascend just yet. He intended to thoroughly scour the visible items on the 2nd floor before inspecting the beams. The 2nd floor was quite spacious, divided into several areas, some designated for sleeping, others for storing miscellaneous items. After his search, he uncovered an old horn comb and a ceramic night pot. The horn comb bore a resemblance to plastic, and the demolition workers, lacking guidance, were oblivious to its significance. His own understanding stemmed from wandering through antique markets, watching numerous treasure hunting videos in demolition zones, and learning about the peculiar items therein. The night pot, also known as a tiger pot, might be unfamiliar to many young people today. This particular pot was black and red, its main body resembling that of a jar, with an opening on the upper side and a handle on top. Upon seeing it, Cháng Shùn recalled a humorous anecdote he had encountered in a video. The tale recounted a collector visiting rural areas to acquire antiques. Thirsty, he sought water from a household, only to find that their teapot was, in fact, a night pot. The reason for using that pot for brewing tea was quite amusing. The family believed it to be a high-end teapot, adorned with intricate blue and white floral designs, having never encountered such fine craftsmanship before. Unbeknownst to them, the collector, upon realizing its true nature, would certainly not partake of the tea brewed from it. He had even shared this revelation with the family, which must have been quite an awkward moment. While searching, he also took a glance at the old newspaper scattered about. From the dates displayed, the earliest dated back to the early 1960s, though there might have been even older editions, now faded with time. Chapter 15. Misprinted Currency. After completing his search of the second-floor items, Cháng Shùn moved the television cabinet beneath the column that harbored the coins within the beams. He then fetched a stool and, taking advantage of the opportunity, climbed up to examine the beams more closely. Damn it, it stuck so tightly that I can't pull it out. As he exerted all his strength to pry the coins loose, he broke into a fine sweat, regardless of their size. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the thought of fetching a tool. With this in mind, he flipped over and descended from the television cabinet. He gathered all the items he had found, covering the belongings on his tricycle with an old curtain. The last place he had rummaged through had already filled his tricycle to the brim. Calculating this way, he would have to make several trips each day to acquire a substantial amount of goods. Clearly, a single room would not suffice. His prior plan was to rent a place elsewhere, and he had already considered a location while wandering about. There were indeed houses available for rent in that vicinity. Lacking tools, he secured his belongings and made his way to Boss Zhu's establishment once more. There, he purchased a flat chisel and a small horn hammer. Returning to the old house, he commenced the task of prying the coins. With tools at hand, the endeavor proceeded quite smoothly. He successfully dislodged the copper coins from the beams. These coins included 2 large xianfeng ingots and 8 xuanji coins. Among them, 1 xuanji coin was peculiar, featuring the same engraving of xuanji tongbao on both sides. It was evident that it was a misprinted coin. He had heard about the value of copper coins, which depended on size, condition, and rarity. Typically, for coins with square holes, the larger the coin, the more valuable it is, the better the condition, the pricier. And the rarer, the higher the price. He estimated that the 2 large coins would certainly not be inexpensive, likely exceeding the price of ordinary silver dollars. The misprinted xuanji coin could potentially be worth even more than the xianfeng ingots. These coins hidden in the beams would eventually be discovered by those dismantling the house or others, but having found them first, he had secured his fortune. While sweeping up the wood shavings, Cháng Shùn examined the wooden planks and noticed they were double-layered. Was it possible that something was concealed in the hollow space between the 2 layers? This thought suddenly crossed his mind. A notion inspired by the treasure-hunting novels he had read. It was said that using a metal detector could enhance the treasure-seeking experience. The walls, floors, and bases of those historical buildings might very well conceal valuable items, including coins. He was uncertain if metal detectors were available, but he planned to inquire about them when he had some free time. He had gleaned some knowledge about using such treasure-seeking devices from videos he had watched. Generally, there were many places where their use was prohibited. Additionally, there were restrictions that required any valuable artifacts discovered with the machines to be surrendered. As for surrendering precious artifacts, Cháng Shùn felt indifferent. After all, finding something by chance could yield a reward of 500 yuan and an honorary certificate, which was quite commendable. Perspectives on this varied from person to person. He simply needed to adjust his mindset. After a few moments of contemplation, he descended the stairs. Fortunately, there were no people around in the morning. Had there been, it might have been a shared affair. Some matters are open secrets. What one acquires alone remains their own. But once others are aware, its nature shifts and becomes different. Just moments ago, Liang inspected the top position and found no silver coins. Checking the time again. It was nearly 10 o'clock. This hour is neither too early nor too late, prompting Cháng Shùn to decide to rent a house. He rode his tricycle to a nearby scrap collection station, searching around the residential area. He did not intend to reside here. His requirements were modest, seeking only a yard to store items securely. The house he found was relatively spacious, designed in a Sanha courtyard style. Within, some structures were 2, 3, or even 4 stories tall. The landlord, a woman in her 40s with the surname Wang, was his point of contact. After inspecting, Cháng Shùn opted to rent a single room on the ground floor of the 2-story building. The room was several square meters larger than the one he previously rented for Boss Zhu. The rent was the same, 100 yuan per month, and he paid for 6 months up front, along with a 100 yuan deposit. Yesterday, he had settled payment for Zhu's medicinal mill, copper symbols, books, and meals, leaving him with approximately 800 yuan in cash, excluding his bank account. This money was depleting swiftly. After completing the rental arrangements, Cháng Shùn glanced at the time, which was precisely 11 o'clock. As it was still a bit early for lunch, he headed to the nearby scrap collection station. This establishment was sizable, primarily due to the owner having a large yard. He had inquired before coming. Unlike Zhu, who rented a house to collect scrap, this owner, surnamed Zhang, operated on site. Cháng Shùn had seen the assortment of old goods he had piled up. There were copper basins, copper kettles, aluminum kettles, and various old household items from demolition areas. According to Zhang, many people had previously come to purchase antiques, and he himself had acquired quite a few. Business people understand one fundamental principle: profit reigns supreme. If someone is interested in an item and the price is right, he certainly would not hold on to it. Upon expressing his intention to purchase, Zhang's wife brought out the inventory, which included a copper gong, 2 iron medicinal mills, a copper cap, several copper locks, copper bells, and a pair of auspicious copper rings. Additionally, there were the previously seen copper basin, copper kettle, and aluminum kettle. The most remarkable items were the pair of copper rings from a prestigious household. The design featured a mythical beast motif, relatively simple, and based on his estimations, they likely dated back to the Qing dynasty. Having visited the museum, Cháng Shùn had seen exquisite gilded copper rings that were clearly not ordinary. These copper rings were quite substantial, with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters for the ring surface and about 1 centimeter for the ring body itself. Together, they weighed around 10 pounds. Chapter 16. One does not know until one takes, and upon taking, one is astonished. The copper cap is not genuinely a hat. It merely resembles one, its true nature being the lid of a large incense burner. This item is likely dated back to the Republican era. Upon inspecting the goods, they began to negotiate prices. The shopkeeper, Mr. Zhang, demanded 600 for the pair of copper door knocker rings, steadfast in his refusal to sell for any less. Although they had initially mistaken the lid of the incense burner for a hat, he still priced it at 200. The gong was set at 100. The assorted copper basins, copper pots, and aluminum kettles were collectively priced at 400. Miscellaneous items, such as copper locks, bells, and small copper spoons, were valued at 200. 2 iron medicine grinders were offered for 150. Mr. Zhang, I only have a little over 800 left. I will pay you first for the door knocker rings and the 2 medicine grinders. I can fetch the rest of the money shortly in return for the other items. How does that sound? Cháng Shùn proposed. That is acceptable. However, I suggest you retrieve a bit more. I still have 10 yuan silver dollars here, which I could sell to you if you're interested. Mr. Zhang replied upon hearing that Cháng Shùn intended to withdraw money. Silver dollars? Let me take a look. Cháng Shùn had researched silver dollars extensively, having observed them both in live broadcasts and in antique shops where vendors showcased their wares. He knew to examine the patina. A touch of green rust was permissible, but any discoloration or fading on the surface indicated a counterfeit. Furthermore, weight served as a more direct method of authentication. Yuan silver dollars typically weighed around 268 grams. Nevertheless, due to wear from circulation and the unevenness of alloy composition, pieces weighing between 265 and 270 grams were generally considered authentic. Having scrutinized both genuine and counterfeit coins, he noted that authentic coins exhibited remarkable craftsmanship, while the forgeries were poorly made, with some facial designs appearing indistinct. Mr. Zhang's wife presented the silver dollars, and Cháng Shùn noticed that most were from year 3, alongside a few from years 8 and 9. Upon inspecting the year 3 coins, he discovered 2 that appeared to be fakes. One had a slightly yellowish hue and felt lighter than the authentic coins, while the yuan portrait was not as clear and exquisite. Another coin showed signs of surface discoloration, further casting doubt on its authenticity. The remainder seemed acceptable, yet he felt it necessary to weigh them for confirmation. After his examination, he returned the silver dollars, settled the payment for the door knocker rings and the medicine grinders, and departed with his acquisitions. Instead of visiting the landlord, Mr. Qin, Cháng Shùn placed his newly purchased items with the female landlord, surnamed Wang. It was common for landlords to invite tenants to their homes for purchases. Such scenarios were frequent in the demolition zones. At that moment, perhaps due to a lack of business, the 3 individuals were engaged in a card game. As Cháng Shùn glanced at the various scrap items on their vehicle, he suddenly noticed a bamboo pole on one of the tricycles. The pole was approximately 3 meters long, adorned with a vibrant pattern reminiscent of tiger stripes. This discovery piqued his curiosity. Is there more bamboo like this? He wondered. He halted his vehicle, approached, and examined the bamboo more closely. lifting it to his surprise at its substantial weight. This is clearly not bamboo. It is evidently a wooden carving. Moments ago, its weight felt no less than 10 pounds. Upon closer inspection of the stick's intricate patterns, he could now ascertain that it was made of Wangwali wood. Without making a fuss, he set down the stick and resumed his examination of the other items on their tricycle. Among these items were old books, scrap paper, a broken radio, enamel fruit plates, enamel basins, and an antique wall clock. The radio appeared to be of considerable size, measuring approximately 2 feet in length, around 25 centimeters in width, and about 1 foot in height. It had a wooden casing, and near the upper left corner of the back, there was a damage roughly the size of a child's fist. Through this damage, one could glimpse the internal components such as transistors. Cháng Shùn glanced at the brand. It was a Haiyan. Such an item, in a bygone era, would have been beyond the reach of an ordinary household. Although somewhat outdated and damaged now, it still held a certain collectible value. He picked up the enamel basin and fruit plate for inspection, discovering that one basin bore a remarkably fine design, depicting mountains, rivers, fishing boats, and the motif of delivering tribute grains. The rim of the basin was inscribed with the 7 characters Qian, Chuan, Wan Fan, Song Gong Liang. Turning the basin upside down, he observed a trademark design at the center, shaped like a tower, labeled Lighthouse Brand 197164. The latter numbers undoubtedly indicated the production date. This was quite intriguing and possessed collectible value. The wall clock was of the Polaris brand. It was a mechanical clock that appeared to be broken. While he was examining these items, the trio playing cards cast a few glances his way, noticing that he did not take anything from their tricycle, so they remained indifferent and silent. They likely perceived him as merely a curious onlooker, given his youthful appearance. However, Cháng Shùn took the initiative to greet them. How much for this old radio, basin, and clock? Among the three, the smallest man, approximately 45 years old, glanced over as he spoke, but had no intention of approaching. For the radio? If you want it, $20, the small man remarked. $20 seemed a bit steep to him. After all, his salary from the previous month was only $600, averaging merely $20 a day. Besides, the condition was somewhat lacking and not pristine. $15. I'll take it for $15 or forget it. The man hastily stated the price for the radio, while the other two remained silent regarding the prices of the basin and clock. All right, you can take it, the smaller man acquiesced. And what about the basin and clock? How much for those? He inquired again towards the trio. Together for $60. Although the clock is broken, it should be fixable. One of the men, approximately 40 years old and wearing a cap, glanced over and responded. $60 seems a bit high. Isn't there a wooden stick here? I needed to help a friend transport some items. Could you give it to me? I'll pay you $60 for it. After a moment of contemplation, the man in the cap acquiesced. Young man, I have a telescope here. Would you like to take a look? Just as he completed the purchase of 2 radios, an enamel basin, a wall clock, and the stick, the last of the 3 men who had yet to sell him anything, inquired. This man appeared somewhat older, around 50, and was bald on top. I don't have enough money, he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Chapter 17. Among these silver dollars, there are 3 fakes. Previously, he had bought something from the shopkeeper, leaving him with only $82. After spending $75, he was left with a mere $7. Despite the shortage, he assured the craftsman that he would return in the afternoon to complete the purchase. On his way back, he pondered that ordinary citizens, who are not collectors, hardly concern themselves with the quality of wood. Furthermore, those who enjoy collecting represent only a small fraction of the population. It is uncertain if one could even find a single collector among 10 individuals. Some individuals may have older generations that appreciate such items, but the next generation might not share that interest. After the elders pass away, their collections could be discarded as mere rubbish. He had heard similar tales from antique shop owners and treasure hunters in redevelopment areas in his previous life. The stick's intended purpose seemed to be that of a walking cane, albeit without a curve. Simultaneously, it could serve as a makeshift weapon or tool. Upon leaving the rented room again, he directly went to the bank to withdraw $3,000, emptying his account once more. Considering the current market for silver dollars, he contacted both Liu, the antique shop owner, and Shun, the building material supplier. They informed him that genuine silver dollars from 3, 9, and 10 years ago, in average condition, would fetch a maximum of $100 each, while those from 8 years could be worth up to $150. Naturally, if he sold to them, they would provide a profit ranging from $20 to $50 per coin, depending on the circumstances. Other silver coins mentioned included the Qing silver dollar, Sun Xiao Tu, ship dollars, eagle dollars, standing dollars, and seated dollars, among various warlord portraits. Liu indicated that he would provide further details in his store later, indicating a purchasing price of around $100 per coin. Ordinary people who do not study this matter remain unaware of the market dynamics. With this knowledge in mind, he planned to proceed accordingly. Recognizing that authenticating silver dollars requires weighing them, he inquired about a place that sold electronic scales and subsequently purchased one. While buying the scale, he asked the staff about metal detectors. One person could not provide clarity, as few were familiar with such equipment in 2003. However, another individual mentioned that domestic models cost around $600, while imported ones would be at least $8,000. The price of $8,000 is certainly beyond his current means. Even the domestically produced one priced at $600, if purchased, would likely prove of little utility. As for this matter, it is best to wait and see how circumstances unfold in the future. While passing several storefronts, he noticed some alleys still displayed signs indicating video rental establishments. In this day and age, although internet cafes have surged in popularity, video rental shops still exist. Being an early member of the post-80s generation, he had indeed frequented such places and watched videos. Although it was already past midnight, he did not rush to dine. Instead, he headed to the recycling station, presumably for lunch. Boss Zhang, among these silver dollars, there are 3 fakes. Upon arrival, after weighing the coins with an electronic scale, Cháng Shùn informed him. Among the 3 counterfeit silver dollars, one weighed merely 22 grams, another 24 grams, and the third 29 grams. 2 of these were the ones he had previously identified. Fakes? Does that mean I've been swindled? Upon hearing this, Boss Zhang responded. While weighing, he had also observed the process, and Cháng Shùn had informed him of the weights of the genuine silver dollars. How much did you pay for each? He inquired. Of course. If you prefer not to share, consider it unasked. Just to let you know my purchasing price, I can offer 100 yuan on average for each of these. There's nothing to hide. For these 10 silver dollars, I spent a total of 800. If you wish to buy them, I'll need 800 yuan to cover my costs. Boss Zhang's words seemed sincere, prompting Cháng Shùn to consider his offer. Given that one of the coins was an authentic piece from 8 years ago, he agreed. Cháng Shùn had heard of the occurrence of genuine and counterfeit silver dollars. But in this era, such instances were rare. Those who previously bought antiques at recycling stations would not have offered high prices. When it comes to antiques, haggling is essential. After all, the greater the investment, the higher the risk. Accompanying the previously negotiated items, a censer lid, a brass gong, a copper basin, a copper kettle, and an aluminum pot, along with miscellaneous items like copper locks and bells, he made a single payment. In total, he spent 1,700 yuan, leaving him with just over 1,200 yuan. In the afternoon, Cháng Shùn did not proceed to the demolished residential areas to search for treasures. Instead, he focused on purchasing old books and collecting discarded clothing, with plans to acquire more old garments later. His intention was to bring his parents and younger sister over in a few days, so they could take charge of sales in the future. Although they toiled tirelessly at home, cultivating peach and persimmon trees, the yield of 10 or 20,000 pounds would only fetch a few thousand yuan at sale. After deducting various costs, the actual profit was meager. These days, hard work does not necessarily equate to earning more money. Some individuals, without exerting themselves, still manage to accumulate wealth. Selecting old books was certainly not limited to mere literature. In his search, he also picked up other paper items of collectible value that happened to be among them. Regardless of their monetary worth, they undoubtedly offered greater value than their weight in gold. This time, the selection was considerable, weighing over 220 pounds. After paying for the books, he was left with less than 900 yuan in hand. This money dissipated far too swiftly. Of course, the primary reason was merely that he had too little. Have you sold your telescope? Cháng Shùn greeted him. Chapter 18 was also motivated by the desire for wealth. That was its essence. Not yet. In addition to the telescope, I have acquired a porcelain statue of a great figure. Would you care to take a look? Let me see first. After Cháng Shùn spoke, the other party presented both items from his vehicle. Such objects should not belong to civilian use. They appeared somewhat aged, yet well-preserved, boasting over 80% freshness. The statue of the great figure stood about a foot tall, ivory white, and upon inspecting the base, it bore the inscription Tongxin 9 Porcelain 68. After a meticulous examination, he found no cracks or damage. Young man, I haven't seen you around here before. You must be new to this place? The middle-aged man conversed with him while examining the 2 items. Indeed, I just arrived a couple of days ago. What is your surname? Cháng Shùn casually inquired. You may call me Chun. And you? I am Chang. Now, how much are you asking for these 2 items? If the price is reasonable, I might purchase them. The telescope looks quite good. If you want it, it's 100 yuan. As for that statue, I'll let it go for 100 as well, totaling 200 yuan. Boss Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. That seems a bit steep. How about 150 for both? He countered. Let us settle on 180. I cannot go any lower. Judging by Boss Chun's expression, he appeared genuinely unable to negotiate further. All right, since this is our first transaction, 180 it is. Cháng Shùn acquiesced. He recognized the great figure's porcelain statue as something that antique shops typically displayed. Reportedly, prices varied significantly based on the origin of such items. Some could be worth tens of thousands, while others might only fetch a few dozen yuan. Boss Chen, I am in the antiquities business. You must have a phone, right? Let us exchange numbers, and should you come across any antiques, please remember to contact me. As he handed over 180 yuan, Cháng Shùn added, Indeed, it's impressive to see someone so young engaged in antiquities collection. You have a bright future ahead. My number is. After sharing their numbers, they saved each other's contact information. After a brief chat, he rode away. For the sake of future business development, it seemed prudent to print some business cards. On his way back to store his items, Cháng Shùn couldn't help but reflect once more. After purchasing these two items, he was left with around 700 yuan. Having refrained from actively acquiring more, he secured the items and spent the afternoon visiting the demolition area, once again in search of historical architecture. The first place he visited that afternoon was a single-story house with a yard built of blue bricks and tiles. Perhaps due to economic circumstances, this household had left behind virtually nothing. Apart from finding an old kerosene lamp, he returned nearly empty-handed. There were no old clothes or shoes even left on the ground. In the demolition area, not all families discarded their belongings during the move. This was significantly influenced by their economic strength. For households with favorable conditions and a lack of financial constraints, it is of little consequence when they move to dispose of some old belongings, as they transition to new residences adorned entirely with new items. Conversely, families living in impoverished circumstances, struggling to make ends meet, take every usable possession with them when relocating, lest they incur unnecessary expenses in a new place. The beams of this particular household likely once held value, though they went unnoticed. Perhaps they were tied with red cloth, and over time, deteriorated and fell, only to be collected anew. The second household, also a single-story abode, appeared equally aged. This family seemed to fare slightly better. In the kitchen, he discovered a stack of vintage porcelain bowls from the Happiness for Eternity brand and a blue and white jar adorned with the character for double happiness. In the upper ceiling, he found a yellow-glazed pitcher with a handle. There were 8 bowls in total, but regrettably, most bore cracks or chips along the edges, leaving only 3 intact. These bowls dated back to the 1960s and 70s. The blue and white jar appeared somewhat crude, likely from the Republican era. The yellow-glazed pitcher, crafted by the Mako kiln, was exquisite, featuring depictions of maidens and children, possibly once belonging to a landowner's household. Upon inspecting the ceiling of this residence, he noticed several small copper coins. Near the entrance, not positioned too high, he pried them loose, conveniently accumulating 5 different coins. Previous visitors may have overlooked them due to dim lighting and a lack of deliberate searching. The third household was another 2-story historical building. He felt a twinge of disappointment, as this family had renovated their home in a modern style. Renovations often preclude the discovery of antiquities. After searching, he found and collected several bottles of Maodai and Wulianya liquor, as well as a replica of a Sankai pen holder. Additionally, he removed 2 oil paintings from the wall. The Maodai and Wulianya bottles dated from the 1980s and 90s, alongside various other brands he chose to leave behind. The Sankai pen holder was not merely a holder, but featured 2 elegant birds. The oil paintings, modest in size and framed, depicted pastoral scenes and floral arrangements. The age of these items was not significant, making them mere trifles to collect, destined for an antique shop where they might be dismissed by the owners. Yet, perhaps someone who is not a collector may find them desirable. Perhaps due to their affluence, this household left behind a considerable amount of old clothing, bags, and various other household items upon their departure. Cháng Shùn meticulously gathered all that held value. By afternoon, after scouring 3 historical buildings, his time was nearly spent. In Cháng Shùn's current circumstances, his treasure hunts in the relocation zones of vacated homes fundamentally serve the purpose of uncovering forgotten items, those overlooked due to the passage of time or the lack of awareness regarding their worth. This endeavor could be viewed as a form of salvageable preservation of cultural heritage. After all, if not discovered and protected, many objects may suffer damage. Additionally, the pursuit of wealth is also a fundamental motivation. Cháng Shùn finds great pleasure in this treasure-hunting lifestyle. The thrill lies in the unknown, in the perpetual uncertainty of what one might encounter or acquire next. Chapter 19. The Legend of the Iron-Rich Soil. At a construction waste site near Panlong Port in JT Town of SJ District, several dump trucks are sequentially unloading their loads. Simultaneously, a bulldozer is leveling the dumped soil. The site does not appear particularly new, showing signs of being in operation for over 6 months, as evidenced by the remnants of previously dumped materials. After placing his belongings in the rental apartment, Cháng Shùn glanced at the time. It was merely 5:35. This moment, neither too early nor too late, prompted him to visit the waste site he had been contemplating since his rebirth. Seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, he inquired along the way and eventually located this site, the closest to his rented accommodation, approximately 2 kilometers away. Aside from himself, 3 individuals were scavenging for iron behind the dump trucks, all appearing to be over 50 years of age. Unlike his previous experiences at the waste site, this area is not a regulated disposal ground, nor is there centralized management. The dump trucks lack environmental covers, leaving their contents exposed, indicating a starkly outdated operation. Observing the soil spilling from the truck, Cháng Shùn noted that it was not merely brick debris, but also contained numerous small pebbles. This observation led him to conclude that there would likely be a substantial amount of iron within. In the past, while reading novels centered around treasure hunting in demolition zones, he had learned that such soil is a mixture left over when piling machines overflow during construction. Due to nighttime operations and other factors such as material relocation and soil burial, rebar is often lost amidst the construction debris, echoing the scenarios depicted in the novels. He noticed the 3 individuals had collected a considerable amount of iron, primarily consisting of rebar of varying lengths, with some heavier pieces exceeding 10 pounds. Young man, is this your first time collecting iron at the site? Be sure to pay attention to safety when you pick up from the truck, cautioned a familiar-looking middle-aged man with a beard as Cháng Shùn approached the group. He was aware of the risks, as accidents had indeed occurred at the waste site due to the blind spots of large vehicles and the negligence of those scavenging. Indeed, this is my first time here. Thank you for the reminder. I will be cautious, Cháng Shùn replied with a smile. Although I had never been to the construction site to collect scrap metal before, I had perused several novels on the theme of treasure hunting amidst demolition. What shall I call you? The man inquired. My surname is Cháng, and yours? I am honored to be called Wu. After a brief exchange, the two began their respective searches. During this time, I also inquired about the surnames of the other 2 individuals. They were surnamed Yu and Gao. Cháng Shùn, having collected only a small load, decided to move towards the bulldozer. He had no intention of competing with the 3 others. After all, the bulldozer would unearth plenty of metal as well. After approximately 20 minutes, he had unearthed just 8 rebar pieces, weighing over 30 pounds. The metal was quite substantial and plentiful. Perhaps due to the truck's limited capacity or the impending dusk, the trio, Lao Yu, Lao Wu, and Lao Gao, departed the site one after another. However, the operators of the dump truck and the bulldozer continued their work, likely on a night shift. Once they left, he found himself alone, and the absence of competition rendered the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Despite feeling hungry, Cháng Shùn resolved to persevere a little longer, thinking to himself that since he had come this far, he might as well collect more. The rebar mixed within the debris was haphazard, not present in every truckload. Yet, some vehicles might contain a significant amount. As he continued to sift through the rubble, visibility diminished. Cháng Shùn retrieved the headlamp he had brought along, donning it as he resumed his search. Suddenly, amidst the fallen earth of one truck, he discovered a long piece of I-beam steel. Upon seeing this, he felt that his evening-esque quest for scrap metal might reach a premature conclusion. However, he harbored a slight concern about the beam's length, fearing he might be unable to lift it alone. Unsure of its exact dimensions, he attempted to shift it and found it manageable. Had it been completely immovable, it would have been a clear indication of futility. Once he extricated it, he measured its length to be approximately 16 meters. During the attempt, he gauged its weight, estimating it to be similar to that of a bag of cement. Cháng Shùn swiftly loaded it onto his tricycle. Checking the time, he noted it was 7:56. Unbeknownst to him, nearly an hour and a half had elapsed. With this I-beam, along with the previously gathered rebar, the tricycle could bear no more weight. He had no choice but to push it toward the main road. Along the way, he encountered Lao Wu and Lao Gao, who had come to work overtime after dinner. Upon seeing his substantial find, they remarked on his good fortune. Once he reached the main road and found it easier to navigate, Cháng Shùn mounted his vehicle. Damn it, he exclaimed feeling the considerable weight of 200 to 300 pounds on the tricycle compared to the emptiness he had experienced earlier. Initially, he had merely intended to scout the area and familiarize himself with the construction site. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a situation where the debris from the dump truck contained the legendary high iron content soil. One might wonder if this could be considered a fortuitous start, a victorious inaugural venture. Young Master Cháng, you mentioned that you would frequently return to sell scrap metal, and here you are so soon. At this moment, it was nearly 8:30, yet Mr. Zhu had not closed his doors. He often rested here in the evenings. Indeed, I must weigh this promptly. I haven't had my dinner yet, he urged. With that, they placed the iron on the scale. After weighing, it totaled 266 jin. At 0.5 yuan per jin. The total came to 133 yuan. Initially, he intended to purchase 2 jin of soil, but considering the quality of the iron, he decided against it. Mr. Zhu paid 135 yuan, generously giving him an extra 2 yuan. The quality of the iron varied, and the price difference could indeed exceed 2 yuan. He did not dwell on it. As they would continue their collaboration, Cháng Shùn would purchase some metal antiques from him in the future. As a proprietor frequently acquiring scrap metal, Mr. Zhu could easily discern that these were picked up from a landfill. This was not his first time purchasing such scrap iron. Chapter 20. 100 yuan. I still trust you. Xiao Chang, I have received 2 items, a Buddha statue and a set of weights. Would you like to take a look? Just as he was about to turn and leave for dinner, Mr. Zhu stopped him. What kind of Buddha statue and weights? Let me see. It was late, so there was no rush. Soon, the Buddha statue was brought out first. Here it is somewhat damaged. Take a look, and if you're satisfied, we can negotiate the price. As Mr. Zhu handed it over, Cháng Shùn examined it closely. The statue depicted a seated figure, not particularly large, approximately 20 centimeters in height. It appeared to have been gilded, though much of the gold had worn away, yet traces of it could still be seen in certain areas. The lotus pedestal had some damage, and it seemed to have been struck, resulting in some deformation of the body. To his untrained eye, it was clearly an antique, though he could not ascertain its exact age. The statue was solid and heavy. Being made of bronze, it likely weighed around 5 or 6 jin. The imperfections were inconsequential. As long as the item was genuine and old, that sufficed. In antique shops, he had encountered many damaged pieces. Even a mere Buddha head could command a high price if it was of quality. This statue, if one were willing to invest, could be restored by a professional. After inspecting the Buddha statue, he did not rush to discuss the price, and instead asked Mr. Zhu to bring out the weights. The barbell appeared quite simple, consisting of a steel rod, approximately 1.6 meters long, with 2 large iron plates on either end. The total weight was about 30 jin. Mr. Zhu noted that the plates bore red paint with inscriptions, Certain Navigation Administration, 1956. He had noticed this as well. The presence of writing could substantiate its provenance, thereby enhancing its value. Xiao Chang, though this Buddha statue is damaged, it has been gilded and is certainly old. I won't ask for much. You can have it for 800 yuan. As time was of the essence, they did not linger, and after Cháng Shùn had finished inspecting, they began to negotiate the price. Mr. Zhu, you are aware it is damaged. Such statues of Buddha abound in the antique market, often priced at merely 2,000 to 3,000 yuan for a complete piece. There is a saying within our trade: when porcelain is chipped, its value diminishes by 90%. This principle applies to other items as well. Thus, we are certain to engage in a long-term collaboration. I propose to offer you 700 yuan for both the Buddha statue and the barbell, even if it entails a modicum of risk on my part. He countered, revealing that the total funds at his disposal, including the earnings from selling scrap iron that evening, amounted to less than 800 yuan, especially since he still needed to have dinner. 700 yuan is a bit low. I shall make a concession, 700 for the Buddha statue and 100 for the barbell, totaling 800. Would that be acceptable? After a moment of contemplation, Boss Zhu relented slightly. To be frank, I currently possess less than 800 yuan, and I have yet to dine. If you trust me, I can pay you 700 now and return tomorrow with the remaining 100. If you lack confidence, I shall purchase the Buddha statue first, leaving the barbell here until I can return with the money. Cháng Shùn continued. Not a problem. You may pay me the 700 yuan now and take the items. This is not our first transaction, and I can still trust you with the 100 yuan. Upon agreement, he gathered the money he had on hand, counted out 700, and handed it over. He was left with merely over 60 yuan. Boss Zhu, after all my hard work collecting iron to sell to you, I have no money left, and even owe you several hundred yuan. Cháng Shùn jested as he prepared to load the 2 items onto his vehicle. That's different. Even if you hadn't sold iron, you would still need to spend money on these 2 items. Who knows? You might even make a substantial profit. Making a substantial profit is certainly out of the question. They are merely remnants. If I can earn a little for my efforts, that would suffice. Well, time to eat. See you tomorrow. With that, he departed. Cháng Shùn pushed his cart to his rented room, placing the Buddha statue and barbell inside. Considering his lack of funds, he took out his phone and called Boss Shun and Boss Liu, arranging for them to come by around 10 a.m. the following day to view the items. The timing was fortuitous, as it was Sunday, and both were available. During the calls, he subtly informed them that the total sale would involve a considerably larger sum, encouraging them to prepare more money. They did not comment on his eagerness to sell again so soon, assuming his previous attempts were merely exploratory. Opting not to ride his tricycle any longer, he walked out of the courtyard. By 9 o'clock on an October evening, most restaurants had closed, leaving only the distant night market for a late-night snack. Passing the foot massage parlor he had noticed earlier, he saw several young women emerging from the establishment, standing by the roadside to beckon passing customers. Occasionally, a man would follow a woman he fancied into the building. Truly, this era is one of indulgence. Handsome, would you like to experience something delightful? I guarantee your satisfaction. A melodious voice called out to Cháng Shùn as he walked. The words were not directed at him, but rather at a young man beside him, under the dim glow of the streetlight. Although some details were discernible, the scene remained hazy and not particularly clear. Let me see what you look like. If you're unappealing and frighten me, I certainly won't partake. The man, presumably in his mid-20s, then produced a lighter and ignited it to inspect the girl closely. Aside from her face, he scrutinized her chest, waist, and hips. He had thoroughly appraised her beauty and figure. Suddenly, Cháng Shùn felt as though he were examining livestock, akin to selecting a mare. How much? After his observations, the young man inquired about the price. 50. The girl casually replied. Would 40 suffice? He attempted to negotiate. No way. 50 is the lowest price. All right then. 50 it is. These past few days of work have been for naught. The man had clearly set his sights on the girl, his intentions ignited. Cháng Shùn had also noticed her. She was quite attractive with a splendid figure. How could you say it was for naught? When a moment arrives, you certainly won't be lamenting, chimed in another girl standing beside her, her words devoid of any modesty. Ugh, if only I had the funds. I would have invited you along, lamented the young man as he followed the girl into the house, and Cháng Shùn departed. Along the way, another girl greeted him, yet he chose to ignore her. Chapter 21. Sorry, I don't smoke. Cháng Shùn felt that spending money in this manner was wasteful. Surely it would be more enjoyable to indulge in good food and drink. Ultimately, what mattered most to him was finding a truly clean woman, both in body and spirit, entirely independent of his financial situation. After walking a short distance, he stumbled upon a screening room, its entrance adorned with a sign that read, "Watch videos on the computer." Such a sign had eluded his notice during the day. His past experiences had enlightened Cháng Shùn on what kind of videos were typically shown in such places, merely inappropriate content. He chose a stall that appeared to be doing well and sat at one of the empty tables. He ordered a plate of ribbon fish, a serving of salted shrimp, and a bottle of beer, then settled in to wait. Although he had merely 60 yuan left, it was sufficient for a meal in 2003. Approximately 20 minutes later, the dishes arrived, and he began to eat and drink. Hey, young man, do you have a cigarette? I'm out, remarked a man who appeared to be around 40, taking a seat across from him and placing an empty cigarette box on the table. I'm sorry, I don't smoke, he replied apologetically. Not smoking, huh? That's commendable for a young person. I must have approached the wrong person. The man stood and moved to request a cigarette from someone at a nearby table. Soon, a man in his 30s handed him a cigarette, and after lighting it, he began to smoke with great satisfaction. Cháng Shùn found this individual rather amusing. He had the audacity to ask strangers for cigarettes, a feat he could never imagine himself undertaking. However, through the earlier incident of someone requesting a cigarette, he resolved to carry a pack with him whenever he ventured out in the future, even if he himself did not smoke. There were times in the course of business when it was necessary to share cigarettes with others. After a hearty meal, the clock had nearly struck 10:30. While passing by the computer room and the foot massage parlors, he noticed a steady stream of people coming and going, suggesting that business was thriving. Perhaps it was during the night, especially at this hour, that their trade flourished most robustly. Alas, it was a bittersweet realization. This was his most genuine sentiment, whether in the role of buyer or seller. The reasons behind such feelings could only be truly understood with age and a wealth of life experience. After a tiring day, he felt quite fatigued and soon fell asleep after washing up and lying down. The following morning, he awoke to find it was already around 7:30. He had slept soundly the previous night, perhaps even too long. However, this state of waking naturally brought him immense satisfaction, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. After freshening up, he rode his tricycle out to have breakfast, subsequently making his way to the demolition zone. He had arranged to meet Boss Shun and Boss Lu at 10 o'clock. And in the meantime, he saw an opportunity to search for items of interest. Considering the time constraints, Cháng Shùn did not specifically seek out historical buildings. Instead, he opted to find a two-story house with a yard that had been vacated by its occupants, and he entered. The house appeared to have been built in the 1980s, with a simple exterior adorned by a coat of light-colored lime plaster. Viewed through the lens of his past life, it seemed quite dilapidated. However, in the context of 2003, it was still quite commendable. The yard boasted fruit trees, including a loquat and a pomegranate tree. Additionally, near the boundary wall, several flower pots were arranged, some containing flowers and others sprouting garlic shoots and vegetables. Cháng Shùn examined the flower pots and noticed a square, trapezoidal, purple clay pot that caught his eye. It featured patterns of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, along with inscriptions. Within this pot, he discovered a cluster of orchids. Picking up the pot, he poured the orchids onto the ground, planning to take the purple clay pot with him when he departed. After searching the yard thoroughly and finding no items of greater value, he proceeded to the kitchen adjacent to the main house. Inside, he found that the iron pot on the stove and other items that could be sold for scrap had already been cleared out. After a meticulous search, he unearthed 5 small wine cups made of blue and white porcelain, which appeared rather coarse and bore hasty designs. One of them was slightly damaged. In the antique market, he had encountered such items before, and they were not particularly valuable, worth only 20 or 30 yuan each. Though they lacked significant monetary worth, they were, after all, old artifacts, and he carefully wrapped them in a convenient bag. As he exited the kitchen and approached the main house, the scene that greeted him at the door left him somewhat astonished. There, on the wall directly facing the entrance, hung a large printed paper adorned with a striking red cross. Upon witnessing this, he discerned that the family who had vacated the premises practiced Christianity, regardless of their beliefs. It bore no consequence to him. Cháng Shùn entered the house and began to search. Aside from the cruciform printed design he had previously observed, he found that the household items were rather ordinary, indistinguishable from those of any other family. The essential furniture and daily necessities were all present. After thoroughly searching the first floor, he discovered little more than a few garments, several backpacks, and some fabric tote bags. Ascending to the second floor, in a room cluttered with miscellaneous items, he stumbled upon a damaged bird cage. The cage was crafted from bamboo, and within it lay a small, fist-sized, blue and white porcelain bird feeder, suitable for a child of 6 or 7. Cháng Shùn pried open the bamboo to retrieve the bird feeder. Dust coated its surface, and he casually picked up a tattered cloth from the ground to wipe it clean. Upon inspecting the design, he noted it depicted lotus flowers. The bird feeder stood about 4 centimeters tall, petite yet sturdy, with fine and exquisite porcelain. After ensuring its condition, he wrapped it in some tissue paper from his pocket and placed it carefully in his bag. As he lifted the birdcage, he suddenly noticed that the hook resembling a scale hook was made of copper, suggesting considerable age. Cháng Shùn detached it, as vintage birdcage hooks were often sought after by collectors. After searching for additional items without success, he descended the stairs. The clothes and old bags had already been packed into a snakeskin bag, which he placed directly onto his tricycle. After loading the previously discovered purple sand flower pot onto the tricycle, Cháng Shùn pushed it away from the residence. Chapter 22. The rolling pin is valued at 20,000, and a large wooden stick at 30,000. Checking the time on his phone, it was 8:51, and he proceeded toward the rental unit of his landlady, Ms. Wang. He had arranged to meet with Boss Lu and Boss Shun at 10 o'clock, and he still needed to prepare the items for sale. Upon arrival, Cháng Shùn placed the old clothes and bags he had collected that morning in the designated area. He then gathered the collectible items he had previously stored there and loaded them onto his tricycle. Once organized, he took his belongings and headed to the rental unit of his landlord, Mr. Qin. The items he intended to sell today included 5 herbal grinders, 2 pairs of copper cymbals, 1 gong, a pair of copper rings shaped like caps, an antique incense burner lid, and a barbell. Additionally, there were some ancient coins, including Xianfeng-era ingots, Xuanji Tongbao misprinted coins, and 5 emperor's coins, as well as 7 silver dollars. 2 1981 treasury bonds valued at 10 yuan each, a slightly damaged old Buddha statue, porcelain figures of historical figures, enameled basins depicting thousands of ships delivering grain, an old Polaris wall clock, and a vintage Haiyan radio. 3 complete Happiness Universal Spring porcelain bowls, a blue and white double happiness jar, a yellow glazed pot carried by a female attendant, and a faux Sankai brush pot. He also had the blue and white lotus flower bird feeder discovered that morning, the copper hook from the birdcage, and 4 small wine cups. Lastly, there were 2 oil paintings, one of a rural landscape and the other of flowers, and an old central hall painting featuring the god of wealth, including a couplet that he intended to keep for himself. I acquired several copper items from Boss Zhang, including basins, kettles, locks, and bells. Additionally, I stumbled upon a wooden box adorned with vintage cigarette labels, along with old receipts, grain, oil, and fabric coupons, postage stamps, photographs, and various antiquated documents in a demolition area. As I was contemplating these treasures, Boss Shun called to reaffirm our meeting location. He arrived in the company of Boss Lu, and we had agreed to convene in front of a supermarket at a nearby intersection. Prepared with my belongings, I locked the door behind me and proceeded on foot to await their arrival. While I was waiting, a young woman, seemingly around 20 years of age, with a ponytail and standing at approximately 1.60 meters, approached me. Dressed modestly, yet possessing an appealing physique and countenance, she inquired about the direction to a Chang restaurant. A Chang restaurant. That was the very establishment where I had dined previously. Indeed. Are you looking for work? I casually asked, noticing her large suitcase. Yes. I came here based on a recommendation from an agency, she replied. During this time, in 2003, train stations, bus terminals, and other crowded locales were often populated with numerous employment agencies. My own job with a moving company had also been secured through such an intermediary. I directed her down the road, explaining the route. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude before departing in the direction I had indicated. If you manage to secure a position there, perhaps we shall cross paths often, I called after her retreating figure. She turned, smiled briefly, and continued on her way. Not long after, around a quarter of an hour, Boss Shun and Boss Lu arrived. They drove a Changha van. After greeting, I climbed into the vehicle, and they transported me to my rented accommodation. During this time, the landlord, Boss Chin, spotted us, and I introduced him as my friends. Once inside, I closed the door behind us. You have quite a collection here, Boss Chang, remarked Boss Lu with a cursory glance around the room. Not much, really. Many items hold little value, and the things I would sell to you are likely of no interest. Let us first examine what you may wish to purchase, I replied, referring to the old clothes, assorted bags, and books stored in the wooden box, along with other relics from the demolition. These items cluttered the modest space, mingling with the antiques I was offering for sale. Indeed, let's make the most of our time, Boss Shen suggested after surveying the room. Subsequently, we refrained from further conversation as I systematically presented the items I had prepared, discussing prices one by one. The 5 varying size medicinal mortars were priced at 900 yuan collectively, one of which bore the engraving of a pharmacy. 2 pairs of copper cymbals and a gong were together priced at 500 yuan. The copper ring, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty as he had previously speculated, was assessed by Boss Lu and Boss Shun, who determined it to be an artifact from the mid-Qing period. Such items are not overly common, prompting Cháng Shùn to propose a relatively high price of 15,000 yuan. In the realm of commerce, particularly in antiques, it is prudent to set a high initial price when the collection is of good quality. At worst, the buyer may negotiate down. Conversely, a low starting price would establish an unadvantageous baseline to the seller's detriment. Both gentlemen expressed a fondness for the item, and it was expected they would counteroffer, typically splitting the difference. The ability to negotiate down to half the original asking price signifies the item's true value. After some steadfast negotiation from Cháng Shùn, they settled at 8,000 yuan. The old incense burner lid, which he had previously deemed a product of the Republic of China, was also reassessed by Boss Shun, who suggested it could date back to the Qing dynasty, a view echoed by Boss Lu. Its value was considerably lower, at 500 yuan. A commemorative barbell inscribed with a shipping management bureau was priced at 300 yuan. Gentlemen, please examine the materials of these 2 sticks, suggested Boss Lu as they each took hold of the items. Boss Lu held a rolling pin made of rosewood, while Boss Shun grasped a gnarled stick of Wangwali wood. After a brief examination, Boss Lu passed the rolling pin to Boss Shun, exclaiming, "Good." They exchanged the items for further inspection. Xiao Chong, you are undoubtedly familiar with the materials of these 2 pieces. Do share your appraisal, Boss Shun inquired, having completed his assessment and now holding the rolling pin. Indeed, I am well aware. The stick in your hand is made of rosewood, a premium quality among rosewoods. The stick held by Boss Lu is Wangwali, also of superior quality. Both items are indeed antiquities, likely from the Republic of China era. As for pricing, I propose the minimum, 20,000 for the rolling pin and 30,000 000 for the large stick. Let us see if you are amenable to these terms. Chapter 23. Youth holds infinite possibilities. There is a saying in the collecting community, an inch of sandalwood is worth an inch of gold. Such a quality rolling pin would not have been found in the households of the ordinary in ancient times. Wong Wally is even more valuable than rosewood. The crux of the matter lies in the authenticity of both items as genuine antiques. Upon hearing his quoted prices, both men weighed the sticks and exchanged knowing glances, quickly reaching a decision. No wonder you called us last night, urging us to prepare more funds. Very well. We accept this price, Boss Shun stated decisively. However, having spoken, he had no intention of retracting his offer. The essence remained. Each party earns their share in business. Subsequently, the trio engaged in discussions regarding the prices of other items. The Polaris antique wall clock, 50 yuan. The enamel basin inscribed with Qian Chuan Wan Fan Sends Grain, 100 yuan. The Haiyan brand vintage radio, 50 yuan. The porcelain statue of a great figure, 500 yuan. A slightly damaged, gilded copper Buddha statue, 6,000 yuan. Previously, he had quoted 13,000. Having lowered the price by 6,000, he was not inclined to sell. He could still distinguish between fine and ordinary collectibles. The blue and white double happiness jar is priced at 100 yuan. 3 eternal spring bowls are also available for 100 yuan. The yellow glazed servant boy teapot is offered at 150 yuan. For small wine cups can be acquired for 100 yuan. A copper hook for a birdcage and a blue and white floral bird feed jar are collectively priced at 800 yuan. There are 2 oil paintings without signatures, their artist unknown, which have not been sold due to their low offers. A collection of copper items, including basins, kettles, locks, and bells, is available for 1,500 yuan. Mr. Liu, I have a question for you. If one were to acquire an ancient misprinted coin with identical faces, would it hold value? As Cháng Shùn prepared to present the Yangchan silver dollars and 2 10 yuan treasury bonds, he casually inquired. However, he intended to gather more information before revealing his possessions. As they would continue to interact in the future, he was unperturbed by the possibility of being deceived. If the price was too low, he would refrain from purchasing. Aside from his printed coins, he had gained some understanding of the market from watching others' live broadcasts not long ago. Are both sides identical? That would be a Hebei coin, which is generally considered valuable, but it ultimately depends on specific factors, such as the year of minting and condition. Mr. Liu pondered for a moment before responding. Xiao Chong, have you come across such ancient coins? As he spoke, Mr. Shin smiled at him. Each time he referred to him as Xiao Chong, Cháng Shùn felt a twinge of discomfort. Before his rebirth, as a man over 40, he had been called Uncle Chong or Old Chong by younger individuals. Nevertheless, he thought it inconsequential. After all, he was nearly a decade younger than his soul's age, so he could accept the address. I have obtained one. Additionally, there are other coins. Let us examine them first. Once we are done, I shall present that coin for your appraisal. Although some of the items he was selling had not cost him anything, one must never speak the truth in business. In this day and age, honest individuals are seldom appreciated. In business, even if you allow others to benefit, they may still criticize you for being foolish. Please take a look at these 2 large coins and the 5 emperors coins. The large coins he referred to are the Xianfeng Yuanbao. When evaluating coins, authenticity is the foremost concern. Each of them held one of the large coins and scrutinized them carefully for over half a minute before inspecting the other coins. Once authenticity was confirmed, they began to negotiate the price. The 2 Xianfeng Yuanbao were offered at 2,000 yuan, while the 5 emperors coins along with other copper coins totaled 300 yuan. Subsequently, Cháng Shùn presented 7 silver dollars, which were confirmed as genuine, and they collectively offered 1,100 yuan. The 2 10 yuan treasury bond from 1981 were priced at 600 yuan. Mr. Chong, it is time to present the Hebei coin for our inspection, is it not? Mr. Liu remarked with a smile upon seeing that Cháng Shùn had no further items to reveal. Without hesitation, Cháng Shùn produced the coin. Xuanji Tongbao. They both examined it for a while. How much do you wish to sell this for? Mr. Shin inquired, having confirmed its authenticity. To be candid, I find myself somewhat unfamiliar with the market for various coins, particularly the Hebei currency. Please, do share your price first. Should it be reasonable, I shall sell. If not, I will hold on to it for now. I trust that our future dealings will be amicable and that you are not merely engaged in a one-time transaction. He wished for the other 2 to state their price initially. The Xuanji Tongbao Hebei coin, in average condition, is valued at approximately 2 to 3,000 yuan. The worth of your coin primarily hinges upon its condition. If we were to purchase, we could offer up to 5,000, but anything beyond that is likely to remain unclaimed. If you doubt this, you may consult others first. After a moment's contemplation, Boss Liu remarked that the condition of a coin directly influences its value. This is akin to a porcelain bowl. The worth of a chipped one is quite different from that of an unblemished piece. For your coin, we can only extend an offer up to the price suggested by old Liu. Boss Shun added, 5,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum. With this in mind, Cháng Shùn acquiesced. The three then began to tally the total price for his collection. They had previously agreed upon the prices of each item, meticulously noting them down one by one. After 2 calculations, the total amounted to 79,650 yuan, although they had given prior notice the night before. The cash they brought was insufficient. Each had only brought 20,000 yuan. In these times, it is rare for anyone to carry a substantial amount of cash. After placing his items in the van, the trio made another trip to the bank. Earlier, there had been no competition for his goods, which was quite normal. Any bidding war would only disadvantage them. Upon seeing the sum of over 75,000 yuan in his bank book, Cháng Shùn felt as if he were in a dream. Even in his previous life, during an era of significant currency devaluation, he had never amassed such a sum. Reflecting on that time, he realized how arduous his circumstances had been. He had just retained a few thousand yuan in cash. This newfound wealth stirred a wave of excitement within him. Yet, while exhilarated, he remained confident that his financial situation would only improve. In this era, rife with opportunities, he is still young, with endless possibilities ahead. In an instant, his spirit was reinvigorated. Xiao Chang, it's nearly noon, and we haven't dined together yet. You're more familiar with this area. Lead us to a restaurant so we can all enjoy a meal together, proposed Boss Shun as they exited the bank. Certainly, but will leaving our belongings in the van be safe? Cháng Shùn cautioned. Checking the time, it was 11:35, indeed, nearing lunchtime. No worries. In broad daylight. If anyone dares to target us, with a single call, we can make them pay dearly for their insolence. Boss Shun's expression darkened momentarily, revealing a fierce determination. Chapter 24 emphasizes that earning money is paramount. In this city, particularly in the surrounding areas, no one has the audacity to rob so brazenly. Furthermore, we have some connections. Rest assured, for Cháng Shùn, a few tens of thousands of yuan is indeed a considerable amount at this stage. However, for Mr. Liu, the antique shop owner, and Mr. Shun, who is engaged in the building materials business, this may not be particularly significant. When they venture out to purchase something of considerable value, it is likely that the expenditure surpasses this modest sum. The strength of an individual varies. Thus, their vision and perspective differ. Great wealth breeds boldness. With power comes an upright posture. One must also strive to enhance their own capabilities. Furthermore, from the expressions and words of the two gentlemen, it is evident that they possess a certain level of social connections. After all, in the intricate web of relationships that characterize the lives of the Chinese, one can always find connections, even in the absence of direct ties. With no dining establishments near the bank, they boarded a van, where Cháng Shùn pointed out the route, guiding them towards Chung restaurant. Beauty, it is a pleasure to see you again. Upon their arrival, the trio ordered their dishes and settled at an empty table. Pouring themselves some tea, a waitress approached to set the utensils. Cháng Shùn recognized her as the girl who had asked him for directions earlier that morning and greeted her. Have you started working already? He casually inquired. He recalled his own experience in such a role, working a restaurant, though he had begun his shift the following day. The restaurant was quite busy, so they asked me to come in today, the girl explained before departing. They were not the only patrons at the restaurant that afternoon. Mr. Chang, that girl seems quite attractive, and her voice is pleasant. Do you have any intentions towards her? Mr. Liu chuckled, watching her as she walked away. Old Liu, isn't that a rather presumptuous question? We don't even know if young Chang has a girlfriend or if that girl has a boyfriend. What if he is already in a relationship, or she is? Mr. Shun reminded him to consider the broader picture. True. So, have you found a girlfriend yet? Mr. Liu turned to Cháng Shùn, inquiring once more. No, I'm not looking to date right now. Although he had parted ways with 2 women in his previous life, he considered himself still a single man. Regarding matters of the heart, having surpassed the age of reason, he had gained considerable insight as a man over 40. For him, the priority was to earn money. Not wanting to pursue a relationship is indeed wise. A man should prioritize his career. You are still young. Once you have wealth and status, what kind of woman would you not be able to find? At that time, you can choose a worthy one to be your wife. Mr. Shun spoke with a seriousness that reflected his wealth of life experience. Mr. Liu turned to Mr. Shun, saying, marriage is inconsequential. At any point, as long as you possess wealth, substantial wealth, What need is there to worry about women? What need is there to fear lacking beautiful women to bear your children? After uttering these words, Mr. Shun gazed at the two of them, expressing a sense of contemplation. Indeed, wealth does afford one greater opportunities, especially in the time before his rebirth, when human sentiment had grown increasingly indifferent. In 2003, most people were still quite innocent. Cháng Shùn was eager to hear more of his thoughts. Our era was different. It was a fiery age, not as open as today. In those days, the people were innocent, kind-hearted, and filled with a yearning for beautiful love. In the village, there was a young lady named Xiaofang, who was both attractive and benevolent, with a pair of enchanting large eyes and long, thick braids. As the conversation flowed, he suddenly shifted the topic and began to hum a tune. Old Lu, when you meet your sister-in-law later, tell her you wish to marry Xiaofang. Old Shun, weren't you just saying that marriage is of no consequence? With wealth, one need not fear the absence of beautiful women willing to bear children. I too will share this news with your sister-in-law when I see her. As we chatted, the dishes were ready and brought to the table. Beauty, Xiaochang asked me to inquire if you have a boyfriend. Old Lu asked deliberately as the girl set the dishes down. That was rather mischievous. Why had he asked him to pose such a question? Nevertheless, the words had been spoken, and Cháng Shùn chose not to argue. It was trivial. He was no longer the young man he once was. No, the girl replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was quite sincere. No. Well, that is fortuitous. Xiaochang doesn't have a girlfriend either. Let me tell you, he is a boss and destined for great success. Old Lu, ever the provocateur, added fuel to the fire with a few more words. I'm not a boss. Don't listen to him, he interjected, feeling the need to clarify before Old Lu could utter something even more outrageous. Upon hearing this, the girl said nothing further and turned to leave. Old Lu, if you have questions, ask them directly. Don't hide behind Xiaochang's pretense. Old Shun remarked candidly after the girl had walked away. Are you joking? If I were younger, I'd genuinely consider pursuing her. Even if I couldn't make her my wife, I would seek to be her lover. Old Lu chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. I must drive. I'll have some juice for lunch. Old Lu, you keep Xiaochang company with some drinks. Old Shun pushed a bottle of white liquor toward Old Lu. He opened the bottle and poured a small cup for Cháng Shùn, then filled one for himself. Old Shun, from my observations, with your standing, you shouldn't be driving a minivan. How did you arrive in this vehicle? Cháng Shùn casually inquired after the mention of cars. Actually, I have a Buick sedan at home. This van is used for shopping or temporary deliveries, he explained, which made sense to Cháng Shùn. The three continued to eat, drink, and converse. Due to Old Lu's earlier jest, it seemed he may have startled the girl. As she brought out more dishes, she quickly retreated afterward, leaving Old Lu wishing he had the chance to ask her age and name. By around 1 o'clock, the three had finished their lunch. Xiaochang, at your age, you should definitely consider learning to drive. Once you master it, buying a car will make everything more convenient, Old Shin suggested as they reached the parking area. Indeed, in the future, a car is indispensable. To attain wealth, one must first have access. Having a vehicle will benefit your development in various aspects, Old Lu concurred. Chapter 25. His equipment was new, and the ammunition plentiful. The circumstances described by the two individuals are certainly known to Cháng Shùn himself. I share the same sentiment. In fact, I have learned to drive and am capable of operating a vehicle. I intend to inquire shortly about the costs and duration required to obtain a driving license. Do you possess the ability to drive? If so, acquiring a license can be expedited, particularly if one has acquaintances or connections. It can be accomplished in as little as 2 or 3 days. Lao Lu, isn't your brother-in-law employed at the vehicle management office in the MH district? If Xiaochang wishes to obtain his license, you could assist by making a casual introduction, thereby hastening the process. What Boss Shin mentioned evoked memories of his own experiences regarding the driving test. Having once driven a taxi, he recalled hearing seasoned drivers discuss the initial challenges of obtaining a license. In those days, acquiring a driving license was not a matter of simple desire. It required a recommendation from one's workplace or local collective. Without such a letter of introduction, the relevant officials would ignore you entirely. Individuals could not independently apply for the examination or the license. Moreover, aside from the ability to drive, it was advantageous to possess mechanical skills. Eventually, regulations relaxed, allowing individuals to take the exam for either a passenger or a freight vehicle license. During those earlier times, obtaining a driving license was relatively straightforward, devoid of electronic surveillance, and a degree of influence sufficed. However, around 2004, various regions began to implement stricter driving test regulations, introducing multiple subjects for examination and gradually incorporating electronic monitoring. Now, in 2003, Boss Shun mentioned that obtaining a license could be accomplished in as little as 2 or 3 days, a claim he found credible. With connections, one could arrange for an examination sooner and perhaps receive leniency. Conversely, lacking connections and being unfamiliar with social nuances could lead to complications, as it is commonplace in this era to encounter obstacles and deliberate difficulties. Xiao Chong, should you wish to pursue this, I can assist in making the necessary contacts. Once you have secured your license, you may purchase a vehicle which could be delivered directly to our vicinity, thus sparing me and Lao Shun the lengthy journey. Upon hearing that he could drive, Boss Lu enthusiastically expressed his willingness to assist. I wonder if you all have time now. If so, we should go without delay. Seizing the moment is preferable to waiting for a more opportune time. The opportunity presents itself now, and he certainly would not let it slip away. I have no pressing engagements this afternoon. What about you? Lao Shun inquired of Lao Lu. I'm also unoccupied. Let's take him there now, Lao Lu replied. Thus, the three of them boarded Boss Shun's van and set off towards the vehicle management office in the MX district. En route, Boss Lu called his brother-in-law. It was the weekend, and he was not present, but other staff members were available. His brother-in-law, reportedly in his 40s, is named Su and holds the position of deputy director, placing him within the leadership tier. He assured that he would make a call to facilitate their direct visit. As they traveled, he observed the vast differences in the architectural landscape and road conditions compared to 20 years hence. As someone who has recently been reborn and previously worked as a taxi driver in this city, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Many areas remain suburban, characterized by barren land, and the skyline is not dominated by towering edifices. In contrast, before his rebirth, the city was bustling with vitality. In this contemporary era, the mental state of individuals appears to be increasingly optimistic, and the burden of stress seems to be relatively light. Few people aspire to purchase property in urban areas. Various factors contribute to this sentiment, including the absence of land taxes and the government as subsidies to the agrarian populace, which cultivate a sense of envy among city dwellers toward the rural lifestyle. As they paused at a traffic light near the entrance of a bathing establishment, Mr. Shen halted the vehicle. Old Lu, I've heard that the women inside are quite skilled at repairing firearms and artillery. Would you care to give it a try? He jested. No need for that. I cannot afford to use my weapon indiscriminately, and I must conserve my ammunition for survival, Old Lu replied. Excessive handling can significantly diminish the lifespan of firearms. They're no longer as pristine as when they were newly manufactured. Xiao Chong might be up for it. His gear is recent, and he has plenty of bullets, Mr. Shin remarked, glancing toward the bathing establishment. Yet, Xiao Chong may not fully comprehend our conversation. However, you are correct. Preserving ammunition for self-defense is paramount, Old Lu concurred. As they exchanged banter, the vehicles ahead began to move, and they continued their journey. Although the two men spoke in innuendos, it was unlikely that Xiao Chong was oblivious to their implications. He merely pretended not to understand. Aware that procuring cigarettes was inevitable when conducting business, he requested Mr. Shun to stop the car briefly in front of a shop, where he exited to purchase a pack. He produced 4 packets, distributing 1 to Old Lu and 2 to Mr. Shun, both of whom were smokers. After a considerable duration, the trio finally arrived at the vehicle administration office. Having made prior arrangements and confirmed their situation through a phone call, they were attended to by a staff member named Huang, approximately 30 years of age. Under Huang's familiar guidance, he commenced the necessary procedures for applying for a driving license. It was indicated that he could schedule his written examination for the following morning, and upon passing, he would be eligible for the practical driving test. As they navigated through the paperwork with Mr. Huang, he expressed his intention to treat them to a meal once the license was procured. Subsequently, he allowed Mr. Shun and Mr. Lu to leave, deeming it unnecessary to prolong their stay. Once the requisite matters were in order, Cháng Shùn discreetly offered 2 packs of cigarettes to Mr. Huang. He possessed an intimate understanding of these formalities, having engaged in similar learning while driving a taxi intermittently. He held unwavering confidence in his driving abilities. Departing from Mr. Huang's office, Cháng Shùn proceeded to the designated area for the driving test. Upon arrival, he observed the surroundings and noted the complete absence of electronic surveillance. The assessment of candidates was merely based on rudimentary props as reference points, relying heavily on personal rapport. From his perspective, the examination appeared rather simple. Despite it being a weekend, some individuals were still undergoing tests. Since he was already present, he chose not to rush away, but stood at a distance to observe. Suddenly, he witnessed a small car knocking over a cone-shaped plastic barrier while attempting to maneuver through a serpentine course. Seizing the opportunity while the proctor was distracted in conversation, the female candidate quickly halted the vehicle and flung open the door. Upon reaching this point, he began to suspect that the proctor might have intentionally relaxed the standards. He then observed the other examinees for a while, noting that some of them exhibited varying degrees of issues. Had this been the era prior to his rebirth, they would undoubtedly have failed. After approximately half an hour of observation, he decided to depart. Chapter 26. I wish to purchase a spacious van. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 3:30. He hailed a taxi and proceeded to the second-hand market in the MX district. Having grown accustomed to a life with a vehicle, he intended to familiarize himself with the current state of a used car market. If he encountered a suitable option, he was determined to make a purchase. While a girlfriend could wait, a car was essential. Upon arrival, he discovered that the scale of the second-hand vehicle market was considerably smaller than it would be 2 decades hence. The entire parking area housed only about 20 to 30 cars, whereas in the future, the market would often showcase 100 to 200 vehicles, if not more. This discrepancy might be tied to the prevailing living conditions. After all, the current vehicle ownership rate was quite low, and, among urban residents, car owners constituted a relatively small proportion. Handsome, are you looking to buy a car? As he examined a Chang'an Star van, a woman around 30, tall and bespectacled, approached him with the inquiry. Yes. However, I need to see if there are any suitable options, he replied, stepping away from the vehicle to continue his search. The afternoon business was rather slow. Apart from him, he noticed no other potential buyers. The cars were a mixed assortment: light trucks, vans, pickups, and compact cars, lined up in 2 rows. What kind of car are you interested in? Besides the ones displayed outside, there are a few more in the warehouse. The bespectacled woman inquired again. I'm looking for a spacious van, he replied, having long since made up his mind. In such a setting, it was inevitable that he would need to transport various old goods and scrap metal. Ample space was essential for accommodating more items. A larger vehicle would be more practical for both transporting people and cargo. Furthermore, he was reluctant to buy a new car. Any scratches or damages would be quite painful to endure. Of course, even for a used car, he would consider quality along with price. He would not purchase one that was in poor condition. A spacious van, you say? Just a few days ago, we received a 9-seater Jean Bay in a warehouse. If you're interested, we can take a look together. He quickly finished inspecting the few dozen cars outside, of which only 5 were vans, and none caught his eye. Upon hearing the woman's words, he followed her to the warehouse. Upon inspecting the 9-seater Jean Bay van she mentioned, he found the space indeed ample, with the rear passenger seats able to rotate freely toward the center. The vehicle was in excellent condition, nearly new at 90%. Can we take it for a test drive? He inquired. Of course, she replied, and they both took a seat inside, although yet to obtain a driver's license. He felt confident operating the vehicle on the vacant lot designated for selling used cars. The woman did not inquire about his license status, nor did he volunteer the information. Once the engine was ignited, Cháng Shùn listened attentively to its sound, finding it quite satisfactory. He then proceeded to maneuver the vehicle, assessing its condition from various angles. As someone who interacts with cars daily, he possessed a keen understanding of their performance. Frankly, the vehicle was impressive. During their test drive and conversation, they exchanged basic information, and Cháng Shùn learned that the woman's surname was Tang. How do you find a car? He inquired. The family selling it has prospered in business and opted for a more luxurious vehicle, hence their decision to part with this one, Ms. Tang replied, praising the van while also revealing its background. It's fairly average, she continued. State your price. If it's reasonable, I may consider purchasing it. Otherwise, I shall explore other options. Despite recognizing the vehicle's merits, it was prudent not to exhibit excessive eagerness, as that could lead to inflated pricing. A more indifferent demeanor would facilitate negotiation. Even a reduction of a mere 100 yuan could translate into several days' worth of living expenses. This vehicle, manufactured in 2001, had only been used for a little over 2 years, indicating that the previous owner had not driven it extensively and had maintained it well. With over 90% of its condition intact, a new model would typically cost around 75,000 yuan, and even purchasing this one would not be inexpensive. If you desire it, we will handle all the paperwork. You need only provide 55,000 yuan, Ms. Tang stated. Cháng Shùn was well aware of the depreciation rate for new cars transitioning to used status, knowing that vehicles under 3 years old typically lost about 15% of their value annually. Given that this car was from 2001 and had been in use for just over 2 years, its price should reflect approximately 70% of a new car's cost. Thus, 70 of 75,000 yuan equated to 52,500 yuan. Ms. Tang's team would likely not acquire the vehicle at 70 of its original price. Considering the additional 2 years since its manufacture, it was reasonable to estimate that they would purchase it for no more than 60 of its new price, with a possibility of half its value, provided the car was in good condition. This estimation pertains solely to vehicles in normal condition. Those affected by water damage or accidents, or less popular models, could depreciate by over 50. The price you propose seems rather steep, he remarked. I have friends in Yong City who deal in used cars, so I'm familiar with the market. He continued, for 55,000 yuan, I could just add a bit more and buy a new one, which would give me greater peace of mind regarding its condition. If you are genuinely willing to sell, I propose a more reasonable price of 45,000 yuan, with the understanding that you will manage all the paperwork. Should your price exceed this, I will look elsewhere. He certainly would not play the fool by agreeing to have everything arranged for the 55,000 yuan price point. His counteroffer of 45,000 yuan was a carefully considered strategy, based on the assumption of receiving a vehicle at around 60 of its new price. If he were to suddenly propose a higher amount, he would undoubtedly incur a loss. Conversely, if he offered too low, Ms. Tang, being a businesswoman, would not be inclined to sell a well-maintained vehicle without a profit of several thousand yuan. 45,000 is not acceptable. You need to add 2,000 more, Ms. Tang remarked. If it cannot be sold at that price, I shall explore other options. With that, she turned to leave. The request for an additional 2,000 likely indicated a half-price offer for the vehicle. If it were indeed half-price, purchasing at 45,000 would still yield a profit of 7,500 for the seller, which is quite substantial. Let me make a call to consult our boss, she added as he prepared to depart. Upon seeing his determination to leave, Ms. Tang retrieved her phone and began dialing. After approximately 2 minutes, she conveyed, Our boss has stated you should add an extra 1,000, bringing the total to 46,000. This is the lowest price. Realizing that further negotiations seemed futile, he acquiesced. Suddenly, he recalled his family. Mr. Chang, today is Sunday, and it is getting rather late. The vehicle administration office may have closed by now. It would be prudent to handle the paperwork tomorrow, Ms. Tang advised, glancing at the time, which had surpassed 4:30. All right, tomorrow it is then. Let's exchange contact information. He consented once more. They proceeded to share their details. He could discern that the operation was legitimate. As it was around closing time, the streets were congested, and safety was a concern. Thus, he hailed a taxi. Upon returning, Cháng Shùn sought out a local print shop to order business cards, paying the requisite fee for their production. He requested a minimum of 200 cards, detailing various antiques and collectibles, such as copper coins, porcelain, vintage wines, jade, old bronze artifacts, stamps, calligraphy, clothing, books, and bags, along with his contact information. The shop informed him that the cards would be ready for pickup the following evening. After leaving the print shop, he settled a debt of 100 yuan owed to Boss Zhu. By the time he completed these errands, dusk was approaching, and he decided to dine at a Chung restaurant. During his meal, he spotted the girl from earlier who had asked him for directions. However, wary of any potential misunderstandings regarding his intentions, he refrained from initiating a conversation with her. After dinner, considering that he needed to visit the vehicle administration office for his driving test and to purchase a car the next day, he opted not to visit the construction site or any other location and instead headed directly home. Cháng Shùn, have you eaten? If not, join us for a bite, called out Li Xinbo, a contractor he frequently encountered during the past few days. They had grown accustomed to exchanging pleasantries and engaging in conversation. Li Xinbo hailed from HZ City in Zhejiang Province, and his wife, Yang Wan, was from a nearby area. They had met through an arranged introduction, and their daughter, Li Muqian, was 5 years old this year. Please, do not stand on ceremony. If you haven't eaten, come join us for a drink. We're just about to eat. Yang Wan added, casting a glance in his direction. I have indeed eaten. If I hadn't, I would certainly not hesitate to join, he replied. Very well. We shall drink together another day, Li Xinbo said, pouring wine into Cháng Shùn's glass. Come, Qian, let daddy get you a piece of meat. After pouring the wine, he did not hastily indulge himself, but instead took a moment to serve dishes to Li Muqian. Thank you, Dad. The child sweetly addressed her father. Subsequently, he took a bite of food, followed by a sip of wine. Observing the warm scene of the family dining together, Cháng Shùn was suddenly reminded of his own family. Shun, be careful while driving the taxi. Remember to take care of yourself. Pay attention to your health. Shun, when you're out there, be prudent. Steer clear of illegal activities, and don't let others deceive you. Brother, our parents have been worried about your marriage. Over the years, although they have saved a little money each year, it It has hardly kept pace with the soaring housing prices. Brother, my marriage has been unfortunate, and our parents are deeply saddened. You are not young anymore. It is time for you to marry. These were the frequent words spoken by his parents and sister during phone calls before his rebirth. His father, Cháng Shùn, and mother, Cháng Shùn, were genuine, simple farmers. Like most people of their generation, they held naive beliefs. They toiled in the fields, tending to fruit trees. Even when they occasionally took on odd jobs, they were always close to home. Until his rebirth, they had never managed to save much money. In the face of housing prices in the city, which often soared into the millions, they couldn't even afford a down payment of several $100,000. Naturally, he bore no resentment toward his parents. After all, despite working for many years, he too had failed to save money, perhaps even less than they had. His sister, Cháng Shùn, was 3 years younger than him, and her marriage was far from happy. In his previous life, she divorced at 35 and lived with their parents, raising her daughter, Zhang Mingming. Thinking of his sister reminded him of his brother-in-law, Zhang Yufa, whom he had barely met. This man was lazy and had grand ideas but took little action, harboring unrealistic thoughts. He was from Anhui province and had met Cháng Shùn after she went to Guangdong province for work in 2004. Later, Zhang Yufa fell into a pyramid scheme and lost a considerable amount of money. Although Cháng Shùn had not interacted much with him, he disapproved of Zhang's unrealistic aspirations. At that time, his sister was infatuated with him, largely due to her youth and innocence, easily swayed by his sweet talk. Their parents had always opposed her marrying someone from afar. However, when they learned of the situation, it was too late. Cháng Shùn was already pregnant. In that era, many held traditional views, including their parents. Given the circumstances and Cháng Shùn's naivety, she disregarded her family's objections and eventually married him. The beautiful dreams of those years ultimately succumbed to harsh reality. A year or two later, she discovered his numerous fatal flaws. He spoke much but acted little. And when he did act, it was seldom substantial. Unable to rely on him for support, Cháng Shùn had to fend for herself. After enduring this life for over a decade, she could no longer continue. In his previous life, both he and Cháng Shùn lived in misery, which weighed heavily on their parents' hearts. Cháng Shùn recalled that the phone line at their hometown was installed in 2004, after his sister had gone to Guangdong. Now, it was certainly impossible to connect. In his youth, he always longed to grow up and strive in distant cities, yearning for freedom. However, the older he grew, the lonelier he felt, the further he drifted from home. Since the moment I departed from my hometown, it has only known winter and spring, summer, and autumn have become mere memories. I find myself longing for those seasons. Despite my parents' disapproval, he would still persuade them to acquiesce. He perused the antique books he had previously acquired for a while, and around 9 o'clock, he proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. In Chapter 28, your driving skills are so proficient that you could easily serve as an instructor. The following day, after breakfast, Cháng Shùn first took a bus and then hailed a taxi, heading directly to the vehicle management office. Given the suburban location, it was likely that seats would be available. Every little bit saved counts, due to the considerable distance. He arrived just around 8 o'clock, coinciding with the start of business hours. During this time, Ms. Tang, who dealt in used cars, contacted him to reconfirm their arrangement of bringing the vehicle to the management office for their meeting. After all, he had already paid a deposit, assuring the other party that he would not back out. Rather than seeking out the clerk surnamed Huang first, Cháng Shùn opted to approach Director Su, the brother-in-law of Boss Liu. He recounted the circumstances of his brother-in-law's introduction to the process of obtaining a driving license. With this connection established, even a first meeting felt more familiar than with a complete stranger. After a brief conversation, they scheduled a dinner for the following Saturday evening before Cháng Shùn took his leave. Not in a rush to present gifts, he planned to express his gratitude by purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes during dinner. Cháng Shùn hoped to cultivate this relationship, knowing it would be advantageous should he encounter any future challenges. He had gleaned some understanding of the intricacies of social interactions and the nuances of human relationships. Upon meeting the clerk Wang again, he learned that his theoretical examination was scheduled for 9:30 a.m. When he paid the examination fees the day before, he had set the time for today. The theoretical test would take place in the morning, followed by the practical examination in the afternoon. At this point, the examination structure did not include the 3rd and 4th subjects, and the driving license categories were limited to passenger and freight vehicles. Naturally, he was pursuing a passenger vehicle license. To speak candidly, one could purchase a driving license outright. However, he was determined to pass the examination through his own merit. By around 8:50, Ms. Tang and her associates arrived with the vehicle. After exchanging greetings, they proceeded with the formalities of the vehicle transaction. While the staff conducted the vehicle inspection, he made his way to the examination hall. The examination was still conducted on a computer, but without surveillance. Even if one struggled with the questions, the proctor could potentially point out any errors. Yet, Cháng Shùn did not require such assistance. The questions were considerably simpler than those in later years, and he completed the entire set in under 20 minutes. He was astonished to encounter individuals who could not read attempting to obtain a driving license. Their method of answering involved the proctor reading the questions aloud, allowing them to select the correct answers or make judgments on true or false. This was an experience he had never encountered before, perhaps only possible in this era. Without a shadow of a doubt, he achieved a perfect score on the theoretical exam. After he completed his test, the vehicle inspection was finalized, and Cháng Shùn meticulously reviewed the inspection results once more. Upon discovering no issues, they promptly commenced the transfer procedures. The proprietor of the second-hand vehicle, well connected at the Vehicle Administration Office, navigated the process with remarkable efficiency. By 11 o'clock, everything was completed. During this time, Cháng Shùn accompanied them to the nearest bank to settle the purchase price. With the transfer formalities completed, the van now belonged to him. Mr. Cháng, should any of your friends wish to purchase a vehicle in the future, do remember to reach out to me. I shall do my utmost to assist them in finding a suitable car. Ms. Tang smiled as she bade him farewell. Certainly, if any friends express interest in acquiring a second-hand vehicle, I will undoubtedly recommend them to you. His statement was no jest. From his perspective, they exhibited considerable integrity. Then it is settled. A pleasant collaboration, a delightful partnership. After Ms. Tang and her associates departed, Cháng Shùn settled into the van. In his previous life, despite his relentless efforts day after day, he had never acquired a vehicle of his own. Reflecting on that time, he felt a profound sense of regret. He had been working tirelessly for others, sustaining many, yet failing to adequately provide for himself. Working for others is simply not an option. This was a well-known adage from that era, and a sentiment he had deeply internalized before and after his rebirth. By 11:30, he sought a nearby restaurant for lunch. The afternoon examination was scheduled for 2:30. Just as the day before, prior to his examination, he observed that a few candidates were struggling with their skills, encountering various issues. However, due to the nuances of social dynamics, very few candidates were likely to fail the exam. Those who were not expected to pass, aside from their technical deficiencies, lacked an understanding of social etiquette. Xiao Chong, your driving skills are exceptional. You could easily become an instructor. Even seasoned drivers would likely find it challenging to surpass your abilities, remarked Officer Huang with a hint of surprise upon his successful completion of the exam. Perhaps Vice Director Su had specifically instructed him to monitor Cháng Shùn's examination performance and, if necessary, ease the standards. Driving, at its core, is not dissimilar to learning to ride a bicycle. This was a sentiment he had heard expressed by many before his examination here. It's not as exceptional as you claim. He humbly responded with a smile. Oh, it truly is. I possess a discerning eye in this regard. A classmate of mine is planning to establish a driving school and seeks instructors. Would you be interested? Additionally, a friend is looking for someone to join him in driving a taxi. The taxi business is thriving at present. Perhaps unaware of Cháng Shùn's true profession, he was genuinely trying to assist him in finding work. Thank you for your kind offer. However, I am already engaged in other pursuits, he replied with a smile. Whether as an instructor or a taxi driver, it ultimately amounted to working for someone else, especially in the case of driving a taxi. Even if the current circumstances were favorable, devoid of competition from ride-sharing services or bike sharing, he had no desire to return to that line of work. Have you found employment? May I inquire about it? Officer Huang asked with curiosity. I am currently learning the art of collecting alongside a proprietor from the collector's circle. He casually fabricated a reason. Learning about collecting, are you? I seldom hear of such matters. Yet it seems that in this era, engaging in collecting can indeed lead to fortune. In light of this, let us consider my previous remarks as unspoken. After exchanging a few more words, the two proceeded to print their documents. With efficient arrangements in place, by 3:30, he had acquired his driver's license. Armed with his credential, he could legally take to the roads. He also filled the tank with fuel. Judging by the performance during the drive, the vehicle was well maintained, presenting no issues whatsoever. When it comes to purchasing a car, whether new or used, he believed it ultimately hinges on luck. Bad fortune may render even a new vehicle susceptible to defects. Cháng Shùn did not park the car in the yard of his landlord, Mr. Qin, as the space was somewhat limited. Instead, he opted to leave it at the residence of the landlady, Ms. Wang, whose yard was considerably larger. The distance between the two was not great, merely about a mile, so even driving over would not consume much time. Chapter 29. ISNT The Vase and Antique. It appears rather old to me. Having secured the vehicle, Cháng Shùn proceeded on foot towards Mr. Chen's house. It was only 4:34, and he intended to ride the tricycle back out, subsequently selecting some old books from the two recycling stations. Meanwhile, Mr. Chun, who previously sold him a telescope and a porcelain statue of a great figure, was engaged in conversation there. Their vehicle was laden with various discarded items. Since it was on his way, Cháng Shùn approached the duo directly. "Mr. Chang, I've acquired some new items. Would you care to take a look?" Before he could greet them, Mr. Chun initiated the conversation. "I have some as well, including a few bottles of white liquor," the shorter man chimed in. "Let me see." Cháng Shùn made his way towards them, initially intending to ascertain whether they had procured anything he might desire. Arriving at Mr. Chun's tricycle, the latter swiftly lifted the cardboard covering. Apart from the scrap metal, plastic, and cardboard that he found undesirable, there emerged a copper heater, a blue and white porcelain vase, approximately 40 centimeters tall, a porcelain statue of Shou Xing, and several clay figurines of terracotta warriors. The terracotta warriors were produced with modern machinery, possessing no real value. Cháng Shùn primarily examined the heater, the vase, and the Shou Xing figurine. He recognized the copper heater from antique markets and shops, likely dating back to the 1950s or 60s. Such a heater comprises two parts. The inner vessel is a flat, rounded container for water, encased in a decorative exterior resembling a flower basket. Filling the inner vessel with hot water provides warmth when held during the cold winter months. The blue and white vase, a Mei Ping, was intended more for display than for floral arrangements, adorned with intricate patterns of entwined lotus flowers. Its age appeared recent, estimated at no more than a decade or two. The Shou Xing figurine, crafted from colored porcelain, was exquisitely detailed, standing about 20 centimeters tall. One hand cradled a large peach of longevity, while the other supported a cane, radiating kindness and joy. Its age also appeared relatively recent, likely a product of the 1980s. All three items were of ordinary quality, available for purchase at a modest price. "Boss Chen, I have no interest in the terracotta warrior figurines on your vehicle, and the other items cannot truly be classified as antiques. However, I am willing to purchase them as decorative pieces. Please, enlighten me on their prices." He gestured towards the brass heater, the vase, and the porcelain figurine of the longevity deity. "Isn't the vase an antique? It appears rather old, potentially over a century in age," I remarked. As an outsider, Old Chun had limited exposure to porcelain. Cháng Shùn had seen numerous pieces, whether on his mobile device, at antique stalls, or in the shops of antique dealers. His familiarity with the variety of items had grown significantly. Although not an expert, he could discern the age of certain pieces. Indeed, experience broadens one's perspective. Upon closer inspection of the plum vase belonging to Old Chun, it became evident that it was modern. The floral design was merely printed, lacking the artistry of hand-painted creations. "Boss Chun, take a closer look at this vase. The patterns are not hand-painted," Cháng Shùn elucidated. Furthermore, such plum vases are typically found in pairs, and a solitary piece holds considerably less value. After pondering this, Boss Chun examined the vase again and appeared to find merit in Cháng Shùn's reasoning. Many porcelain manufacturers, in a bid for efficiency, mass-produce plates, bowls, teacups, and wine glasses using similar machinery. A visit to the supermarket reveals stacks of identical bowls and plates, all indistinguishable from one another. In contrast, authentic ancient porcelain is meticulously handcrafted. Each piece, whether in form or design, is unique, with no two items being exactly alike. Cháng Shùn had heard collectors mention that printed items lack the soul and spirit that hand-painted pieces possess, often appearing rather rigid. "I'm uncertain of the market value for these items. Perhaps you could propose a price?" Boss Chen contemplated for a moment before responding. "All right, allow me to share my thoughts. I weighed the brass heater earlier, and it is approximately 4 to 5 pounds. Being made of yellow brass, it is valued at $6.50 per pound. Assuming a weight of 5 pounds, that would amount to $32.50. I can offer $60, as that is the price I would pay at a recycling station for such an item. The vase is a more recent vintage and singular in nature, so I would value it at $20. The longevity deity figurine is also worth $20. Altogether, I would offer $100 for all three. If that's not acceptable, feel free to inquire with others." After some deliberation, he stated his offer. Old Chen considered this and ultimately agreed. At this moment, there appear to be no other antique collectors scouring the area for purchases. The absence of competition among peers was indeed advantageous. "What should I call you?" After carefully packing the three items and settling the payment, he approached the small three-wheeled cart. "You can call me Old Chai. I've heard Old Chen mention you, and know your surname is Chang." Please take a look at the items I have here. He then revealed the contents of his cart, which included a winter melon jar, a guitar, an old radio horn, a mantel clock, and several bottles of liquor. Upon encountering the winter melon jar, his eyes sparkled with delight. The jar stands approximately 35 centimeters tall, its porcelain surface adorned with a faint, ethereal hue reminiscent of apple green. The intricate designs painted upon it showcase a vibrant array of motifs, including pine cranes, auspicious clouds, peonies, longevity peaches, and bats. Each depiction appears remarkably exquisite and lifelike, evoking an appreciation even from the untrained eye. This piece is authentically hand-painted, rather than printed, yet it regrettably lacks a lid. The guitar, in nearly new condition, was picked up by Cháng Shùn, who, despite lacking proficiency, strummed a few notes. The old loudspeaker, a relic from a bygone era, is crafted from lead aluminum alloy, with a bell diameter of about half a meter and a height of approximately 40 centimeters, bearing the painted inscription of a certain village in red lacquer. The clock, a commonplace Sanwa brand, is encased in a simple wooden shell and is unfortunately broken. There are 5 bottles of liquor, 3 of white spirits, and 2 of medicinal wine. Among the white spirits, 2 are renowned immortal wines from the Shanghai region, celebrated as the local equivalent of Maotai, vintage 1991. The other is a Double Go Daku, vintage 1986, encased in an exquisite Celadon bottle. The 2 bottles of medicinal wine are large 3-kilogram jars of ginseng wine from 1995, showcasing ginseng steeped within. The liquor boasts a golden hue, with a modest alcohol content of only 38 degrees. He has sampled similar ginseng wine before. Its flavor is subtle yet sweet, far less potent than pure white spirits. With only about 8 years since 1995, these 2 bottles are certainly still drinkable. In Chapter 30, the 3 items from the construction site, colloquially referred to as the big plastic set, prompted the 2 to commence negotiations on the price. The jar, believed to date back to the Qing dynasty and lacking a lid, is valued at 150 yuan. The second-hand guitar is priced at 30 yuan. The old loudspeaker from certain village at 50 yuan, and the broken Sanwa clock at 20 yuan. The 2 bottles of 1991 immortal wine are offered at 60 yuan, while the exquisite 1986 Double Go Daku is set at 50 yuan. The 2 large bottles of 1995 ginseng wine are priced at 50 yuan, bringing the total to 410 yuan. As they could not carry all the items, they agreed on a price, and Cháng Shùn asked Boss Chai to deliver the purchases to the door of their landlady, Ms. Wang. Boss Chang, I have 3 truly valuable antiques at my place. Would you care to accompany me to see them? After placing the acquired items in the rental unit, Boss Chai discreetly detained him and spoke in a hushed, somewhat mysterious tone. Is that so? How far is your residence from here? Noticing Boss Chai's evident emotional response, Cháng Shùn's interest was piqued. If these were indeed valuable antiques, he would certainly strive to acquire them. Provided the price was reasonable, he would endeavor to purchase them. Even if he could not afford them, a referral with a commission would suffice. It's not far, merely 200 to 300 meters away. Then let us go now. Thus, he followed Boss Chai to his dwelling. It was a 4-story private residence, spacious both in terms of the house and the courtyard, with 6 single rooms on the first floor. The room occupied by Boss Chai is centrally located in close proximity to the stairs. The apartment is also rented and is indeed less than 300 meters away from Ms. Wang's rental property. For the sake of confidentiality, prior to retrieving the 3 so-called valuable antiques, he summoned Cháng Shùn into the room and closed the door. Boss Chang, take a look at this. Upon seeing the 3 items presented, he couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and despair. He had not anticipated that they were the infamous trio of construction site antiques. In his previous life, he had encountered these items numerous times, whether at antique stalls, shops, or while watching videos on his phone. He had even provided detailed commentary while watching others live stream their treasure appraisals. He recalled a catchy phrase he had heard from a certain host. The construction site trio, colloquially known as the big plastic set. He was well aware of their origin and material. The material was marble, which had undergone rudimentary carving, mixed with soil and chemical substances to simulate aging. They were produced in a Buddhist temple in Hunan province and have been all the rage throughout the country during the 1990s and early 2000s. Many individuals had pretended to be migrant workers on construction sites, donning straw hats, to bury these items underground. Numerous novices in the antique market had fallen victim to such deceptions. Boss Chang, how about it? These 3 items must be quite valuable, right? They are jade, and the intricate patterns on the surface appear quite complex, with ancient inscriptions at the bottom. The age suggests they might have even been used by emperors in the palace. As he observed the items, Boss Chai spoke with feigned seriousness. "Let me be frank with you," Cháng Shùn replied. "What you believe to be valuable is, in fact, a mere craft produced not long ago. Their age does not exceed 20 years. Moreover, they're not jade, but marble." He divulged his knowledge on the matter. The notion that these were once used in the palace is absurd. Such grimy and poorly crafted objects would never see the light of day within royal confines. Even the eunuchs and other attendants would not dare to use such items. Surely you are not trying to negotiate down the price with such remarks? Upon hearing this, Boss Chai's disbelief was palpable. Whether he believed Cháng Shùn or not was inconsequential, for he had no intention of purchasing the items. Eventually, the truth would be revealed when he sold them to someone more knowledgeable. These items could only deceive the uninformed. Despite Cháng Shùn's insistence that they were worthless, Boss Chai remained skeptical, though his spirits had notably dampened. This situation was akin to appraising treasures. One might initially believe their collection to be priceless, only to discover, through another's insight, that they were mere replicas, modern creations. Such a disparity in perception would take time to acclimatize to. "What else do you have?" Cháng Shùn inquired, as Boss Chai began to stow away the construction site trio. As Cháng Shùn scanned the room, he spotted two items of marginal value on the surface of the cabinet. One was a large rooster made of three-colored pottery, and the other was a white porcelain teapot adorned with colorful paintings. The ceramic rooster stands approximately 25 centimeters tall, proudly poised as if ready to crow. It appears to be a product from the 1980s. Among similar items, the tricolor horse is the most prevalent, accompanied by other figures such as cows and dogs. The white porcelain teapot, cylindrical in shape, features a handle made of two thick copper wires threaded together. The lid, resembling a bull's nose, bears the inscription "Diligence and Frugality." The body of the teapot is adorned with a painted design of melons intertwined with vines, executed by hand rather than printed. This teapot is of an earlier vintage, likely dating back 3 to 4 decades. Separating the rooster and the teapot, he discussed the price with the shop owner, settling on a total of 50 yuan for both items. Seeing nothing else of interest, he paid and asked the owner to contact him should they acquire any items he might need in the future. Cháng Shùn then departed with the teapot and the rooster. As the items were not heavy, he made his way directly to Boss Chin's rented room. After placing the two items carefully, he set out on his tricycle, first visiting a nearby recycling station that only accepted non-metal materials, such as paper and plastic. Concerned about the dwindling daylight, he had brought a headlamp along. In the demolition area, vendors sell a plethora of old books daily. Even visiting every other night would yield new selections. With time constraints, he did not browse meticulously, but rather collected all the books he deemed necessary. "Chong boss, didn't you say you were looking to buy old Maodai liquor bottles? I picked out a few. Do you want to take a look?" Just as he finished selecting the old books and was weighing them for payment, the shopkeeper's wife called out to him. After nearly an hour of selection, he had gathered 173 jin, approximately 5 kilograms of paper items, amounting to a total of 595 yuan. Chapter 31. You truly are the boss. Not long ago, he had meticulously searched for information regarding vintage liquor in bottles on relevant websites and videos. It is said that a bottle of Maodai from the 1950s can fetch up to 2 million yuan, while empty bottles in good condition are sometimes collected for prices ranging from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Unopened bottles from the 1960s are valued between 500,000 to 800,000 yuan, with empty bottles attracting offers of 20,000 to 50,000 yuan. The 1970s Maodai has full bottles priced between 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, and empty bottles can sell for 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. For the 1980s, full bottles are valued between 50,000 to 100,000 yuan, while empty bottles range from 1,000 to 5,000 yuan. In the 1990s, unopened full bottles command prices between 250,000 to 500,000 yuan, with empty bottles selling for a few hundred yuan. Post 2000, prices fall below 250,000 yuan, with empty bottles valued at merely tens of yuan, which is still substantial. Though he could not afford such liquor, he had developed a keen interest in it. During his research, he also learned about the prevalence of counterfeit liquor, with some purchasing for the purpose of forgery. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's wife mention the bottles, Cháng Shùn requested her to bring them out, and she presented him with a total of 5. Upon careful examination, he did not uncover any bottles from the 50s or 60s. However, He'd come across a bottle from the 70s. This particular wine bottle was in excellent condition and, if preserved for a decade or so, could fetch a high price nearing 10,000 yuan. Additionally, there were 4 other bottles, one from the 80s and 3 from the 90s, which, in the year 2003, were readily available. How much for the 5 bottles? Cháng Shùn inquired of the proprietress. Typically, those who came to collect Maotai bottles for counterfeit liquor offered 5 yuan each. You can decide the price, he suggested. The proprietress seemed unaware that the value of Maotai bottles varied according to their age. The average person only recognized them as Maotai bottles, showing little concern for their vintage. Indeed, during this era, information was not as readily accessible, and collecting was confined to a small circle, yet to enter the age of online shopping. I will give you 45 yuan for them. And combined with the money for the old books, how does 300 yuan sound? Upon hearing this, the proprietress agreed. After paying, he requested that she set aside similar bottles for him in the future. Cháng Shùn then loaded his purchases onto his tricycle and departed. Next, he placed the books and bottles in the rented room of Ms. Wang before riding his tricycle to a nearby copy shop to collect the business cards he had printed the day before. He selected approximately 150 pounds worth of old book paper. After returning the old book paper to the rental unit, he glanced at the time. It was nearly 7:30. Feeling quite hungry, he decided to visit a Chung restaurant. Yesterday, someone mentioned you are the owner. Is that true? The girl who had asked him for directions the previous day greeted him while serving dishes, as the restaurant was not particularly busy at that hour. And what about you? Do I look like an owner? He replied. I can't tell, but you seem quite mature for your age, she remarked. I'm not quite a boss yet, but I hope to become one in the future, he mused, engaging her in conversation again. Is that so? I hope you become a great boss. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Yi, and my name is Yi Yuqing. I was born on the 10th day of the 12th lunar month in 1983. How about you? The girl willingly shared her background. Here, take a look at this. He did not introduce himself, but instead pulled out a recently acquired business card from his wallet and handed it to her. You truly are the owner. However, your birthday is not indicated here. Noticing her curiosity about his age, Cháng Shùn revealed, I was born on March 23rd, 1982, which makes me a year and a half older than you. They continued their conversation, with Yi Yuqing inquiring about various aspects of his life, such as his hometown and whether being a boss was lucrative. Cháng Shùn reciprocated by asking her questions and learned that she had recently come to work and hailed from the same prefecture as Li Xinhua, from a region near Lake City. As patrons finished their meals and departed, she returned to her duties. Through their exchange, he perceived her as a rather innocent young woman. With the mindset of a middle-aged man of 40, he found the casual banter to be of little consequence. In the current circumstances, he undoubtedly prioritizes making money and advancing his career. After finishing dinner, he glanced at the clock, which read 2012, not too late, and headed to Ms. Wang's rental property. There, he began to sort through a collection of old books and other valuable paper items mixed in with them. While sifting through these antiquities, he discovered 3 old certificates of merit and what appeared to be a relatively rare stamp. The certificates belonged to a single individual and included accolades for outstanding worker, exemplary team member, and labor model dating back to the 1960s and 1970s. The rare stamp was a military postage stamp from the 1950s, adorned with a pentagram design and valued at 800 yuan. Regrettably, it was not the blue variant. Instead, it was yellow. He had heard of the famed blue military stamp, as well as the large dragon stamp, the Red River stamp, and the monkey stamp. Despite its lower value compared to the blue military stamp, the yellow version was still likely uncommon. The stamp was still affixed to an envelope, having been discovered within an old comic book from 1962. Both the certificates and the stamp would surely attract collectors, and he planned to ascertain their worth later before selling them along with other paper collectibles. After only 2 months of working, he had already purchased a vehicle, and he needed a convincing rationale for such an expense. Furthermore, he contemplated how they would react when he proposed that they join him in Shanghai. The persimmons at home were likely ready for harvest, and they must be quite busy. They probably already knew about his breakup with Chun Yuting, as he recalled from past experiences that she had informed her family prior to their correspondence. As he lay in bed, his thoughts wandered extensively, and he did not fall into a doze until the early hours of the morning. Chapter 32. Please take a look at this. Although he had gone to bed later than usual, he enjoyed a restful night's sleep, free from dreams. He awoke around 7 o'clock in the morning. Cháng Shùn's hometown, located in the remote mountainous village of Lianshan, within the FH district of Yong City, its ancient name, was indeed a place of poverty. Like most mountainous regions, the locals relied on meager earnings from farming. while their only other options for advancement lay in education or seeking work elsewhere. Unfamiliar with the road conditions of 2003 and lacking navigation systems, he navigated by asking for directions, observing road signs, and following other passenger vehicles. It took nearly 8 hours to reach the town of Lianshan, where his family resided. The lengthy journey was primarily due to the fact that the cross-sea bridge from Shanghai to Yong City had yet to be completed. After parking in the town for a while, he purchased 2 roasted ducks, 5 pounds of marinated beef, 5 pounds of pomfret, and several types of seafood, including crabs, hairtail fish, clams, and octopus. His sister, Chang Jing, had a penchant for roasted duck, while his father and grandfather relished marinated beef. His mother favored pomfret, and his grandmother delighted in hairtail fish. In addition to these items, he also bought 2 packs of Li Huan cigarettes, some black sesame paste, high-calcium milk powder for middle-aged and elderly individuals, and a selection of fruits such as apples, bananas, and sugarcane. He did not purchase overly expensive cigarettes, primarily out of concern that his father would inform his grandfather of his extravagance. Of course, even if he had opted for something pricier, they would have exchanged it for a more affordable brand. He had experienced this in his previous life. After completing his shopping, Cháng Shùn drove onward towards his home. The village where his family resided was approximately 6 or 7 kilometers from town. After traveling about 4 or 5 li, he suddenly recognized figures ahead. A cart being pulled, with individuals assisting in pushing it who appeared familiar. As he drew closer, he discerned that they were none other than his father, Chang Jianzhong, his mother, Sun Chunrong, and his grandfather, Chang Chigue. His parents, in their current appearance, did not seem particularly aged. Although his grandfather had passed away in 2012, this was 2003, and he was still very much alive. The joy of seeing him again filled Cháng Shùn with warmth. The cart was laden with baskets, containing a few persimmons, indicating that they had ventured into town to sell their fruits. His grandfather and grandmother lived with their family. Cháng Shùn's father had 3 siblings. As the eldest son, he had a younger brother and sister. Due to their family's previous financial struggles, his brother, Chang Jiani, had not been able to afford a bride and had become a son-in-law, marrying into a neighboring town, Shidian. According to his father, there was also an element of attraction to his sister-in-law's beauty that influenced his brother's decision. During that time, Chang Jiani appeared to be doing quite well, having brought his wife and their cousins back to their ancestral home in a car, their attire clearly more refined than that of the villagers. In this era, it was uncommon to find sons-in-law marrying into families, yet it was not entirely unheard of. Each person has their own choices in life. Once one comes to terms with them, as long as they find happiness, that is all that matters. Cháng Shùn's sister, Chang Jianfang, married within the same town, though her home was still 5 or 6 kilometers away. His father had wed his mother through a marriage exchange, a practice wherein families would marry off their children to one another, your daughter to my son, and my daughter to your son, thus strengthening familial bonds. This was not an unusual arrangement. In times of poverty, many resorted to such measures to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Although Cháng Shùn's parents had entered into their marriage through this exchange, their affection for one another remained strong. This was also true for his uncles and aunts, who shared a close bond. Upon arriving in front of the 3, he halted the vehicle and exited. "Are you Ah Shun?" his grandfather inquired uncertainly upon seeing him, while his father recognized him without doubt. "Grandfather, Dad, Mom, please get in the car, and I will explain everything," he said as he walked to the back of the van, opened the rear door, and began transferring the baskets along with the persimmons into the vehicle. The spacious van accommodated everything swiftly, and he efficiently unloaded the cart's contents, mindful to avoid any contact that might cause damage. "Dad, just secure the cart to the back of the car, and we will be good to go," Cháng Shùn remarked as he picked up the ropes and yoked to fasten the cart. His method involved opening the rear door of the vehicle and using 2 shoulder poles to connect the handles of the panel van, securing them to the seats inside the car. The back seat had already been folded down, with the support of the poles in a fixed position. He placed the cloth in between and simply held it with his hand, not fearing that sudden stops would adversely affect the van. Naturally, this was contingent upon his ability to drive neither too fast nor too recklessly. Once he had accomplished these preparations, he invited his father and grandfather to sit inside the car, each grasping one end of the pole to provide slight assistance, ensuring it wouldn't sway excessively. After his mother also settled into the vehicle, he started the engine. As he prepared to head home, his father inquired, "You all take a look at this." He handed them 3 of his printed business cards. While they examined the cards, he drove slowly forward. After reading the text on the cards, Chang Jianzhong remarked. His grandfather and mother, equally puzzled, looked at him with confusion. He had left in mid-August with several fellow villagers. Initially, He had apprenticed at a printing factory for over half a month. The strong smell of ink had made him uncomfortable, prompting his departure. Learning to drive in such a brief period and actually getting behind the wheel left them bewildered, and their doubts were understandable. I now own a business and am acquiring the items listed on these cards. Do you believe me? He glanced back at the three of them with a smile. Chapter 33. It was indeed a mismatch between her and me. The broken engagement was for the best. Haven T, you only been away from home for just over 2 months? How could you become a boss so quickly? His mother, Cháng Shùn, remarked, eyeing the business card he had handed over with skepticism. Indeed, allow me to elaborate. After I left in August, I first went to the printing factory with A Ming and A Zhu, where I worked for half a month. After finding a job with a moving company, I assisted others in relocating within the demolition area. One rainy day, with no work to do, I visited a household whose windows had been shattered and whom had vacated. I discovered that this family must have been quite affluent. They had left behind nearly all their furniture and personal items, including old clothing. I rummaged around for a while and took a few items: a pastry mold, an old ink stone, a porcelain teapot, and a ceramic dog figurine. This demolition area was not too far from the antique market. Previously, during my leisure time, I had visited that area and, with a mindset of curiosity, brought the items I had salvaged to an antique shop to see if they would purchase them. To my surprise, they accepted everything I had found, offering me a price equivalent to 2 days' wages for my previous job. Thus, I resigned from the moving company. Later, I returned to the demolition area, learning about collectibles while selling items and discovering which ones held value and to what extent. Simultaneously, I scavenged through belongings that others had left behind. On several fortunate occasions, I stumbled upon valuable items, selling them for a considerable sum. Additionally, I realized that the scrap metal collected in the demolition area might also harbor antiques. There are still some old books that can be selected for resale. Additionally, there's a considerable amount of old clothing and other household items that can be sold to those in need. Cháng Shùn has crafted a few stories that align closely with the realities of the situation. Shùn, did you purchase this car? Inquired Grandpa Cháng Shùn after hearing his account. Indeed, a friend who deals in antiques suggested I buy a car, as it would be inconvenient for business endeavors without one. So I went ahead and made the purchase, he confidently replied. And you have obtained your driver's license as well? Cháng Jianzhong followed up. Yes. A friend who runs an antique shop has a brother-in-law who is the deputy director of the local vehicle management office. After a few days of practice, I passed the test swiftly. While speaking, he took out his driver's license and handed it to Cháng Jianzhong. After inspecting it for a while, his father passed it to his mother and grandfather. Upon learning of these developments, they were all pleased. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, regarding the opportunity for profit I mentioned in the demolition zone, it's best if you keep it to yourselves and refrain from spreading the word. As Cháng Shùn returned the driver's license to him, Cháng Shùn emphasized once again, some matters are best known only to family. In these times, having connections and quietly amassing wealth is the wisest course. The three understood clearly and assured him they would remain discreet. Speaking openly about the antique business was inconsequential. After all, he needed an excuse to earn money. Moreover, in this era, the antiques market is boundless, with the potential for substantial profit. Shùn, you and Yu Ting have broken up. Her parents, along with the matchmaker, came to our home to call off the engagement, claiming you are incapable of charming a girl, too dull and honest, and that your personalities are incompatible. Is this true? After a moment, his mother, Cháng Shùn, recalled his romantic situation and questioned him. What incompatibility? The notion that I am honest and dull, unable to win over a girl, is utter nonsense. Accusations can be fabricated at will. The essence lies in her being lured away by the materialistic allure of the outside world and changing her heart. Perhaps that's the case. We indeed do not match well. It's for the best that the engagement is called off. To be honest, given my current mindset, I no longer find her appealing. He expressed with a hint of disdain, what a bunch of mercenary and superficial individuals. In the future, I can easily find someone who surpasses her in every aspect. Casting a glance at his mother, he smiled confidently. Cháng Shùn felt reassured seeing that he had not succumbed to despondency after his breakup with Chun Yuting. In a previous life, he had indeed been melancholic for an extended period following a heartbreak. Now, when this topic arose, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly recalled a short video he had seen on his phone titled The Heartless Sword Manual. The content was as follows: with no woman in the heart. The sword is naturally divine. The first page of the manual advocates for slaying the beloved. The second page exhorts one to cut through the mundane world. The third page instructs to remain untouched by desire. The fourth page advises against becoming lovers. The final page proclaims that being heartless renders one divine. Life is a journey from naivety to maturity, during which one encounters numerous setbacks and tribulations. Adversity and tribulation, in their abundance, tend to grant one a clearer understanding of life. The various misfortunes of past lives have led me to a deeper comprehension of the fundamental nature of society. As October draws to a close, the fields have been harvested, most trees have shed their leaves, and the grass is withered. Along the journey, I witness remnants of a bountiful harvest, contrasted by the occasional sight of desolation in certain small patches. Engaging in conversation as we draw nearer to home. I hear the call, "Hey, Shun, let us pause here. The road ahead narrows, and we cannot maneuver the cart." When only 300 meters from home, Cháng Shùn instructed him to stop. Upon disembarking, they untied the yoke, with the father slowly trailing behind, guiding the cart. In a mountainous village, residences are dispersed, with most dwellings situated at the foot of the hills, in stark contrast to the more concentrated settlements of the plains. In this village, the homes are scattered across different mountain bases, resulting in a significant distance between them. As a vehicle enters the village, some villagers glance in their direction. Cháng Shùn, upon passing by Widow Zhao's home, she stood in her yard, casting a doubtful glance at him in the driver's seat. In my recollections, Ming and Zhu once dragged me along to secretly observe her bathing. At that time, Ming had gone out and, inadvertently passing by the back door of Widow Zhao's home, discovered her bathing under the light. From that day forth, Ming frequently stole moments to admire Widow Zhao's exquisite figure, later sharing this with Zhu, and together they indulged in the view. We were merely 12 or 13 years old then, and Widow Zhao was even more youthful and beautiful than she is now. In chapter 34, it is said that a truly advantageous position must be sheltered from the wind and gather water. "Aunt Zhao, it is I affirm, noticing her confusion. She then inquires of my mother, "Has my Shun encountered a benefactor out in the world? Has he achieved success?" In these times where there are people, there exists intrigue and rivalry. The village is no stranger to scheming and the oppression of the weak. I recall in my childhood how our chickens and ducks strayed into Widow Zhao's land, only to fall victim to poison, leading to their demise. This woman is hardly virtuous. Encountered a benefactor, has he? That means fortune is on the horizon. No wonder Shun seems different. She muses, "I wonder if the Chun family will come to regret their decision." Such a fine match, one they knew well, and they simply walked away. Her words are laced with an ambiguous truth. "Aunt, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave," he replies, before driving onward. The image of my hometown from 20 years ago has grown hazy in my memory. Many villagers remain, having not migrated to the city, and some have not passed away. I greet familiar faces as I encounter them, those within proximity. Yet, there are whispers, with some suspecting that I have engaged in unlawful activities while away. The prior incident of the Chun Yuding family withdrawing from the engagement has surely become common knowledge in the village. Perhaps some are merely enjoying our misfortune. The thoughts of others are beyond my influence. Let them think as they will. He was acutely aware that the population of the village was dwindling year by year. Many houses had fallen into disrepair, some even collapsing entirely. After all, 2 decades had passed, 20 years fraught with transformations capable of turning youth into middle age, and middle age into old age. The vehicle glided along the banks of a sizable pond, spanning around 20 to 30 acres, until it arrived at the site of the 2 earthen houses where his grandfather, Chang Chigue, and grandmother, Chiu Yaping, resided. This location was merely a few meters from the pond. Cháng Shùn's own home was perched on a steep hillside nearby, a position too steep for the vehicle to ascend. His family's abode consisted of 3 brick-tiled rooms, accompanied by a courtyard of approximately 60 to 70 square meters. The courtyard walls, rising about 1 meter and 3 decimeters, were constructed from a mixture of earth and stones, primarily to prevent accidental tumbles down the slope at night. The house was ideally situated, with water in front and mountains behind, an auspicious setting, one might assume. However, he had once overheard a knowledgeable individual mention that a house positioned too high might fail to attract fortune. Even if opportunities arose, they could be swept away by the winds. An ideal location, it was said, would conceal the wind while gathering water, thus consolidating one's fortune. To amend this predicament, one would need to lower the terrain of the house, shaping it like a scoop. In his previous life, he had been skeptical of such beliefs and paid them little heed. Yet, over time, his fortune had waned, even when he managed to acquire a bit of money. It was invariably squandered for one reason or another. In essence, he found it impossible to save. Now, gazing at the house on the steep slope, He contemplated discussing with his family the possibility of demolishing it. He envisioned hiring an excavator to level the slope over a couple of days, relocating the earth to the side, and constructing a new dwelling. The brick-tiled house deserved an upgrade to a multi-story structure. As he parked the vehicle, the sound of barking greeted him. A local dog, tethered to a jujube tree, barked furiously at the car. Hearing the commotion, his grandmother and sister emerged from the house. After securing the vehicle, Cháng Shùn alighted. The dog ceased its barking upon recognizing familiar faces. Cháng Jing swiftly approached him, glancing between him and the car. She exclaimed, smiling and reaching out to pat her head. Standing at a height of 1.76 meters, he towered over his sister, who was 10 centimeters shorter. In that moment, Cháng Jing appeared innocent and lovely, embodying the beauty of youth. "Grandma," Cháng Shùn called out, making his way over to greet her. Cháng Shùn looked slightly puzzled, yapping, "I'll discuss it with you later. For now, it suffices to know that our grandson has achieved something," he remarked, casting a glance at her before moving to the rear of the van, awaiting Cháng Shùn to open the door. Wasting no time, he approached and opened it, commencing the transfer of baskets from the vehicle. Once this was accomplished, his father arrived, pulling cart. They exchanged a few brief pleasantries, after which his mother, sister, and grandmother began preparing dinner. Back in his own 3 brick-tiled rooms, he began to seek out memories of days gone by, those situated in the same place. The current scene bears little resemblance to what it will become in 20 years. The interior of the house, including its furnishings, remains reminiscent of his childhood. By the time he is reborn 2 decades hence, everything will have transformed entirely. As he enters his sleeping quarters, Cháng Shùn gazes around, searching for remnants of the past. Soon, he discovers a spinning top he played with as a child, several glass marbles of varying sizes, and a broken slingshot tucked away in an old cabinet drawer. These artifacts evoke memories of his carefree childhood, spent joyfully playing with other village children. In another drawer, he uncovers 2 novels he once read, alongside some magazines. The novels belong to the martial arts genre, The Book and the Sword and the legendary heroes of the Tang Dynasty. The magazines include Folktales, The Voice of Knowledge, Ancient and Modern Legends, and Story Collection. At that time, he simply purchased books, never contemplating the antiquarian book trade, primarily due to a lack of knowledge about the business. "Brother, have some fruit." While he was leafing through Ancient and Modern Legends, Cháng Jing approached with a freshly washed apple, offering one to him. He accepted it and took a bite. The fruits of this era are certainly free from harmful chemicals, and many foods lack the intrusion of modern technology. Eating them brings a sense of assurance. "I noticed the phone number on the business card you gave to Mom. Did you buy a mobile phone?" Cháng Jing inquired further. "Yes, I did purchase one. May I see it? I've only seen others using their phones from afar and have never had a close look." Her curiosity was palpable. In 2003, the prevalence of landline phones in rural areas was low, let alone mobile phones, so it was understandable that Cháng Jing had never held one. "Here." He promptly retrieved his phone and handed it to her. As she examined the device intently, she posed several questions about its basic functions, such as how to make a call and send a text message. Chapter 35 encompasses more than just this. After exploring the house for a while, Cháng Shùn ventured to inspect the fruit trees planted in the fields behind his home and on the nearby hillside. The orchard primarily consisted of peach and persimmon trees. Upon his arrival, his father and grandfather were busily harvesting persimmons. They had not informed him of their activities earlier, perhaps thinking that the hour was late and they would not be able to harvest for long without calling him. Now, they hurriedly gathered some, likely intending to sell them in town the following day. Since he was there, regardless of how soon night would fall, he joined in the harvesting. The income from these fruit trees was meager, typically amounting to only 3,000 to 5,000 yuan each year. They not only had to focus on picking the fruit, but also on selling it. After deducting various costs, the profit was minimal and the work arduous. By this time, dusk was settling in. After loading the baskets filled with persimmons onto the cart, they began their journey home, flashlight in hand. It had been many years since he had last pushed a cart along the rural paths. In my recollections from childhood, upon arriving at my grandfather's residence, Cháng Shùn assisted in bringing the persimmons indoors. Our meal took place in the house located on the slope. After washing our hands, the 6 of us gathered around the dining table. "Shùn, you must be hungry. Let us start with some vegetables to appease your hunger," my mother said, serving him some braised beef. If it were up to them, they certainly would not have purchased such fine dishes. However, the food was already bought, and they felt reluctant to voice any objections. The underlying issue remained financial. If one had an abundance of money, it was universally acknowledged that one would indulge in the finest food, clothing, and amenities. Well, You all should eat as well. Being with family felt more relaxed, devoid of excessive formality. After saying this, he began to eat. After a while, my father took a sip of wine, and, as he set down his glass, he remarked, "Good. I noticed while picking persimmons that this year's yield seems rather low. Indeed, it is significantly less than last year. However, we no longer need to pay land taxes. Whatever we collect is ours," my grandfather said, gnawing on a piece of roasted duck from his bowl. "Shun, how much did you pay for your van?" Suddenly recalling something, my grandfather inquired further. His question drew the attention of everyone present, as they had not previously asked him. "I bought this second-hand vehicle for 46,000. 46,000? Is it really that much? With that amount, one could build a house," exclaimed my grandmother in surprise, as she was not well versed in automotive matters. In this era, cars are generally expensive. Although the purchasing power of money has diminished over time, car prices have not only remained stable, but have gradually decreased due to increasing availability. "Brother, have you really earned that much money so quickly?" Cháng Shùn expressed his astonishment. "I want to withdraw some funds to assist in constructing the family home, and I also wish for you all to join me in Shanghai to earn money." Seizing upon my grandmother's earlier comments, he articulated his ambitions. "Over the years, my parents and grandfather have accumulated a modest savings, but it is not substantial, around 20 to 30,000 yuan, which they had intended to reserve for his future marriage. Prior to this year, they had to pay land taxes annually, and although they are not highly educated, his siblings and he incurred certain educational expenses. Farmers earn little from their land, and after accounting for various expenditures, there is scarcely anything left to save. You wish to build a house. How much money do you have on hand?" My mother inquired. "I have over 30,000. If I contribute 30,000, others often say my family is poor. Once the house is built, they will have nothing to say." Before purchasing the vehicle, he had nearly 80,000. After buying it, he had about 34,000 remaining. Should he withdraw another 30,000, he would be left with merely around 2,000. Money is spent quickly. Of course, the primary issue is that he does not possess an ample amount of money. "Can you indeed spare 30,000? With the little we have, it should be sufficient for the construction," my father pondered before responding. In this era, bricks, steel, cement, and labor costs are relatively inexpensive. With a sum of 50 to 60,000 yuan, one can construct a splendid abode in the countryside. My father just mentioned this, indicating his desire to assist in erecting the house, albeit previously lacking sufficient funds, compounded by expenses incurred for his wedding. "Father, grandfather, I wish to bring an excavator to level the hillside. It would appear far more appealing and eliminate the need to traverse the slope," I expressed, recalling the significance of feng shui. "Wouldn't that be an extravagant expenditure?" Grandfather inquired. "Indeed, it would surely cost 3 to 4,000, father replied, seemingly hesitant. "Let us heed Ashen's perspective. Once the house is built, it will not be your residence. What matters is that he feels comfortable living there." Mother contemplated briefly before siding with me. "I concur with my brother. Residing on a slope feels quite uncomfortable, and the constant uphill and downhill is rather troublesome." "Grandmother, what do you think?" Cháng Shùn also aligned with my viewpoint. "I, too, support Ashen's suggestion. If we're to build, let us do it right the first time." "Constructing a house is no trifling matter," Chang Chi stated. "Are we not concerned about squandering money?" Father interjected once more. He seemed to absorb Mother's words, acknowledging that the house primarily serves to accommodate his son. "Father, you need not worry about finances. I have connections now, and I still possess considerable stock that can be sold for profit. Furthermore, I earn money daily since I ventured out. If that is the case, we shall proceed as you suggest. You have matured and will surpass me in success," Father remarked. "He is already more successful than you," Mother retorted, causing Father to smile without further comment. Chapter 36. If you wish to build, then build. "Brother, weren't you just suggesting we accompany you to the city to earn some money? What do you intend for us to do?" Cháng Shùn inquired, recalling his recent statements. "I previously mentioned to our parents and grandfather that there are abundant opportunities in the urban redevelopment zones. I suggested you accompany me to assist in selling various items, such as used books, clothes, second-hand musical instruments, and basic fitness equipment." Cháng Shùn articulated his thoughts. "We have never ventured far for business. Can we manage alongside you?" Mother expressed her doubts. "Certainly. This business does not require extensive knowledge. It's akin to selling fruit harvested from our home. I'll provide you with the pricing details. If necessary, I can jot them down for you to follow. Once there, you will simply handle the sales. I will manage the supply." Casting a glance at my parents and Cháng Shùn, I continued, "Then I shall accompany you on this venture. Do you have accommodations?" "Indeed. However, if you come, I will certainly need to rent another place," I replied. "Once they arrive, I will select a new location for selling the items, ensuring it is not near the house I am renting." "Ashen, regarding the house construction, when do you plan to commence?" "The new year is just about 3 months away." Father pondered aloud. "Tomorrow, we will transport the persimmons to the town for Mother to sell, and then we shall seek out the builders. The construction shouldn't take long, at most 2 months. Moreover, my inclination is to construct a 2-story house with a slightly larger area. This year, we shall focus on erecting the main structure, while the interior decoration can be postponed until the weather warms next year." Cháng Shùn contemplated for a moment and then spoke. He is a man of action, one who abhors procrastination. Furthermore, he believes there is no necessity for the house to reach great heights. Most villas are, after all, merely 2 stories high. "Is it truly so urgent?" remarked his grandfather, upon hearing that Cháng Shùn intended to find a builder the very next day. He seemed apprehensive about the time constraints for the year ahead. Yet, it is not overly pressing. After all, there's still approximately 3 months until the new year. Provided the finances are in order, constructing a house is a swift endeavor. 2 stories can be completed in at most a month and a half. In the city, those erecting towering skyscrapers often manage to build a floor within a week, with the more efficient crews achieving a floor in 4 or 5 days. Cháng Shùn glanced at his grandfather and smiled. "Very well. If you wish to build, then by all means proceed." As they engaged in conversation and finished their dinner, it was resolved that they would seek out builders the following day. That evening, his mother began to sort through the household belongings, which were to be temporarily relocated to the home of his grandmother. While watching the television program The Divine Doctor, Shi Lai Lu on their black and white set, his grandfather approached him. "Ashen, I recall you collect antiques. I suddenly remembered some items at home and have brought them out. You take a look and see if they hold any value." He handed Ashen a small wooden box containing these artifacts. Items with sentimental significance are often more valuable than those without. Generally, coins featuring the likeness of prominent figures facing right are worth more than those facing left. Of course, the condition of the items also greatly influences their worth. Those in pristine condition command a higher value. If we consider this, then these items are likely of little monetary worth. Regardless of their value, one thing is certain: they're all genuine. This stands in stark contrast to the counterfeit goods he encountered at antique markets prior to his rebirth. Upon spotting the copper coins, he was reminded of the house beam money and glanced up at the ceiling. "Grandfather, when we built the house, did we also use house beam money for the horizontal beams?" he casually inquired. "Indeed, we did. In those times, when constructing private homes, it was customary for every household to use them." "Was there a significant amount?" he asked curiously. "If there was, we certainly would have retrieved it. It is not solely for the purpose of selling. When we build a new house, we will still need it, thus saving us from having to purchase new ones." He felt it best not to sell the house beam money unless its value was substantial. Over time, such details had faded from memory. They likely had been used. In that era, copper coins held little value. His grandfather pondered for a moment before replying, "If forgotten, we shall check again when the house is torn down. The beams above are too high to inspect conveniently now." He examined the copper coins and cash within the wooden box one by one. The collection primarily consisted of Qing dynasty coins, Qianlong Tongbao, Jiaqing Tongbao, and Daowang Tongbao, with a slightly rarer Yongzheng Tongbao among them. This particular era of currency is referred to as 4yi, copper coin, by treasure hunters who use metal detectors outdoors. The copper coins were mostly 10 and 21, alongside Republic of China double flag coins and Guangxu Yuan Bao, none of which held significant value. In recent days, through reading, inquiries made in the antique market, and previous experiences gleaned from treasure appraisal videos, he has developed a preliminary understanding and judgment regarding antique coins. Additionally, he observed an object shaped like an animal, resembling a sheep. The weight of the object was approximately half a pound to 1 pound. Common items, such as a smoking pipe and bullet casings, were also present. After his observations, he recounted the situation to his grandfather. Cháng Shùn entrusted these items to him, encouraging him to sell them. However, Cháng Shùn harbored his own intentions. He planned to use the coins for building a house and felt that the other items wouldn't fetch much, so he decided to set them aside for the time being. While they examined these artifacts, his younger sister, Cháng Jing, curiously watched from the side. After a brief absence, their father returned with some items of his own. Among them were copper coins and a small porcelain figurine, along with 2 old glass beads the size of longan fruits and a broken copper lock. Among the copper coins, only one sizable coin from the Xianfeng era stood out, while the others were quite common. The small porcelain figure was a whistle shaped like a child. capable of producing sound. This item was more exquisite and worth more than the Xianfeng copper coin. The glass beads were blue and of considerable antiquity, likely dating back to the Republic of China period. He had previously encountered such beads in the antique market and inquired about their prices, which were around 200 yuan each as of 2023. The copper lock was quite common and of little value. Their father explained that these items were collected during his previous work, where he helped others build houses and excavated from the foundations of old homes. It is not unusual for historical buildings to conceal items within their walls or grounds. As they examined the items, Cháng Shùn shared this information with them. His father also entrusted him with these artifacts. After watching television and engaging in conversation for a while, everyone began their evening routines around 9:30 and prepared for bed. Chapter 37. It's all in the past. I could still find a wife without marrying her. The following morning, after loading persimmons into the car and having breakfast, Cháng Shùn set off for town with his parents and grandfather. They rose early, arriving at their destination by 6:30. His mother sold persimmons while Cháng Shùn accompanied his father and grandfather to the home of a contractor who had long assisted villagers in building houses, as suggested by his father and grandfather. This contractor, surnamed Hu, was about 50 years old, known for organizing skilled workers who were diligent and responsible. Most villagers in the vicinity sought his services for their construction needs. Upon their arrival, however, Mr. Hu was not at home. His wife informed them that he had left half an hour earlier on his motorcycle to assist a family in a nearby village. Coincidentally, this village was where Chun Yuding, the object of his previous matchmaking experience, resided. Yet, this held no significance for him. He regarded her as merely a passerby now, with no ties to her parents. Even if they crossed paths, he would hold his head high and refrain from greeting her. He inquired with Mr. Hu's wife about how much longer the construction for that family would take. She replied that it would be soon, possibly 3 to 4 days, but would not exceed a week at most. Within a week at most, it mattered little. He could wait. After obtaining her phone number, Cháng Shùn made a call to confirm that boss who was present, and the three of them proceeded towards the village. He was undoubtedly familiar with the route, having traveled it several times before. Upon arrival, he discovered that the house in question was situated directly in front of Chun Yuding's residence. The occupants of the house bore the surname Yang, and when Chun Yuding had not yet parted ways with him, they would exchange greetings whenever they crossed paths. Their dwelling, once a structure of red bricks and tiles, had now been transformed into a 2-story building, the roofing nearly complete. Shun, you can drive now. Upon descending from the van, the owner of the house, a man in his 50s, greeted him warmly. Although he and T succeeded in becoming the son-in-law of this village, his numerous visits had made him a familiar face to most residents. Indeed, Uncle Yang, your house is being built. Congratulations. As he spoke, Cháng Shùn produced a cigarette, offering one to the man. Oh, it's nothing. Ahua is approaching the age of marriage, so I must prepare in advance. Is there a particular reason you all have come by? Ahua was his son. Isn't Boss Who helping you build your house? I called him not long ago, hoping he could assist us with our own construction, which is why I sought you out. He explained the situation to Yang. I see. I thought you would come to visit the Chun family. Yang sighed slightly. It's a pity. Just like that, the engagement was called off. Everyone in the village thought very highly of you. It's all in the past. Without marrying her, I could still find a wife. Cháng Shùn replied with a confident smile. You're right. There are plenty of wonderful women in the world. Whose car is that? Yang inquired curiously, not having considered it might belong to Cháng Shùn. It's mine. He felt no need to conceal this fact, stating it straightforwardly, regardless of whether the other party believed him. In this village, he intended to stand tall, confident that he was deserving of Chun Yuding. In the future, he would let his achievements speak for themselves, demonstrating that the Chun family had erred in their judgment. You purchased it. If that is the case, your future is boundless. I fear that in a few years, the Chun family will regret their decision. In truth, even before Chun Yuding's untimely death at 35, her parents had already begun to regret their choices. Yet, what good was regret at that point? Once a choice was made, one must bear the consequences. Shun, come here and discuss with Boss Who how you envision the house being built. Just as Yang finished speaking, his grandfather called out to him, and he made his way over. While he and Yang had been conversing, his father had also been engaged in discussion with Boss Who. Boss Who, my idea is to construct the house in the style of an urban villa, avoiding prefabricated structures. The second floor and roof should be poured with concrete. As for the area, upon joining them, Cháng Shùn conveyed his vision for the construction of his home. Initially, he had contemplated a simple build before arriving at the village where Chun Yuding had resided. However, after his recent chat with Uncle Yang, he resolved to aim for a more substantial and well-executed design. This year with no plans for renovations. Constructing the main structure alone would certainly require a budget of around $50,000 to $60,000. Furthermore, the payment for the house is not necessarily a one-time transaction. Aside from the cost of materials, labor fees can be settled progressively. After considering his thoughts, Mr. Hu provided valuable insights. He had previously assisted others in building villas. Ultimately, he offered a suggestion to construct the house with 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The first floor would comprise 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 living areas, a bathroom, and a utility room. The second floor would feature 3 bedrooms, a study, and 2 balconies of varying sizes, along with 2 bathrooms, one being en-suite to the master bedroom, while the other would serve as a communal facility. The total constructed area would amount to approximately 300 square meters across the 2 levels. Cháng Shùn found this design quite appealing. They then requested Mr. Hu to estimate the costs, to which he replied that the combined expenses of labor and materials, excluding decoration, would be around 60,000 yuan. This was significantly more than the 2-story house built by Uncle Yang, which had a ground floor area of roughly 128 square meters and cost around 27,000 for labor and materials, more than double the expense. After discussing the construction details with Mr. Hu, Cháng Shùn's grandfather and father asked him to draft a list of the quantities of construction materials needed, such as rebar, cement, and sand. Following this, Cháng Shùn and his companions departed in their vehicle. During this time, he inquired about the duration of the construction. Mr. Hu assured him that it would not impede the progress on his end. He advised them to prepare the foundation and to contact him once they were ready, mentioning that the templates required for construction could be rented cheaply from the town, as he had some used materials available. Buying new would be quite impractical. Concerned about the timeline for the construction, his grandfather personally inquired. Mr. Hu reassured him that once construction commenced, it would proceed rapidly, taking a maximum of 1.5 months. While Cháng Shùn and his companions were conversing at the site, others from the village noticed them and greeted him from a distance. However, he did not see Chen Yuding's parents, likely because even if informed, they would feel reluctant to meet him. There is a saying, as long as one does not feel embarrassed, it is others who bear the discomfort. Naturally, he felt no embarrassment. He held no regrets regarding their past interactions. Having concocted a flimsy excuse to end the engagement, he was aware of the situation's complexities. If he were to encounter families seeking to dispute matters, they might even demand compensation for lost youth. However, Cháng Shùn had already lost interest in her. Thus, the dissolution of the engagement could be viewed as a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 38. If one has acquaintances with connections, opportunities abound for profitable ventures. They proceeded to the town. After some inquiries, he managed to contact a Mr. Wang, a skilled excavator operator in his 40s, and arranged for him to assist in digging the foundation the day after next. Mr. Wang operated a large excavator and, upon hearing about the substantial amount of earth to be moved, quoted an hourly rate of 300 yuan, inclusive of transportation costs due to the distance. Should the excavation take only an hour or half an hour, the fees would differ accordingly. After all, the time is short, and making a trip is not worth the effort. Thus, a flat rate will be applied. The situation of the hillside that Cháng Shùn's family needs to excavate reveals that the soil is relatively loose, devoid of any hard stones. According to Master Wang's estimation, merely turning the soil to the side will take approximately 10 hours. After all, he typically takes only 4 to 5 hours to assist others in excavating a pond of 100 square meters. Having reached an agreement with Master Wang, a few of them made another trip to the brick and tile factory. Boss Hu mentioned that they would require around 60,000 bricks for the construction. Currently, the price is 1.5 yuan per brick, with free delivery for orders exceeding 20,000 bricks. Thus, 60,000 bricks would amount to just 9,000 yuan. To avoid any shortfall, they directly purchased bricks worth 10,000 yuan. The agreed delivery time from the brick factory is 3 days from now. After finalizing the brick order, it was nearly 10:30. Leaving the brick factory and getting into the van, Cháng Shùn, aware that the excavator would arrive the day after tomorrow to dig the foundation, felt pressed for time and said to his father and grandfather, "Dad, Grandpa, let us begin dismantling the house this afternoon. We must prepare in advance. The tiles and beams need to be removed. Primarily, the tiles must be taken down or we will run out of time. Your grandfather and your aunt, third uncle's wife, can help at home. Let us make a trip over there and bring them back." Hearing this, his grandfather replied. His aunt, Chang Jianfang, was married to Sun Dehong, his third uncle. Having more helping hands will certainly expedite the process. However, Cháng Shùn also intended to seek additional laborers from the village, offering some wages to enhance efficiency and lighten the load for everyone. After picking up his mother, who was selling persimmons in town, they headed to his grandfather's home. Along the way, they purchased some vegetables and 5 packs of cigarettes. The reason for buying so many was that his grandfather suggested gifting 2 packs to the village chief and the accountant. It is best to notify them when excavating the foundation, as it would prevent any potential difficulties later on. He is certainly aware of the nuances of social interactions. The area excavated for the house's foundation is considerable, although it is on his own land. It is inevitable that a small amount of public resources will be temporarily utilized during construction. In the morning, his grandfather and father had asked his mother to sell the persimmons at half price, so by the time they arrived to pick her up at noon, nearly all had been sold. The unsold ones were intended for his grandfather's home as gifts. The drive was quick, taking merely a few minutes to reach their destination. This place, too, is an old rural residence, and the 3 earthen rooms where his grandfather lives reflect the family's poverty. Upon their arrival, his grandmother, Sun Jo-shur, was seen picking vegetables in the yard, seemingly preparing for lunch. Curious about the arriving vehicle, she glanced over. As he parked, his grandfather, Sun Ja-chuan, aged 68, emerged from the house. He is in good health. I recall that in the years leading up to his passing at 84, he worked the fields with more vigor than many young individuals today, who, lacking any physical prowess, spend their days engrossed in mobile games. Dad, Mom. After his parents exited the vehicle, they greeted him warmly. Certainly, grandfather greeted Cháng Shùn, who also exchanged pleasantries with them. He presented a pack of cigarettes he had purchased to grandfather. Upon seeing their arrival, the elderly couple initially expressed surprise. Aunt, the third uncle's wife, resided nearby, and he made a brief visit to her home, where she happened to be present. Upon noticing her family visiting, she joined in to assist with the preparation of lunch for her in-laws. Shùn, just now, I heard your grandfather mention that you bought this car. Have you managed to acquire enough money so swiftly? Grandfather inquired during their casual conversation before the meal. Shùn encountered a benefactor and is now engaged in the antique business with others. Grandfather interjected with a smile before Shùn could respond. Your grandson is achieving success. Chang Chi-gui must be pleased and proud. In the antique trade, if one possesses acquaintances and connections, it can indeed be quite lucrative. I reckon that girl Yuding will enjoy a life of comfort alongside you in the future, he continued. Although he lacked expertise in collectibles, he had heard of antiques' value even through television. He remained unaware of Shùn's breakup with Chun Yuding. Father, Shùn has already parted ways with that girl. His father informed him. Parted ways? When did this happen? How did it come to be? Grandfather expressed disbelief. Just a few days ago, Chang Jinzhong recounted the details once more. If they have separated, my Shùn will surely find someone better, grandfather asserted. Indeed, those Chun family members are blind. I too believe that Shùn will find someone superior, now that he has bought a car and is preparing to build a house. Even if they consider reconciliation in the future, do not agree. Shùn, do not humiliate yourself by begging them, understood? Grandfather spoke with indignation. His intention was clear, echoing the common wisdom of later generations. One must not be subservient or lack dignity. Grandfather, I understand. Do not worry. Cháng Shùn smiled at him. Since the moment he burned that letter, their fates were irrevocably severed. The group then discussed the house construction for a while. When they mentioned leveling the hillside beneath the previous house, grandfather's immediate thought was that it was a waste of money. However, as they had already made up their minds, he refrained from commenting. Around 12:30, lunch was ready. Your visit was rather unexpected, and we have no telephone at home, so we haven't prepared many dishes. Some of the food is from what you brought, grandmother stated as the 6 of them gathered around the table. Mother, it's fine. We didn't come merely for the food. Father remarked with a smile, glancing at her. Indeed, we came here to enlist old man Sun for a few days of hard labor, grandfather said, sharing a laugh with grandfather. I'm delighted that you are building a house. Working for a few days is no trouble. As they chatted, they began to eat and drink. Regarding his breakup with Chun Yuding, mother also confided in aunt, the uncle's wife, and grandmother while they prepared the meal together. Marrying a husband means wearing clothes and eating. In the countryside, conditions may appear better, making it easier to find a partner. However, in response to this, Cháng Shùn reassured them regarding his matrimonial affairs, suggesting that they need not worry. At merely 22 years of age, he believed that in a couple of years, as his circumstances improved, he would find a partner truly suitable for him. The age of a man is not a significant concern. Rather, it is his capabilities, wealth, or influence that matter. Chapter 39 illustrates the complexities of human nature. During this time, his grandfather inquired if his maternal grandfather possessed any antiquities or collectibles. Upon inspection, Cháng Shùn discerned that their value was negligible. In this era, It is rare for impoverished families to own anything of worth. As they passed by the village head and the accountant's residence, they paused briefly. He, along with his grandfather and father, alighted from the vehicle, bringing along cigarettes to greet them. Though the village head and the accountant held minor official positions, they were frequently approached by villagers seeking assistance. Their lives were relatively better than those of most villagers. Regardless of the era, anyone holding an official title, whether in government or business, can exploit their power for personal gain. Who among us is devoid of selfish motives? Truly selfless individuals are few and far between. As the adage goes, good news seldom leaves the household, while bad news travels far and wide. Naturally, the village head and the accountant were aware of Cháng Shùn's broken engagement. Upon meeting him, they offered words of encouragement, assuring him that there were plenty of good girls outside, now that he had acquired a vehicle and was preparing to build a house. This garnered him a different level of respect from the two men. They would certainly not complicate matters regarding the construction of his home. To put it colloquially, everyone possesses a pair of discerning eyes. One never knows when they might seek his assistance. The day's events unfolded smoothly. Upon returning home, his grandfather, maternal grandfather, father, mother, and aunt did not rest. They called upon his sister and grandmother, immediately commencing the relocation of furniture and household items. Cháng Shùn, having secured 3 workers from the village for assistance, included his friend A Ming's uncle, Gong Jinhui, Aju's 4th uncle, Wang Yitsai, and a neighbor, Shui Zongkai, who was mute. A Ming, originally named Gong Ming, was a year his senior, while Aju, originally Wang Haiju, was slightly older by a month. They had been childhood companions, but as they grew, life led them on separate paths, resulting in rather ordinary existences. The sudden news of Cháng Shùn's family planning to build a house surprised Gong Jinhui and Wang Yitsai, as well as Shui Zongkai, who, despite his inability to articulate, expressed his astonishment. The sight of Cháng Shùn driving a car also took them aback. When the 3 accompanied him home, only 2 sturdy wooden cabinets remained unmoved. Cháng Shùn actively assisted in transferring the cabinets to his grandfather's side. Subsequently, they began shifting the tiles from the house. Shui Zongkai, Gong Jinhui, and Wang Yitsai were on the roof removing tiles, while Cháng Shùn stood on a ladder passing them down. These tiles were intended for the construction of an outdoor kitchen and other small structures, while he planned to purchase larger glazed tiles for the villa. Ashan, are A Ming and Aju still working at the printing factory? Gong Jinhui casually inquired while handling the tiles. They should be. When I left the factory, they were both still there, Cháng Shùn replied. In a previous life, Wang Haiju worked diligently at a printing factory. After 2 years, Gong Ming transitioned to a different profession, dedicating himself to craftsmanship in the field of renovations, assisting others in tiling. You certainly possess remarkable abilities, Amin. Both Azuz and I have been laboring in various jobs for 2 to 3 years, yet we have achieved little, Wang Yitsai remarked. Perhaps their fortunes have not yet arrived. Cháng Shùn responded with a smile as he observed Wang. You have all grown up together. Should you find success in the future, do remember to lend a hand. Gong Jinhui added, I am aware of that. Even without your urging, I would act accordingly, Cháng Shùn replied, though he knew that whether he would actually assist would depend on the circumstances. A vivid childhood memory resurfaced in his mind. It was a summer night, when torrential rain fell until the morning light broke, and he had ventured out with a fishing net and bucket to catch fish in the flowing water of irrigation ditches and ponds. At one particular pond, where the channel met the water source, he unexpectedly encountered Amin as he ascended from the ditch. Cháng Shùn inquired whether there were any fish in the large pit across the channel, but due to the obstructing thickets and murky water, he could not see clearly. Amin claimed there were none, and he too intended to seek fish elsewhere, prompting Cháng Shùn to change his location as well. What the hell? He thought. Is this truly the nothingness he spoke of? Later, he visited Amin's home and discovered that, contrary to Amin's assertion, there were indeed 2 full buckets of fish and shrimp. This incident remained etched in his memory. As they grew older, Gong Ming revealed a rather selfish disposition, occasionally employing cunning tricks. Wang Haiju was somewhat more sincere, but possessed a stubborn nature, lacking the finesse to grasp the subtleties in others' words, often misinterpreting their intentions. Human beings are complex. With the passage of time, the camaraderie once shared among fellow villagers is transformed. Now, it is not uncommon for one to be betrayed by another. The essence of humanity has deteriorated, with self-interest reigning supreme, rendering genuine affection obsolete. This has gradually become the fundamental principle of survival in later generations. Take, for instance, familial relationships. It is not uncommon for family members to be unable to unite their hearts. For the sake of inheritance and personal gain, siblings often scheme against one another, leading to conflicts that are far from rare. Some relatives may be closer than others, while some may even be less trustworthy than strangers. By the afternoon, they had managed to transfer approximately half of the tiles from the house. The situation was changing by the day. Simultaneously, he was lost in thought, realizing that such a home would no longer exist. With his rebirth, he wished for everything to be transformed, allowing the memories of that dilapidated place to remain forever in his mind. That evening, Gong Jinhui, Wang Yitsai, and their mute neighbor, Shui Zongkai, shared a meal at their place. With the house in ruins, it was uninhabitable. His parents and sister were staying at their grandparents' home. Cháng Shùn planned to fold down the seats of the van and sleep there for the next few days. During their idle chatter, his father mentioned that he had not shared a bed with his grandfather in quite some time. Regarding his statement, Cháng Shùn felt that since growing up, he had long ceased to share a bed with his father. Indeed, as one matures, the distance from parents and home inevitably widens, a truth that rings resoundingly clear. On the following morning, Cháng Shùn first went to fetch his grandfather and aunt. After breakfast, he took his father back to the county town. The roof tiles had already been largely removed the previous day, rendering today relatively uneventful. He intended to have an excavator directly relocate the large beams and ceiling boards. As for the green bricks of the house, the excavator could dismantle them effortlessly within an hour. The trip to the county town was necessitated by the need to procure essential materials for constructing the house, including steel bars, cement, pipes, and wires. Once acquired, they arranged for the items to be delivered directly to their doorstep. Considering the necessity for plumbing and electrical work, Cháng Shùn reached out to Boss Hu, the contractor, in the afternoon, asking him to recommend a master named Bao to assist with the installation. During a casual conversation with Master Bao, he specified his preference for concealed plumbing and wiring. This meant that within the house, neither pipes nor wires should be visible on the walls. This approach diverges from the prevailing trend of exposed wiring that most people currently adopt. Looking ahead, whether for personal residences or newly developed communities, it would become increasingly important to eliminate the unsightly, web-like appearance of wires and pipes reminiscent of old shanty towns. As Cháng Shùn's parents were concerned about the persimmons at home, he reached out to 2 fruit vendors in the town, arranging for them to come and pick the fruit at a reasonable price, half selling and half gifting, ensuring the lowest possible cost. With the house construction taking precedence, there was little time to attend to the fruit. Another day passed, and Mr. Wang, the excavator operator, arrived punctually with the machine as promised. While overseeing the transfer of the beams, he took a moment to inspect the coins embedded within them. Aside from the commonplace Xuanji Tongbao and Kangxi Tongbao, Cháng Shùn discovered 2 large coins, both marked as Xianfeng Zhongbao, valued at 50. Generally, such coins hold lesser value compared to those marked at 100. A few villagers gathered to watch the spectacle, claiming that similar coins could be found in their own homes. When mute Shui Zongkai glimpsed the 2 Xianfeng 50 coins, he animatedly gestured and made faces, seemingly conveying a particular message. Having been neighbors for so long, Cháng Shùn understood his intent. The mute was indicating that he, too, possessed large coins. When Cháng Shùn inquired if he was willing to sell, he nodded eagerly. Since he was indeed selling, Cháng Shùn asked him to bring them over. There were 3 large coins, aside from one that was also in Xianfeng Zhongbao at 50. The other 2 were decorative coins. One decorative coin particularly caught Cháng Shùn's eye, as both sides bore the auspicious phrases Tian Guan Si Fu and Ji Ri Gao Shang. The coin was substantial and thick, in excellent condition. Such auspicious decorative coins, as he had seen in various numismatic live streams, were known to fetch several thousand, if not over 10,000, when in prime condition, particularly in 2023. Another coin is the 12 Zodiac and Bagua pattern coin. One side features the Bagua design, while the other displays the 12 Zodiac symbols, both inscribed with corresponding characters. Qian Kuan, Zhansun, Canli Jin Dui, Zicho In Mao Chunsi Wu Wei Shun Yusu Hai. The coin's condition is commendable, although its value is significantly lower. When Cháng Shùn inquired about the price, the mute individual raised a finger and then wrote the number 1,000 on the ground. Despite his inability to speak, his hearing and vision were intact. According to the village elders, including his grandfather, the mute had been afflicted with an illness in childhood, leading to his inability to articulate rather than being born mute. A sum of 1,000 could purchase 10 silver dollars. He aimed to negotiate the price down to 800, but the mute remained steadfast at 1,000. Ultimately, he decided to purchase it. The coin symbolizes good fortune and auspicious elevation. He intended to keep it for himself, Speaking of the mute, Cháng Shùn suddenly recalled certain matters concerning the rural 5 guarantees households. Years later, the solitary elderly individuals without children in villages across the nation, supported by the government with well-constructed houses and annual subsidies of nearly 20,000 yuan. To be honest, his past living conditions were less comfortable than those of some 5 guarantees recipients. Moreover, Shui Zhongkai, the mute, would eventually become a 5 guarantees recipient himself. Boss Chang, I saw you prying some copper coins from the beams of your house this morning. Did you know there were coins up there? Master Wang, the excavator operator, casually remarked during lunch. Indeed, some of my friends in the antique collection circle mentioned it, Cháng Shùn replied. Master Wang, as an excavator operator, you dig up soil everywhere. You must occasionally unearth items of collectible value, right? Having watched numerous treasure hunting videos and read novels related to demolition, he had gathered considerable knowledge on the topic. Digging with an excavator, one encounters all sorts of ancient tombs and sites. Occasionally we find something, but most of the time it's broken jars or bowls. Of little worth. I don't even bother picking them up. Master Wang pondered for a moment before continuing. If you come across any appealing ancient porcelain shards, especially blue and white porcelain, do pick them up. There are collectors for those. I assume you must have found some intact pieces as well. If you wish to sell, we could get in touch. For those unfamiliar with antiques, most believe that only intact pieces can be sold, while damaged ones are unwanted. However, this is not entirely accurate. Damaged specimens are significantly cheaper and suitable for novices in antique collecting and study. In an era rife with counterfeit items, complete fake porcelain cannot fetch a price, and some individuals intentionally break them to sell as fragments. Even those fakes from official kills can command a handsome price. All right, if I manage to acquire some, I'll let you know, but you mustn't offer me a low price. Otherwise, I won't sell it to you. Still feeling somewhat unfamiliar. He did not mention having items at home. That's agreeable. If the items are good, their value will be substantial. If the items are unsatisfactory, I might not even desire them. So what kind of things possess significant value? Our lunchtime conversation revolved around the topic of collectibles. In the afternoon, Cháng Shùn drove his father back to the county town. Construction necessitates water, so they purchased a water pump and some pipes. Considering the need for regular communication with home, they also visited the telecommunications office, seeking assistance from the staff to install a landline phone, with the agreed installation set for the day after tomorrow. Once these matters were settled in the afternoon, time swiftly passed. Chapter 41. As one matures, it is essential to harbor certain matters in one's heart. The following morning, when the excavator commenced work, Bossu, the builder, also arrived. After discussions with Cháng Shùn and his team, he requested Master Wang to assist in excavating the concrete foundation area. By around 11 o'clock, all the requisite soil had been removed. Other areas that needed excavation were completed as per Bossu's specifications. Observing the spacious ground, now level with the homes of his grandparents, Cháng Shùn felt a sense of satisfaction. He glanced towards the pond. Although he no longer had the elevated perspective of the past, his heart felt more grounded. Including the previous day's work, Master Wang had spent a total of 12.5 hours on the project. The required fee amounted to 750 yuan. He did not request the remaining 50 yuan, and Cháng Shùn paid a tidy sum of 700 yuan. After payment, Master Wang mentioned he had other commitments and departed without having lunch. Around 10 o'clock, the brick delivery workers arrived with their vehicles. The site had been excavated, and they unloaded the bricks at the designated location. The bricks were not delivered all at once. An arrangement had been made with the brick factory for delivery over the course of a week. There was no urgency for the materials in the next couple of days. Boss Chang, we now have bricks, sand, cement, and steel bars. I will have workers on site for construction tomorrow, he remarked as he and his father secured the water pump in the pond and connected the hoses, assisted by Boss Hu. The workers at Uncle Yang's site had mostly withdrawn, some perhaps having been idle for several days. All right, he exclaimed while watching the weather forecast on television, which predicted rain in 3 days. By then, the foundation would be set, just in time for a refreshing shower. The hoses were intended to spray water on the freshly delivered bricks. Newly produced bricks are fragile and require hydration to enhance their resilience and fortify their structure. Noticing that the task was nearly complete, Boss Hu commented again. Seeing him head toward the area where motorcycles were parked, Cháng Shùn called out, "No need. Lunch will take at least another hour." He waved his hand dismissively. After Boss Hu left, Cháng Shùn powered the water pump and began to soak the bricks that had been delivered earlier. As water met the bricks, a mist arose. The water quickly permeated the bricks, which are known for their high absorbency. A single brick can typically absorb between half a pound to a pound of water. Over 60,000 bricks, more than 60 tons of water, along with water for cement, sand, and other uses, are required for construction. The volume of water necessary for building a house is indeed substantial. However, they need not worry about water scarcity. The pond's water would suffice even if they were to construct 10 houses akin to theirs. Once he completed laying the bricks, it wasn't long before lunch was ready. "Dad, Grandpa, I plan to take Mom and my sister over to my place once the telephone is installed and the foundation is laid." During lunch, reflecting on the fact that in a few days he would have no more responsibilities, Cháng Shùn spoke to the two of them. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. With the house being constructed, someone must remain at home. "Let your mother and Ajing go first to try it out. If it truly is as lucrative as you claim, I shall join you next year," the father replied. "Dad, I trust what my brother says." Chang Jing felt a blind trust towards him. However, this arrangement seemed beneficial, as she would be more inclined to heed his advice in the future. "Then wait until next year to join me," he said confidently, looking at his father. Grandpa and Grandma's health was satisfactory. However, in 5 years, he did not wish for his parents to go out. With elderly family members, it is essential to have a child nearby to provide care, ensuring they're not too far apart. As for Cháng Shùn himself, he considered himself a filial son, regrettably lacking capability in his previous life. With intentions but no means, he was filled with remorse. This lifetime, he assured himself, would be entirely different. "Good. I too hope we can indeed earn money." His father smiled upon hearing his words. "Hey Shun, once you establish yourself, be sure to lend a hand to your third uncle. He works hard in the factory." His aunt chimed in. He was aware of his third uncle's situation, working long hours in an electronics factory in Shenzhen, Guangdong province, alongside some villagers. Earning a fixed salary of around 800 yuan per month, after living expenses, there was little left to save over the year. "Aunt, rest assured, if third uncle does not wish to continue at the factory during the new year, I have connections. You can join him if you like." In front of his grandfather, he mostly referred to her as aunt, though privately, he preferred calling her auntie. "Connections? What kind of connections?" His grandfather inquired with curiosity. "Well, what I mentioned is merely an idea. It requires practical application." He glanced at his grandfather, not intending to divulge further at that moment. His third uncle, Sun Dahong, was a straightforward and diligent individual, devoid of cunning or malice. If it were a matter of scheming, believing he was always at a disadvantage, he would be disinclined to engage, whether with relatives or even his own brothers. Family ties mean little when, after so many years away, one has encountered numerous relatives, some of whom are less reliable than outsiders. Helping others is commendable. However, one must first assess whether the person is worthy of assistance. His suggestion involved having Sun Dahong collect scrap metal from the landfill around Shanghai, with his aunt accompanying him to sell used books. If that fails, they could remain in Shanghai, as the city is vast and opportunities abound in every district. "You little rascal, you certainly keep secrets well." Reluctant to speak, one often finds that as we grow, we must retain certain matters in our hearts. Grandfather did not seem to mind. "Father, you will inevitably come to know in due time," Mother said with a smile to son Zhaoshan. "Since encountering Ashen this time, I have felt he has matured significantly. His perspectives and insights are beyond our contemplation." Grandfather glanced at everyone and remarked, "Indeed, he has truly grown up. The Chang family is about to produce someone of great promise. Even if he is promising, he is still your grandson." As they dined and conversed, lunch was soon over. During their discussions, they also touched upon financial matters. After purchasing materials worth 20,000 and covering the excavator's wages, Father did not permit Cháng Shùn to withdraw the remaining funds, as they were not yet needed. They agreed to use that money to settle the payment with Bossu once the house was completed. After sitting for a while, he joined his father, grandfather, and maternal grandfather in clearing away the blue bricks salvaged from the demolished house, which would still be useful for building the courtyard. Around 2:30, Bossu delivered the construction mixer and auxiliary materials, initiating preparations for the house construction. Chapter 42. Do you still understand feng shui? The following day, work commenced at 5:30 in the morning, even before dawn, when the laborers arrived. The previous afternoon, they had come to familiarize themselves with the site, and they had also constructed a temporary cooking area and a simple tool shed using old templates and materials they brought along. Once the masters arrived, they began working on the foundation as instructed. Due to their frequent experience in house construction, they worked efficiently, and by 3:30 in the afternoon, all molds and rebar were prepared and secured. Regrettably, there were no concrete mixers available. Otherwise, they could have completed pouring the cement for the foundation that evening. After the preparatory work for pouring cement mortar was finished, boss who instructed the workers to transport some gravel from a distance to the vicinity of the mixer. By 4:30, they wrapped up for the day, leaving one person behind to oversee the machinery and tools. During the day, additional bricks were delivered, and Cháng Shùn soaked them in water. I had never anticipated that the construction of the house would commence so swiftly, and you, surprisingly, managed to buy a car so quickly and even learn the art of antique collection. That evening, while seated in the passenger seat of his van, listening to the music, Chang Jing felt a wave of emotion. During these past 2 days, with nothing much to do, she had taken to exploring his phone and would often sit in the car, asking him to use the vehicle's radio to search for songs to listen to. Observing his sister, Cháng Shùn smiled and asked, "What made you suddenly think about building a house?" She inquired with curiosity. "Would you believe me if I said I felt the feng shui of the previous house was unfavorable and I wanted to change the feng shui of our ancestral home?" This was indeed his genuine thought. Feng shui is quite subtle. Whether others believe it or not is beyond his concern. However, he himself firmly believes in it. Do you still understand feng shui? Not entirely, but I have heard of it and know a little. Let's not discuss that. Jing, do you wish to drive? If you wish, once we arrive in the city, I shall accompany you to obtain your driving license. Cháng Shùn deftly shifted the topic. Recognizing that his companion was still quite young, learning to drive would undoubtedly facilitate future travels. Of course I wanna, but if I learn to drive, won't it consume a lot of time? It won't take too much time. Allow me to explain the structure of the vehicle to you right now. They then delved into a discussion about learning to drive and the intricacies of operating a vehicle. By around 9 o'clock, they exited the car to freshen up and rest individually. At 5:30 in the morning, the workers arrived for another day of labor, bustling with fervor. Today, they were tasked with pouring concrete to establish the foundation of the house. By 6:30, the mixture of sand and stones was ready, and the craftsmen began pouring concrete into the molds prepared the previous day, utilizing vibration rods for optimal results. Considering the feng shui implications, Cháng Shùn tossed in the 5 emperor coins and several other copper coins, including a tin tael coin his father had given him, into the mixture as they poured the concrete. With an eye toward modernity, he also exchanged some coins, scattering them in the corners of the walls. This construction was a form of in-situ concrete pouring, devoid of beams, and he intended to invoke prosperity and ward off evil through this opulent method. He also planned to place a few good coins beneath the roof tiles, akin to nailing in the house beam money. The quantity of concrete required was substantial, and due to the inefficiency of manual mixers, they did not complete their tasks until around 5 in the afternoon. During the day, technicians from the telecommunications company arrived to install a telephone in the residence of his grandparents. This was quite different from the installation they had in their previous home. After the installation, he ventured to a more distant location to test the phone with his mobile device, confirming that everything functioned smoothly before the technicians departed. "Ashan, your mother and Jing have never traveled far. Once they reach your residence, please take good care of them. The work here is nearly finished, so your grandfather and aunt need not come over to assist any longer." "Dad, I understand. Once they arrive, I will make the necessary arrangements. Stay safe out there. Avoid conflicts with others, and take good care of yourselves." His grandfather added, "Yes, I understand. Work diligently, and once we are well off, I will bring your grandparents and other relatives to the city to visit, for they have never journeyed far." His father continued, "Not just to the city. If they wish to explore the capital or other cities inland, I will take them there as well." After some contemplation, Cháng Shùn earnestly responded. In his previous life, he had never taken his elders on excursions, not even to nearby places within their county. It was a regret he carried. In this lifetime, he vowed it would be different. The elderly in his family, as many in future generations would express, particularly those of advanced age, deserved filial piety while they were still alive. The so-called duty of filial piety, if neglected while one is alive, becomes meaningless in death. No matter how grandly a funeral is conducted, what value does it hold? "Then we shall wait for you to get things sorted out and take us out to see the world," Chang Chi-Gui said with a smile. "Grandpa, Grandma, where would you like to go?" He sought to understand their desires. "I wish to visit the former residence of the great man," Grandpa replied promptly and decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, once struggling in life, he had never broached such topics before and was unaware that Grandpa harbored such thoughts. He realized that he had passed away without ever visiting the great man's former residence. "And you, Grandma?" With an understanding of Grandpa's sentiments, he inquired of Chang Shùn. "I am unfamiliar with the outside world, but I too am eager to see the great man's residence that your grandfather mentioned." Grandma responded, "Very well. I shall strive to establish myself swiftly, and then I will take you both, along with your grandparents, to the great man's former residence." At that moment, A time formed in his mind. After the Qingming festival next year, for there was no need to wait until May Day, as the crowds would be overwhelming then. I shall work hard, he vowed to himself. That evening, as they chatted, his mother and sister busied themselves with packing their belongings. Once they finished and engaged in further conversation, they all retired to wash up and sleep. Chapter 43. If I were still single at that time, perhaps we could get to know each other. The following morning, he was awakened once again by the clamor of workers arriving for work. The weather forecast had proven accurate. Rain was indeed imminent as the skies turned overcast. After breakfast, he took a moment to observe the construction progress at the house before departing with his mother and sister. Apart from their luggage, they mentioned that they would prepare their own meals upon arrival, bringing along essentials such as rice, oil, and eggs. Before setting off, his father and grandparents imparted some final words of advice, reminding them to call upon their arrival. Cháng Shùn also urged them to take care of their health while at home. The past few days at home had been somewhat hectic, yet fulfilling. Shùn, doesn't that person walking ahead with a basket of eggs, waiting to catch a ride at the crossroads, resemble Yu Ting's grandmother? His mother suddenly remarked as he drove. Chen Yu Ting's family lived even closer to town than his own, and it was quite likely they would cross paths on the same route. Speaking of her grandmother, Cháng Shùn had a fond impression. The elder had lived alone since her partner's passing years ago, and during his past visits, she had always welcomed him warmly. Indeed, he replied, his keen eyesight confirming her identity at a glance. Considering that every grievance has its roots, and he bore no ill will towards the elderly woman. He stopped the car as they approached her. Cháng Shùn intended to inquire where she was headed. If it was along their path, he would offer her a ride. His mother was well aware that the elderly lady was kind-hearted, unlike Chen Yu Ting's parents. He remained in the car while his mother exited and approached the woman. After exchanging greetings, she mentioned she was heading to town, and they invited her to join them in the vehicle. Shùn, our family owes you an apology. The elderly lady expressed with a hint of regret as she settled into the car. She had likely heard about his recent endeavor of driving and the construction project at his home, as some villagers had seen him in their village, especially the family of Uncle Yang, who lives in her village. Grandma, it is not your fault. You cannot dictate their actions. A wise and understanding elder is indeed deserving of such a title. As he spoke, he started the vehicle and continued on his way. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, we have not conducted ourselves well, wasting your time and tarnishing your reputation, the elderly gentleman remarked. He felt that the notion of reputation was of little consequence. This was a rather objective assessment, and indeed, the reality aligned with his sentiment. It is good that you can think this way. That girl and my reckless son, along with his wife, truly lacked discernment. At her words, Cháng Shùn merely smiled. Chunrong, are you heading to the town to sell persimmons? After a moment's reflection, remembering that his mother was still in the vehicle, the elder inquired once more. Aunt, we are not going to the town. We are merely passing through. Not going to the town? Are you then headed to the city to sell fruit? She asked, a touch perplexed. Grandma, we are not going to the city to sell fruit either. My brother is taking us to Shanghai. Chang Jing interjected. What? To Shanghai? That is quite far. Indeed, he is conducting business there and has asked us to assist him. Oh, I see. That is wonderful. Shùn will surely achieve great success in the future. Engaged in conversation, within 10 minutes, they arrived at the town. Shùn, my family's fourth child has a daughter, but she is only 15, far more charming than that Yuding girl. Her character is superior as well. If you could wait a few years, I would introduce her to you. As they reached the entrance of the market, he parked the vehicle, and Chun Yuding's grandmother, after alighting, suddenly turned to him and said, Let us talk about it later. If I'm still single then, we might as well make an acquaintance. Although he recognized the slim likelihood of that happening, he did not decline. Thank you for giving me a ride, and I have nothing else to offer you. So please accept a few eggs. Upon finishing her words, she began to take eggs from her basket. Aunt, we have brought plenty of eggs. You need not be so courteous. His mother protested. What you brought is yours. This is my token of appreciation. I shall not give you more than 10, so please do not refuse. With the matter presented thus, Cháng Shùn encouraged his mother to accept the gift. All right, I shall not delay your journey any further. See you again. After saying this, she turned and departed. Brother, just now, Chun Yuding's grandmother mentioned wanting to introduce you to another granddaughter. Perhaps you could wait a few years. She is 15, and that is just 3 or 4 years to wait. Continuing on their way, Chang Jing said with a smile, You silly girl, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. You are of age now and may also pursue a relationship. However, when it comes to your marriage, you must allow me to oversee it. Unfazed by her words, Cháng Shùn redirected the conversation back to her. If you were to live in the countryside in the future, He thought it might be worth considering what Chun Yuding's grandmother had said, to give a try, regardless of whether she was the sister of that woman. Now that they had left the mountains, the future was filled with uncertainties, and he would cherish fate and let things unfold naturally. I have no desire to start dating so early. Noticing his diversion of the topic, Chang Jing shyly remarked, Ashen, it will be best for you to wait until you are married before your sister seeks a partner. Their mother interjected upon hearing their conversation. Mom, what if I am still unmarried at 30? Should my sister wait as well? He jested. In his previous life, he remained single, while his parents constantly yearned for grandchildren, their hair turning gray with worry. In this life, he was determined to marry before the age of 30, ensuring they would soon hold their grandchildren. Then let her wait indefinitely. Let us see how embarrassed you feel. Indeed, I shall wait patiently, she affirmed. The trio set off at 8 in the morning, arriving around 4 in the afternoon. Aside from a brief respite for lunch and a fuel stop, they spent most of the time on the road. Upon reaching the city, Cháng Shùn did not escort his mother and sister directly to his residence. Instead, he halted near a large construction site, approximately 6 or 7 miles from his rented apartment in the MX district. This site was one he had previously observed while commuting by bus and car, featuring over 20 high-rise residential buildings, some nearing completion. The area appeared vibrant, surrounded by commercial streets, factories, and a bustling population. Is this where you live? His mother inquired as he brought the vehicle to a stop. Mom, my place is a bit farther from here. I will first secure a rental for you before taking you to my home, he replied, steering the car to a nearby shantytown location before exiting the vehicle. His mother and sister followed suit. In such neighborhoods, it was inevitable to find rental opportunities. Once Chapter 44 is out, you will follow my lead, he declared. The three of them wandered, inquiring and observing. After visiting 4 or 5 places, although rentals were available, he was dissatisfied. The houses either predominantly featured upper floors, lacked courtyards, or were poorly lit and heavy with gloom. For a rental, he required ample space and good lighting. Ideally, a ground floor unit for convenience. They discovered another property with a sign on the outer gate indicating a rental opportunity. Peering inside, he noted a 5-story house with significant space and ample light. The sign stated, ground floor, 2 bedrooms, and 1 living room, which instantly captivated his attention, aligning closely with his needs. The sign provided a contact number. Retrieving his phone, he dialed the number, and a woman's voice responded. After a brief conversation expressing his interest, she invited him to enter. The door was unlocked. Shortly after entering the courtyard, a woman around 30 years of age, approximately 7 meters tall, appeared, exuding beauty and a graceful figure with her hair cascading down. Are you here to rent the house? She directly inquired. Yes. Are you the landlord? Cháng Shùn asked, somewhat uncertain. In his mind, landlords were typically individuals over 40. Why can't I be the landlord? She retorted. Seeing his confusion, the woman spoke. No, I noticed the sign on your front door indicating that the house is for rent. Has the 2-bedroom apartment on the first floor been leased yet? Not dwelling on the previous query, he inquired about the property. Not yet, she replied. Shall we take a look inside? Cháng Shùn asked her. Follow me, she said, leading the way towards the house, with the 3 of them trailing behind. The house was spacious, featuring 4 units on the first floor. 2 were directly opposite the staircase, while the other 2 were adjacent to each other. The woman paused at the first entrance. She reached at the base of the stairs, retrieving a key to unlock the door. She stepped inside first. The apartment appeared to have been renovated just 2 years prior, and it was relatively clean. The living room was quite expansive, furnished with a few pieces. Both bedrooms were equipped with beds and nightstands. The kitchen and bathroom, along with the living areas, enjoyed ample natural light. Overall, the environment of this residence was far superior to the 2 single rooms he had been renting. What is the monthly rent if I decide to lease it? He inquired, feeling quite satisfied after the tour. The minimum rental period is 6 months at 3,000 yuan. No negotiation, the attractive landlady replied. Additionally, there is a security deposit of 200 yuan, which will be refunded when you vacate the property. Her demeanor suggested that there would be no room for bargaining. How are the utilities calculated? Cháng Shùn asked, looking at her once more. Water is 3 yuan per ton, and electricity is 1 yuan per kilowatt hour. Shùn, there's no need to rent such a nice place. We can just get 2 single rooms, the landlady remarked. At her words, his mother quickly tugged at him, fearing he might actually agree to the rental. She thought it was too expensive. After all, it would take her 6 months of hard work to earn that amount. Brother. Mom. Jing, let's just stay here. When we are out, you'll follow my lead, he interjected, anticipating his sister's response. I don't have enough cash on hand. I can pay 200 yuan today and the remaining 2,000 tomorrow. What does that sound? Cháng Shùn turned to the landlady again. That works. She replied, do you have your ID with you? We need to register. He then paid the amount, completed the registration, and checked the utility meters, finalizing the rental agreement. During the registration, they learned that the beautiful landlady's surname was Zheng, and she lived on the second floor. The house was exquisitely decorated and appeared quite upscale. Once they had moved the car around, he assisted his mother and sister with their luggage. After everything was settled, Cháng Shùn glanced at the time. It was precisely 5 o'clock. He took out his phone and dialed home. Shùn, have you arrived? Came his grandmother's voice on the other end, indicating she had been waiting for their call. Yes, Grandma. Is Dad and Grandpa there? He asked. They are right at the door and have just come in, she replied. Soon after, he could hear his father's and grandfather's voices, confirming that they had indeed received his call. Grandma informed them that it was so. Jianzhong, Shùn has just rented us a house for an astounding sum of 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing her husband's voice, Mother spoke into her phone. What? 3,000 yuan? Is it truly that exorbitant? Doesn't he already have a place to stay? Such a waste. Spending recklessly. Grandfather chimed in from the other end. Father, when one is out in the world, we must heed brother's advice. However, this 3,000 yuan accommodation boasts a splendid environment. Sister interjected eagerly into the phone. What need is there for such a fine setting? We ought to be frugal. Grandfather responded again. Indeed, Shùn, earning a living outside is no easy feat. You mustn't be so extravagant. Father reiterated emphatically. Father, I am fully aware. Since we have rented it, let mother and sister reside there in peace. With that, we still need to visit my place. After hanging up, they all set out together towards the 2 rented single rooms. Along the way, mother and sister expressed their desire to find a place to sell his old books and close the next day, rain or shine. As the saying goes, sharpening one's axe does not delay the cutting of wood. Furthermore, a better living environment enhances one's mental state and overall energy, leading to improved fortune. It is not merely about saving money to become wealthy. The essence lies in earning more. There is a saying, money may not necessarily be saved, but must indeed be earned. Spotting a bank, he paused to withdraw 5,000 yuan. Once back in the car, the trio continued their journey. Shùn, hasn't a great deal of housing been demolished around here? Are you collecting antiques and second-hand goods in this area? As they neared their destination, Mother glanced at the demolition situation in the shanty town outside and inquired. Indeed, I will be here for this year. Once the demolition in this vicinity is complete, I shall relocate. A person's energy is finite, and the hours in a day are limited. It is ample enough to exhaust the antiques and second-hand goods here within a year. I never imagined such a lucrative opportunity existed in the city. Mother mused further. Chapter 45 primarily illustrates that poverty can constrict one's ambitions and horizons. In his past life, Cháng Shùn had seen demolition zones and construction trucks. Yet he never connected these conditions to potential avenues for profit. Demolition tears down the wealth of countless households, while construction builds the wealth of countless households as well. While driving a taxi, Cháng Shùn had often heard passengers discuss that the past 2 decades, particularly from 2010 to 2020, witnessed rapid economic growth driven by demolitions, road construction, and real estate. Having missed previous opportunities, he would certainly not let such chances slip away again in this rebirth. Were it not for brother's remarks, we would never have considered ways to profit, even upon arriving in such a place. Chang Jing stated, also gazing out the window. This principle is akin to the adage that different fields are as distant as mountains apart. Even within demolition zones or other construction and service industries, there exist numerous subdivisions. Without contemplation and discovery, one may not uncover opportunities. After a brief passage of time, they arrived at the rental property of Ms. Wang, the landlord. Here, the trio loaded old books and worn clothes into the vehicle before proceeding to visit Mr. Qin, another landlord. By the time they transferred all the old books and clothes from his place, night had already fallen. During this time, Mr. Qin and Li Ximbun noticed some unfamiliar faces and approached to inquire about the situation, exchanging greetings. Regarding the 2 rented rooms, both the mother and sister found them quite satisfactory, expressing that it was a practical choice that would save money. Perhaps having adapted to a frugal lifestyle made it challenging for them to adjust immediately to slightly better circumstances. It would take time for them to become accustomed to this new way of living. Cháng Shùn felt that his future responsibility was to ensure they continuously embraced better living conditions, gradually guiding them towards a more refined lifestyle. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was already 1812 and that they were quite hungry. The 3 of them promptly headed to a Chung restaurant. Upon entering, they noticed that the establishment was nearly full. They managed to find one of the few remaining vacant tables and settled down. I haven't seen you here for a few days. Not long after they sat down, while Chang Jing poured tea for him and their mother, the proprietress approached with a smile, greeting them warmly. Indeed, I've been busy these past few days. Business seems to be thriving today, Cháng Shùn responded, also greeting her. Well, it's not every day we enjoy such good business. What would you like to order? The proprietress remarked, ready to take their orders with her pen and paper. Each table was equipped with printed menus, which he handed to his mother and sister, encouraging them to order first. After a moment of deliberation, they seemed to find some dishes rather pricey, opting instead for the least expensive vegetarian options, cabbage and tofu, and a small portion of greens, each selecting one. They then returned the menu to him. Cháng Shùn smiled at them, but chose 3 relatively costly dishes, a serving of yellow croaker with pickled mustard greens, stir-fried pork with sour bamboo shoots, and braised ribbon fish. Shùn, you're wasting again, his mother remarked with a hint of annoyance after the proprietress had left. Yes, brother. There's no need to eat so lavishly, Chang Jing chimed in. Mom, Jing, I stand by my words. When dining out, you must trust my judgment. This is your first time in whose city, and our first meal together here. We shouldn't be too frugal. He spoke earnestly, observing their reactions. It was primarily a matter of limited aspirations due to their financial constraints. This restaurant, after all, was neither a grand hotel nor a 5-star establishment. Very well. Since you've already ordered, I shall indulge a bit more, Chang Jing quipped playfully. Exactly. That's the spirit, he affirmed. Given the current circumstances, he recognized the necessity of earning more. Perhaps when they became particularly affluent, they would no longer express reservations about their dining choices. As they chatted while waiting, approximately 15 minutes later, Yi Yuqing brought the dishes to their table. Perhaps feeling a bit flustered by the presence of a girl dining with him, she refrained from engaging in conversation, likely fearing any misunderstandings. Once the food was served, the 3 began to eat. During the meal, he inquired whether the dishes suited their tastes. Both individuals expressed their delight in the exquisite flavors, for otherwise, the restaurant would not be thriving so splendidly. When it comes to dining, even spending a little extra is inconsequential. The essence lies in enjoying a sumptuous meal. If one were to spend money without savoring a delightful experience for oneself or loved ones, it would undoubtedly lead to a sense of discontent, profoundly affecting one's mood. During their inaugural visit to such a modest eatery in the bustling city of Hu, he jokingly urged his mother and Chang Jing to etch this day into their memories. Not to forget such a charming place and atmosphere. Mom, Jing, he queried, which do you prefer, the city or our hometown? After settling the bill and embarking on their journey, he continued to engage them in casual conversation. Upon arriving in Hu City, the vibrancy and splendor of this colossal metropolis were palpable. Surely, the city is preferable. There's a multitude of people, it's lively, shopping is convenient, and there are countless entertaining spots. Chang Jing responded without much contemplation. Perhaps this reflected the sentiments of many young individuals. If I had the means, I would still cherish our hometown. Having lived there for the majority of my life, I have grown accustomed to it. Her perspective mirrored that of another demographic. What about you, brother? Where do you find more appeal? I believe that with ample financial resources, whether residing in our hometown or the city would be equally gratifying. Therefore, let us strive to earn more, and once we have amassed enough wealth, we can lead the lives we desire. After a brief pause, Chang Jing expressed her uncertainty. Without phones, it's inconvenient to stay in touch. I should help you purchase one. He certainly wouldn't feel at ease if they were unable to communicate promptly while out. The destination was none other than the mobile phone shop owned by Lu's fellow townsman, Boss Wu. Really? That sounds splendid, Chang Jing exclaimed with delight. However, I want to assist you in acquiring a new one. There are many thieves around. Even if I help you purchase it, be vigilant to avoid losing it. Chang Shùn emphasized. Yes, I understand, as long as it can make calls and send texts. It doesn't need to be new. In the present day, mobile phone shops tend to flourish in the evenings. Upon their arrival, several customers were already perusing the devices. Having visited the shop not long ago, the staff recognized them. After careful selection and comparison, they opted for a Nokia model, though it was designed for women and was slightly older than the device he currently owned. The negotiated price was inclusive of a SIM card and a prepaid balance of 50 yuan, totaling 700 yuan. He also made a phone call home to share the new number with his father and grandparents. They, like him, understood the importance of staying connected. After relocating the old books and clothing to the living room, Cháng Shùn glanced at the clock and noted that it was already past 9. He mentioned returning the following morning before departing in his vehicle. Chapter 46. The pits have been occupied. Would you still venture out in the rain? The next morning, after completing his morning routine and while locking the door, he encountered Li Xinhua, who had just woken up and greeted him. It appeared that Li had risen later than usual, suggesting he would not be going to work today. I'm heading out. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he secured the door and ventured out with his umbrella. As he settled into his car, Cháng Shùn called Chang Jing to propose joining her for breakfast. The distance between them was merely 6 or 7 li, and in approximately a quarter of an hour, he had joined them. At that moment, both his mother and sister had completed their grooming, and the trio set out with umbrellas directly to their dining destination. During their walk, Cháng Shùn inquired about their sleep quality from the previous night. Both replied that they had rested reasonably well, and their complexion suggested they were in good spirits. They chose a bun shop, where they savored steamed dumplings and drank soy milk. Shun, with the rain today, do we have a place to sell books or second-hand clothes? His mother asked after breakfast. Her implication was clear. She did not wish to rest even amid the rain. Mother, let us first explore the vicinity to familiarize ourselves with the environment. If there are affordable storefronts available, we should rent one. That way, we remain unaffected by the rain and are spared the daily hassle of setting up a stall, he suggested. Initially, he had contemplated the idea of setting up a street stall, but given the inclement weather, he now believed a fixed storefront would be more advantageous. Do we really need to rent a place? That would entail significant expenses. His mother expressed concern about the potential waste of money. Mother, engaging in business necessitates investment. Renting a space is indeed a form of investment, and certain costs are unavoidable. It is akin to the need for a tricycle for transportation, which I will also assist you in acquiring later, he explained. Mother, just trust your brother. Chang Jing sided with him. Very well. I shall refrain from further objections and follow your lead, she conceded. Through the discussions regarding renting a place, dining, and the perspectives of his mother and sister, including his mother's recent remarks, Cháng Shùn suddenly pondered a significant matter, the issue of decision-making authority. In any team or group, there must be a definitive leader. Otherwise, with multiple conflicting opinions, chaos ensues and progress halts. This is why he had consistently emphasized that while out and about, they should heed his guidance. The trio then commenced their exploration along the streets. As they walked, Cháng Shùn's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Boss Liu from the antique shop. He promptly answered, Boss Liu, am I disturbing you with this call? Not at all. It's raining, and I'm not busy, Liu responded, gesturing for his mother and Chang Jing to pause, leading them to a spot by the roadside. Glad to hear that. It's been several days since we last spoke. Have you acquired any new items? This, he surmised, was the true purpose of Liu's call. Cháng Shùn recounted the recent happenings, striving for honesty. There are a few items, though not many. I plan to wait until I have more before selling, he added. Are you building a house? Congratulations, Liu exclaimed. I just heard some vehicles passing by. Are you on the street? Yes, I am. I'd like to ask you a question. If I were to rent a storefront to sell used books, would I need to obtain any permits or paperwork? Cháng Shùn inquired. Running a storefront typically requires various licenses and permits. I haven't opened a used bookstore myself, so I'm unsure of the requirements. But yes, you will need some form of documentation if you intend to sell used books. This endeavor won't be as lucrative as dealing in antiques, Liu replied. Upon hearing his words, Boss Liu was somewhat taken aback. The notion of selling as a means to assist his family was rather commendable. After conversing for a while, they concluded their call. It appeared that in order to procure the necessary permits and documentation, he would need to visit the relevant departments. They continued their search, but regrettably, in this era dominated by the physical economy, their quest yielded no vacant properties available for rent. All potential spaces had already been claimed. This situation starkly contrasted with the time before his rebirth, when numerous storefronts were available for lease. With no suitable housing found, he resolved to wait for future opportunities. He planned to inquire later about the requisite documents for opening a second-hand bookstore. In the vicinity of the construction site, Cháng Shùn pointed out a suitable spot along the roadside for his mother and sister to set up their stall, ensuring they would not be caught in the rain. He then retrieved his phone and ordered a canister of gas along with cooking utensils, such as a stove. Once the technician arrived and set everything up, the trio ventured to the nearby market and supermarket, procuring some vegetables, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various other condiments. Thus, the morning passed. Cháng Shùn had his lunch there, fully aware of the ingredients and seasonings he had acquired. As the rain ceased in the afternoon, he purchased a human-powered tricycle from a nearby flea market. He assisted them in transporting 2 sacks and some old clothing and bags, also taking along 2 old curtains before heading back to the construction site. Along the way, he bought a detachable clothes rack for support. Considering the necessity of small change for business, he exchanged some money. While doing so, He advised his mother and sister to be vigilant for counterfeit currency when receiving payments from customers, as such forgeries were prevalent in this era. Setting up a stall to sell books at the entrance of the construction site or other high-traffic areas was a novel endeavor for him. Previously, while driving a taxi, he had heard tales of thriving businesses in the demolition genre of novels. Now was the time to put theory into practice. After a morning of steady rain, puddles lingered in some low-lying areas. They found a slightly elevated spot devoid of water, laid out the curtains, erected the clothes rack, and commenced their stall. As onlookers gathered, he promptly showcased the books available for purchase. Within 10 minutes, a customer inquired about the price of a book. Here, he priced magazines at 1 yuan each, while novels and other thicker books ranged from 2 to 5 yuan. Such pricing was generally acceptable to all. In about half an hour, they had sold 58 yuan worth of second-hand books and an additional 50 yuan from the old clothing and bags. After deducting costs, they had earned at least 80 yuan. Truly, the potential for profit was boundless. In an era where even basic mobile phones had yet to gain popularity, second-hand books sold remarkably well, as the vast majority of people preferred the tangible experience of reading physical books. Cháng Shùn observed that the most popular selections among customers were various magazines and novels, along with practical books on topics such as winemaking, cooking, and animal husbandry. The business has exceeded all expectations, instilling greater confidence in both my mother and sister. After lingering for a while, he departed around 2 o'clock. In the afternoon of Chapter 47, he visited 3 collection stations. Cháng Shùn produced his mobile phone and dialed a number. However, the other party informed him that due to the rain, he was currently engaged in a game of cards, suggesting that Cháng Shùn come by the following evening to inspect the goods. The following evening it would be, and so he boarded the van, first making his way to the landlord, Ms. Chun. After switching to a tricycle, Cháng Shùn proceeded to Boss Zhang's recycling station. Boss Zhang, it has been several days since I last saw you. Have you been off, making your fortune elsewhere? Upon his arrival, Boss Zhang greeted him. Not wishing to engage in trivial conversation, Cháng Shùn directly stated his purpose. I have a few items for you to evaluate. He then went to retrieve the goods. Within 2 minutes, Boss Zhang presented several items: 2 copper basins, a copper ladle, a large copper spoon, 3 aluminum flat flasks, and an old tin kettle. Cháng Shùn examined them closely. The copper basins, ladle, spoon, and tin kettle were rather ordinary folk collectibles. Among the 3 aluminum flasks, one stood out as particularly unique. This flask was larger than the others and featured a square, trapezoidal base, allowing it to stand upright on the ground or other flat surfaces. After assessing the items, the two negotiated a price. The 2 copper basins, brass, weighing approximately 5 pounds, were priced at 100 yuan together. The copper ladle, weighing 1.5 pounds, cost 40 yuan. The large copper spoon and the tin kettle were priced at 40 yuan for the pair. The 3 aluminum flasks were sold for a collective 40 yuan. The special flask was undoubtedly a fortunate find. In total, the items amounted to 220 yuan. After agreeing on the price, he paid, packed them into a bag, and placed them on the tricycle before heading to the old books and paper section in search of valuable paper items. As before, he selected anything that could potentially be sold at a street stall. During the selection process, he lacked the time to meticulously examine each book for any hidden treasures tucked within the pages. He intended to wait until evening to enlist his mother and sister's assistance in reviewing them. Nevertheless, he still spotted some notable collectible paper items. These included numerous old document bags and stacks of aged invoices. The covers of the document bags bore images of great leaders along with their quotations. A great voyage relies on its helmsman. The dates were from the 1960s, and some contained archival materials. Curiously, he opened one to find it pertained to the unauthorized appropriation of collective property, such as grains, flour, corn, and sweet potatoes, where individuals expressed their remorse and outlined their transgressions. The invoices were labeled with the name of a specific district and production team in Shanghai, and dated back to the 1960s and 1970s. A cursory glance through the contents revealed records of income and expenditures related to agricultural products from the production team. Among these invoices, he also discovered several old train tickets and ferry crossing tickets from a ferry company. Among the tickets, the ferry tickets bore amounts of 5 or 8 cents. Observing the use of such small denominations, he reflected on the worth of money in that era, especially since the highest denomination at that time was merely 10 yuan. After nearly 2 hours of selection, he managed to procure 226 jin. He settled the payment and deposited his acquisitions at Ms. Wang's rental property before proceeding to Mr. Zhu's scrap metal collection station. Having not seen each other for several days, Mr. Zhu inquired about his recent activities. After exchanging brief pleasantries, he requested Mr. Zhu to present the recently acquired items of collectible value. Among the acquisitions were ordinary objects such as copper basins, ladles, spoons, and kettles. In a demolition area, many households possessed similar types of items, all products of the same era. For these, he spent 350 yuan, slightly more than at Mr. Zhang's place. In addition to the commonplace collectibles, Mr. Zhu had also received a spring scale used on the railways from the 1960s or 70s and a copper oil lamp. The spring scale, resembling a large syringe, was quite heavy, weighing 2 to 3 jin. The copper oil lamp was distinctive, designed like a grain bin, with a copper cover and transparent glass on both sides. The cover presumably served to shield it from the wind, containing a kerosene lamp inside. Inscribed on the cover were the words 1957, indicating its use on a ship from the 1950s. The lamp weighed around 3 to 4 jin. The two items together cost him 100 yuan. After spending some time in Mr. Zhu's rented premises, he discovered 2 pairs of iron dumbbells, a spring resistance trainer, and an elastic bar. Priced reasonably, Cháng Shùn also purchased these. Fitness equipment, when included in the old books, often finds buyers. After acquiring these items and placing them at landlord Mr. Chen's rental property, he ventured to a scrap collection station specializing in non-metal materials. Upon seeing him, the proprietress mentioned that she had obtained some vintage Moutai liquor bottles, 23 in total. The earliest bottles dated back to the 1970s, with 2 from that decade, while the rest were from the 1980s and 90s. It appeared challenging to find bottles from the 1960s or 50s. He paid 200 yuan for the 23 bottles. After acquiring the bottles, Cháng Shùn walked into the room filled with old books and continued his selection. The collection of books seemed to have been sold just a couple of days prior, so there were not many left. After about an hour of browsing, he concluded his selection with a total weight of 127 jin, costing him 190 yuan. A flourishing business is indeed a positive sign. Should this trend continue, he would secure a stable source of income. Until now, he had not inquired about the proprietress's surname, but this time he did, learning that her surname was Yin. Loading the books onto his tricycle, he noticed that dusk was approaching. As he departed, he glanced at the time, 5:52 p.m. Throughout the afternoon, he had visited 3 collection stations. Although he did not encounter particularly valuable items, this was to be expected. Whether treasure hunting or collecting, fortune plays a significant role. As he pedaled towards Ms. Wang's location, he noticed a small crowd gathered at the mouth of an alley. Captivated by an old black and white television set, he briefly listened to their conversation, which revolved around selling an old television. Considering that his mother and the others would be residing there long term, and that they might occasionally feel bored during rainy days or at night, he decided to stop the car. He inquired about the price from one of the middle-aged men, approximately 45 years old, who was selling the television. The man stated that the minimum price was 150 yuan. After testing the television and confirming it was functional, he purchased it. Upon arriving at Ms. Wang's rental property, Cháng Shùn transferred all the old books to the van and placed the television inside as well, before heading over to Ms. Zhang's rental unit. Chapter 48. If this continues, he could earn 10,000 yuan in a month. Brother, can you guess how much we made this afternoon? Upon arriving at Ms. Zhang's rental property, Chang Jing eagerly asked him. It should be around 400 yuan, right? Cháng Shùn pondered for a moment before responding. This was a rough estimate he made in his mind. After helping them set up the stall, they earned approximately 80 yuan in a little over half an hour. Since the two of them managed the stall for over 4 hours in the afternoon, business typically thrived during the after-work hours. You guessed it accurately. We made 414 yuan. It feels like a dream. I never imagined we could earn so much, Chang Jing exclaimed. Mom, what do you think? She directed her question to their mother. Indeed, I also never expected this. If this keeps up, we could earn 10,000 yuan in a month. Their mother spoke with a hint of excitement. Yes, it seems likely, which is why I rented such a place. You all have no objections now, right? Cháng Shùn smiled at them. The silence from his mother and sister indicated their tacit agreement. Noticing the dishes laid out on the table, he realized they had prepared dinner. Mom, Ajing, I bought some more old books this afternoon, and I also got a television. Let's go get them. Remembering the items still in the car, he spoke to them again. You bought a television? That's wonderful. We can watch TV in the evening. Chang Jing responded joyfully. Not tonight. I haven't organized the old books yet. We can watch tomorrow or later. Do we still need to organize them? You'll find out after dinner, he said. And together, they went outside to carry the old books into the rental unit in several trips. Finally, Cháng Shùn brought the television inside as well. After setting everything up, their mother asked Chang Jing to call home and inform their father and grandparents about the money earned from selling books and old clothes in the afternoon. Upon hearing the news, they were, of course, delighted. After chatting for a while, Cháng Shùn once again reminded them to keep the earning details confidential and not to discuss it outside, allowing his sister to hang up the phone. There's a saying, business secrets. It's best for family members to quietly amass wealth. He emphasized the importance of discretion to both his mother and Cháng Jing as well. In these times, for safety, it's wise to keep financial matters private. Low-key is the best approach. After the phone call, the three of them washed their hands and sat down for dinner. Brother, how are you planning to pay us? As she was enjoying her meal, Cháng Jing playfully blinked her lively and adorable eyes and smiled as she inquired, I cannot offer you a salary. I only have 200 yuan in pocket money each month. Observing her, he feigned seriousness and, with a stern expression, jested, Is that truly so little? Oof. Her irritation was evident at his response. Your brother is concerned that you might squander your money. He intends to assist you in saving for a dowry. Noticing her displeasure, their mother interjected with an explanation. Is that really what mother said? Cháng Jing turned to him again. Indeed, mother understands me better. Aging, when the time is right, I will help you purchase a property in the city, a home solely in your name, which will be acquired before your wedding. Is that true? She asked, somewhat incredulous. Buying a house is no trivial expense. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you regarding such matters? Besides, you are my only sister, and along with our parents, you are my closest kin. In the future, you can decide whether to reside in the city or elsewhere, such as our home city of Yong. He spoke with sincerity, devoid of any hint of jest. Cháng Shùn had a vision for his future and possessed ample confidence. Once he earned sufficient funds, he planned to invest in stocks judiciously. Having driven a taxi and encountered a myriad of individuals, he had heard discussions about which stocks were valuable and had casually researched them in his spare time. In 2003, the Penguin stock had yet to be listed, and he was determined to invest in it. Additionally, he intended to acquire shares of Gree and Matai stocks, both of which had demonstrated consistent stability and year-on-year appreciation. He recalled the peak profit years for these three stocks, Gree in 2014, and both Penguin and Matai in 2021. Prior to the financial crisis in 2008, all three stocks had shown an upward trend with significant gains. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to purchase some by next year, aiming to sell them by 2007. He was certain that these forthcoming years would yield substantial returns. Thereafter, he would buy again at lower prices in 2008, ensuring that any sale thereafter would be profitable. Naturally, when the time came to sell, he would do so in the corresponding years. Even if he chose not to sell, the long-term hold would still yield dividends. Brother, you are the best to me. Hearing his promise of assistance in purchasing a house, Cháng Jing's spirits lifted once more, her thoughts remaining quite innocent. Mother, what salary should I offer you? He smiled as he looked at her. What salary do I need? Just provide me with some living expenses for groceries and cooking. She replied without a moment's hesitation. That 1T suffice. Aside from the grocery money, you should allocate an additional 1,000 yuan for yourself. If you wish to help aging with her dowry later, 1T that require funds? Cháng Shùn provided a rationale, although their mother suggested such. He cannot adhere to it. 1,000 is too much. I'll settle for 500. This salary is hardly higher than that of a laborer in the countryside. If I find myself short for the dowry later, I'll ask you for more. She contemplated before proposing a compromise on the salary. Very well. It's your decision. Brother, please elaborate once more on the necessity of organizing old books, Cháng Jing inquired, perhaps recalling the post-dinner prohibition against watching television. Allow me to share that the old books you previously sold were meticulously selected by me. The items I brought over earlier contain a mixture of potentially collectible treasures. For instance, nestled within the pages may be old coins, various receipts, envelopes with stamps, vintage cigarette labels, and certificates. He elucidated these points to the two of them. Whenever they posed questions regarding aspects they found perplexing, Cháng Shùn provided simple clarifications. This information was previously unknown to them, yet his explanations clarified their understanding. With this newfound knowledge, Cháng Jing's curiosity surged, and her dining pace noticeably quickened. As the trio continued their meal and conversation, they finished around 7:15. Initially, Cháng Shùn considered lingering for a few more minutes, but Cháng Jing promptly pulled him toward the location of the old books. She was eager to discover whether these volumes contained paper collectibles she had yet to encounter. Without wasting any time, he unzipped the burlap sack and began to pour out the contents, a substantial pile of old book paper. The 353 pounds of old book paper seemed quite significant. Brother, the dates on these old newspapers appear remarkably early. Just moments after he had emptied the papers, Cháng Jing began to sift through them beside him. Oh, how early are we talking? He casually inquired. In truth, he had skimmed through these newspapers while collecting the old books, noting a few dated items that he had included without the luxury of a thorough examination. The date inscribed was 1966. Indeed, 1966 is quite early. Brother, look here. One of these pages announces that our nation has successfully conducted another nuclear explosion, elevating our nuclear weapon technology to a new level. Cháng remarked as she flipped through a few more pages. Is that so? Let me see. Her statement piqued his interest immediately. He moved closer to her, examining the newspaper she held that detailed the successful nuclear explosion. The bold red title unmistakably affirmed her claim. In addition to this, there were mentions of the great victory of a certain ideology and the fruitful achievements of cultural initiatives, accompanied by detailed descriptions. The date was December 28, 1966. Upon inspecting the reverse side, he found predominantly black and white images of various dignitaries celebrating the successful missile launch of nuclear weapons. Finally, he glanced at the small text in the bottom right corner, which read, People's Pictorial 1966. It turned out to be a pictorial publication. Most of the items in Cháng possession were newspapers, with a few pictorials. These old newspapers possess considerable collectible value. We should set them aside. Realizing there were likely collectors interested in such items, he remarked to Cháng. Are you suggesting that they could be sold as antiques? She queried. They should certainly fetch a better price than ordinary magazines or old books. Cháng Shùn spoke, placing the items aside in a designated spot before resuming his organization of the old books. Within this collection were a few red-covered plastic editions, albums, and comic books. During his time at the recycling station, he lacked the opportunity to set these aside. Now, having shown them to Cháng, he meticulously selected them. The red books encompass selections from great figures, quotations, and directives. Before his rebirth, he had perused antique stalls, observing others purchase such old books, some fetching prices exceeding 1,000 yuan. He similarly had no time to examine the albums and comic books in detail that afternoon, yet they likely contained some noteworthy pieces. After tidying the dining table and washing the dishes, his mother joined to assist. Ashen, you previously mentioned that some old books might contain items. Look at this old notebook. It has several cloth tickets inside. Do you think they hold any collectible value? As she spoke, she handed the notebook to him. Cháng Shùn examined it. The cover was made of black hardcover material, adorned with floral designs, and inscribed with the words diary, giving it a vintage appearance. A cursory glance at its contents revealed mundane life entries dated from the early 1960s. There were 5 cloth tickets, each valued at 10 meters. They bore inscriptions from the Ministry of Commerce, marked for military use, certifying the purchase of cotton fabric. Valid nationwide from a certain month in 1959 until the end of that year, after which they became void. He wasn't entirely certain about some of the tickets, but he had heard during others' live streams that those marked for military use typically commanded greater value. These should indeed possess value. Whether it be the cloth tickets or this early 1960s diary, I believe they are of significance. He set them aside with the collectibles and resumed organizing. After a while, Cháng Shùn discovered 2 banknotes while rifling through a copy of Weekly Digest. Both were 100 yuan notes, currently in circulation and not classified as collectibles. This was likely someone's hidden stash. Upon seeing him uncover this, his mother and sister scrutinized the old books even more carefully, anxious that any overlooked currency might be seized by other vintage book buyers. However, their subsequent search yielded no more banknotes, only an old photograph tucked within the pages, along with 3 postcards, 2 small calendar cards, and several bookmarks. The photograph depicted 3 young women in black and white, all sporting pigtails, with one having her hair styled in a braid. Dressed modestly, some held hoes, others rakes, and one wielded a shovel. The trio appeared to be around 20 years old, their faces radiant with youthful exuberance, a clear reflection of a bygone era. Such photographs of beautiful women undoubtedly attracted collectors and were worthy of preservation. The 3 postcards were more contemporary, featuring images of pop stars from the 1990s. The small calendar card from 1979 was themed around Dream of the Red Chamber, showcasing exquisite illustrations of Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu. The bookmarks included works by Qi Baishe depicting shrimp, quotations from great leaders, and scenic landscapes. Within the collection of books, there are 2 notable promotional posters and a traditional New Year painting. One of the posters bears the phrase, "Good morning, teacher," depicting 2 elementary students, a boy and a girl, bowing to a young female teacher. The other poster is titled Deep Affection Between Teacher and Students, showcasing 4 young girls enjoying outdoor activities with their female teacher. The New Year painting features the phrase fortune as vast as the eastern sea, longevity as endless as the southern mountain, portraying a serene scene with a longevity deity, pine trees, and cranes symbolizing long life. The trio spent approximately an hour meticulously examining all the old books, uncovering several items of collectible value. Cháng Shùn filled 2 large bags with these treasures, while the remaining old books were repacked into a woven sack. "Brother, how much do you think these selected items could sell for?" asked Chang Jing as she washed her hands in the kitchen, preparing to leave. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and replied, "This is a conservative estimate. Then we aren't just making a pure profit from these books," she exclaimed. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Well, it's getting late. Mom, Jing, make sure to wash up and go to bed early. Call me if you need anything, but try not to go out tonight." With that, he took the 2 bags and exited the room without letting them see him off, instructing them to close the door behind him as he headed to where the van was parked. As he stepped outside, he noticed a light drizzle beginning to fall. Having had a tiring day, he completed his evening routine and lay down to sleep. Chapter 50. Do you collect antiques? So young, not long after lying down, he drifted into slumber. Upon opening the door in the morning, a refreshing chill greeted him. The rain from the previous evening and the morning had noticeably lowered the temperature. Checking the weather, he observed that the clouds had dispersed, indicating no further rain. Having not scoured the relocated residents' homes in the demolition area for several days, he enjoyed breakfast before riding his tricycle to the site. Most of his previous searches had focused on historical buildings, and few of the relocated homes remained unexamined. During the morning, he visited the 4 houses that had been vacated. Among these, one was a 2-story structure, while the other 3 were single-story shanties. Despite being single-story, each house featured a loft that housed numerous items. In these old homes, Cháng Shùn discovered several valuable artifacts, including a barefoot Dr. S medical kit from the 1960s or 70s, an enamel plate, 5 bars of vintage soap, a pastry mold, a small wooden basin, a jar from a tin factory, and an old hat. The medical kit was a rectangular leather box prominently marked with a red cross on a white background, which he found in the loft. It had been opened, likely seen by the demolition crew, yet left untouched. Beside the box, several glass, syringes, and a hard paper box for the syringes were found. The syringe and the cardboard box appear to be of a later date. The box bears a specific year, marked with the characters 86 and 0. The soaps are of the Hu Sure brand, encased in plastic packaging, labeled as Murray Jiajing soap, likely dating back to the 1970s. The pastry mold resembles a mallet, capable of producing 3 pastries at once, each with a unique design. One side features 2 different floral patterns, while the center showcases the character she. The small wooden basin resembles a wash basin, with a top diameter of approximately 1 foot, a bottom diameter of about 20 centimeters, and a height of around 25 centimeters. It appears robust and substantial, likely made of redwood, although it is not of Wangwali or rosewood. The exterior of the basin is engraved with a large character for Fu, and judging by its patina, it is quite old, possibly dating back to the Republican era. The jar from a Mako kiln is adorned with human figures and inscribed with phrases supporting rural land policies, urban-rural cooperation, and material exchange. It is a distinctive jar, not particularly ancient, yet its theme is compelling. The old hat is a military cap, adorned with an emblem shaped like a 5-pointed star, inscribed with the words "Ganan." This type of police cap, resembling a military hat, strikes him as particularly unique. It is his first encounter with such an item. Aware that items of considerable age and rarity hold significant value, he gathers various old belongings: buttons, vintage canvas handbags, backpacks, glass vases, ashtrays, ropes, shoehorns, canes, and various desk ornaments such as pen holders. Upon seeing these, he collects them with the thought that his mother and sister might sell them at their stall, potentially attracting buyers. Additionally, on an old cabinet's door, he notices copper coins nailed to it. 2 families' homes even feature coins in their beams. He also retrieves these coins. The cabinet door holds 2 Kangxi Tongbao coins, both bearing the character Fu on their reverse. The beam coins total San Shu, predominantly Sunzhi Tongbao, alongside a few Kangxi Tongbao and Yongzheng Tongbao. There are also 2 large Zhenjai Daqian, identified as Xianfeng Zhongbao Dangwu Shi. Since discovering the beam coins, he has developed a notion to pry money from historical buildings he encounters. In a morning's search, without discussing other items, these ancient coins alone suffice for him to exchange for some cash. At that time, Boss Chai and Boss Xiao were also nearby. He had arranged to meet them in the evening. After completing his search through the belongings of 4 households and retrieving the beam coins and the cabinet's coins, time had passed. Just as he was pushing his tricycle towards his rental apartment, he noticed a resident was in the process of moving. Among the old items prepared for removal and placed at the doorway was a stone incense burner that appeared quite exquisite. The base of the burner is rectangular, tapering towards the top, with ears on either side. It measures approximately 1/2 meter in length, 1 foot in width, and about 40 centimeters in height. The surface is adorned with patterns of auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, with an inscription indicating the year, Qianlong being Xinan. "Sir, are you selling this incense burner?" he inquired of the homeowner, a middle-aged man around 45 years old. Upon learning this, Cháng Shùn offered him a cigarette and asked, "Not for sale. This was passed down from my ancestors. I wish to keep it as a memento." He had no choice but to accept that they were not selling. "Do you have any other antiques or similar items at home?" "I collect antiques, and if you have any, I would be interested in purchasing them," Cháng Shùn inquired. "Collecting antiques? At such a young age?" The middle-aged man glanced at him, clearly skeptical. "Here, this is my business card." Sensing his disbelief, Cháng Shùn produced a business card and handed it over, then took out his phone. This seemed to alleviate the man's doubts. "I don't have silver dollars, porcelain jade, or paintings, but I do possess some copper coins, copper dollars, along with a few miscellaneous items, old clothes, and bags," Cháng Shùn stated, after examining the content written on the card. "All right, let me see what you have, but I only collect outerwear when it comes to old clothes, and the bags must be capable of holding a considerable amount of items." After about 10 minutes, he presented everything he wished to sell. The copper coins included a Zhong Tong Bao 10-baht coin, which might be of greater value, while the others were rather ordinary. Among the copper dollars was a rare 5-1 Qing copper coin. He had 5 badges, one being a porcelain badge, while the other 4 were aluminum. The copper bell was a tiger-headed bell from the Republic of China era. The coins had little value. He had around 30 old clothes and 2 old canvas bags. After reviewing everything, they negotiated a price, and Cháng Shùn quoted a flat rate. For the old clothes and bags together, it was 20 yuan. In total, he paid the middle-aged man 220 yuan. Chapter 51's most significant item was 19 old pills. "Was the girl you had dinner with the other night your girlfriend?" During lunch at a Chung restaurant, Yi Yuqing curiously asked him while serving the dishes. "No, that's my sister. The older one is my mother." He didn't join his mother and sister for lunch, as Cháng Shùn intended to only visit them for dinner in the evenings from now on. She continued to inquire, initially intending to make a joke, saying, "So, are you missing me?" However, since their relationship was not very close, he refrained from responding. Yi Yuqing sighed. After saying this, she departed. After finishing lunch, Cháng Shùn sat for a few minutes before heading to the demolition area. Currently, he had already cleared out the historical buildings where the residents had moved away. Now he planned to methodically search each unvisited house in the vicinity. Pushing his tricycle, he stopped in front of a 2-story building with broken windows and doors, which appeared quite grand and somewhat reminiscent of a villa. Although this house was not a historical building, it seemed to have some age. The main gate of the courtyard, previously an iron gate, had been destroyed and sold for scrap by the demolishers. Judging by the debris on the ground, the gate had been taken down not long ago. Cháng Shùn pushed his tricycle into the courtyard and locked it, deciding to begin his search from there. He scanned his surroundings. 2 fan trees, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, flanked the house. Nearby, against the courtyard wall, was a platform with flowers and some flower pots. The platform was damaged, yet the flower pots near the courtyard wall remained unscathed. These pots are predominantly crafted from ceramic or purple clay, devoid of any earthenware. Given such surroundings, it is evident that the household enjoys a considerable level of affluence. He intends to collect the flower pots later, but first he must explore the interior of the house. As he had surmised, the residents are quite wealthy, as most of their possessions remain untouched. In the kitchen, he conducted a thorough search and discovered a small salt jar and a stone mortar. The jar, in a hue reminiscent of eel, bore inscriptions from a certain factory in Shanghai, indicative of state-run origins. The stone mortar, made of bluestone, contained a small wooden pestle intended for crushing garlic. This particular mortar appeared to be of considerable age. On the first floor, atop the liquor cabinet in the living room, he found several bottles of Mutai and Wuliangya, as well as a few high-end red wine and foreign liquor bottles. The Mutai and Wuliangya bottles were not particularly old, dating back to the 1980s and 1990s. The foreign liquor bottles were labeled EXO, a term he recognized. In other areas, such as the bedroom, he unearthed a few glass vases, 2 ashtrays, a porcelain teapot, and various old pills, medicine bottles, and boxes. While the vases and ashtrays were rather ordinary, they could be sold cheaply at a market, appealing to some buyers in these times. The porcelain teapot, however, was of a unique era, adorned with lantern and sunflower motifs, inscribed with commendatory phrases. Among the treasures he discovered, the most significant were 19 vintage pills, 9 Jianbu Huxian pills, 7 Ren Shunzai Zhao pills, and 3 Ngong Huang pills, all originating from the 1980s. He had once read tales of treasure hunting amid demolition and browsed antique collection websites, where he learned that certain old pills hold substantial value, particularly the Niu Huang pills, which can fetch tens of thousands of yuan apiece. His curiosity had led him to investigate why such items commanded high prices. The reason lies in the fact that prior to the 1990s, traditional Chinese medicine was derived from wild, all-natural sources, and the age of the ingredients was significant. Especially noteworthy was the Niu Huang. The efficacy of traditional herbal medicines produced during that time was potent, often capable of treating cardiovascular diseases. Although there are prescriptions available today, the genuine raw materials are no longer accessible, leading to the use of substitutes or synthetic alternatives, which lack the same efficacy. Consequently, many ailments remain challenging to treat. Moreover, the prohibition on the use of certain animals in medicinal formulations has further augmented the collectible value of these vintage pills. The 9 Jianbu Huxian pills contain tiger bone, as per the instructions he had previously examined. The Ren Shunzai Zhao and Ngong Huang pills undoubtedly contain wild ginseng and Niu Huang, ensuring their authenticity and effectiveness. In times past, one purchased medicine. Today, one merely acquires aesthetically pleasing packaging, akin to embroidered pillows. This reflects the sentiments expressed by others. The pills were discovered on the floor of a bedroom on the second floor, as well as within an old cabinet. Upon entering, he had been greeted by the distinct scent of traditional Chinese medicine and noticed fragments of herbal materials scattered across the floor. Had he not possessed prior knowledge, he likely would not have paid them any heed. In contrast, others might overlook such findings entirely. A few of the old medicine bottles and boxes were from particularly notable eras. Among the 3 vials, the labels still bear relevant inscriptions. The primary directive is to focus healthcare efforts on rural areas. Everything is for the health of the people. A notable quotation from a great leader states, "The masses are the true heroes, while we often appear naive and foolish." Without recognizing this, we cannot attain even the most basic knowledge. Inside one of the medicine boxes, intended for injectable solutions, similar themes from that era are evident. Navigating the vast ocean relies on the helmsman. Such vials and boxes indeed possess significant collectible value. On the rooftop terrace, there are several flower pots, all of commendable quality. Inside the house, old clothes, ropes, and various daily necessities abound. Anything he deemed marketable, whether to antique shops or street vendors, he diligently collected. As he stuffed the garments into a snakeskin bag, Cháng Shùn noted that the quality of this household's clothing surpassed that of ordinary families significantly. He managed to fill 3 entire snakeskin bags with clothing. When it comes to selling, the prices would surely be adjusted upwards based on the actual condition of the items, including the wooden boxes and those flower pots. In the subsequent hours, Cháng Shùn scoured 2 more households, though the conditions of these relocated families were considerably poorer. Nevertheless, he still discovered several folk items, such as 2 abacuses, an oil lamp, an enameled cup, an old woodworking tool known as a thunder drill, and half a box of old candles. The enameled cup featured a depiction of a female soldier, trumpet in hand, calling out while clutching a little red book, clearly indicative of a special historical period. The half box of old candles contained 12 pieces, though it was evident that more had been taken by the individuals who had been relocated. This was apparent as 2 of the candles had been opened. The ripped paper revealed they were indeed 6 in number. Moreover, the unopened candles bore inscriptions reading workers and peasants, adorned with simple illustrations. The workers and peasants label suggests an earlier manufacturing date. Once he had organized his findings, it was nearly 4:30. Cháng Shùn then contacted Mr. Chun, Mr. Chai, and Mr. Zhao, proceeding to their residences. Chapter 52. Old Chun, are you truly planning to keep those scraps of paper indefinitely? Cháng Shùn's first visit was to Mr. Chen's home. Upon arrival, he found that Mr. Chen had already prepared the items: a set of old mahjong tiles, a pair of winter melon jars, 2 inkstones, 5 abacuses, a silver bracelet, along with some old books, clothing, and bags. The mahjong tiles were made of plastic, yellow in color, and relatively small, housed within a wooden box. He had previously encountered similar sets at the antique market, with other materials including bone and ivory. The winter melon jars were beautifully painted, standing about a foot tall. One lacked a lid, likely discarded after breaking. The jars were adorned with floral and avian designs. The inkstones were all rectangular, with one featuring a gourd-shaped ink pool. while another was shaped like a bat. Such designs are indeed rare. Cháng Shùn inspected the 5 abacuses, closely examining each for the quality of wood used. Regrettably, none were crafted from superior materials. The silver bracelet is not genuinely made of silver. It is merely coated with a layer of silver powder, and the wear marks reveal that it is composed of brass. The collection of old books includes 2 snakeskin bags, and after tipping them over, he spent approximately 20 minutes sifting through them rapidly. Priced by weight, they cost 1 yuan and 50 cents per jean, and he selected a total of 26 jeans. There are also 13 old bags, including backpacks and handbags. After assessing everything, the two of them negotiated the prices. The old mahjong set was priced at 20 yuan, while a pair of winter melon jars fetched 80 yuan, primarily due to the absence of a lid. Had it been intact, its value would have been considerably higher. 2 inkstones were priced at 60 yuan, and 5 abacuses at 30 yuan. He certainly would not accept the price for the silver bracelet. The 26 jeans of old books amounted to 39 yuan. The old clothes were priced by weight at 20 cents per jean, totaling 186 pieces and 202 jeans, which priced at 41 yuan. The old bags were priced at 1 yuan each, totaling 13 yuan. Altogether, this amounted to 283 yuan. Old Shun, are you truly planning to keep those scraps of paper? Chen's wife suddenly interjected as he prepared to leave with his purchases. Intrigued by her remark, he paused. All right, Boss Chang, I have a few more items here. After a brief moment, he returned with a framed piece behind glass, which contained a silk depiction of a revered figure seated in a wrought-tan chair. The inscription read, "Long live the great," from the Hangzhou Dongfanghong silk weaving factory. Upon seeing this, Cháng Shùn realized that the frame concealed more than met the eye. Indeed, after a short while, Old Shun turned the frame upside down, placing it on the table to manipulate several aluminum cards tightly affixed around the edges. Once the cards were oriented outward, Old Shun removed the base, revealing several sheets of varying sizes within. At this point, Cháng Shùn understood that the frame harbored hidden treasures. After waiting less than half a minute, Old Shun organized everything face up. Boss Chang, I discovered this in a demolition zone, though not in this area. The items concealed within suggest they may hold considerable value. Let me know what you think, but if the offer is low, I'd prefer to keep them. After speaking, Cháng Shùn scrutinized the contents. There were a total of 6 sheets of paper. 4 of them were related to marriage, while the other 2 were stock certificates. Upon first glance at the engagement certificate, he was astonished by its exquisite design. The certificate resembled an award, adorned with the character sheet prominently at the top center, flanked by auspicious dragon and phoenix motifs. Below were floral designs featuring peonies, lotuses, and peach blossoms, along with images of mandarin ducks frolicking in water and goldfish. The overall appearance of the certificate was colorful, exuding an atmosphere of harmony and celebration. The content detailed the personal information of the couple, including the names of the engaged parties, witnesses, introducers, and the officiant, along with the date. In that era, engagements were typically seen as irrevocable commitments, devoid of the possibility of retraction. The 2 marriage certificates, while similarly styled as awards, were less visually appealing than the engagement certificate, indicating that engagements were likely considered more formal and ceremonious than marriages at that time. The guest's signature is inscribed on a piece of red paper, detailing the information of the couple and the date of the wedding. Additionally, it is densely filled with the names of friends and family. The engagement certificate, marriage certificate, and guest signature all date back to the early 1960s, belonging to a single household, a couple. 2 stock certificates, both from an earlier era, originate from the Republic of China period. One of them features an image of Mr. Sun, with the inscription, Shanghai Antique, Painting, Calligraphy, Gold, Stone, and Jewel Market Stock Company. The document contains further details regarding the shares, the members of the board, dates, and other pertinent information. The other certificate is a payment receipt from the Shanghai Baolong Insurance Company, containing details about the shareholders, chairman, general manager, and relevant dates. While the marriage certificate holds intrinsic value, Cháng Shùn believes that the 2 stock certificates are undoubtedly of greater worth. Naturally, even the exquisite silk tapestry depicting a great figure possesses its own significance. Boss Chun and Madam, how much do you wish to sell these papers for? He inquires. After all, it is the seller who typically determines the price, not the buyer. If you want my opinion, I would offer a mere 10 yuan. Would you consider selling at that price? Cháng Shùn smiles as he poses the question to the couple. You are an antique collector and understand the market. We are not knowledgeable in these matters. Madam Chun retorts, having heard his attempt to evade pricing. Indeed, I collect antiques. Yet a buyer always aims for the lowest price possible, while a seller wishes for the highest. If you insist on a price, I won't undervalue it. For these 6 pieces of paper, I would offer 500 yuan, equivalent to the price of 5 yuan coins. What do you think? Cháng Shùn inquires tentatively. In truth, he is uncertain of their true value, having never researched them before. After all, with countless collectibles, no one could be fully informed. 500 yuan is too low. Just look at how beautiful the engagement and marriage certificates are. Given their age, they must be worth at least 1,000 yuan. Old Chen remarks, likely believing the certificates to be more valuable than the stock papers. Boss Chang, if you could offer 1,000 yuan, I would gladly sell them to you. Madam Chun interjects, echoing the 1,000 yuan figure. Very well, I shall take the gamble. 1,000 it is. Please reframe them, and I will purchase them. After a moment of contemplation, Cháng Shùn agrees. Chapter 53. Is an ID not sufficient? Following this, once Old Chun arranges the items neatly and secures the backing with the aluminum card, he proceeds to make the payment. After exchanging a few words and mentioning his intent to visit Boss Chai and Boss Zhao for further purchases, he departs with his card. Old Chen mentions that he had previously discovered these items in another demolition area, suggesting he likely spent little to acquire them. Even if he profits later, it will be a fair gain for both parties. He hopes to strike a fortunate deal this time. Meanwhile, he pondered why the frame concealed not the masterpieces of Zhang Daqian or Qi Baishe, nor perhaps a collection of first-edition banknotes, as such items would undoubtedly hold greater value. Of course, had they indeed been the works of esteemed masters, it is likely that Old Chen would not have parted with them so easily. After placing his acquisitions in the rental property owned by Ms. Wang, Cháng Shùn subsequently visited the residences of Boss Chai and Boss Zhao. From them, he procured an exquisite treasure chest, 3 bottles of vintage liquor, a tea canister, 2 ancient tomes, an antique telephone, and 2 silver dollars. He also selected several old books and acquired 352 pounds of second-hand clothing, alongside 29 used bags. The treasure chest, intended for women's jewelry, was crafted from mahogany, though regrettably not from the more valuable varieties such as Wangwali or Zeton, and its surface was adorned with intricate mother-of-pearl inlay. This inlay embellished the front of the box as well as the faces of 3 drawers, depicting beautiful motifs of a lion rolling a brocade ball and blooming peonies. Its age appeared to be quite advanced, likely dating back to the Republic era or even earlier. He spent 100 yuan on it. Among the 3 bottles of liquor, one contained Wuliangye, while the other 2 were Yang Hadaku. The Wuliangye was not particularly aged, hailing from 1988. In contrast, the Yang Hadaku bore a much longer history, originating from the 1970s, with bottles resembling soda bottles, especially notable for their caps. He acquired all 3 bottles for 600 yuan. In 2003, Wuliangye sold for over 300 yuan per bottle. The tea canister, made of colorful porcelain, was beautifully decorated with landscapes, although its vintage was relatively recent, likely from the 70s or 80s. This cost him 15 yuan. The 2 ancient tomes included one on Taoism, a handwritten manuscript of the true scriptures of Xiantian Shangdi's Gratefulness, and another titled Stories for Young Learners, Volume 3, printed in typeset. Both books were incomplete sets, thus their value diminished, yet they retained some scholarly worth. He purchased both for 40 yuan. The antique telephone was a black Bakelite rotary model from the 1950s or 60s, costing 50 yuan. Originally, he had 5 silver dollars, but 3 turned out to be counterfeit. The 2 authentic ones were both the 3-year Yuan Shirkai variety and were in reasonable condition, fetching him 200 yuan. He selected approximately 50 pounds of old books and acquired the second-hand clothing at a rate of 20 cents per pound, while used backpacks and handbags were priced at 1 yuan each. During his shopping, Chang Jing called to inquire when he would come for dinner, to which he provided a rough estimate of his arrival time. After settling the payments, he placed the antiques and collectibles in the rental and loaded the old books, clothing, vases, ashtrays, and other miscellaneous items into the van, driving towards his mother's place, now already 6:30 p.m. Upon arrival, they first moved the old books and clothing into the house. Jing, here is a book on driving theory. You might find it useful to peruse while you're at your stall during the day. In a couple of days, I will take you to the Vehicle Administration Office so you can practice driving and obtain your license. Recognizing the ease of obtaining a license nowadays and the gradual widespread adoption of vehicles, he considered driving to be an essential skill for the youth. He handed her the driving book he had previously read. All right, thank you, brother. Upon hearing his suggestion for her to learn driving, she joyfully accepted the book and began to leaf through its pages. There's no need to rush. Let's dine first, her mother remarked upon witnessing her enthusiasm. Subsequently, They washed their hands and sat down at the dining table to commence their meal. Shun, if we set up a stall in bustling areas with heavy foot traffic tonight, our business will surely flourish. While they were eating, her mother pondered aloud. Today, their time spent operating the stall exceeded that of the previous day, resulting in an additional profit of nearly 50 yuan. When the topic of evening sales arose, it was evident she wished to earn even more. Mother, the business should be quite good, yet the safety in some areas at night may not be reliable. It would be wiser to rest at home. Money is endless. He was reluctant for them to engage in nighttime labor. In this era, surveillance was not widespread, and even minor incidents could be perplexing to explain should they occur. Mother, let's heed my brother's advice. We shall endure longer during the day, and work until later in the evenings, foregoing rest as necessary. Chang Jing chimed in. Just as she finished speaking, a knock resounded at the door. Cháng Shùn opened it to reveal their landlord, Ms. Zhang. This afternoon, the neighborhood committee informed me that those from outside Shanghai must obtain a temporary residence permit. Inspections will take place in the coming days. You should go for photographs tomorrow morning, and in the afternoon, join me to process the application. She stated directly without any preamble. Can we not just come to you after taking the photos tomorrow morning? If it can be accomplished in half a day. I would prefer not to squander more time, he replied. I have matters to attend to tomorrow morning. I simply cannot spare the time. He turned and ascended the stairs without further discussion. Shun, what is this temporary residence permit? His mother, new to city life, was unaware of its significance. The temporary residence permit is a legal document for individuals from other cities residing here. If everyone obtains it, the public order will improve significantly. Isn't an identity card sufficient? Chang Jing inquired. An identity card alone lacks permanence. The temporary residence permit allows for the precise tracking of an individual's residence, thereby enhancing public safety management. Upon this explanation, it seemed they began to understand. Then doesn't processing the permit tomorrow mean we will lose an entire day? Their mother appeared somewhat disheartened, having overheard the landlord mention her prior commitments. This is unavoidable. Once I purchase a house, I can register a household here, and you will no longer need the temporary residence permit. He smiled reassuringly. Brother, then strive to earn money quickly to buy a house. Once you earn more, help me purchase one here as well. Certainly, I shall endeavor to earn diligently. After finishing their dinner, Cháng Shùn and the others began organizing the items they had brought. Primarily, they sorted through old clothing, categorizing tops and trousers. Shun, look, there's a handkerchief wrapped around something in this piece of clothing. His mother suddenly exclaimed during the tidying process. Upon inspecting the garments she was sorting, he recognized that they were salvaged from a household with better living conditions, akin to a villa. Let me see. After speaking, his mother handed him a handkerchief. Chapter 54. The barefoot doctor, Sunflower, humbly pursued his craft and excelled. The handkerchief contained something that was bulging, not hard, but rather resembling paper, bound with a string. Cháng Shùn untied the string, revealing a stack of rolled banknotes. Upon unfolding them, he discovered they were all 10 and 5 yuan notes from the third series. The 10 yuan notes were labeled Great Unity, while the 5 yuan notes were marked Steel Production. He counted them, 10 yuan notes and 25 yuan notes, totaling 200 yuan. The banknotes were circulated in an average condition. Lastly, he glanced at the handkerchief, which appeared quite old, likely from the 1970s or 1980s, adorned with a double happiness character and a mandarin duck design against a red background. It was evidently once distributed during weddings. Shun, these banknotes are no longer valid. Perhaps they could be sold as antiques? His mother inquired after inspecting them. Certainly, they must hold a value far exceeding their face value. I am not entirely certain about the specifics, but 200 yuan could easily multiply several times over. He had heard of the RMB collecting scene, knowing that the first series was the most valuable, while other series contain some valuable varieties as well. As long as there are buyers, it will be beneficial. Later, do inquire further and sell them all. They continued their sorting without discovering any other unexpected items. The old books contained a few bookmarks and receipts, but they were from relatively recent years and lacked significant value. Ashtrays and vases were included as secondary sales. The following morning, after having breakfast with his mother and Chang Jing, he took them to a nearby photo studio. Since they were only selling these items in one location, the buyer pool was limited. Those who had previously purchased would likely not return if they did not examine everything or wore their clothing to work. After some consideration, they agreed and accompanied him as he surveyed a 5-mile radius. In the afternoon, the three of them obtained temporary resident permits. Subsequently, he had Chang Jing read while he prepared dinner, and he took his mother to a waste recycling station in the Demolition area to select some old books. Due to their previous selection, they did not find many this time, approximately 50 to 60 pounds. Before dinner, they organized the books, which yielded no particularly valuable items. Only a graduation certificate from the 1970s and some food coupons from the 1980s and 1990s. Last night, he had not had the time to ascertain the value of the wedding certificate and stock certificates he had purchased from Old Shun. Upon returning to their residence, he retrieved the antiquarian books he had bought from the antique market and discovered that stocks from the Republican era were typically quite valuable. The two stock certificates he had bought, compared to similar images, were unlikely to be priced below 200,000 yuan each. However, he felt the prices in the book were somewhat exaggerated and did not reflect reality. For instance, certain copper coins, which could only sell for 2 yuan, were marked at 20 or 50. Items originally priced at 100 yuan were labeled between 1,000 and 2,000. Such publications likely aim to attract more collectors by deliberately inflating prices. The value of an item should ultimately be determined by its actual transaction price. Although it may not be worth 200,000, he believes it could reasonably be valued at around 20,000 to 30,000. While engrossed in his reading until approximately 9:30, drowsiness overtook him, and he laid down, falling into an unconscious slumber. In the subsequent days, aside from his busy schedule in the demolition zone, Cháng Shùn took Chang Jing to the Vehicle Administration Office, where she successfully obtained her driver's license. The process was quite straightforward. He personally guided her and invested some money, leveraging connections to enable Chang Jing to practice driving with the examination vehicle for several hours during both lunchtime and evening. Driving involves mechanical operations akin to learning to ride a bicycle or motorcycle. After acquiring the license, in a sparsely populated area on a newly constructed road yet to be open to traffic, he allowed Chang Jing to drive his van for a while longer. This skill is not particularly challenging. It merely requires ample practice to achieve proficiency. He also assisted his mother in obtaining a bank card from Agricultural Bank, while he himself acquired cards from agricultural, construction, industrial, and commercial, and postal banks. He mentioned inviting Lu Boss's brother-in-law, Deputy Director Su, for dinner on Saturday, and he made a reservation in advance. This venue was recommended by Lu Boss, as he was more familiar with it. It may not qualify as a star-rated restaurant, but boasts a pleasant atmosphere, tranquility, and reasonable prices. Over the course of a few days, aside from ordinary items, he discovered a distinctive vintage canvas handbag, a pair of old candlesticks, and an exquisite piece of embroidery. The handbag, clearly from a significant era, bore a quote from a great leader: "Make up your mind. Fear no sacrifice. Overcome all difficulties and strive for victory." Such a handbag holds considerable collectible value, and he would certainly refrain from selling it to laborers on the construction site. The old candlesticks, shaped like lions and approximately 20 centimeters tall, likely date back to the Qing dynasty. The embroidery depicts the 8 immortals celebrating longevity, with a prominent character for longevity at the center, surrounded by the 8 immortals, as well as scenic landscapes and floral motifs, presenting a refined aesthetic. This piece of old embroidery is estimated to date back to the Republican era. Additionally, he purchased a wooden lunchbox and a pair of painted vases from a relocated household. Both items are exquisite. The wooden lunchbox, crafted from rosewood, is shaped like a flower basket and intricately carved with floral and dual fish patterns. The painted vases, also from a significant era, feature depictions of barefoot doctors and medicinal herb farmers, with inscriptions at the neck reading, "Cooperative medical care is good." The reverse side of the figures on the vases similarly bears text. Barefoot doctors and sunflowers, humbly learning their craft, are truly commendable. Herbal medicine thrives in treating severe illnesses, praised by the poor and lower-middle peasants alike. The base is marked with inscriptions stating, "Saving lives and healing the wounded, wholeheartedly for the people, 1970. He acquired the wooden lunchbox and vases for a mere 500 yuan, clearly a fortunate find. An old lighter from the 1960s, a fuel-operated model standing approximately 6 centimeters tall, was in excellent condition. Had it not been for his interest in collecting, he would not have encountered such a style of lighter in many years. The wooden deer ornament is crafted to lie flat on the ground, coated with a layer of porcelain-like white paint, with a maximum height of about 15 centimeters and a length of approximately 25 centimeters. At first glance, he mistook it for porcelain. It resembled an old record player's suitcase, designed to hold vinyl records, which he had previously encountered in an antique stall for a modest price. However, it was said that prior to the majority of collectibles being devalued in the antique trade, many had once commanded exorbitant prices. While sifting through a pile of old books, he stumbled upon several items, including comic books, old receipts, and certificates. Recently, he had acquired a considerable number of items, ample enough to manage, and with his funds dwindling, Cháng Shùn contacted both Boss Lu and Boss Shun to arrange a viewing time for the goods. They agreed to meet on Saturday, and after selling the collectibles, he planned to invite them to dine with Deputy Director Su from the Vehicle Management Office. In Chapter 55, he prepared for a significant sale of items. On Saturday morning, after coordinating with Boss Shun and Boss Lu, he brought the items he intended to sell to the Hongxiao antique market. The items he had prepared for sale included a colorful pine and crane longevity gourd jar, a porcelain statue of the longevity deity, a copper warming stove, a loudspeaker inscribed with a certain village's name, a Sanwa brand mantle clock, and a large rooster made of tricolor ceramic. Additionally, there was a white porcelain painted gourd, a lantern-patterned sunflower teapot, a painted flower and bird gourd jar, and a colorful porcelain tea canister depicting landscapes. He also had a pair of lion-shaped candlesticks, a jar from the Mako kiln inscribed with urban-rural interaction, material exchange, a pair of painted barefoot doctors, and an old farmer's vase. He carried 3 flower pots, 2 from a special era and 1 from the Republic of China period. The special era pots bore inscriptions such as "Let 100 flowers bloom," "Push forward with innovation, self-reliance, and hard work," while the Republic era pot featured pastoral landscapes. All 3 flower pots have been discovered in a villa-style house with comparatively better living conditions. Moreover, he had a copper oil lamp from a ship, 3 flat water bottles, one of which had a base, an old spring scale from the railway, a set of vintage mahjong tiles, a gourd-shaped inkstone, and 2 bat-shaped inkstones. He also brought an exquisite redwood jewelry box, a rosewood food box, a wooden deer ornament, a barefoot doctor's medical kit, 5 bars of old soap, and an antique wooden basin inscribed with the character for fortune. He had a vintage telephone, an old gramophone, and vinyl records, along with 2 silver coins. For Xianfeng, 50 coins, a large Zhongtong coin, and various other copper coins. He also carried an embroidered 8 immortals bestowing longevity, an old canvas tote with patch quotations, and a forgotten tiger figurine left under his bed in a bag. Additionally, he had copper basins, spoons, kettles, an abacus, pastry molds, enamel cups, and other paper collectibles. He only brought the silk portrait of a great leader sitting in a rattan chair embedded in a glass frame, a certificate of engagement, a marriage certificate, guest signatures, 2 stock certificates, and 2 ancient books. He opted not to bring other old receipts, grain and oil tickets, fabric tickets, invoices, comic books, propaganda posters, New Year paintings, archival documents from a special era, and old newspapers, illustrated magazines, as he was uncertain of their market value. Likewise, he planned to sell the 19 old pills, some Matai wine bottles, vintage liquor, and old cigarette labels at a later time when prices might improve. Upon arriving at Boss Lu's shop, both men were already waiting there. "Boss Chong, you must have prepared quite a lot of items today, haven't you?" Upon disembarking, the 2 approached him, and Boss Shun inquired, "Indeed. Are there any more upscale and peculiar items?" Boss Lu further questioned. "For those engaged in collecting, it is only natural to prefer rare and exquisite varieties. Certainly there are." Cháng Shùn replied with a smile. "Let us hasten to examine the goods," urged the 2. Without wasting any further time, the trio proceeded. As Cháng Shùn retrieved the items from the van and brought them into Boss Chen's antique shop, following the previous method, they discussed the price of each item, recording the details meticulously on paper. Among the most significant items, the first was the Qing Dynasty 5-colored longevity lantern jar, valued at 2,000 yuan. Next was the pair of vases depicting barefoot doctors and old farmers, priced at 5,000 yuan, a rare and uniquely themed pair, thus possessing greater value. Additionally, there was an exquisitely inlaid redwood treasure box, valued at 3,000 yuan, and a Zetonwood food box, worth 35,000 yuan, one of the most valuable items brought today, as the price of quality timber from that era has not plummeted. Another item included an old cap with a police star emblem, priced at 1,000 yuan. Regarding such caps, Boss Lu mentioned that they were distinctive to the 1950s, a time when the distinctions between police officers and soldiers were not entirely clear. The original public security force was known as the People's Armed Police and was part of the military structure. Next was an 8 immortals embroidery celebrating longevity, priced at 1,500 yuan. A glass frame was reserved for last, temporarily left aside. Other items included a longevity deity porcelain figure, 150 yuan, a bronze heater, 200 yuan, a loudspeaker from a certain village, 200 yuan, a Sanwa brand clock, 50 yuan, a large colorful ceramic rooster, 50 yuan, a white porcelain painted melon-shaped teapot, 200 yuan, a teapot with a sunflower lantern design, 200 yuan, A painted flower and bird wintermelon jar, 150 yuan. A colored porcelain scenic tea canister, 100 yuan. A pair of lion-shaped old candlesticks, 200 yuan. A jar from the Mako kiln, inscribed with urban-rural interaction and material exchange, 100 yuan. 3 flower pots, 300 yuan. An old copper oil lamp from a boat, 500 yuan. 3 flat water bottles, 400 yuan. One with a foot. An old spring scale from the railway, 50 yuan. An old mahjong set, 50 yuan. 2 inkstones shaped like gourds and bats, 200 yuan. A wooden deer ornament, 150 yuan. A barefoot doctor's medicine box, 200 yuan. 5 pieces of old soap from the Republic era, 400 yuan. An old wooden basin inscribed with the character for fortune, 100 yuan. An old telephone, 300 yuan. An old phonograph with vinyl records, 800 yuan. 2 silver dollars, 300 yuan. For Xianfeng, 50 coins, 1,500 yuan. A large Zhongtong coin, 500 yuan. And various other copper coins and cash, 1,000 yuan. Along with an old canvas bag with patch quotations, 100 yuan. The last time, I forgot to retrieve the tiger figurine, worth 50 yuan, from the bag under the bed. Those copper basins, spoons, and kettles, valued at 2,200 yuan, also need to be accounted for, along with the abacus, pastry molds, and enamel cups, 200 yuan. The total amounts to 59,200 yuan. Boss Liu, Boss Shun, I have something truly remarkable to present. After negotiating the prices of the aforementioned items, Cháng Shùn smiled and spoke to the two of them. The transaction just conducted was carried out with the door closed, keeping it from the knowledge of others. Each of them brought cash, 20,000 yuan each, freshly withdrawn from the bank, with the seals still intact. They paid 40,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 19,200 yuan, which they agreed to settle at the bank shortly. Do you have anything else remarkable? Boss Shun inquired eagerly. Yes, bring it forth. Do not worry about our funds. He continued. To be frank, even if you possess something worth 1,000,000, we have the means to facilitate its sale. Even if we cannot afford it, we can find a way to help you market it, with a reasonable commission for our efforts. Old Liu is correct. It's not as valuable as you claim. Cháng Shùn replied, then directly retrieved the framed piece featuring a great leader seated in a wicker chair from his vehicle. Is this what you referred to as the remarkable item? Boss Liu questioned, eyeing the silk fabric with some skepticism. Chang, this may have collectible value, but it is not particularly valuable. Boss Shun echoed his confusion. Both men turned their gazes toward him, eager for an explanation. You cannot trust the prices in a book. Many are mere exaggerations, Cháng Shùn said with a smile, remaining silent as they looked at him. Action speaks louder than words. He flipped the frame over and, like Mr. Chun, adjusted the aluminum cards secured to the back wooden panel one by one. Seeing this, Boss Shun and his companion appeared to comprehend. Before long, the back panel was removed, revealing an engagement certificate, marriage certificate, guest signatures, and 2 stocks from the Republic of China era. So, there is indeed more than meets the eye, Boss Liu remarked as he examined the engagement certificate. Boss Shin scrutinized the stock certificate, featuring an image of Mr. Sunday. After a brief period, both had reviewed the items thoroughly. What are your plans for selling these? They inquired after finishing their inspection. I have checked their prices in books. The engagement and marriage certificates are worth only a few hundred yuan. The primary value lies in the 2 stock certificates, especially the one from the Shanghai antique books, paintings, calligraphy, gold, stone, and precious gems market, which is listed in the book as being worth 2 to 300,000. In response to their inquiry, Cháng Shùn stated, one cannot trust the prices in books. Many are mere exaggerations. However, we are indeed encountering such stock certificates for the first time. Old Liu, consult a friend who specializes in paper collectibles, Boss Shun suggested after a moment of contemplation. All right, he replied, pulling out his phone and searching his contacts for a moment before dialing a number. The response from the other end indicated a desire to see the physical items, requesting that they bring them over. In the antiquities industry, merely relying on verbal assertions without examining the actual objects is utterly futile, a notion that Cháng Shùn comprehends well. Liu, a fellow antiquities dealer, has a friend operating a shop in the Yunzhu antique market in the XH district. Without wasting any time, the 3 of them loaded their items into his van and set off for the market. Along the way, they passed a bank where Liu and Shun withdrew cash to settle a debt of 19,200 yuan owed for previous purchases. The Yunzhu antique market in the XH district is considerably larger than the current Hongqiao antique market. On this Saturday, the area was bustling with a throng of individuals either setting up stalls or casually browsing for antiques, creating a lively atmosphere. Given the crowd, Cháng Shùn remained vigilant, wary of potential pickpockets. Guided by Liu, the trio made their way toward his friend's shop. Suddenly, While Cháng Shùn's gaze flitted to a dimly lit corner near the wall, he noticed a card lying on the ground. As it was within reach, he picked it up, a woman's identification card. The card belonged to a girl named Song Yuan, whose beauty was evident from her photograph, and her residence was listed as XH District, quite close to the antique market. Upon noting her date of birth, October 22nd, 1982, he realized she was slightly younger than himself. As they continued walking, Cháng Shùn informed Liu and Shun about the found identification. They suggested he keep it for the time being, and if the owner did not come looking for it after their business was concluded, he should hand it over to the market's management. He thus temporarily placed it into his pocket. While walking, he attentively observed his surroundings, noting the numerous shops dealing in paper items and coins, particularly stamps and calligraphy. It seemed the antique market had a strong focus on such collectibles. Before long, Liu halted in front of a shop, announcing their arrival. His colleague, an elderly gentleman who appeared to be around 60 years old, was introduced. Liu said, "Old Li, we brought the items. Take a look." After the greetings, he prompted Cháng Shùn to open the back of the picture frame and reveal its contents. Subsequently, Old Li donned his glasses and, with the aid of magnifying glass, began inspecting the engagement certificate and several other papers. After about 3 minutes, Old Li set down the magnifying glass, affirming the authenticity of the items. He remarked on the prevalence of forgeries in today's market, be it ceramics, bronzes, coins, or paper collectibles like stamps and paintings. "We know what's genuine. Your expertise in this area would be invaluable for evaluating the worth. Let us be forthright. We had a long-standing partnership with Chang, ensuring mutual benefit." Noting that Old Li had yet to address the crux of the matter, Liu interjected, "The engagement and marriage certificates are worth around 1,000 yuan. As for the two stock certificates, one of them is quite rare, linked to our city's antiquity sector. I've never seen it before. Conservatively, it could fetch around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. The other, from insurance company, has significantly lesser value, at most 4,000 to 5,000 yuan." After pondering for a moment, Boss Li spoke. Naturally, upon receiving this news, Cháng Shùn felt quite elated. With just these few pieces of tattered paper, he could almost cover the costs of building a house for his family. "Boss Chang, for all these items, including the marriage certificate, we can offer you a round sum of 60,000 yuan. What do you think?" Upon hearing Old Li's valuation and understanding the worth, Boss Shun replied, "All right." He agreed immediately. Cháng Shùn was already quite content with this price. After all, in business, it is essential for each party to earn their fair share. One cannot consume all the meat and leave no broth for others. Subsequently, they did not rush to leave, but engaged in casual conversation while browsing the items in the shop. Boss Li's establishment primarily dealt with the buying and selling of various paper products, including stamps, calligraphy, currency, paper money, commemorative coins, ancient texts, and a variety of tickets. Whenever he encountered something he did not understand, he took the opportunity to consult Boss Li and inquire about the market trends. Noticing that there were books related to the collection of paper currency, calligraphy, and tickets for sale, he purchased a few. "Boss Chang, in the future, you can also bring those paper collectibles here to sell, as Boss Li is more knowledgeable about these matters. For other non-paper collectibles, it would be better to take them to my place." After about half an hour, as noon approached and the four were preparing to head out for lunch, Boss Liu remarked, "If I were to bring my items to Boss Li, would you all criticize me?" Cháng Shùn glanced at him and Boss Shun, smiling as he replied, "Are we such petty individuals? If that were the case, we wouldn't have brought you along. Money is endless, and besides, we are not in dire need of it. Collecting antiques is just a leisurely pursuit for us, and whatever we earn is a bonus." Boss Liu felt a sense of satisfaction with this mindset. If all collectors could adopt such an attitude, it would be ideal. Perhaps, as he said, only those who are not financially constrained can maintain such a perspective. "Boss Chang, didn't you pick up an ID card? You should take it to the management here." Boss Li secured the door as Boss Shun added. Boss Liu chimed in, "All right, let us go over there." Just as the four were walking forward, Cháng Shùn noticed two girls a short distance away at an antique stall, inquiring about something. The stall owner shook his head. After the girls stood up to leave, they walked towards them. Chapter 57. Boss Liu's experience in flirting. "Hello. Sorry to interrupt, but may I ask if an ID card was found around here?" One of the girls, who bore a striking resemblance to the photograph on the ID, asked them in a melodious voice that was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. This girl stood about 1.7 meters tall, had an oval face, crescent-shaped eyebrows, and large, inky black eyes that sparkled. Below her dainty nose were thick, petal-like lips. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her face immaculate and devoid of any blemishes. and her features appeared as if they had been meticulously crafted by a skilled artisan, perfectly harmonious and exquisite. Her hair cascaded down her back, and her figure was neither too thin nor too plump, with graceful curves. Upon seeing her, he was instantly captivated. She was far more enchanting than her identification card suggested. Another girl, though less striking in appearance and a few centimeters shorter at approximately 163 centimeters, was nonetheless quite beautiful and possessed a lovely figure. After all, beauty is indeed relative. It seems he has found something, but whether it belongs to you remains uncertain. Cháng Shùn remained silent, but Boss Lu spoke up first. Is that so? May I take a look? The girl's demeanor visibly shifted. She initially believed it was old Lu who had found it, glancing towards him. Viewing it is certainly permissible. If it indeed belongs to you, how might I express my gratitude? Surely, I cannot do so without some form of acknowledgement. Cháng Shùn noticed that old Lu had a penchant for teasing young and attractive women whenever an opportunity arose, much like he had done previously with Yi Yuqing. Of course, there was an element of disrespect and intentional flirtation involved. In truth, individuals of his age who indulge in such antics, taking verbal liberties, are not uncommon. If it truly were mine, I would treat you to a meal worth 100 yuan. The girl responded without hesitation, her confidence evident. 100 yuan is not an insignificant amount these days. Even the process of reporting a loss and reissuing an ID would cost less. Though, the replacement procedure could be time-consuming. Is that so? What a pity it is that I did not find it. Boss Lu chimed in. Did you hear that, Chang? This girl wishes to treat you to a meal. Why hesitate? Hand over the ID to the young lady. He smiled as he spoke. At that moment, Cháng Shùn noticed the girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Yuan means to express her gratitude with 100 yuan. You have misunderstood her intent, remarked the girl, accompanying her. Oh, did I misinterpret? Since it is an invitation for a meal, merely providing the money would not suffice. One must be present. Old Lu continued his playful banter. Enough. Old Lu, do not tease her any longer. Chang, please retrieve the ID for her to see. Seeing the girl's hesitant expression, Boss Shun intervened. Upon encountering the girl who had lost her identification, he felt a stirring in his heart. Yet, as a mature man, he suppressed such feelings. Without further delay, Cháng Shùn produced the ID. Song Yuan, quite lovely. After glancing at the information on the card, he handed it to her. His words elicited a polite smile from her. After all, what girl does not appreciate being complimented on her beauty? This smile deepened his understanding of the phrase of beauty that captivates a city. Utterly stunning, he was, after all, just an ordinary man. Upon confirming that it was indeed her ID, the girl finally exhaled in relief. Here, 100 yuan. She offered the crisp bill to Cháng Shùn. However, he did not accept it. I shall forego the money. I am not in need of your 100 yuan for a meal. Just remember to take better care of your belongings in the future. Cháng Shùn advised her in a tone of gentle admonishment. Are you truly refusing? Beautiful lady, Boss Lu teased. Of course, Chang does not lack for this sum. But if you feel uncomfortable, as I said before, treat him to a meal. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Boss Lu remarked, prompting a silent thumbs up from Cháng Shùn. Very well. What is your phone number? Whenever you find yourself free, just let me know, and I shall treat you to a meal. The girl, seemingly one who despises being indebted to others, surprisingly acquiesced to his proposition, much to his astonishment. Yet, he felt a sense of joy. The girl who ignited feelings within him, even if they could not unite in a romantic relationship, could still be a wonderful, ordinary friend. Of course, they needed to become acquainted first, for only then would opportunities arise. Cháng Shùn relayed his number to her, and after she dialed it, they exchanged a few more words, inquiring about his name before parting ways. During this brief encounter, Boss Lu also extended an invitation to the two girls for lunch, but they graciously declined. From their fleeting interaction and the identification details, it was evident that Song Yuan resided in the XH district, suggesting she hailed from a well-off background. After all, she was a city girl, a girl from a large metropolis. Upon exiting the antique market, they proceeded to the bank to transfer the funds to him, and thereafter, the four of them sought out a nearby restaurant. During the meal, Boss Lu brought up Song Yuan once more. Indeed, given that the girl agreed to dine with you, it appears she is yet to have a boyfriend. If I were young and in your shoes, I would certainly strive to pursue her. Boss Shun chimed in. It seems you are destined to cross paths. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence that you found her identification. With a smile, Boss Lee added a couple of remarks. A girl so beautiful must have many admirers, and she might simply be acting out of politeness, not wishing to owe anyone a meal. Cháng Shùn, however, did not allow the girl's beauty to cloud his judgment. Even without their comments, he harbored similar thoughts. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly make an effort. Yet, the reality was intricate. He was unaware of her family circumstances or other personal factors. You make a valid point. Indeed, beautiful girls attract many suitors, but one need not concern oneself with others. Boss Lou asserted, adopting a tone of experience. If you wish to hear, I can impart some wisdom on wooing women. Rest assured, there will be no tuition fees. Boss Lou spoke with an air of seriousness, his expression suggesting that his advice would be immensely beneficial. The trio listened with keen interest, urging him to proceed without delay. The essence is this. Once you meet a girl you fancy, maintain regular contact. As your relationship deepens, attempt to arrange dates, preferably in the evening. If possible, venture far from home. If you plan to watch a movie, aim for a later showtime. If not a movie, then a stroll in the mall. Just find ways to extend your time together. When venturing out during the day, seek less crowded locales, as this fosters intimacy. Additionally, one must cultivate a thick skin and learn to be assertive. Boss Lou, surely you're not implying that the method you used to win over the madam was precisely this? Boss Shun teased, having listened to his words. Indeed, I have outsmarted several competitors using this method. While they were naively engrossed in their romantic fantasies, I had already taken the initiative, Lou boasted with a hint of pride. As for women, it is only after intimacy that they begin to think of you more, he added. Chapter 58, 1500? Let me see. Lou's words, though somewhat coarse, carried a kernel of wisdom. As a person with societal experience, he undoubtedly comprehended these truths. However, this is contingent upon the girl's willingness to engage with you, to enjoy outings together. Otherwise, his words would bear little significance. Boss Lou, Boss Shun, Bossly, I aspire to open a second-hand bookstore. Do you know which permits I would need? He sought to change the subject, inquiring about the bookstore. What prompted you to consider a second-hand bookstore? Is dealing in antiques not more lucrative than selling old books? Shun's curiosity mirrored the previous occasion when he spoke with Lou about starting a business. I wish to assist my family by finding them something to do. With this explanation, apart from Lou, who had already heard, the others grasped his intention. A second-hand bookstore would certainly require a business license, an operating permit, and tax registration, along with a fixed location for the business, Lee elucidated. A fixed location. It seems I must select a site first. Do you have acquaintances in the relevant departments? Cháng Shùn understood that having someone who could facilitate matters would expedite the process. Old Shun's cousin works at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, while Old Lee is acquainted with retired Mr. He from the Publishing Administration Department. Despite his retirement, he still has colleagues and protégés there who could be of assistance. Lou shared their social connections with him. Once you find a location and establish a fixed business site, come to us, and we shall help you make the necessary contacts. Agreed. As they chatted over their meal, around 1 p.m., they finished dining. Due to an evening dinner with Deputy Director Su that would involve drinking, they abstained from alcohol at lunch, which was treated by Cháng Shùn. While conversing, he acquired a wealth of information regarding collectibles, particularly gaining a more objective understanding of the current prices of certain items. As they departed, Cháng Shùn invited Lee to join them for dinner, but Lee, citing other commitments, declined. At the Hangzhou Antique Market, Old Lou and Old Shun deliberated on the distribution or handling of the items Lou had sold them in the morning, while he continued to browse other antique shops. Boss, do you buy yours? As he was perusing, a man, appearing to be around 40 and dressed like a laborer, entered the shop carrying a black bag filled with stones and inquired of the similarly aged shop owner. Judging by his accent, he hailed from Anhui province. The shop owner, surnamed Tang, was someone Cháng Shùn had overheard being addressed while inspecting items. What kind of ore? Let me take a look. The laborer lifted the bag and placed it on the counter. Is this not raw turquoise? Boss Tang examined it for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Cháng Shùn perked up and turned to observe the scene. In a past life, while wandering through antique markets and observing others live broadcasts, he became acquainted with the gemstone known as turquoise. At that time, it was commonly asserted that over 99% of what was sold at street stalls was counterfeit. Genuine turquoise of superior quality commanded prices exceeding that of gold. He had conducted research on the subject and acquired a comprehensive understanding. Prior to 2010, although the value of this stone increased slightly each year, it remained relatively inexpensive. Its true worth surged after 2013, experiencing a frenzied escalation. Reports suggested that within a few years, prices had skyrocketed hundreds of times compared to the early 2000s, with some rising by as much as 1,000-fold. This stone appears to be of inferior quality. It's all surface flaws, and with a little pressure from your fingers, it can be easily chipped away. This must be the horse material from Anhui province, which is not valuable at all. It is far inferior in hardness compared to the ancient Qin material from Hubei province, remarked Boss Tang after a while. His words prompted Cháng Shùn to reflect on this situation. Indeed, the minerals sourced from Anhui generally lacked the quality found in those from Hubei. Most horse materials were rough and worthless, unsuitable for crafting. Should one wish to create items, extensive optimization and treatment, such as resin infusion, would be required. However, it was not entirely absolute. Given that such stones existed, there would inevitably be a small quantity of those with high purity. Some of the better quality stones were equally valuable, and there were indeed specimens that could not be chipped away, boasting high hardness and vibrant colors. The man dressed as a laborer pointed to the stones in his plastic bag and continued, even if there are such stones, they are in the minority. So, how much do you intend to sell them for? Boss Tang inquired about the price. These weigh 16 jin. I am aware that the majority of the material isn't as good as that from Hubei. How about 100 yuan per jin, totaling 1,600? 100 per jin. Cháng Shùn found it quite reasonable. In the era when turquoise held little value, counterfeiting was virtually non-existent. He could discern that these were undoubtedly genuine stones, not the synthetic variety. No, you should inquire at the adjacent shop. Boss Tang dismissed the offer. 1,500, I can go a bit lower. I said no. You can take it away. The laborer, resolute in his decision not to sell, hoisted the bag and began to walk away. Cháng Shùn followed him outside. 1,500? Let me take a look. Seeing the man prepare to enter another shop, he called out. Upon hearing this, the man paused. Take a good look. 1,500 is absolutely worth it. There are quality pieces among them, and I only selected those that were decent. A man around 40 approached, placing the stones on the ground before him. Cháng Shùn remained silent, knowing he could not rely solely on the seller's words. Everything must be judged by his own observations. As he sifted through the stones, he began to believe that the seller's claims were not entirely unfounded. These stones appeared to have been carefully selected for sale. Although some exhibited rough surfaces, there were still certain fine materials present. He set aside the better quality pieces, ultimately discovering that the selected stones weighed 2 to 3 jin. Though they appeared somewhat small, their quality was indeed commendable, boasting a deep blue hue and high hardness. For these materials, the price per gram would certainly exceed 500 yuan in the future, without mentioning 3 kilograms. Even if it is merely 2 kilograms, 1,000 grams. It could still be sold for 500,000 in the future. Even those of inferior quality, if discarded, would still yield a profit. Contemplating this, he retrieved 1,500 yuan and handed it to the vendor of turquoise, thereby acquiring the stones. Do you have more such stones? He inquired after concluding the transaction. There are none here, but there are some back in my hometown, Cháng Shùn responded, expressing his thoughts and presenting a piece of high-grade porcelain turquoise he had previously selected. He handed his business card to the vendor, engaged in a brief conversation, and then they parted ways. During their chatter, he learned that the laborer's surname was Yao and that he resided near the turquoise mining area. With the stones in hand, Cháng Shùn tossed them into the van. The purchase of these stones felt serendipitous. He resolved to acquire similar items in the future, provided they were reasonably priced. Additionally, he intended to procure some Qin ancient materials from Hubei province, as the potential for profit could be hundreds, even thousands of times in the future. After wandering around the antique market for a while, by around 5 o'clock, Boss Liu and Boss Shun had concluded their tasks. He then dialed Vice Director Su and, accompanied by Boss Liu, headed to the dining venue. Boss Shun drove his own car. Being Saturday, while calling Vice Director Su, he overheard the cheerful voices of children nearby, calling Su Dad, indicating he was likely at home. Cháng Shùn suggested that he invite his wife and children, as the evening crowd was sparse. Chapter 59. You're only allowed to drink 3 cups, you promised me. En route, they passed by a supermarket where Cháng Shùn paused to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes. Driving daily, one could never guarantee that unforeseen events or disputes wouldn't arise. If gifts were to be given, they must carry some weight. Though their relationship had not yet reached the stage of exchanging substantial gifts. On weekends, the restaurant attracted a considerable number of patrons. Along the way, he heard Boss Liu mention that this establishment had some background connections, being a favored venue for various local units or departments hosting banquets. Observing the throngs of people coming and going, it indeed corroborated what old Liu had said. In these times, even in the future, such phenomena would persist. It was not solely about running hotels or restaurants. Even larger establishments like hotels or shopping malls thrive better with connections. Having reserved a private room in advance, the 3 of them proceeded to the room once Boss Shun arrived. Vice Director Su and his party arrived around 6 o'clock. His wife appeared to be of above-average stature. standing approximately 65 meters tall, with well-maintained skin, exuding elegance that clearly indicated she was not from the countryside. Their daughter, around 11 or 12, was lively and charming. The restaurant offered a banquet menu, and he ordered an array of dishes, including steamed base, stir-fried pork, steamed crispy meat, stir-fried celery with ear mushrooms, sautéed greens, fresh beef hot pot, dry pot king oyster mushrooms, boiled shrimp, steamed scallops with garlic, drunken crab with pigeon eggs, and a sweet soup of red dates and lily-white fungus. It was indeed a sumptuous feast. 2 bottles of divine liquor and a bottle of juice were ordered. After a brief tea interlude, they waited approximately half an hour for the dishes to be served. Director Su, I raise my glass to you. I am grateful for the assistance you have provided previously, both for myself and my sister. With his cup filled to the brim, Cháng Shùn lifted his glass in a toast. It is your own driving skills that deserve commendation. I have not contributed much. Besides, I am not the director, merely an assistant. He too raised his glass, offering a courteous remark. You are still young. A promotion is surely only a matter of time. Cháng Shùn added with a smile. Let us hope so. They exchanged pleasantries and took a drink. Subsequently, he toasted to Boss Lu and Boss Shun, a more casual affair given their previous dining experiences together. Afterward, Boss Shun also shared a drink with Vice Director Su. As Boss Lu was his brother-in-law, their interaction was even more relaxed, with Vice Director Su initiating the toast. Dad, please drink sparingly. Did you not promise me just 3 cups when you arrived? After several rounds, Vice Director Su's daughter, in front of everyone, attempted to seize the glass from his hand. She seemed to be keeping count, attentively watching while enjoying her meal. Isn't this the 3rd cup? I haven't poured a 4th. Vice Director Su gazed at his daughter with eyes filled with warmth and affection. You all witnessed it. I shall only have 3 cups today, under his daughter's supervision. He awkwardly addressed the group. The glasses in the restaurant were not particularly large, holding approximately 1 or 2 ounces. In truth, 3 cups did not amount to much. Judging by Vice Director Su's demeanor, he likely had a decent tolerance for alcohol. For public officials, imbibing is an essential skill in these times. Having navigated society for many years, particularly during his taxi driving days, Cháng Shùn had encountered or heard of numerous drinking experiences. Tian, your uncle is here today. I would like your father to join me for another drink. What do you think? Upon overhearing their exchange, Boss Lu smiled as he conferred with her. Absolutely not. We previously agreed to adhere to our promises. If you wish to drink, you may do so another time together. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian voiced her thoughts decisively. She is indeed a person of principle. The qualities, habits, and character of children are often cultivated from an early age. Observing her growth, it is evident that such a child is likely to achieve great success. Brother, listen to Tian. We have been teaching her the importance of principles in life. Vice Director Su's wife interjected. Very well, let us allow your father to enjoy just 3 cups. The remaining wine shall be shared among the 3 of us. Casting another glance at Tian, he continued to smile. After Boss Lu's remark, he picked up the bottle and filled the glasses of Boss Shun and Cháng Shùn. He seemed indifferent to who poured for whom, revealing a carefree disposition through their previous interactions. The group continued to eat and converse, discussing various issues concerning urban development, traffic, and environmental matters, as well as investment topics. With his extensive experience, Cháng Shùn clearly understood these matters far better than the others present. The meal lasted for approximately 1.5 hours, and despite consuming 2 bottles of wine, the 3 of them left nearly half a jean untouched. Each had only partaken of around 4 liang. Cháng Shùn often remarked on the importance of enjoying drinks without succumbing to inebriation. Additionally, the spirited young girl, Tian, had consistently urged her uncle to moderate his drinking, threatening to report him to her aunt if he did not comply. She even brandished her father's phone, claiming she would make a call. Director Su, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. May you ascend in your career soon. You must accept this tobacco. Upon departing the restaurant, his wife drove, accompanied by Boss Lu, as they prepared to leave together. Cháng Shùn retrieved the cigarettes he had purchased earlier from the van and handed them over, saying, You've already treated us to a meal. This might not be appropriate. Su did not accept them. Dinner is dinner, and we dined as well. This is a separate token of gratitude. After stating this, he placed the cigarettes in Su's vehicle before turning away, leaving no opportunity for further refusal. Shortly thereafter, Su's group drove away. As he returned to the parking area, Boss Shun looked at him and smiled. Yet even if Shun was jesting, he was not inclined to take such matters lightly. After Shun spoke, he opened his car door, settled inside, and closed it again. Their vehicles were parked closely together. Although the wine consumed that evening was not excessive, its aftereffects were beginning to take hold, inducing a slight intoxication. Resting for a while to sober up would be safer for driving. He had a blanket in the car, which he had kept there since spending a few nights at his hometown, anticipating the possibility of needing to rest inside. Not long after lying down, Cháng Shùn drifted into slumber. He awoke to the sound of someone tapping on the car window. After exchanging greetings, he drove away first. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 11:32, realizing he had inadvertently slept for nearly 3 hours. He also discovered a text message on his phone, sent by Song Yin around 9:30, inquiring when he would be free to share a meal with her, suggesting a desire to reciprocate a favor. Upon taking his seat in the driver's position and starting the vehicle, Cháng Shùn departed. The following morning, he woke up and checked the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. He had overslept somewhat. Objectively speaking, it is better to be practical in such matters. Oh, understood. When are you free? I'm generally not busy in the evenings. Reflecting on the notion of cherishing relationships as they come, he calmly sent another message, recognizing that he was no longer the carefree spirit of his 20-something years. How about tonight? If you're available, I would like to treat you to dinner. Are you serious? If so, I will definitely come. Initially, he had composed a message asking whether he hoped she would have time or not, but considering their current acquaintance was still somewhat distant, he opted to delete it. Of course, I am serious. I dislike feeling indebted to others. All right then, suggest a place and time, and I will come by. This left him with a renewed sense of appreciation for her sincerity. It was around 6 in the evening. The location was near the library. After sending her a message, Cháng Shùn first proceeded to his parking spot. After unloading stones from the van, he went to have breakfast. Today, Cháng Shùn did not visit his mother and sister, as they had already become familiar with the business. After finishing his meal, just as he was pushing his tricycle towards the demolition area, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was an unfamiliar number, which he answered. Hello, is this Mr. Chong? A middle-aged woman's voice inquired from the other end. Yes, who is this? He replied. I am the person introduced by Old Jia. Wanted to sell you some antique and old items. I'm the one who didn't sell you the stone incense burner. To ensure he understood who Old Jia was, the woman elaborated. Recalling the encounter, he asked, what do you have? If you're in the demolition area, come over and take a look. My place is not far from Old Jia's, about 50 meters. She didn't specify further. All right, I'll come over now. I'm nearby and can reach in about 5 minutes. Please wait for me in front of Old Jia's, he said. Okay. After hanging up, he pushed his cart directly towards that direction. Upon arriving at Old Jia's doorstep, he noticed that the windows and doors had been smashed, evidently a recent occurrence. Likely within the last couple of days. You must be Mr. Chong, a middle-aged woman, appearing to be around 50, asked as he approached. He nodded in acknowledgement. Gulme, my home is not far from here. Following her lead, they reached her residence in less than 3 minutes. To his surprise, her house was a historical structure, seemingly quite spacious. The 2-story building was entirely wooden, with substantial beams and pillars, exuding an impressive aura. Along the way, Cháng Shùn inquired briefly and learned that her surname was Zhang, and she was preparing to move out next week. Take a look at this. Upon inviting him inside, the woman directly handed him a wooden box she had prepared on the 8 Immortals table. This wooden box measured approximately 1 foot in length, about 15 centimeters in width, and around 12 centimeters in height. It appeared to be several decades old, although the wood itself was rather ordinary. In addition to the wooden box, he noticed a large blue and white jar, a teapot, and a wine vessel on the table. As he took the box from the woman's hands, his initial impression was that it was quite heavy, weighing over 10 pounds. Opening the box, Cháng Shùn discovered that it was mostly filled with copper coins, along with a few copper yuan. After all, he had recently consulted boss Liu and others about counterfeit copper coins and had examined real specimens. As he rummaged through the contents, he found that there were not many large coins, just 3. One Xianfeng Zhongbao valued at 30, another at 50, and 1 floral coin. The sight of the Xianfeng Zhongbao valued at 30 surprised him. It was particularly rare and far more valuable than those valued at 50 or 100. The floral coin was a religious temple coin, notably thick, with plum blossom patterns adorning the circular hole on both sides. He had seen such floral coins while watching live broadcasts by antique coin enthusiasts and recognized them as quite valuable. After a thorough examination of the coins, predominantly from the Qing dynasty, along with a few from the Ming and Song dynasties, as well as a limited quantity of copper coins from the Republic and late Qing periods, Cháng Shùn inquired about their selling price after observing their worth. Lacking expertise in this area, I had previously heard that ordinary coins generally fetch between 1 and 2 yuan each, while larger specimens might be valued at 50 or even 100 yuan apiece. There were approximately 15 to 600 coins in total, including some larger ones. I did not wish to press for more. I simply stated 5,000 yuan will suffice. As she spoke, Ms. Zhang selected several copper coins, perhaps believing these were of greater value. Set these aside for now. Are the jar, the teapot, and the wine vessel displayed on your table also intended for sale? Without committing to her proposed price, Cháng Shùn further inquired. Indeed, I also plan to part with these, the woman replied after glancing at the items. May I take a closer look? Please do. After receiving Ms. Zhang's consent, he began his examination. The jar was a large blue and white lotus seed container, resembling a lotus flower. It stood approximately 40 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of about 25 centimeters and a base diameter of around 20 centimeters. Its widest part measured roughly 1 foot across. The surface was adorned with patterns of lotus leaves, flowers, lotus seeds, dragonflies, and butterflies. Upon inspecting the bottom of the jar, he noted the absence of a mark, indicating it was a product of a folk kiln. The teapot was cylindrical, crafted from colorful porcelain, standing about 20 centimeters tall with a diameter of approximately 15 centimeters. It featured intricate designs of bats, auspicious motifs, and auspicious beasts, along with several characters representing longevity. Cháng Shùn observed a red mark on the bottom, indicating it was made during the Tongji era. This mark was somewhat irregular, with variations in color, confirming it was also folk kiln porcelain. Nevertheless, the teapot's exquisite patterns and elegant calligraphy classified it as a fine piece from a folk kiln. The wine vessel, used for warming wine, was made of white copper, standing about 15 centimeters tall with a maximum base diameter of around 10 centimeters, and felt remarkably sturdy. The surface was similarly engraved with motifs depicting maidens and floral designs, reflecting the refined style of the Republic period, and it too was a quality piece. Having assessed the 3 items on the table, Cháng Shùn inquired about their prices. Ms. Zhang quoted 200 yuan for the lotus seed jar, 600 yuan for the Tongji teapot, and 500 yuan for the wine vessel. Adding the previously discussed coins, Cháng Shùn proposed a total of 7,000 yuan. Do you possess any other items? After finalizing the price, he asked her. I have some silver dollars, but I do not intend to sell those. With the other party unwilling to sell, he refrained from further inquiries. Before finalizing the payment, he meticulously examined the items once more, particularly the copper coins, and discovered that among them was a particularly valuable coin, the Xianfeng heavy treasure worth 30. The remaining smaller coins would not significantly impact the transaction, even if the other party discreetly took a few while he retrieved the money. Simultaneously, he contemplated that henceforth, it would be prudent to carry a scale when venturing out. This way, in the event of insufficient funds, he could ascertain the weight of items beforehand, thereby preventing any unscrupulous actions by others. In these times, acquiring a scale in a demolition area was a simple task. It was not uncommon to encounter them regularly. After making his purchase, Cháng Shùn departed, but not before casting a final glance at the house of the family. Previously, Ms. Zhang had mentioned silver dollars, and he sensed that within this old residence, there might be hidden treasures, such as silver coins or other valuable artifacts. Once he procured a metal detector later, he was determined to return and explore. The morning passed swiftly as he acquired items and rummaged through 2 other households that had already vacated. One of these households belonged to the old Jia family, which he had observed upon his arrival. Within their abode, Cháng Shùn discovered an enamel cup and 2 aged glass bottles. The enamel cup was from a local zipper factory, inscribed with a quote, "Make a resolute decision. Fear not sacrifice." The glass bottles, substantial in weight and riddled with numerous bubbles, bore witness to their antiquity. They were marked with the Buddha hand brand of monosodium glutamate, accompanied by a depiction of the Buddha hand itself. At the antique market, he had heard others speak of the various types of old bottles, be it wine bottles, vinegar bottles, ink bottles, canned goods containers, milk bottles, vases, perfume bottles, or medicine containers, each of which, if sufficiently old and well-preserved, garnered collectors' interest. In another household, he unearthed a blue stone drum for potting plants, a sauerkraut jar from a tin kiln, and a porcelain teapot. The drum's nails were distinctly visible, and it weighed approximately 120 to 130 pounds, making it somewhat cumbersome to transport. Such stone artifacts, including stone bases, grinding wheels, and troughs, would lend an antique charm to a villa, particularly when adorned with flowers and plants. When the time came for the demolition of those historical buildings, he planned to gather such stone implements, as they would endure the elements without deterioration. The tin kiln sauerkraut jar featured open windows on all sides, decorated with simple floral and crane motifs, and inscribed with the words, "The wind blows, weaving 1,000 threads. The sun shines, illuminating a myriad of golden scales." This jar was indeed a fine specimen. The porcelain teapot, while not particularly old, was from the 1980s, embellished with prints of phoenixes and peonies, along with the character for happiness. For lunch, he dined at Chang's restaurant. Considering that he would not be joining his mother and others for dinner, Cháng Shùn called Chang Jing to inform her that they need not wait for him that evening. In addition to common folk items, old clothing, outdated bags, and small household goods, he also found 5 slightly more valuable items: an antique piggy bank, 2 movie posters resting in a wooden box, an old photograph, and a wooden spool for winding rope. The piggy bank, fashioned from plastic in the shape of a postbox, featured 3 rotating dials at the base. Only when all 3 numbers aligned correctly could the postbox be opened. The code was conveniently inscribed on the back of the postbox, rendering it a playful object. This type of piggy bank was a first for Cháng Shùn, and upon inspection, it appeared to date back to at least the 1970s. The 2 movie posters included one for Little Air Hay Gets Married and another for Tunnel Warfare, in the marriage of Xiao Airei. He recalls having seen it in his youth, though the passage of time has rendered those memories faint. Tunnel Warfare left a more profound impression, having been viewed several times in his adulthood. A collection of old photographs, predominantly in black and white, revealed 3 particularly noteworthy images. One features a group photograph of individuals clad in military uniforms, with a reverse inscribed with the name of the August 1st film studio and various names. Another captures a family portrait taken in the courtyard of a rural ancestral home, with villagers, both adults and children, peering over the courtyard wall, captivated by the scene. The final image is a solo portrait of a man in military attire, holding a rifle aloft, standing at the entrance of a grand bridge. Among the artifacts was a wooden fish-shaped line board, approximately 20 centimeters in length, its quality unremarkable yet intricately carved, resembling a lifelike fish. Engraved upon its body were the words, "May there be surplus every year," indicating it likely hails from the 1960s or 70s. Upon returning to the rental abode of Ms. Wang, Cháng Shùn unloaded the items from his tricycle. The prospect of dining for the first time with a girl who stirred his heart filled him with anticipation, prompting him to pack a change of clothes and visit a nearby bathhouse for a refreshing shower. Conscious of his breath, he brushed his teeth. After years of neglect, he had forgotten the last time he had taken such care in his appearance. His current demeanor and actions seemed more befitting of his 22 years of age. At 5 o'clock, Song Yin texted him, "What time do you think you'll arrive?" "You mentioned 6 o'clock. I estimate I'll be there around 5:50. "All right then. See you soon," he replied. He selected 5 coins of fine quality from his afternoon purchases and found a red string to tie them together, though he merely bound them without any intricate weaving skills. With these preparations complete, Cháng Shùn drove toward the restaurant near the library where they had agreed to meet. After years of driving a taxi, traversing every corner of the city, he had become quite familiar with all the locales of Shanghai, earning himself the moniker of Living Map. Despite the changes that had unfolded over the past 2 decades, upon his arrival, he spotted Song Yin and another girl waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. Unfamiliar with the appearance of his vehicle, he honked the horn as he passed by, rolling down the window so they could see him. Today, Song Yin had made a deliberate effort to dress up. Her hair, no longer cascading down her back, was tied into a ponytail, lending her a more youthful and innocent appearance. She wore a white sweatshirt that accentuated her fair complexion and deep blue jeans, creating a relaxed yet appealing ensemble. After parking, they greeted one another and entered the restaurant together. This establishment was a notch above the typical roadside eateries, boasting a cleaner and more orderly environment. They did not reserve a private room. Instead, they found an empty table in the lobby and settled down. "What do you feel like eating?" Song Yuan inquired as she pushed the menu towards him. "I am not picky. You may order for us," Cháng Shùn replied, placing the menu back in front of the 2 girls. "Ling Ling, you should choose," Song Yuan suggested to the girl accompanying her. This girl, named Fong Ling, was a year older than him, born in 1981. "All right, if I am ordering, I will select all my favorites." Without hesitation, she ordered 4 dishes: steamed clams with egg, boiled white fish, crispy duck, and stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms. "Do you drink?" After placing the order, Song Yuan turned to him again. "Let's have a bottle of beer." He thought to himself that in this era, there were no strict checks on drunk driving, so having a beer wouldn't be an issue. "I heard those 2 uncles say you're also a boss. I saw you drive here just now. You became a boss at such a young age?" During the wait for the dishes, Fong Ling asked him, "Is it not possible to be a boss at this age?" Cháng Shùn smiled as he responded to her. "Well, it's not impossible. So what do you do?" she inquired curiously. Hearing her question, Song Yuan also looked at him. "Here, you can see for yourselves." Cháng Shùn produced 2 business cards and handed one to each girl. not leaving room for guessing. Do you know much about antiques? There aren't many in this business, he stated. Song Yuan examined the card, surprised. Is it very lucrative? I've heard that fine antiques are particularly valuable. Do you have any? When you have time, we would love to visit your place, Fong Ling remarked, also intrigued by the card. I am not particularly proficient. I am still learning while collecting, making a little money on the side. I've shared my situation. Now it's your turn, Cháng Shùn prompted. We just graduated from university. Yuan just secured a job a couple of days ago. She's preparing to start at the Forestry Bureau next week, and I will be at the Meteorological Bureau. Fong Ling replied candidly. Forestry Bureau and Meteorological Bureau. You both have secure jobs, he noted, aware that both positions offered stability and a relaxed environment. That may be true, but we only receive fixed salaries each month, and it cannot compare to someone like you, a big boss. Fong Ling added. Cháng Shùn sensed that she was more talkative than Song Yuan. I am hardly a big boss. I'm just managing to get by, he downplayed his status, feeling no need to exaggerate his worth. When he succeeds, it will be evident to others without his boasting. However, you both could seek out a big boss as a husband in the future, Cháng Shùn teased, cautiously probing their relationship status. Although he suspected they might be single, he could not be certain. Given Yuan's beauty, he was confident she could attract suitors. He, on the other hand, was self-aware. Fong Ling's remark provided him with the answer he sought. Big bosses are usually older. I wouldn't want one. Song Yuan countered Fong Ling's assertion. Not necessarily. Isn't Boss Chang right across from you, quite young? Fong Ling playfully nudged him forward. Song Yuan remained silent, scratching her itch. You might want to consider what I said. Boss Chang gives off a rather mature vibe. I observed him, perceiving him as akin to a middle-aged gentleman. Despite the scratching, she continued to speak, laughingly retorting, do I really appear that aged, resembling a middle-aged man? Nevertheless, she was unperturbed by the playful banter, as she knew he wouldn't mind her matchmaking intentions. After their light-hearted teasing, the three resumed their conversation, and soon the server began to bring out the dishes one after another. Boss Chang, thank you once again. After the drinks, including wine and juice, were poured, Song Yuan raised her glass in a toast. No need for excessive courtesy. We are all young. I noticed your ID yesterday, and I'm actually only half a year older than you. Feel free to call me by my name from now on. With that, he clinked glasses with her. All right, I shall call you by your name then. Brother Cháng Shùn, let me share a drink with you too. After a moment, Fong Ling lifted her juice glass, smiling as she spoke. Hearing her refer to him as brother elicited an uncomfortable sensation within him. After all, in terms of soul age, he felt he was well over 40. Nonetheless, he raised his glass to her. Cháng Shùn, previously Ling remarked on your maturity, and upon closer observation, I must agree that your demeanor is indeed quite mature for your age, Song Yuan remarked after sipping her juice. Perhaps I have simply experienced a bit more than you both, he replied, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. Yesterday, I kept pondering how you lost your ID. Could you share the story? He sought to steer the conversation away from discussions of maturity. Yesterday, Song Yuan recounted the reasons behind her predicament. Essentially, she had secured a job that required a copy of her ID. While heading to make the copy, they passed by an antique market, drawn in by its lively atmosphere. After browsing and purchasing some hairpins, she inadvertently misplaced her ID when handling her cash. Upon hearing her account, Cháng Shùn felt a strange relief that she had lost her ID, as it had led to their acquaintance. As they dined and chatted, they finished their meal around 7:30. Do you wish to explore somewhere before we leave the restaurant? Cháng Shùn inquired of the two. Song Yuan pondered for a moment, ultimately declining his suggestion. Fong Ling chimed in. Perhaps we could discuss it another time. Song Yuan, since you treated me to dinner tonight, I have a gift for you. 5 ancient coins from the Qing dynasty, said to possess some protective qualities. With that, she extended the copper coin she had prepared. However, she hesitated to accept them immediately. Cháng Shùn, do you harbor feelings for Song Yuan? Fong Ling interjected, taking the coins into her possession when she noticed Song Yuan's reluctance. If she doesn't want them, I shall claim them. As Fong Ling waved the coins, Song Yuan snatched them away from her grip. Seeing that she ultimately accepted them brought joy to Cháng Shùn's heart. Though he chose not to respond to Fong Ling's teasing inquiry about his feelings for Song Yuan. In an unguarded moment, one might inadvertently frighten the other. Yet he did not deny it. After Fong Ling finished speaking, she took Song Yuan's hand and departed. They had scarcely traveled a distance of 3 or 4 miles when the phone rang. It was a call from Song Yuan. He felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that she was expressing her gratitude for the 5 emperor coins he had given her? After all, she had said nothing since snatching them away from Fong Ling, pushing aside his musings. He answered the call. Cháng Shùn, Fong Ling is in trouble. You haven't gone far, have you? If you haven't tea, please come back to our side. The location is... Song Yuan spoke urgently over the phone. In the background, he could hear a jumble of voices. It seemed there was another matter at hand. Not too far, I will head over now. He didn't inquire about the nature of the trouble. Instead, he turned his vehicle around and drove to the location she mentioned. Fong Ling seemed to be subtly aiding him. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he could discern that she was a girl of admirable character. In approximately 5 minutes, he arrived at the bustling night market, a place lined with stalls selling antiques, old books, and various sundries, all in proximity to the antique city. As he approached, he noticed a group of people illuminated by the streetlights, some merely spectators while one stood beside Song Yuan and Fong Ling, engaged in conversation. As he drew near, Cháng Shùn honked his horn several times to attract their attention before stepping out of the car. Upon reaching them, he was met with the sight of Fong Ling, tears brimming in her eyes, and Song Yuan standing resolutely beside her. He inquired of the two girls. Before they could respond, a man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, standing next to Fong Ling, spoke in a loud and aggressive tone, as if to assert dominance through sheer force of presence. Truth cannot be disguised. Falsehood cannot be made real. Regardless of how you may bluster, ultimately, it is the facts that will prevail. The more boisterous the display, the greater the likelihood of deceit. If these antiques were truly valuable, who would sell them at a roadside stall? It's merely a facade to deceive the uninitiated. Hearing this, Cháng Shùn felt a sense of clarity. I merely turned around. It was you who collided with me. How can you accuse me of hitting you? Fong Ling exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Of course you would say that. I have witnesses. There are people nearby who saw everything, who will step forward to testify and speak the truth. The man retorted, addressing the onlookers. I happened to pass by and witnessed that it was indeed the girl who collided with him, leading to the fall and subsequent damage. A woman in her 40s asserted from the crowd. I also saw it. She struck the man's arm, causing the items to fall, added a younger girl, seemingly around 20, who appeared to possess a malicious demeanor. One can often discern a person's nature merely by their appearance, with enough interactions. A single glance can reveal much about one's character. I truly did not. You are all speaking nonsense. Fong Ling's anxiety intensified. Do not rush. Let me examine what antique has been damaged. Casting a glance at her, and then at Song Yuan, Cháng Shùn offered them a reassuring look. After speaking, he opened the bag on the ground and began to rummage through it. To his astonishment, the contents included even the basic tools of a construction site. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly caught his attention was a broken large plate, with pieces of a jar that bore the inscription in seal script, made in Jingdezhen. Upon seeing this, he was at a loss for words. If you're to engage in porcelain fraud, at least do it competently. How much did he demand from Fong Ling? Seeking to clarify the situation, Cháng Shùn stood up and inquired of Song Yuan. They are asking for 3,000 yuan. 3,000. Evidently, they were cautious not to demand too much. In most cases, this type of intimidation targets those unfamiliar with antiques. 3,000 yuan. Pay up quickly, or else you won't be able to leave. The man cast a glance at Cháng Shùn and spoke to him. When Song Yuan had previously called him, he had assumed it was to bring money. Their conversation had been close enough for the other party to overhear. 3,000? You truly have some audacity. It's merely a set of construction tools, a Jingdezhen artifact. No less. Allow me to be frank. I am in the antique business. If you take your belongings and leave now, I will consider this incident as though it never occurred. Should you fail to take your leave promptly, it will be you who cannot depart shortly. Your actions constitute extortion, which is a criminal offense. Now it was Cháng Shùn's turn to glare fiercely at him, his demeanor resolute. After a moment, he coldly regarded the woman and the girl who had provided false testimony. If anyone doubts, they may look at the items in this bag. What antiques? Nonsense. As he spoke, he crouched down and revealed one of the damaged tools protruding from the bag. Indeed, it was a construction set. I have purchased such an item before and been deceived. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit antique. I believe I've seen it elsewhere. It seemed this young man had some knowledge of antiques. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Will you leave or not? If you do not depart, I will call for assistance or report this to the authorities. Do not presume I lack connections. Should I summon someone, you will surely regret it. The mental anguish inflicted upon my sister will not come cheap. At this moment, my decision to refrain from troubling you is an act of leniency and magnanimity. Seizing upon the growing support from the onlookers, Cháng Shùn addressed the man once more. He was aware of his own possessions and actions. The man grabbed the bag and swiftly departed. As he left, Cháng Shùn cast another glance at the two individuals who had testified falsely. They too followed suit. It was evident they were in cahoots. Chapter 64. I shall always remember and cherish the kindness of those who have aided me. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the three of them took their leave as well. Due to the fright she had endured, Song Yuan requested that he accompany her in escorting Fong Ling to the entrance of the community. Cháng Shùn, thank you for today. As they were about to enter the community gate, Fong Ling turned around and expressed her gratitude once more. Previously, she had uttered similar words. No worries. It's but a small effort. In a few days, I shall treat you to a meal as well. After saying this, she waved her hand and walked into the community. The two turned to leave the area, with Cháng Shùn glancing at Song Yuan, attempting to speak. With such an opportunity, he certainly did not intend to let it slip away. Very well. However, I can only escort you to the community gate, perhaps due to prior events. She too felt a tinge of apprehension and agreed. The two continued to walk together, yet no words were exchanged. This silence did not evoke any awkwardness in him. Rather, it felt quite warm. Inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, he found himself yearning to hold Song Yuan's delicate hand on several occasions. Yet, he restrained himself. Some matters cannot be rushed. After all, their acquaintance had been rather brief. As the saying goes, in any endeavor, one should not take overly large strides, for it is easy to stumble. Women or girls are often more gradual in their affections than men. While contemplating these thoughts, Song Yuan's phone rang. After exchanging a few words about being en route, she hung up. All right, I shall leave you here. I'm nearly there. After about 7 or 8 minutes, her melodious voice reached his ears. How swiftly we have arrived. Observing the entrance of a nearby community, he lamented how quickly time passes. Had he known, he would have walked more slowly. Yet, despite his thoughts, he could not genuinely lag behind. Fortunately, not long ago, Ling had mentioned treating him to a meal in a few days, during which Song Yuan would likely also be present, providing another opportunity for their meeting. She regarded Cháng Shùn for a moment, sincerely stating, yes, if anything arises, feel free to contact me via phone or message. Very well. After saying this, Song Yuan proceeded toward the community gate. As he walked, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, mindful not to ruin her good fortune. It would be unfortunate to encounter any trouble. Nothing untoward occurred. It seemed that the individual in question was one who preyed on the weak, seeking out easy targets. Just as he prepared to freshen up, a message arrived on his phone from an unknown number. Otherwise, why would today be someone else troubling me, rather than Yuan? In a few days, when I treat you to a meal, could you perhaps bring a string along? I can pay for it. Upon reading this, he felt somewhat surprised, not expecting her to think in such a manner. Certainly, I shall assist you in procuring a string. No need for you to spend any money. It shall be a gift for you. The 5 Emperor's coins can easily form a complete set from those purchased. I can see that you have feelings for Yuan. Your gaze towards her is distinctly different. If you do not require payment, then I shall keep an eye on her for you. How does that sound? Are you serious? He could hardly believe that a mere string of copper coins could sway the other party. Absolutely. However, if you truly win her heart and find happiness, do not forget about me. I can tell you are quite capable. Is this a form of early investment in goodwill? He pondered. From their previous interactions, he understood that Fong Ling and Song Yuan shared a close bond, being best friends. Having such a person to assist him is certainly a boon he would welcome. Those who have aided me shall always be remembered for their kindness, and I will cherish their goodwill. If you assist me, and I am truly able to be with her in the future, rest assured I shall never forget your kindness. Cháng Shùn pledged earnestly. Very well. I shall remember your words. Regarding the meal I promised you, I typically have work obligations, so I propose we schedule it for next weekend. What do you think? That works. Excellent. Let us settle on that for now. Do take care and rest early. Rest well. After sending the message, he saved Fong Ling's phone number and began his evening routine. As he lay in bed preparing to drift into slumber, another text arrived. Cháng Shùn, are you asleep yet? It was from Song Yuan. About his sleep. And you? So am I. Just now, Fong Ling texted to say that the copper coin you gave me has protective qualities. Thinking back, there seems to be some truth in her words. I forgot to express my gratitude earlier, but it's never too late, right? So her message was to convey this. Not too late at all. You are far too courteous. Fong Ling asked me to find her a similar coin. Next time we dine together, I shall bring it for her. Upon reading this message, Cháng Shùn, embodying the wisdom of a middle-aged man with life experience, sensed that she harbored feelings for him. This significantly increased his chances of pursuing her. If she could boldly express such sentiments, he, as a man, certainly should not hesitate, especially during this tranquil hour, perfect for heartfelt conversations. Is this not your first time dining with a girl? She seems slightly envious. Do you wish for me to speak the truth or weave a tale? I dined with Chen Yuding before. However, it was merely a meal, nothing more. He wished to be transparent. Of course, the truth. She promptly replied. I previously met a girl through an arranged introduction by family, but we have since parted ways. And nothing else transpired between us. I assure you on my honor. Oh, I understand now. Heading off to sleep? Good night. Good night. After sending the message and glancing at the time, it was nearly 10:30. Lying down, he found himself unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts. Their recent meeting and subsequent events had undoubtedly brought them closer. He had shared certain personal matters, uncertain if it was wise. He neglected to inquire about her romantic history. It seemed prudent to ask Fong Ling about Song Yuan's background. Yet, would it not be better for Song Yuan to divulge such details herself? She likely had never dated. But how could a girl so beautiful have never been in a relationship? Perhaps it is tied to the times. After all, those born in the early 1980s tend to be more traditional. The final messages he sent regarding his past relationships made him wonder how she would perceive them. Alas, let fate take its course. One should strive appropriately, but not force matters. As he pondered, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 65. Perhaps due to his uplifted spirits, he bore a smile. In the ensuing days, Cháng Shùn continued his diligent work in the redevelopment area, each day yielding new and varied experiences. Although no auction-level collectibles were discovered, a minimum income of several hundred yuan per day was still assured. On fortunate days, the items he either found or purchased from others could yield over 1,000, even several thousand. Previously contemplating the idea of opening a second-hand bookstore, after careful consideration, he decided against renting a space. Instead, he planned to acquire a storefront once he had sufficient funds. With a storefront, even in times of urgent financial need, he could secure a loan against it. On Friday afternoon, as he pushed his tricycle toward his rental apartment, he encountered 3 workers responsible for demolition. All 3 men were approximately 45 years old. Having been in the demolition area for some time, he recognized them and would occasionally greet them with cigarettes. One was surnamed Ma, another Shi, and the last Liu, all hailing from the neighboring province of Su. According to the trio, the boss overseeing the demolition in that area was a relative of theirs. In this day and age, and likely in the future, it was common for relatives and friends to bring each other into various trades. At that moment, Master Ma and Master Liu were each holding 2 wooden plaques inscribed with characters. Due to their grip and the angle at which they held them, he couldn't immediately discern the inscriptions. Master Liu, Master Ma, let me take a look at what you have. As the 3 gathered, he paused and offered each a cigarette. They casually placed the plaques onto his tricycle. The tricycle wasn't overloaded. It contained some old clothes, a flower pot, and a few folk items. A quick glance at the wood revealed it to be dark, likely ebony, which was indeed of fine material. For plaques, each approximately 2 meters in height, 20 centimeters in width, and 15 centimeters in thickness, bore inscriptions that read, "The way is high, and the dragon lies low. Virtue is heavy, and the spirits revere. Heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, teacher, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith." The inscriptions appeared quite aged, dating back at least to the Republican era. Xiao Chong, I see you often gather items from the homes of those who have moved out. You must be able to sell some of them cheaply and earn a bit for your living expenses, right? Master Ma lit the cigarette he had offered and took a puff, inquiring. A little something could be exchanged. When the topic of how much he could earn from scavenging in the demolition area arose, he preferred to remain vague and not disclose specifics. In this era, he had come into contact with antiques, allowing him to engage in the secondary trading of certain household items. If he were merely collecting scrap to sell to recycling stations, he wouldn't earn much in a day. Master Shi, recalling some circumstances, added a few remarks. The 3 of them had occasionally witnessed him purchasing items from Boss Chun, Boss Xiao, and Boss Chai as they passed by. When you go to the homes of those who have moved out for demolition, aside from tearing down doors and windows and removing electrical wires, it would be a pity to damage other usable household items. If possible, could you minimize the destruction? It would save energy and also allow others to come in and salvage. Glancing at the 3 men, Cháng Shùn smiled and replied, Recently, we have not been as destructive as before. It is indeed a pity when many items are damaged. Master Shi took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring, and added, Let us break fewer things, and you will have more to collect. Xiao Chong, I mentioned that when we have some leisure time, you might treat us to a meal. Master Liu chimed in, half jokingly and half seriously. Dining is certainly agreeable. It depends on when you all are available. He responded, I find these 4 plaques to have some collectible value. Would you consider selling them? His inquiry was not mere jest. The fact that we have gathered here indicates a certain destiny. Treating 3 individuals to a meal is well within his means. Moreover, as the 3 of them are responsible for demolishing the houses, there are ample opportunities to discover items. And who knows when they might come across something of substantial worth to sell to him. Upon hearing his interest in purchasing the plaques, Master Ma inquired, "Did you find these items, or shall we negotiate a price?" The trio did not hesitate to discuss briefly and finally agreed upon a modest price of 100 yuan. That is quite inexpensive. Xiao Chong, we have some items we salvaged from the demolition of others' houses. If you have time, you might come over and take a look. After the payment was made, Master Lu added, "I'll visit after lunch, if that is all right." "Certainly." With that, they each departed. The residences of Masters Ma, Sure, and Lu are located within the demolition zone, and they do not rent their homes. With many households having vacated the area, they can easily find accommodation without the need to rent. The 3 reside in public housing, previously an old warehouse. Given their frequent presence in the demolition zone, he is well aware of the situation. In truth, aside from them, there are occasionally a few homeless individuals who, lacking shelter, find refuge in the homes of those who have moved away. Pushing a tricycle, Cháng Shùn placed the salvaged goods and the purchased plaques into the rental property of Ms. Wang, the landlord. "Lately, I've noticed a smile often gracing your lips. Have you perhaps begun dating someone?" At lunch in a Chung restaurant, Yi Yuqing greeted him with this observation as the dishes were served. "Really? Is my smile that apparent?" He was uncertain about this himself. Even if Cháng Shùn were to jest with her now, he doubted she would take offense. However, he is not the type to be fickle, straddling multiple relationships. True love is a beautiful and sacred connection. Encountering the right person, someone with whom you share mutual affection, is more than enough for a lifetime. Indeed, I can see your expression is rather cheerful. Since you did not outright deny it, you must be in a relationship. She insisted with conviction. Why must you jump to the conclusion that I am dating? Perhaps my spirits are simply lifted, and I naturally smile. Cháng Shùn did not affirm her assumption. Though he harbored feelings for Song Yuan, and she reciprocated to some extent, they had only recently begun to interact. Until a formal relationship was established, he cannot claim to be in a relationship. Acquaintance is one thing. Reaching a certain level of intimacy is entirely another. Only those in love often find themselves smiling foolishly or feeling melancholic from time to time. I have inadvertently observed this during your meals here over the past few days. Did you not claim to be single? How then do I know such things? In truth, he resonates with her words. Does not literature often convey similar sentiments? After uttering this, she departed. In chapter 66, those who venture in first to scour and rummage undoubtedly possess a distinct advantage. Cháng Shùn felt a remarkable uplift in his spirits these past few days. Before resting at night, he occasionally exchanged a few messages with Song Yuan. As a soul embodying the maturity of a seasoned gentleman, he harbors a profound understanding of the future, often sparking curiosity and a hint of admiration in his interlocutors. Perhaps it is indeed, as Yi Yuqing perceived, when he envisions certain scenes, a smile inadvertently graces his lips. While enjoying lunch and contemplating various matters, he found himself finishing his meal without even realizing it. After sitting for a few moments post-repast, he mounted his tricycle and made his way to where Master Ma and the others resided. En route, mindful of his expenditures, he first visited the bank to withdraw 5,000 yuan in cash. Upon his arrival, he found Master Lu, Master Ma, and Master Shi engaged in washing dishes and cooking utensils in front of the old warehouse. He had heard them mention that they typically purchase their own ingredients and prepare their meals. This warehouse, quite spacious, was formerly utilized by the supply and marketing cooperative for storing various goods. Now, during the demolition, it had long been cleared of its contents. After exchanging pleasantries, he instructed them to present the items they wished to sell, which included a pair of stone locks for practice, an antique leather suitcase, 2 wooden boxes of differing sizes, an old drum, 3 arras, and a wooden sculpture of Guangong. The stone locks, crafted from bluestone, are rectangular and weigh approximately 30 pounds each, appearing to date back to at least the Qing dynasty. The leather suitcase is quite remarkable, adorned with gilded designs of dragons, phoenixes, flowers, and auspicious motifs. Its latch is butterfly-shaped and intricately engraved, suggesting craftsmanship from the Republic of China era. The 2 wooden boxes vary in size. One features painted imagery of sunflowers, rice, and corn on its front, while its sides depict the likeness of great figures, a torch, and the phrase "a single spark can start a prairie fire." Clearly, this box is emblematic of a significant historical period. The smaller box, exhibiting intricate mother-of-pearl inlay, bears motifs of good fortune and longevity, featuring bats, the god of longevity, peaches of immortality, and cranes. This box is also of fine quality, constructed from rosewood, likely from the Republic of China period. Observing all of this, he maintained a composed demeanor. The old drum, with a diameter of approximately 40 centimeters and a height of about 15 centimeters, is flat and made of cowhide, featuring copper rings on either side, exuding an aura of antiquity that may also trace back to the Qing dynasty. The three eras include one accompanied by a long wooden case, on which is inscribed a quotation from a great leader. Our literature and arts serve the people. First and foremost, they are for the workers, peasants, and soldiers, created for their benefit and to be utilized by them. The bottom of this eru is crafted from materials including python skin, revealing a texture reminiscent of serpentine scales. The other two items are rather mundane. A wooden statue of Guangdong stands nearly half a meter tall, appearing quite robust. However, the wood is ordinary, and its age is relatively recent, not exceeding 20 years. According to Master Shi and his companions, these items were all discovered atop the ceiling of an old house. It seems that those who ventured in first indeed had the advantage. The contents are not merely as they appear. Both the leather and wooden boxes are not empty. Upon opening them, a considerable number of items were found within. 5 vintage radios, several rolled-up pieces of red paper with a noticeably earlier date, 3 harmonicas, a wooden fish, and several flutes. Cháng Shùn meticulously examined everything once more. Among the radios, 2 are of earlier manufacture and have reputable brands. One is a Chunlei brand 401 transistor radio, while the other is a Dongfang Hong transistor radio. The stack of rolled red paper shows many wormholes due to its age. Upon unrolling them, he was astonished to discover 1950s New Year paintings and 3 handwritten couplets. 2 of the paintings depict Jia Baoyu's nighttime visit to the Shaoxiang Pavilion and a lion dance. Both paintings are colorful, featuring exquisite designs. The moment he laid eyes on them, he was suddenly struck with a sense of astonishment reminiscent of his earlier purchase of Boss Chen's engagement certificate. Cháng Shùn felt that the artisans of that era genuinely poured their hearts into their creations. Today's craftsmen may struggle to produce such fine works. During his visits to antique markets, he had often heard that while technology has advanced, the quality of items produced for profit has markedly declined. Only through witnessing the beauty of early tangible goods can one truly appreciate their craftsmanship. The 3 couplets read, "Family inheritance flourishes through loyalty and integrity in life. Simplicity and sincerity prevail. With each passing year, may one gain longevity. May the spring fill the universe and blessings fill the home. All winds and rains are auspicious. A myriad of colors herald the arrival of spring." The calligraphy on the couplets is beautifully executed and dates back to the 50s and 60s. Sadly, there are no signatures, leaving their authorship a mystery. The 3 harmonicas and several flutes are rather ordinary. The wooden fish likely belonged to a monk from a temple, coated in red lacquer, approximately the size of a pomelo, with carvings of twin fish and lotus flowers. Judging by its patina, it could date back to the Republic era. Cháng Shùn picked up the accompanying wooden stick and struck a few notes, producing a rich, ethereal sound. Most of the cassette tapes date back to the 80s and 90s, while the CDs are more recent and of little value. An old leather pillow features a depiction of workers against an urban construction backdrop, inscribed with the words self-reliance and industriousness. The other side showcases floral designs with the date 1967. The candles are of the Gongnon brand, which he had previously collected. The alarm clocks are relatively recent from the past 2 years. After perusing the items, Cháng Shùn began negotiating prices with them. Stone lock, 100 yuan. Republic era gilded leather suitcase, 200 yuan. Large wooden box from special era, 100 yuan. Rosewood inlaid with mother of pearl small wooden box, 800 yuan. This box, even to the untrained eye, is clearly adorned with mother of pearl inlay, exuding an extraordinary presence that suggests considerable value. An antique drum from the Qing dynasty, 150 yuan. 3 eru instruments, 150 yuan. A wooden sculpture of Guangdong, 100 yuan. This wood carving stands approximately half a meter tall, although it is not particularly old. It commands a certain grandeur that can impress onlookers. Moreover, not everyone is inclined to collect antiques. Many prefer to acquire new items. 5 radios, 100 yuan. A rolled-up bundle of old paper, containing 2 New Year paintings and 3 couplets, 100 yuan. A wooden fish, 50 yuan. A harmonica and flute combined, 50 yuan. An old leather pillow, 100 yuan. The total amounts to 2,400 yuan. Are there any other items? If not, I shall take my leave. After ensuring the items were securely packed and the payment made, Cháng Shùn casually inquired. His belief was that the piece de resistance often appears last. Chapter 67. All right. Allow me to assist you, he offered. Upon hearing his proposal, Masters Ma, Sure, and Lu exchanged glances. Ultimately, Master Lu spoke. However, judging by their expressions, it seemed there were indeed more items, possibly personal possessions unique to each individual. This is not unusual. Everyone harbors a bit of selfishness. Those smaller items, when unseen, naturally belong to whoever claims them. A well-understood, open secret. Very well. If you manage to procure anything, give me a call. Cháng Shùn did not distribute business cards, merely relaying his phone number, which they all diligently noted down. He trusted that in due time, they would likely reach out to him privately to sell their respective finds. Leaving the warehouse where the three resided, Cháng Shùn pushed his tricycle directly toward Ms. Wang's rental property. When he was about 50 or 60 meters away, his phone rang. Checking, he saw it was a call from Fong Ling, and he answered promptly. Mr. Chang, I hope I'm not interrupting you with this call? Not at all. He felt indifferent to the title. If he were to become a big boss himself in the future, he would embrace it without shame. That's good to hear. Tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have time for lunch? I'd like to treat you. Song Yuan will be joining us as well. I'm afraid I'll be busy during the day, but I'm free in the evening. Would that work? Then let us meet in the evening at 6 o'clock at. She mentioned a location, one different from the last restaurant, perhaps due to some lingering reservations. All right, don't forget to bring the 5 Emperor's coins you promised to deliver. I won't forget. I'm counting on you to act as an undercover agent. As long as you're aware, let us finalize it. See you tomorrow evening. See you then. After hanging up, Cháng Shùn continued pushing his cart forward. He soon arrived at Ms. Wang's courtyard. Wasting no time, he unloaded the purchased items and placed them inside the rental property. Just as he prepared to lock the door and depart, he heard Ms. Wang's voice behind him, still holding a suitcase. I'll cover your travel expenses. I won't shortchange you. She added, where's your hometown? It can't be far, right? He casually inquired. Regarding the landlord's hometown, he had never inquired about it. Shishan is not too far, approximately 30 to 40 miles away. All right, I shall assist you with the trip, he promised after glancing at the time, noting it was not yet 1:30. Moreover, the landlord did not often trouble him. Securing the door, they ambled towards the location where he had parked the van. Cháng Shùn's vehicle was stationed not far from the intersection. After placing the luggage in the back, he took his seat and set off towards Shishan town. Boss Chang, I've noticed you purchase quite a bit from the demolition area daily. You must be quite profitable. Ms. Wang engaged him in casual conversation along the way. Just earning a modest fee for running errands to make ends meet. I wouldn't call it particularly lucrative. Naturally, he refrained from divulging any information that could be deemed commercially confidential. In this day and age, quietly amassing wealth and maintaining a low profile is the wisest course. Speaking of profits, the more people in the demolition area who become aware, the more jealousy arises, leading to inflated prices for his acquisitions. Have you started dating yet? If not, my second brother has a daughter born in '83, a year younger than you, quite charming. How about I introduce you two later? Ms. Wang's suggestion caught him off guard. Had he possessed such romantic fortune in his past life, he might have had a wife. However, he lacked the means back then. A man's ability and financial standing significantly influence his desirability. The adage holds true. Wealth breeds connection, and resources foster relationships. I'm not ready to date yet, but I appreciate your kind offer, he replied with a smile, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. Cháng Shùn intended to pursue a relationship with Song Yuan first. If that blossomed, he wouldn't seek other girls. Yet if it didn't work out, fate would surely present other opportunities. The world is never short of beautiful women, especially those in their prime. Don't wish to date? Let me know when you change your mind, she remarked with a hint of regret. All right. He was familiar with the main route, but once they reached Shishan town, he was uncertain about the directions to the rural areas. Under Ms. Wang's guidance, they ultimately arrived at a village. In front of a house, she instructed Cháng Shùn to stop the vehicle and said as she exited, no need. Did you not say you wish to help me find a girlfriend? What if you genuinely assist me later? I cannot accept your money. With that, she too stepped out of the van. Ms. Wang offered the money again, but he declined. All right. While conversing, he opened the trunk and retrieved her luggage. Since you are here, let us have some water at my place and rest a bit before you leave, Ms. Wang suggested. Sound good. Just as she finished speaking, several individuals emerged from the house, a mix of men and women, young and old. They were Ms. Wang's family. After exchanging pleasantries, Cháng Shùn sat in her home for a while, enjoying a cup of tea before departing. He noticed that Ms. Wang's father, due to his advanced age in his 70s, and illness, was not in great condition, sitting in a wicker chair with murky, unfocused eyes. There is little to be done. Aging manifests in such a manner. Fortunately, the younger generation exhibits a commendable sense of filial piety, and with a companion still by their side, there exists someone to offer care. Gazing upon the elderly figure, Cháng Shùn found himself lost in contemplation, envisioning the journey of a life from childhood to old age. Should time rewind by 70 years, this elder would once again be a child. If it were to rewind by 60 years, they would find themselves in the exuberance of youth. Rewinding 50 years would reveal them as a spirited young man. One day in the future, all will succumb to the passage of time. No one can evade this fate. Ms. Wang's mother, on the other hand, enjoys a significantly improved state of health. Women tend to outlive men. Reflecting on this, Cháng Shùn felt a surge of appreciation for his own youth. How splendid it is to be young. In Chapter 68, the discovery of ancient coins compelled him to scrutinize the mound of earth with even greater diligence. The hour was neither early nor late, presenting a peculiar temporal ambiguity. Unlike the mixed earth of sand, stones, and mud from earlier times, the soil now uncovered was purely composed of unadulterated clay. This was evident from the exposed layers on the surface of the truck's load. Typically, such soil contained scant iron, perhaps due to the scarcity of iron. The entire site was devoid of company, save for the bearded Master Wu, who was idly wandering about, collecting scrap metal. After parking his vehicle, Cháng Shùn made his way directly to the location where the truck had deposited its load. Passing by Master Wu's tricycle, he cast a glance inside. There was little iron to be found. Only scraps, wires, a few small rebar pieces, and some sheets of metal, weighing perhaps a mere 10 pounds. Master Wu, are you the only one here? Where are the others? Upon meeting, Cháng Shùn offered him a cigarette as a greeting. They've gone to other sites. Had I known there was no iron here, I wouldn't have come this afternoon. It would have been better to break bricks instead. It seems I shall have to change locations tonight, Master Wu replied, accepting the cigarette. Indeed, this layer of soil contains very little iron, he concurred. Since you came here to collect iron that night, I haven't seen you again. Have you been to other sites? Master Wu inquired further. After engaging in casual conversation for 2 or 3 minutes, Cháng Shùn commenced his search amidst the fallen mound of earth. The soil appeared remarkably clean, devoid of traces of habitation typical of older districts. Nevertheless, despite this, he discovered a few shards of ancient porcelain intermingled within the soil. Upon spotting these fragments, he eagerly gathered them. Perhaps due to the absence of heavy rains, even valuable items remained elusive on the surface of the mound. After searching the newly deposited earth for approximately half an hour, he departed to explore other areas of the site, specifically the previously deposited mounds. In these alternate locations, some of the soil had been deposited 1 or 2 months prior, or even 3 to 4 months ago, or longer. The surface of these layers, worn by rain, revealed stones, tiles, shells, and porcelain shards with remarkable clarity. After inspecting several mounds, he unearthed 5 pieces of ancient porcelain. Among them, one particularly large fragment was the base of a slightly incomplete plate, adorned with 5 small bats and a prominent character for longevity at its center. This particular plate, he had heard others refer to it as the 5 blessings bestowing longevity. At that time, the porcelain shards were valued at approximately 2 to 300 yuan. The other 4 pieces included the base of a bowl, as well as the sides of bowls or plates adorned with floral and auspicious motifs. As he continued his search, he suddenly spotted a bone protruding from a mound of earth. It resembled a leg bone, and nearby lay some ancient bricks. Glancing around the other areas of the mound, he was astonished to find a skull not far off. This sight sent a shiver down his spine, instilling a sense of unease. However, after a fleeting moment of dread, excitement soon took precedence. The presence of a skull and ancient bricks was a strong indication that he had likely unearthed the tomb. Encountering a grave typically increases the chances of discovering artifacts. Considering that archaeologists engage daily with ancient burial sites, his fear began to dissipate. Moreover, treasures and collectibles were remnants of the ancient's existence. With a sense of anticipation, he commenced his search anew. In no time, he discovered a copper coin on the side of a brick. Upon retrieving it for closer examination, he identified it as a Hongwu Tongbao small flat coin, with a smooth reverse side. The discovery of ancient currency prompted him to scrutinize the mound with greater diligence. After searching a bit longer, he found 2 more coins not far from the first. In areas marked by green rust, he consecutively unearthed 6 additional coins. These were all from the Ming dynasty, including Hongwu Tongbao, Wanli Tongbao, and Tianqi Tongbao, though all were small flat coins. While the coins were significant, he also stumbled upon two irregular shards of silver, roughly the size of peach pits. Such discoveries filled him with joy and exhilaration. Indeed, he had struck gold by uncovering a grave, and the debris was clearly promising. The visibility of these coins atop the soil indicated that more treasures likely lay hidden within. Lacking a metal detector or tools, such as a shovel or pickaxe, he lamented that he could not immediately conduct a thorough excavation of the mound. After carefully inspecting for a while longer, he found a piece of dark, irregular silver the size of a thumbnail. With no further discoveries, he placed two ancient bricks atop the mound as markers and proceeded to search elsewhere. In the subsequent hours, he similarly uncovered several bones and coins, copper coins and shards of silver, in another nearby pile of earth. The composition of this mound mirrored that of the first, and the copper coins and silver shards also dated back to the Ming dynasty. This suggested that both mounds derived from the same excavation site. He unearthed another 8 coins and 1 shard of silver from this second mound, marking it in the same manner. Time passed swiftly during his treasure-hunting endeavors, and before he knew it, dusk was upon him. When Chang Jing called to invite him for dinner, he gathered his findings and made his way to the van. In addition to the treasures discovered in the 2 mounds of debris, he also found a coin and 2 bronze arrowheads in areas cleared by a bulldozer. Among the items were some ancient porcelain shards, 2 aged glass beads, several dog teeth, wild boar tusks, and other artifacts. The coins included a Kangxi Tongbao, featuring the character Lin on its reverse side. Additionally, there were 2 bronze arrowheads, one triangular and the other flat and triangular. The latter appeared considerably larger, measuring around 6 to 7 centimeters in length. Regarding the arrowheads, he had researched that if one were to discover a fine specimen with inscriptions, an unusual shape, and rarity, particularly in excellent condition, it would be exceptionally valuable. The ancient porcelain shards also held promise, with one depicting a figure of high status and 2 others inscribed with an era, all dating back to the Ming dynasty's Changhua period. The glass beads included a blue one and a red one. The blue bead was larger, about the size of a longan, while the red one resembled a cherry. The dog teeth and wild boar tusks were sold alongside old books at a street stall, where curious passersby might purchase them. After placing the items in his vehicle, Cháng Shùn drove directly to the rental apartment of Ms. Zheng, the landlord. En route, he pondered the 2 mounds where coins were buried, resolving to acquire a metal detector the following morning. Such equipment was essential. Passing by an old historical building, he was suddenly reminded of a treasure-hunting video he had once encountered online, where individuals with metal detectors assisted displaced families in searching their ancestral homes for hidden treasures. Some of these seekers indeed found valuable items, although the videos showcased only ordinary goods. Who could assure that genuine treasures had not been unearthed, but simply went unrecorded? No one would be foolish enough to divulge such secrets. Presently, those facing displacement were unaware of the existence of metal detectors. Even if treasures lay hidden within their old homes, they would remain undiscovered. To prevent valuable items from being buried and to allow gold to shine, it was imperative to utilize treasure hunting tools like metal detectors. Of course, Cháng Shùn was principled. Even with the acquisition of the device, he would resolutely refrain from trespassing into forbidden areas. Should he uncover artifacts of cultural significance, particularly bronze items, he would certainly turn them in, as this act would be an honor, entitling him to a certificate and a monetary reward of 500 yuan, which would suffice for his efforts. In the future, with the surge in construction, whether it be building houses, repairing roads, or beautifying riverbanks and other projects, graves would often be unearthed. Many minor graves, due to a significant shortage of archaeological personnel, would remain unexcavated. To excavate each grave for 10 days to half a month would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Funding for such endeavors posed a realistic challenge. The debris from construction sites, even if containing artifact from graves, would risk being buried again if left unnoticed. Moreover, during construction activities involving excavators, dump trucks, and bulldozers, many artifacts could suffer damage. For treasure hunters, unearthing these items could, in some respects, be seen as an act of preservation for ancient artifacts. In the antique market, Cháng Shùn had often heard seasoned individuals speak of such matters. As he stepped into Ms. Zheng's courtyard, a rich aroma of stewed chicken wafted through the air, likely from an old hen. This enticing scent emanated from the rented room where his mother and sister resided. It seemed he was in for a delightful evening. After toiling for half the day and spending 2 or 3 hours at the construction waste site, he was quite famished. Without further hesitation, he quickened his pace toward the house. "Mom, Jing," Why does today's stew smell particularly delectable? Upon entering the house and greeting his mother and sister with a bright smile, he continued, Mom, today you purchased an authentic old hen, not from those vendors at the market, but from a woman who came from the countryside to sell her goods. His sister explained. The woman selling the chicken mentioned it had been raised for 6 years. She even showed us the hen's claws, which were thick and rough, a testament to its age. For someone hailing from the countryside, it was common knowledge that a true old hen, over 5 years of age, would not possess smooth and beautiful legs or claws. The older the hen, the less appealing its talons, and the thicker and rougher its scales would be. Moreover, the broth from an old hen would yield a richer flavor. In later years, he would come across videos where some claimed that the broth from an old hen was nutritionally similar to that of a hen just 1 or 2 years old, or that older chickens might even be toxic. Cháng Shùn dismissed such notions entirely. For centuries, the wisdom passed down from the elders maintained that the longer a chicken had lived, the greater its medicinal value and nutritional richness when stewed. Every individual's constitution is different. Thus, what is beneficial for one may not suit another. The saying one cannot benefit from what is not suited holds true. Is that so? 6 years. Then I shall drink more of the broth, he remarked before washing his hands in the kitchen. After 2 or 3 minutes, the three gathered around the table to eat. Here, one for each of you, his mother said as she retrieved 2 chicken legs from a pot, placing them in his and Cháng Jing's bowls. This had always been the custom. The chicken legs or duck legs were reserved for the siblings. Mom, you take this one. Didn't I just say I wanted to drink more broth? There's a saying, eating meat is less beneficial than drinking soup. And drinking soup is less beneficial than savoring its aroma. Besides, I've grown up and no longer fancy chicken legs. I prefer chicken feet. I've heard that chicken feet are called money-grabbing hands, and the more you eat, the easier it is to grasp wealth. He placed the chicken leg into his mother's bowl, providing a rationale for his choice. He felt he owed his parents much in his past life and intended to make amends in this one, seeking to leave no regrets. Brother, are you serious? Cháng Jing queried, skepticism evident in her voice. Their mother regarded him with similar doubt. Of course I am. Why would I deceive you? Tonight, the 2 chicken feet are mine. With that, he began to search for the chicken feet in the pot, retrieving a few pieces of meat and some broth into his bowl before indulging. Indeed, the old hen was exquisite. Both the broth and the meat were truly savory, far surpassing the bland meat from the market, which could be hastily stir-fried or boiled. Mother, you must eat the chicken leg tonight. Observing her intent to place the chicken leg in his bowl once more, Cháng Shùn emphasized. Very well. Meeting his sincere gaze, Sun Chunrong felt her eyes moisten. Her son had truly grown up. Brother, I've noticed you've been in better spirits these past few nights during dinner. Have you found a girlfriend or earned a fortune? After a moment, Cháng Jing, having finished her chicken leg, suddenly inquired. Could it be that you've both found a girlfriend and struck it rich? He intended to jest with her. Shùn, are you serious? Their mother responded with a hint of seriousness. I haven't found a girlfriend yet, but I have made some money. As for the matter of relationships, Cháng Shùn had no intention of disclosing anything to his parents until it was truly his. He felt it was pointless. Of course, in this simpler time, relationships were straightforward, yet in the years to come, even if one became someone else's partner, it did not guarantee marriage. How much have you earned? Cháng Jing asked again. A few thousand yuan, he replied succinctly. A few thousand. That's quite a sum. You should be pleased. After finishing dinner and lingering for a while, he left around 7:30. Passing by a hardware store, he remembered he needed convenient digging tool for the detector he planned to buy tomorrow. So he stopped to purchase 2 small pickaxes of different sizes, a small shovel, and a dozen pairs of gloves. By the time he returned home, it was already 8 o'clock. Around 9, he received a text message from Song Yan. What are you up to? The fact that she initiated the conversation brought him a measure of joy. Their previous chats, along with the impressions left by Boss Liu and Fong Ling's remarks, seemed to have had an effect. Human relationships are influenced not only by oneself, but also by family and external factors. I'm reading. How about you? I'm a bit bored. Work has been frustrating these past few days. A girl expressing such sentiments to a man generally indicates she does not regard him as a stranger. Through many years of life experience, he had heard similar insights from others. Is something bothering you? Cháng Shùn recalled Fong Ling mentioning that she had just started working at the Forestry Bureau this week. Issues at work, whether due to unfamiliarity or a few comments from superiors, can easily lead to frustration. There is a colleague at my workplace who is overly friendly. Song Yin sent another message. If he were still in his youthful mindset, he might have thought it was merely someone being kind to her and would even praise that person as enthusiasm. However, as someone with experience, Cháng Shùn understood the implications of her words. Unwanted attention is rarely a good thing. No one is kind without a reason. Those who are overly enthusiastic are not necessarily good people. Does he want to pursue you? By sharing this with me, are you hoping for my intervention? Remember, my appearance does not come cheap. He attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. You are indeed quite mature. It seems you can discern my thoughts with ease. So, what shall be the fee for your appearance? Surely it must amount to at least the cost of 2 steamed buns. Cháng Shùn has often heard others remark that women are inherently complex. Conversing with a woman requires a balance, neither too serious nor overly earnest. In certain contexts, women may lack rationality, and engaging in logical discourse with them can prove futile. 2 steamed buns, then? It's a deal. Next Monday, drive me to work, and simply introduce yourself as my boyfriend. Are you not afraid of blurring the lines between pretense and reality? You are aware of my feelings for you. We are no longer strangers. You may now feel entitled to seek some advantages for yourself. Let us see how you perform. If you excel in your conduct, I may very well consider granting you my favor. I fear that should I perform too well, your burden may increase, attracting numerous rivals. Are you truly that confident? Naturally. You have declared me quite mature. Enough of this. It is 10 o'clock. See you tomorrow evening. Good night. Good night. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it was indeed nearly 10 o'clock. Henceforth, you are forbidden from conversing with other girls. Upon seeing this, he perceived that the other party still harbored a youthful heart. Especially in the stillness of the night, one's innermost thoughts and emotions become exceedingly authentic. She must have recalled his previous remark about her performance being challenged, perhaps igniting a sense of urgency within her. If you were to be my girlfriend, I would cease my interactions with other girls. Cháng Shùn seized the moment. I have already allowed you to experience being my boyfriend. The mere utterance of such words from her side indicates certain issues. After all, she is a girl, and her pride is somewhat delicate. Very well. From now on, I shall confide solely in you. Surely that will suffice. As he sent this message, a smile graced his lips, and his spirits soared. A girl granting a man an opportunity often leads to a high success rate, provided he is not utterly lacking. Indeed, I shall remember your words. Rest well. Sleep well. Lying in bed, he reflected on the messages sent by Song Yuan that evening, feeling grateful for the swift progress in their relationship, largely thanks to his overly enthusiastic colleague. However, such gratitude was certainly not genuine. When they met on Monday, their relationship would revert to one of rivalry. He needed to ensure that she recognized him as her true boyfriend, while the other would have to take a step back. Chapter 70. The first use of a metal detector for treasure hunting, Part 1. The following morning, after breakfast, Cháng Shùn withdrew some money from the bank and proceeded to purchase a metal detector from a store specializing in electronic goods. Although he had observed numerous treasure seekers using such devices in short videos, he had never operated one himself. Due to his inexperience, he meticulously tested and compared various models before making a purchase. In this era, domestic machines often exhibit poor quality. When he tested with a small copper coin, the effective detection range of the machine proved to be confined to within 10 centimeters. Beyond 20 centimeters, it emitted no signal whatsoever. Furthermore, the most critical flaw of this device was its inability to distinguish between various types of metals. Any object containing metallic material would trigger a response, and the signal remained unstable, with no water resistance. In the past, while watching someone else's live stream, I heard some seasoned treasure hunters discuss their experiences. Initially, they opted for domestic machines to save costs. However, when they ventured out to search for treasures, these machines proved almost useless, akin to mere toys. They emitted numerous noises and were prone to malfunction. In contrast, imported machines, though expensive, priced above $10,000, boasted impeccable quality. When a small copper coin was brought within 30 centimeters of the device, the signal was robust. Even at half a meter, signals remained detectable with minimal interference. Moreover, these machines could identify various metals, copper, iron, silver, and gold, differentiating them clearly on the display. The sounds produced varied with the type of metal detected. Crucially, they feature a mode to disregard unwanted metals, such as iron, thus significantly enhancing efficiency. After thoughtful comparison, Cháng Shùn resolutely decided to invest in an imported model, spending over 13,000 yuan. This machine came with a warranty. Any quality issues arising within 3 months, provided they were not due to human negligence, warranted a replacement. Upon acquisition, he sought assistance from the sales personnel, who guided him through the operation for nearly half an hour until he felt fully proficient. Equipped with his new device, he drove his van straight to the construction debris site, where he had previously discovered piles of copper coins and fragments of silver, convinced that treasures lay within. Upon arrival, He found the site deserted with no vehicles unloading dirt, leaving him alone in the expansive area. He promptly retrieved the machine from his van, which had been assembled and kept intact for convenience. With a shovel and a small pickaxe in hand, he made his way to the marked debris pile where he had previously identified potential treasures. The prospect of using the metal detector for the first time filled him with excitement. Before commencing his search, he tested the small copper coin he carried, feeling assured of its reliability. He then brought the machine's probe close to the earth mound. As the metal detector swung back and forth, he soon heard a series of beeping sounds, but refrained from digging immediately. Drawing from his experience as a taxi driver and having read novels about treasure hunting in areas of demolition, he recalled that outdoor searches, especially in old houses, required one to target the most signal-rich and densely packed locations within the dirt mounds. With patience, Cháng Shùn scanned the entire debris pile using the machine. Indeed, apart from a few intermittent sounds, he identified 3 distinct areas where signals were strong and the ranges more pronounced. Using his small pickaxe, he marked these spots and chose one with a particularly intense signal to excavate. The debris mound, unlike flatland, sloped, making the digging process easier. Casually wielding a small pickaxe, he unearthed a piece of soil, revealing an object resembling a bronze mirror that followed the layers of earth to the ground beneath his feet. No wonder the signal was so pronounced. It turned out to be a substantial item. He quickly grasped it in his hands. The bronze mirror measured approximately 15 centimeters in diameter, its surface adorned with an array of verdigris. After briefly cleaning the mud clinging to its underside, Cháng Shùn examined its front, which boasted intricate geometric patterns. The mirror was buried quite shallowly, less than 15 centimeters deep. Nevertheless, despite its shallow burial, it was improbable that it would have been discovered by mere visual inspection without the aid of a metal detector, a marvel of modern technology. Cháng Shùn placed it into a backpack he had brought along. Surely, such a bronze mirror could fetch several hundred yuan, he mused. After securing the mirror, he resumed scanning the area with the metal detector, but the signals were weaker and less frequent, indicating that the soil held little more than small coins. Changing locations, he proceeded to another marked spot. This time, as he struck the ground, a few greenish copper coins emerged. He collected them one by one and placed them into a convenient bag he carried. Upon inspecting several of the coins, he discerned they were also from the Ming dynasty. As he expanded his digging area, the number of coins increased, eventually accumulating so many that he could grasp them by the handful. Among these coins were several connected tubular coins. In his previous life, he had watched others live-stream treasure evaluations, where they often opened tubes on site. Though he had heard tales of both authentic and counterfeit items, since it was a live stream, the underlying schemes could be quite elaborate, and one should not believe everything. The market for tubular coins carried a high degree of speculation, enhancing the thrill of buying and selling. These coins he discovered also included a fair number of tubular coins, which could similarly be wagered when sold. Continuing to dig deeper, he uncovered fragments of jars of various sizes. Clearly not ancient relics, but rather remnants that had been broken not long ago, likely from excavators rather than centuries-old damage. Had they been broken hundreds of years ago, the edges would have exhibited distinct signs of erosion and soil infiltration. Besides the small copper coins, he also found 3 larger coins, 2 Tianqi Tongbao with a value of 10 and 1 Hongwu Tongbao valued at 11. At this point, with a plethora of coins visible, he felt no urgency to employ the machine, opting instead to collect everything he could see directly. The remaining treasures, he planned to detect later in a second sweep. After reaching a certain depth and nearly exhausting the visible coins, Cháng Shùn shifted to the last marked location. Having just struck the ground a few times, aided by the metal detector, he uncovered a conical object, approximately 13 centimeters in length, appearing dark and mysterious. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a silver hairpin. One end of the pin was embedded with a piece of turquoise jade, which upon closer inspection did not resemble Hatian jade, suggesting it was of a different type from another region. He carefully placed it down and continued to dig with a small pickaxe. As he delved deeper and the area expanded, Cháng Shùn intermittently unearthed 31 pieces of varying size silver fragments and a 5-tael silver ingot at this location. The time spent treasure hunting always seemed to elapse far too swiftly. Upon finishing at 3 sites and glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. He gathered his finds and made his way to the van, washed his hands with the water he had brought along, and then indulged in lunch. In Chapter 71, during his initial use of a metal detector for treasure hunting, Part 2, Cháng Shùn never compromised on food throughout his life. On his way here, he had purchased marinated beef and pig ears from the market. Engaging in such laborious work demanded proper nourishment. Without it, he would lack the energy to continue. As he neared the end of his meal, Feng Ling called him again to confirm their dinner plans for the evening. He also contacted Chang Jing to inform her that he had other commitments and would not be joining them for dinner. After a brief 10-minute respite, he picked up the metal detector, tools, and backpack, preparing to scour another mound of earth rumored to yield treasures. However, he noticed a dump truck entering the site to deposit soil. The dumping location was not where he was, but rather continued from where they had left off yesterday. Cháng Shùn merely glanced at it before disregarding it. Arriving at the mound, he tested the machine with a small copper coin, confirming its functionality before conducting a thorough scan of the debris pile. Unlike the previous mound, this one contained numerous ancient bricks but yielded few items. Only one area emitted a strong signal, while the rest offered intermittent sounds. After marking the area with a significant signal, he began to excavate with his small pickaxe. After digging for a while, reaching a depth of over a foot without discovering anything, he felt a twinge of curiosity. He picked up the detector again and scanned a few more times, realizing there were indeed items below, with the signal being quite strong. The absence of finds thus far suggested a high probability of a substantial object being buried. Concerned about damaging whatever lay beneath, Cháng Shùn opted to use a shovel and began excavating from the edges, where no signals were detected. Thus, he alternated between digging and scanning. And after approximately a quarter of an hour, a rusted, somewhat deformed, lidded copper incense burner emerged. The burner was cylindrical, with 3 legs, and stood about 15 centimeters tall. Its lid was intricately designed, featuring a bird-shaped knob. After gently cleaning the surface dirt, he noted the absence of any decorative patterns or inscriptions, which would have undoubtedly increased its value. This artifact was discovered amidst coins from the Ming Dynasty, suggesting it too dated back to that era. Cháng Shùn retrieved a plastic bag to store it, and subsequently placed it in the van. He regretted forgetting to bring newspaper today, as he could have wrapped it for additional protection. As the signals continued to emanate, he repeatedly unearthed more items, predominantly consisting of copper coins, with the occasional silver fragment. By around 3 p.m., after thoroughly scouring this mound, he had excavated 34 copper coins, 6 small silver fragments, a nearly intact porcelain bowl, and several shards of porcelain. The coins were all small cash, devoid of larger denominations. There was a nearly intact porcelain bowl, rather sizable, with a diameter of approximately 16 centimeters and a height of about 10 centimeters. The surface of the bowl was adorned with floral patterns, the porcelain exceptionally white and fine, with the inscription Wan Fu Fu Yutong at the bottom. Among the other porcelain shards, there were 2 particularly exquisite pieces, both from the base of bowls. One depicted a child, while the other illustrated a seashell. The seashell appeared extraordinary, not in blue and white, but in a reserved style of blue and white reserved, exuding elegance. For those unfamiliar with this style, a simple online search would provide clarity. After searching this mound of earth, Cháng Shùn proceeded to another spoil heap where more artifacts were discovered. "Young man, is that machine for mine detection?" While he was busy, a man in his 40s approached. He was not a scrap metal collector. Although dump trucks were unloading earth that afternoon, the soil excavated in recent days was not conducive for metal detection, as it contained fewer iron scraps, prompting the collectors to seek other sites. This individual was a local resident. Cháng Shùn had observed him lingering in a nearby vegetable patch not long ago. "You are correct. It can indeed detect mines, but I'm merely searching for a few coins for amusement," Cháng Shùn replied. Sensing the presence of another, he chose not to continue probing this mound and instead took his machine to another pile of earth. "Can you still find coins?" The man appeared somewhat surprised. "Indeed, this device is a metal detector. It can identify any metallic object," Cháng Shùn disclosed without reservation. Perhaps it was his first encounter with such a machine, for he displayed great interest and followed closely. Before long, Cháng Shùn's detector emitted a signal, albeit faint. Given its subtlety and limited range, he prepared to excavate. Without hesitation, he grasped a small shovel and a pickaxe, simultaneously digging and detecting. And within 5 minutes, he unearthed a small bullet casing. It truly can detect objects. The man was convinced. Although it was merely a copper shell, he pocketed it nonetheless and continued his search. Shortly thereafter, another signal emerged, this time revealing a copper coin from the Qianlong era. "How much does this machine cost?" After Cháng Shùn unearthed a copper arrowhead and a Jiaqing coin, the man inquired again. "Over 10,000. You know it's meant for mine detection, so it's certainly isn't cheap." Cháng Shùn paused, glancing at him with a smile. Perhaps he deemed what Cháng Shùn had excavated as mere scraps. "You may continue." With that, the man departed. Around 4:30, Cháng Shùn finally completed his search of the mound. Although it was merely his second exploration, he had unearthed more than at the previous site. In the end, he discovered at least 200 coins, 7 pieces of silver, a small silver ingot weighing 5 taels, several porcelain shards, a bone hairpin, and a complete goblet with a tall foot. The goblet, made of celadone, was likely from the Long Quan kiln, a fact he had learned while watching others appraise treasures online. While viewers could only observe through a screen, they could not physically handle the items, leaving authenticity uncertain. However, what he had found, 200 coins, was undeniably genuine, and nothing could be more authentic, building upon previous discoveries. The collection of copper coins amassed weighs nearly 30 pounds, more than double the ancient currency purchased from Ms. Zhang. There are 44 pieces of silver, roughly weighing a pound, along with 2 small silver ingots of 5 taels each. Additionally, there exists a deformed copper incense burner, 2 hairpins, a copper mirror, a complete high-footed cup, an almost intact blue and white bowl, as well as several porcelain shards. After neatly organizing his finds, he departed in his vehicle. On the return journey, Cháng Shùn reflected on his fortunate haul. The success of today stemmed from prior reconnaissance. Had he been unaware of the treasures buried within the earth mound yesterday, such a bounty would have been unattainable. Initially, he had intended to continue exploring the demolition zone yesterday afternoon, never anticipating the swift acquisition of a metal detector. Even if he had purchased one, returning later to this site might have resulted in the earth mound being leveled and concealed. According to his observations, the location for dumping soil would, at most, be operational for another 2 or 3 days before shifting to this area. Upon arriving at his rented accommodation, he placed his treasures inside and then, with a change of clothes in tow, proceeded to the bathhouse for a refreshing wash. After retrieving his toothbrush, he attended to his dental hygiene. Once satisfied with his appearance in the mirror, he selected a set of 5 emperor coins and set off in his car directly to the restaurant in XH District where Fong Ling had invited him for dinner. En route, he passed a flower shop and felt a strong desire to purchase a rose. However, he restrained himself, deciding it was not yet the right moment. He resolved to buy a bouquet come Monday, allowing himself one more day of patience. Upon arrival, he found both ladies waiting for him at the entrance of the restaurant. Today, the 2 women were equally well dressed. Fong Ling wore a purple coat paired with a gray midi skirt, her hair elegantly styled up, with a small white bag slung over her shoulder. Song Yin donned a beige loose-fitting coat complemented by gray wide-leg trousers, perhaps in an attempt to appear more mature. With her hair cascading down her back, she also carried a brown bag on her right shoulder. Their attire today was notably more appealing than during their previous encounters, reinforcing Cháng Shùn's belief in the adage that one's appearance can significantly influence perception. Where are the protective coins? Hurry and show them to me. Upon reaching them, Fong Ling smiled and extended her hand. Here. Cháng Shùn promptly presented the prepared coins into her palm. Now I feel much safer. Yin Yin, let us head inside for dinner. With that, she linked her arm with Song Yin's, and they made their way into the restaurant, with him following closely behind. This restaurant also offered private dining rooms, and since this was not their first meal together, Fong Ling opted for a private room today. After placing their orders, they settled in to wait. Cháng Shùn, since you have knowledge of antiques, I found a bracelet at home. Could you assess its value for me? Fong Ling inquired, retrieving a red agate bracelet with white accents from her bag and extending it toward him. However, he did not take it. Why aren't you accepting it? She asked, puzzled, as Song Yin looked at him quizzically as well. I fear that if I were to receive it directly from your hands, it might inadvertently slip and shatter upon the floor, leading you to hold me liable. It would be best if you place it upon the table for me to retrieve myself. He cast a playful glance at the 2 of them and gestured toward the table before him. Indeed, you are quite cautious. Is this the manner of those who deal in antiques? Fong Ling remarked with a smirk. To a degree, yes. When you peruse the antique market in the future, it is wise not to accept items directly from the vendors, especially fragile pieces, as some may seize the opportunity to drop them and extort you, he replied. Lingling. Cháng Shùn's words seemed to hold merit. Fong Ling contemplated, conceding as she placed the bracelet on the table before him. Do not rush to examine it just yet. Could you enlighten us on what else we should be mindful of when visiting antique markets or shops? Noticing his intention to reach for the bracelet, Song Yin exhibited an eager expression, keen to absorb his insights. Another point to consider is that if you lack understanding, it is better not to make purchases. Observe, learn, and speak less. When others are buying, no matter how much you desire an item, refrain from intervening. If they purchase it, so be it. Should they decline, wait until they set it down before negotiating, he advised. Moreover, if you have a fondness for an item, Do not reveal your enthusiasm overtly. Vendors are adept at reading emotions. If they perceive your interest, they will inevitably raise the price. Even if you're keen on something, do not hastily agree to a price. Once a price is settled, you must commit to the purchase, or else you may find yourself entangled in disputes. There is much more to consider, but the specifics can only be truly understood through personal experience and observance, he reflected. What I have shared is merely fundamental knowledge. The two women pondered his words. Do not take offense at what transpired earlier. If one is family, a relative, or a close friend, there is no concern in accepting items from them. As you know their character, Cháng Shùn added with a smile, then picked up the agate bracelet from the table to examine it closely. I certainly would not take offense. You have merely provided us with a valuable reminder. Have you not, Yin Yin? Indeed, Song, Yin replied in agreement. The bracelet Fong Ling had brought over was an old piece, remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of damage, and exuding an air of antiquity that likely dated back to the Republican era or even earlier. As for its worth, to be frank, items made from agate are not particularly valuable due to their high production rates. He had gleaned prices from visits to antique stalls, live broadcasts, and websites dedicated to selling antiques, typically ranging in the hundreds of yuan. This bracelet, being agate, is not particularly rare, although it possesses some age. It can be easily found in the antique market. Given the current market conditions, it might be valued around 1 to 200 yuan, Cháng Shùn concluded, placing it back on the table before Fong Ling. 1 to 200? That is not particularly valuable. My mother claimed it was a family heirloom for my grandmother. She replied, and now, is it not your mother who has passed it down to you? Song Yin inquired with a smile. Indeed, it now belongs to me, she affirmed. Your mother likely wishes for you to cherish it well. The value of a family heirloom transcends mere economic worth. It embodies profound emotional significance. If one day, such an object were to be lost, would the sentiment attached to the item passed down from your grandmother to your mother, and then to you, also be lost? Observing Fong Ling, Cháng Shùn spoke earnestly. He believed that individuals from a bygone era, who faced challenging living conditions, found solace in possessing something as simple as an agate bracelet. Moreover, his understanding of an object has evolved beyond its superficial monetary value to encompass deeper emotional resonance. Even if these items hold little financial worth, their significance remains unparalleled. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, dinner was served, and they began to indulge in their meal. As the evening unfolded, he ordered a bottle of beer, while the two young women opted for juice. During the meal, the trio discussed various topics related to collecting, with the two women expressing curiosity and posing numerous questions. They inquired about what kinds of collectibles hold greater value, what the most valuable item he had acquired was, whether he had ever been deceived by counterfeit goods, and any intriguing experiences he had encountered in his pursuits. In addition to discussing collectibles, Cháng Shùn took the opportunity to inquire about the family backgrounds of the two women. He learned that Fong Ling had a younger sister, 2 years her junior, and that her father worked in a hospital while her mother was employed at a water company. Song Yin had a younger brother, 5 years her junior, who is currently in high school. Her father taught at a secondary school, and her mother worked at the post office. Naturally, they reciprocated by asking about Cháng Shùn's family background. He had no qualms about his rural upbringing, believing that in today's age of rural development, many city dwellers might not enjoy the same quality of life as those from the countryside. Furthermore, transitioning from rural to urban residency was relatively straightforward, often merely requiring the purchase of property, while the reverse was considerably more complicated. Regarding recent events, Song Yin had expressed her frustrations about a colleague's overly enthusiastic behavior at work the day before. In light of this, during their post-dinner conversation, Fong Ling once again broached the subject of Cháng Shùn becoming Song Yin's boyfriend. In truth, the two had already reached a mutual understanding during their prior discussions. With Fong Ling now vocalizing it, Song Yin readily acquiesced, perhaps feeling that their relationship was progressing rather swiftly. She felt a touch of embarrassment and thus referred to him as her temporary boyfriend, indicating that they would continue to evaluate the situation. After finishing their meal and stepping out of the restaurant, Cháng Shùn glanced at the time, 10 minutes shy of 7, and posed a question to the two women. Shall we stroll for a while? The previous outing had been on a Sunday, followed by a workday. However, today was Saturday, and with Sunday off, they could afford to sleep in. Without hesitation, Fong Ling replied, let's just wander around nearby streets. All right, Cháng Shùn, if Yin Yin spots something she likes, please help her purchase it, she added with a smile in his direction. I don't have much cash on me, but if it's not too expensive, it should be fine. He candidly admitted that he had less than 2,000 yuan in cash. No worries, She won't be buying anything extravagant like gold necklaces or bracelets. So you can rest assured. After their conversation, the two women linked arms and strolled ahead, with Cháng Shùn trailing behind. The trio wandered through Huaihai Middle Road. The streetscape of this era differed markedly from that of 2 decades hence, with shop designs and decor styles significantly altered. Many storefronts appeared utterly dissimilar to those he had encountered prior to his rebirth, while the future establishments boasted superior environments. The vibrancy of shoppers had not yet reached the levels of enthusiasm present in the current time, with the crowd's density raising concerns about pickpockets. He cautioned the two women to safeguard their belongings, particularly their mobile phones. This inadvertently turned the tables on him, as they retorted that if anything went missing while he was accompanying them, it would be his fault for not being vigilant. Within various shops and malls, Song Yuan primarily entered to browse rather than to purchase, even trying on several attractive garments without making any acquisitions. However, after their excursion to the supermarket, each selected some snacks, and during the payment process, he took it upon himself to cover the costs. After over an hour of shopping, around 8:30, Fong Ling smiled and declared that she would not require their company for the journey home. With a wave of her hand, she departed. Watching her figure recede, Song Yuan declared, "I'll see you home," to which she replied, "Just to the entrance of the community will suffice." "Very well," he responded, and together they headed toward her residential complex. As Cháng Shùn drew closer, he attempted to take Song Yuan's hand. The moment their skin made contact, he felt her hand tremble slightly, instinctively wanting to withdraw, but he held on firmly. At that moment, his heart raced, and he sensed that Song Yuan was even more unsettled, her heartbeat likely outpacing his own. Casting a glance at her, he noticed her gaze was lowered, avoiding his eyes. As she ceased her efforts to pull away, he continued to hold her hand, and they walked in tandem. Before long, Cháng Shùn felt the warmth of her palm grow damp, a clear sign of her nervousness. Not wanting to hasten their pace, he slowed down. Silence enveloped them as they continued their walk. However, such tender moments always seemed fleeting, and despite his deliberate slowness, they soon arrived at her destination. "Are you not going to let go after holding my hand all this way?" she teased, stopping beside a tree illuminated by a streetlight, approximately 30 meters from the community entrance. She finally raised her head to glance at him, a playful reproach in her expression. To Cháng Shùn, her demeanor exuded a distinct charm. It is often said that the movements of beautiful women carry an inherent grace, and this sentiment rang true. "Am I not releasing it now?" he replied with a smile, withdrawing his hand. After that, she turned and walked toward the entrance of the community. Upon crossing the threshold, she cast one last look back at him. Cháng Shùn waved goodbye and then made his way home. On his return journey, memories of their hand-holding during the evening caused a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. This was the girl who truly made his heart flutter, the one he genuinely admired. Neither Chun Yuding nor any woman from his past who had shown him affection could compare to the depth of his feelings for her. His previous relationships had merely been a series of compromises. As he prepared for his evening routine, a message from Song Yuan arrived. "Have you reached your place?" It is evident that she harbors thoughts of him. Otherwise, she would not have sent a message. After a while she was tending to her grooming, he thought, "Well, this is advantageous for you tonight." He retorted playfully, "You have already agreed to be my girlfriend. You cannot say such things." Although he sensed that she did not genuinely mind his advantage, he countered nonetheless. "That depends on your performance. You have not truly committed yet." "All right then. Since I have already gained the advantage, what do you suggest we do?" "I haven't decided yet. I will let you know once I have thought it through." "Fine. Take your time." Previously, he had shared some of his experiences. He inquired, "Could you share yours? For instance, have you ever dated a boy?" Reflecting on the fact that he had revealed his emotional history to her, he regretted not asking her about her past experiences and quickly shifted the topic. "Aside from you, I have not dated any other boys. My mother is quite strict with me." "I see." Through their interactions, he discerned that she was a genuinely innocent and kind-hearted girl. "It's good that you understand. Make sure to rest early. Good night." "Good night." After sending the message, he completed his grooming and retired to bed. Chapter 74. If I help you look, will lunch be on the house? The following morning, as he arose and began his morning routine, he noticed that the wind had picked up outside, and the sky had turned overcast, suggesting rain was imminent. He recalled that there were still many areas of the dirt site yet to be explored. After breakfast, he gathered his tools, packed his backpack, an old canvas bag, some newspapers, and drove his van back to the site. He did not intend to overlook the historical buildings in the demolition area, but planned to scour them during the rain. Upon arrival, likely due to the early hour, the site was devoid of other individuals. He parked the vehicle near where the dirt had been dumped the previous afternoon and evening. Instead of immediately retrieving his machine to commence detection, he donned gloves and took only the old canvas bag along with a small pickaxe. He aimed to survey the area, first to ascertain where valuable items might be located before employing the machine for scanning. After all, there were no competing treasure hunters around at that moment. Typically, items of significant quantity are visible to the naked eye. The freshly dumped piles of dirt had mostly been leveled by bulldozers, with only a small portion retaining the original state of the dirt. Cháng Shùn began his search in the flattened expanse. The soil layer was familiar, revealing traces of previous habitation through the occasional porcelain and pottery shards that surfaced. After approximately half an hour of exploring the bulldozer's cleared area, he uncovered several ancient porcelain fragments, a few intact or nearly complete roof tiles, a slightly damaged ceramic candlestick, and over 10 pounds of scrap metal. The ancient porcelain primarily dated back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, featuring blue and white designs, as well as pieces from the Longquan kiln, imitations from Guqils, and other regional kiln sites. Among the more exquisite finds were blue and white shards adorned with beautiful floral patterns, depictions of figures and animals, along with inscriptions. The roof tiles included 2 complete pieces, each decorated with images of auspicious creatures that appeared to be Qilins. A ceramic candlestick, adorned with a yellow glaze and featuring a double-layered mouth, stands at approximately 16 centimeters in height, exuding an air of delicate charm. A minor imperfection can be observed on the central layer, where a chip roughly the size of a 1-cent coin is present. The scrap metal comprises a scant few steel bars, remnants of bricks used for road bedding during construction, while the smaller iron wires, though visible, remained uncollected. After thoroughly searching the area cleared by the bulldozer, Cháng Shùn revisited the untouched mounds of debris. His findings, albeit modest, included several fragments of porcelain and around 5 to 6 kilograms of scrap metal. Due to the absence of rainwater erosion, discovering other materials such as glass, jade, and bone artifacts proved challenging. As for buried treasures, while the likelihood of encountering them in such a debris field exists, their discovery is far from certain. Upon completing his search, Cháng Shùn observed no particularly promising areas or mounds from which to retrieve items. He produced a specialized copper coin to calibrate his detector and commenced a thorough sweep. Shortly thereafter, the machine emitted a signal, broad and continuous, unlike the intermittent sounds typically encountered. This revelation sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Could there be something significant beneath the surface? Surely, fortune could not be this favorable. With this thought in mind, he grasped a shovel and prepared to excavate. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had forgotten to set the iron rejection mode while testing the detector earlier. It seemed unnecessary to dig further. The visible iron was trivial enough to collect casually without consuming much time. However, employing the pickaxe and shovel would yield more trouble than it was worth. Departing from that spot, he continued to sweep the detector. After moving forward 6 or 7 meters, the machine signaled once more, producing a series of beeps. The range was limited, likely indicating a small item, perhaps a copper coin. After swinging the detector back and forth a few times, he pinpointed the exact location and began to excavate while continuing to scan. Within 4 to 5 minutes, he unearthed a copper bell, roughly the size of a thumb. It was the type known as a tiger head bell, likely dating back to the Qing dynasty, a piece he had encountered in the antique market before. After carefully setting the bell aside, he resumed his search. By midday, he had completed his exploration of the overturned soil. Among the items retrieved were 32 copper coins, a tiger head bell, 2 copper arrowheads, a smoking pipe bowl for bullet casings, a bullet, 2 copper ingots, and several fragments of copper artifacts whose original forms were indiscernible. Of the 32 coins, only one was a Yongzheng Tong bao, while the rest held little value. Compared to the previous day, today's haul was significantly less impressive. However, such fluctuations are to be expected in treasure hunting. Without a clear indication of buried caches or similar sites, the yield is often meager. If one could consistently find several dozen kilograms of copper coins daily, it would be difficult not to amass wealth within a year or even 2 to 3 months. Having not prepared lunch in advance, Cháng Shùn tidied up his belongings and departed the debris site. Boss Chang, do you have time right now? I've come across a considerable amount of old clothes, books, and a few other items in the past few days. If you're free, you might want to come take a look. Would this afternoon work for you? I'm about to have lunch. Upon contemplating the acquisition of items, particularly when selecting vintage books, it is seldom feasible to make a decision hastily. He resolved to visit after enjoying his lunch. Afternoon would suffice. Thus, it was settled. After concluding the call, He drove to the entrance of a Chung restaurant and contacted both Boss Chun and Boss Zhao, arranging to visit them later in the afternoon. Had it not been for a call from Boss Chai, Cháng Shùn would have intended to go to the landfill during that time, as the area was vast, and numerous layers of soil, unearthed weeks or months prior, had yet to be examined. Boss Chang, you have arrived. Could you assist me in examining something? Upon entering the restaurant, the proprietress greeted him warmly. What is it? It is this gourd pendant. Could you help me determine if it is jade? She inquired, handing him the pendant. Just hold it in your hand. If I assist you, may I have my lunch on the house? Cháng Shùn replied playfully, refraining from taking the pendant. His knowledge of jade, whether acquired through live broadcasts, literature, or personal examination of antiques, was quite profound. A mere 10 seconds of friction should suffice. Then, bring the jade close to some bits of paper. If it attracts them like a magnet, it is faux jade. Genuine jade cannot attract paper remnants due to its inorganic composition. Very well. I shall waive your bill. The proprietress promptly agreed. Take a piece of napkin and tear it into shreds. Cháng Shùn guided her through the process. After her attempt, it was confirmed that the gourd was indeed genuine jade. However, upon inspection, Cháng Shùn noted that it lacked transparency, being merely of the glutinous variety. Reassured by its authenticity, she felt at ease. While they engaged in conversation and appraisal, Yi Yuqing observed their interaction, mentally noting the straightforward method of identification he had described. During lunch, Cháng Shùn ordered 2 dishes. Yet when it came time to settle the bill, the proprietress insisted on not charging him, truly granting him a complimentary meal. Chapter 75. Hurry up and show me. After departing from a Chung restaurant, he first visited Ms. Wang's rental accommodation to deposit the items he had discovered earlier that morning. He then set out again with his tricycle. Boss Chai, are all the items ready? Upon arrival, he offered him a cigarette, smiling as he spoke. From his demeanor, it seemed he had just finished his lunch. His wife was tidying the dishes on the table outside. Everything is prepared. Come in and take a look, he beckoned, leading him into the room. The items Boss Chai intended to sell included an old film projector, 5 reels of film, a matching speaker, a kettle with a handle, a porcelain statue of a notable figure, a leather bellows for abacuses, 2 radios, and several oil lamps, including a hurricane lamp. The old projector, a Changjiang brand, was broken and could only serve as a collectible. The 5 reels of film comprised Red Sorghum, Shaolin Temple, Tea House, The God's Whip, and Martial Arts Chronicles. In fact, during this time in 2003, aside from video recorders, certain places still utilized old film projectors for screening movies, as long as the machines remained functional. It was unlikely that anyone would part with them. The teapot is a hand-painted landscape vessel adorned with the characters Qing Xin, clear heart, lacking a base mark, and appears to date back to an early period, possibly the Republican era. The porcelain statue of a great leader is a white ceramic figure, one hand holding a hat while the other rests at the waist. The leather bellows, also known as a leather tiger, is a handheld blower used for clearing dust. This particular bellows features an image of the great leader and inscriptions such as "Serve the People," indicative of a significant historical era. The abacus, kerosene lamp, and horse lantern are rather commonplace. Among them are 2 radios. One is quite remarkable, encased in wood, sizable, approximately half a meter in length, about a foot in height, and around 20 centimeters wide, inscribed with Peony Broadcast Radio, Beijing Radio Factory. The age of this radio is evident, with frayed wires along the edges, suggesting it may also be broken. After examining the items, the 2 discussed the pricing. Old film projector with 5 reels and sound equipment, 400 yuan. Teapot, 30 yuan. Porcelain statue, 100 yuan. Leather bellows, 20 yuan. Abacus, kerosene lamp, horse lantern, 50 yuan. And 2 radios, 100 yuan, totaling 700 yuan. Upon payment, they requested a wooden box from Boss Chai, who proceeded to pack the items into the vehicle. Following this, they browsed through old books and second-hand clothing. Among the old books, he selected 131 jin, 1,965 yuan, while the old clothes weighed 474 jin, 948 yuan, incurring an additional expense of 292 yuan. Boss Chang, I've actually set aside 2 pieces of old clothing that could also be considered antiques, Boss Chai remarked after safely storing the money in his wallet. Stop dawdling. Hurry and bring them out. The weather looks like it might rain, urged Cháng Shùn. He mentioned other locations, including those of Boss Zhu, Ms. Yin, and Boss Zhang, indicating that the afternoon was becoming rather tight. It had been a few days since they last visited those 3. I'll fetch them right away. But I must mention that one of these pieces isn't cheap, Boss Chai said before turning to retrieve the clothing. In less than a minute, he returned with a sturdy paper box that typically held wine. Opening the box revealed neatly folded garments within. He extracted the foremost piece and handed it to Cháng Shùn. The garment, clearly crafted from silk and fine brocade, was adorned with an embroidered bat, a beautiful design that indicated its wearer was certainly of notable status during its time. As Cháng Shùn held it, he admired the garment's smooth, cool texture, and upon inspecting the buttons, noted they were uniquely crafted from silver. The buttons, resembling lotus pods and the size of fingernails, dangled delicately like tiny lotus blooms, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The silversmith who fashioned these buttons was undoubtedly a master of his trade. The collective weight of the 5 buttons is estimated to be around 1 tael, a testament to their genuine materiality. Even these few, small lotus pods, if brought to an antique shop, could fetch a price of 100 yuan each, and there would surely be buyers. I have previously perused related websites where enthusiasts specifically collect vintage buttons. Some rare or exceptional varieties command prices in the thousands or even tens of thousands. The garment in question dates back to at least the Republican era. After examining the buttons, he inquired about the price. 500 yuan. Is that negotiable? A few of the buttons are made of silver. Boss Chai pondered for a moment before quoting a price. It appeared he was aware of the button's material, which was reasonable. Let me take a look at the other piece. He then retrieved another garment from the cardboard box. This garment, also styled as a tang suit, was fashioned from coarse fabric rather than silk, and its once white hue had yellowed with age. Unlike the previous piece, this one bore nearly 20 patches of varying sizes and materials, indicating that its former wearer had a keen sense of style. The garment was likely oversized, perhaps deliberately patched to obscure its original form. While not as luxurious as the first, it still possessed a unique character. Its age seemed more recent, likely from the 1950s or 60s. What do you wish to sell this one for? After inspecting it, Cháng Shùn again inquired about the price. Let us make it cheaper, 100 yuan. Boss Chai considered for a few seconds before responding. How about 500 for both? He gathered the garments together and attempted to negotiate. 550. The reason for delaying the reveal was that, truthfully, I was somewhat reluctant to part with them. If you can accept this price, then take them. If not, I will keep them. All right then, 550 it is. Boss Chai's expression suggested he was serious, and he agreed. The items could not all fit in one trip, so it took 2 trips to transfer everything to the rented room. After arranging the belongings, he subsequently visited the residences of Boss Chun and Boss Zhao. The old mirror dated back to the Republican era, its frame crafted from brass, with a painted depiction of a qilin delivering offspring on the back. The dove, made of porcelain, featured the characters for peace, vividly rendered, and likely dated from the 1950s or 60s. Additionally, the selection of old books weighed a total of 264 jin. The old clothing amounted to 776 jin. After acquiring items from the 3 of them, it was nearly 4 o'clock. He pushed his cart directly to Boss Zhang's scrap collection station, which was nearby. Chapter 76. I knew this would be the outcome. At Boss Zhang's scrap station, he found nothing particularly special, just 2 copper basins, a tin pot, a copper hot pot, and a few other miscellaneous items. The old book paper weighed in at 192 jin. After organizing the items, he mounted his tricycle and headed toward Boss Zhu's scrap metal collection station. By this time, a light rain had begun to fall. Dee. As he passed by a fork in the road, the sound of 2 car horns abruptly pierced the air, followed by the familiar voice of a man calling out, "Cháng Shùn, is it you?" As the voice resonated, a small truck emerged from the side road and came to a halt directly in front of him. Upon glancing over, he recognized Boss Liu from the moving company. Alongside him were Master Li, Master Zhang, and Master Wang, all seated in the back. The truck was filled to the brim with belongings, likely covered with a tarpaulin to protect against the impending rain. Ordinarily, they would not venture into this area of demolition, which made their encounter rather unexpected. "It's me," Cháng Shùn responded. "Is it really you? Didn't you say you were heading to Guangdong? Have you reconciled with your girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, the other 3 men looked at him with curiosity. "We've parted ways. She has found herself a wealthy partner and looks down on someone like me." Cháng Shùn replied with a hint of resignation in his tone. "I knew that would be the outcome." Master Li chimed in. "I've said it before, women who go to Dongguan these days, you shouldn't expect them to remain loyal. There are plenty of good girls in this world. If it's over, then it's over. Just work hard and you'll find someone even better." Master Zhang and Master Wang encouraged him. "They are right. You're still young. With effort, whether you're 30, 40, or even 50, you can find a beautiful woman," Boss Liu added, joining in the encouragement. "Thank you all for your kind advice. Have you come here to assist with the move, or has your business expanded to this area?" Cháng Shùn inquired, voicing his curiosity. "It's not about business expansion. It's my second aunt's family that's moving. They call me for help," Boss Liu explained. I saw you riding your tricycle. Where are you headed? Have you found work? Cháng Shùn replied, I'm planning to stop by the recycling station ahead. I've indeed found work. Collecting scrap with a relative. He hesitated to mention his dealings in antiques or his work in the demolition area involving old books and clothes, as it had not been long since he left the moving company. Perhaps after a year or two, it would matter. Collecting scrap? That sounds good. The demolition area has plenty of discarded goods. It should be quite profitable, Boss Lou remarked. Well, enough of that for now. Once you're less busy, come over for a drink. You know where to find me. Sure. When I'm free, I'll definitely drop by, Cháng Shùn replied as Boss Lou drove away. He then continued on his tricycle towards Boss Zhu's location. Their conversation had not taken long, just a few minutes. Upon arrival, he found Boss Zhu occupied, assisting a relocating household who was selling their scrap metal. He parked his tricycle in a non-disruptive spot and waited while observing the scene. While waiting, he approached the entrance of 2 storage rooms to take a look. In addition to the copper basin, copper kettle, aluminum hot pot, and copper hot pot, he also observed a pair of iron locks used for training, a uniquely shaped iron hanging pot, and a cast iron disc. The iron training locks are rectangular, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, 13 centimeters in width, and 16 centimeters in height, coated with a rust-resistant red paint and marked with the inscription 25 kilograms. This item appears to be relatively modern, likely not exceeding 20 years in age. The iron hanging pot is supported by a frame, featuring an unusual design. Its upper section is cylindrical with a diameter of about 40 centimeters and a height of approximately 20 centimeters, while the lower part is conical, standing around 15 centimeters tall. The pot is quite substantial, and judging by its patina, it likely dates back several decades. The cast iron disc, a piece of sports equipment, has a diameter exceeding 20 centimeters and weighs around 3 to 4 kilograms, exhibiting numerous dents and signs of wear. Upon inspecting the center, he noticed the date 1969, indicating that the disc originates from a significant historical period. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Boss Zhu finished his tasks. Mr. Chang, I was just thinking of calling you these past couple of days when you showed up. He greeted Cháng Shùn with a smile as they approached the house. What a coincidence. You mentioned you would call me. What have you brought? Hurry and show me. The day is nearly dark. I want to finish purchasing your items early, so I can explore other places. Weren't you just looking at the entrance? If you fancy anything, pick it out, and I'll go fetch what I've set aside for you, Boss Zhu replied, turning towards the room where he would rest. Cháng Shùn retrieved the previously spotted copper basin, copper kettle, aluminum hot pot, copper hot pot, iron training locks, iron hanging pot, pot rack, and cast iron disc. Mr. Chang, I have selected these 3 items separately. Upon inspection, he found a copper gong inscribed with red characters, a military water barrel, and a firearm. The copper gong has a diameter of approximately 1 foot, and the red inscriptions read Certain Drama Society. The military water barrel is made of iron, standing about half a meter tall with a diameter of around 40 centimeters. Its surface coated in green paint, much of which has worn away over time. It bears 2 vertical lines of text. National G Cooperation, Fight to the End. Centrally positioned between the lines is a depiction of the blue sky with a white sun emblem. The firearm, composed of metal alloys including aluminum and copper, features a distinctive design, with 2 small components resembling copper hammers atop the gun. When filled with specific gunpowder and struck, it produces a sound. This appears to be a starting pistol used during sporting events from the 1970s or 1980s. Let's discuss the prices of these items. The 2 then began their negotiations. The total for the copper basin, copper kettle, aluminum hot pot, and copper hot pot, which numbered 7, amounts to 500 yuan. The pair of iron training locks, weighing 100 jin, would typically be priced at 50 yuan based on iron valuation, but given their nature, the agreed price was 150 yuan. The iron hanging pot with a frame is priced at 30 yuan. The cast iron disc from a significant era is valued at 20 yuan. The copper gong from the Certain Drama Society weighs approximately 35 jin and is priced at 50 yuan. The military water barrel costs 50 yuan, and the starting pistol is priced at 20 yuan. The grand total comes to 820 yuan. Having settled the price and made the payment without delay, he instructed Boss Zhu to procure a snakeskin bag, neatly packing the purchased items onto the tricycle before heading directly to Ms. Yan's recycling station. During this time, Chang Jing called, inquiring about dinner plans, to which he replied it would likely be quite late, advising her to save some food and not wait for him. Chapter 77. Ah Shun, Ah Jing, henceforth, please refrain from playing cards. The rain continued to fall intermittently. Having ridden a short distance, his phone rang, revealing a call from Boss Shen. Upon answering, he mentioned that a friend had asked him to inquire whether there were any high-quality ancient jade pieces available in his vicinity. specifically those from before the Republic era. It appeared the intention behind the inquiry was to procure a gift for a certain occasion. Currently, he had no ancient jade in his possession. After explaining the situation, Boss Shin requested that he keep an eye out for any such items during his procurement endeavors and inform him if he came across any. Cháng Shùn could only verbally comply, aware that high-quality ancient jade was not easily found. After ending the call, upon arriving at Ms. Yan's recycling station, he discovered that the iron gate was locked, indicating she was likely preoccupied with some matter elsewhere. Given the unavailability of old books, he contacted Chang Jing to inform her he would arrive in about half an hour and would still join them for dinner. Departing from there, Cháng Shùn proceeded directly to Ms. Wang's rental property. After loading some of the previously purchased old books and clothes into the van, he checked the time, which was nearing 6:30. He then drove towards Ms. Zhang's rental residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard a man's voice from within. "Old Z, get back to playing cards." Every day, the clothes remain unwashed, the house untidy, meals unprepared, and the child neglected, accompanied by the sounds of physical altercation and a child's cries. He ventured inside to find a man pinning a woman to the ground, intermittently striking her. Nearby, a frightened 4 or 5-year-old girl was weeping. The arguing couple, both tenants, appeared to be around 30 years old. He had occasionally encountered them during dinner gatherings. Hearing the commotion, several neighbors, including landlady Ms. Zhang, Chang Jing, and her mother, Sun Xuanrong, quickly emerged into the yard. "Xiaoyang, stop hitting her. You're frightening the child." A man in his 50s stepped forward to intervene. His words held merit, as adult disputes can inflict significant emotional harm on a child's psyche. Indeed, whatever the issue, it should be resolved through conversation. Violence will not solve anything. Others chimed in agreement. "You're unaware that due to card games, there have been instances where you nearly faced calamity. The scar on her forehead resulted from a fall last year when she was left to play alone while others engaged in cards." Although the man referred to as Xiao Yang was dissuaded from violence, he retorted angrily, "Gui Zhan, the child is small. She must be watched." Back in her hometown, there have been cases where children were neglected due to card games, leading to tragic accidents, leaving parents to regret for a lifetime. It's best to play cards less frequently in the future. A woman in her 40s attempted to persuade the beaten woman. Her words evoked in Cháng Shùn a tragic tale he had once heard, whether through news or others recounting. An elderly villager, engrossed in a game of cards, left his 3- and 5-year-old grandsons to play alone. Tragically, they wandered to the edge of a well and both fell in, drowning. Overcome with guilt towards his son and daughter-in-law, the old man ultimately took his own life by jumping into the well. If what the man said were true, that the woman was a gambler, then perhaps she deserved the beating she received. Others tried to intervene, yet he merely stood by, observing. After 4 or 5 minutes, under the neighbor's encouragement, Xiaoyang finally calmed down and refrained from further violence, eventually taking the child upstairs. The woman, referred to as Guizhen, also ascended after some persuasion. Her actions, inarguably, lacked any justification. Once the crowd dispersed, Cháng Shùn requested his sister and mother to assist in moving old books and clothes into the house. "Ashen, aging, you must promise not to play cards in the future," their mother insisted during dinner, reflecting on the recent events. "Of course I won tea. I detest playing cards," Aging blurted out without a moment's hesitation. This prompted her to recall a joke shared by a passenger during her taxi driving days, which she realized might hold a kernel of truth. The wife of a plumber was an avid gambler, frequenting the tea house nearly every day. Her mother-in-law proudly claimed that her daughter-in-law was exceptionally skilled, never losing and even making money from it. Many simply chuckled at the old woman's assertions. To believe one could win every day at cards was absurd. A few advised her that such gambling habits were detrimental and urged her to dissuade her daughter-in-law from playing, suggesting that the men accompanying her were likely not of good character. Yet, the old woman dismissed their concerns, insisting her daughter-in-law's success was solely due to her impressive card skills. Consequently, no one bothered to engage with her thereafter. Eventually, the truth about the situation came to light. There was no way to consistently win at cards. It was merely a business. The plumber's mother held a rather naive perspective, living apart from her daughter-in-law. She only heard one side of the story and believed her daughter-in-law's earnings stemmed from skill, oblivious to the underlying reality. No matter how virtuous a woman might be, in the long run, in such an environment, she could easily succumb to losses or be ensnared by others. Aging, it's not just you who must refrain from gambling. Your future partner must also be free from such vices. Cháng Shùn remarked, casting her a knowing glance. "I have no intention of finding anyone," she retorted, her shyness resurfacing. "Brother, you would play cards either, would you?" she inquired after a moment of silence. After dinner, they began to organize the old clothes and books they had brought along. Is it that if I don't message you, you won't message me either? As he prepared a pot of hot water to soak his feet, a message arrived on his phone from Song Yuan, seemingly tinged with a hint of reproach. Upon reading it, a smile crept across his lips, for it appeared that she had been thinking of him during the quiet of the night. Oh, I see. When will you have time to take me along to gather some things? I've never done anything like that before. He responded playfully. That is a closely guarded commercial secret, which I do not readily divulge. Only when I truly become your boyfriend will I take you with me. With her request, he reciprocated with his own. A genuine boyfriend must assert his rights. After all, he wished for her to become his woman. Otherwise, he was reluctant to share. Fine. If you won't take me, remember to visit my workplace tomorrow morning. It doesn't have to be too early. Just before noon will suffice. You already know the address I mentioned. All right. I will definitely arrive on time. Great. Now, you must be exhausted after a long day. Rest early. Good night. Good night. After attending to his evening routine and reflecting on Song Yuan's message, he soon drifted into slumber, enveloped in a pleasant mood. Chapter 78. Exploring the Old House, Part 1. With the rain pouring heavily, must one still venture out for work today? The following morning, as he stepped outside, he encountered his neighbor Li Xinbua, who was also preparing to leave. Hello. Cháng Shùn greeted him. The previous time it rained, Li had been resting, yet this time, he braved the downpour to go out. Isn't it the year-end? All construction sites are pushing for progress, eager to complete more work and earn extra money. My site is no exception. We are still looking for workers these days. Indeed, you are right. There are just over 2 months left until the new year. In southern cities, those in construction find themselves busier as the holiday approaches. Would you be interested in joining me? I can guide you to start as a laborer, performing some minor tasks. When you have free moments, you can practice scraping rough walls for the base layer, earning half a foreman's wage, which is 20 yuan a day. I assure you, by the end of this year, you'll have learned the craft of scraping walls proficiently. When you emerge next year, you will qualify as a skilled worker, earning 40 yuan a day. Once you master the skill, even if you take 5 days off a month, you could still earn around 1,000 yuan. Who knows? Perhaps labor prices will rise next year. What do you think? Li Xinbua earnestly proposed. He had previously suggested teaching him a trade, possibly perceiving that Cháng Shùn, who rode a tricycle collecting scrap, though doing better in a demolition zone, still earned meagerly. Cháng Shùn recognized the kindness in his intentions. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm accustomed to freedom and cannot abide by constraints. I left my factory job precisely because I felt confined. He offered a smile as he gently declined. All right then, let us leave it at that for now. We can share a drink later when time permits. Sounds good. As they continued their conversation, they made their way to the main road. After finding a restaurant to have breakfast, Cháng Shùn, holding an umbrella, proceeded towards Ms. Wang's rental property. During this time, Chang Jing called him to inform that due to the heavy rain, she could not set up her street stall today. He instructed them to clear out all the old books, allowing them to rest and indulge in reading or watching television for the remainder of the time. Upon arriving at Ms. Wang's rental apartment, Cháng Shùn glanced at his phone, noting it was only 8:15. Meeting Song Yuan at 11 would not be too late. Since her workplace was located in the MX district, a mere 10 miles from the area where he rented, he felt he had ample time in the morning. Given the heavy rain, he decided to take his detector to scan the historical buildings in the demolition zone that had already been vacated by their inhabitants. With a stroke of luck, he might uncover significant artifacts or hidden treasures. With his hopeful mindset, he packed the machine into his backpack and, wary of the dim lighting due to the overcast skies, also took a headlamp before heading directly toward the demolition area. Cháng Shùn did not bring along a pickaxe or shovel. His morning excursion was merely to scout the locations of potential finds and mark them for future excavation, whether that afternoon, the next day, or later on. He intended to scour the area thoroughly, without prioritizing any specific historical building. He approached an old house that had recently been vacated and proceeded to assemble and calibrate his machine before commencing the scan. This particular home was a 2-story wooden structure with a courtyard. Initially, he scanned the ground, hearing intermittent beeping sounds indicating the presence of metallic objects beneath the surface. Since he had set the detector to ignore iron, it was unlikely to be iron, but rather a higher probability of copper coins or other small metallic items. In historical buildings, some households had cement floors while others retained their original appearance with ancient blue bricks. He had already noted these distinctions during his previous explorations. One should not assume that brick flooring is unclean. In fact, the neatly arranged bricks with small gaps between them were quite tidy, as was customary in ancient times. Without cement or tiles, these residents aimed to preserve the authentic antiquity. After thoroughly scanning the first floor without detecting any particularly strong signals or substantial sources, he directed the detector toward the walls. As he approached the wall of a bedroom, a robust signal emanated from an old newspaper affixed to the wall. The signal's reading indicated the presence of a metal object, likely silver or a higher-grade metal. Cháng Shùn picked up a pencil from within the house and marked the location of the signal on the newspaper. The demolition area was filled with various discarded paper and writing instruments, making them easy to find. Having completed his search on the first floor, he ascended to the second floor, scanning both the wooden floorboards and the walls, though yielding no discoveries. He also took the opportunity to scan the old cabinets left behind, recalling that in tales of treasure hunting during demolitions, it was often mentioned that people would conceal valuable items within layered furniture. Although no significant discoveries were made, conducting a scan is always prudent, for one might encounter fortune unexpectedly. The detector is waterproof, and after thoroughly searching within the house, he ventured into the yard to scan once more, yet found nothing of note. It appears that the location where the occupants concealed their treasures is situated behind the wall, obscured by newspapers. The individual responsible for the concealment remains a mystery, likely having been compelled by unusual circumstances to leave their treasures behind or having passed away before they could relay the information to future generations. After briefly disassembling the detector, he proceeded to another historical building. This particular old house, lacking a yard and positioned close to the roadside, consists of 2 rooms and a single story, yet boasts a substantial area, built quite deep and high, with a ceiling overhead. Unlike the previous dwelling, which had a floor of blue bricks, this house's floor is paved with concrete. Once he reconnected and calibrated the machine, he resumed scanning, this time at the base of a pillar positioned centrally within the house. The detector emitted a notably strong signal over a wide range. Even from half a meter away, the distinctive beeping could be clearly heard, indicating that substantial treasures lie buried below. This location is easy to remember, and he need not mark it. The next time he visits with tools in hand, he can commence excavation directly. Scanning other areas, whether walls or floors, yielded no remarkable findings. However, while sifting through the soil unearthed from a previously excavated water pipe, he stumbled upon 2 copper coins. One was a 20-won coin from the Guangxu era, and the other a 10-won double flag coin. Observing the thickness of the broken concrete, which measured approximately 2 centimeters, it became evident that if he returned later with tools to break through the concrete floor at the pillar's base, it would be a relatively simple task. After concluding his exploration of the historical building, which had been vacated, Cháng Shùn proceeded to another residence. In the subsequent chapter, he sought 2 more houses, one being a single-story old building and the other a 2-story structure. In the single-story historical building, he found no items of interest. However, within the 2-story dwelling, while attempting to scan the tiles of the roof with his detector, he unexpectedly encountered a spot that triggered a strong signal. This particular tile was not positioned high. A stool of about 40 centimeters would suffice to reach it. With the hope of fortune on his side, he was pleasantly surprised to discover 10 silver dollars and a small gold bar. Of the 10 silver dollars, 9 were the Yuan Shikai big head coins from the 3rd year, while 1 was a Qing dynasty silver coin, specifically from the 3rd year of the Xiantong era, which holds considerable value. The small gold bar, referred to as a little yellow fish from the Republican period, measures roughly 2 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in width, weighing approximately 31 grams, as he had previously learned from videos. This discovery, upon sighting the silver dollars and the gold bar, reignited that exhilarating sensation of a racing heartbeat. He mused that if he were to continue scanning with these treasures on his person, he would be taking quite a risk. This serendipitous scan of the tiles led him to resolve that future explorations in old houses would entail scanning not only the ground and walls, but also the surrounding areas above and below, ensuring that no potential treasures would be overlooked. In the bustling realm of the Shanghai market, a haven for the affluent, both in contemporary times and during the Republican era, served as a financial nucleus. Unlike the past, when the wealthy often concealed their treasures, especially during certain tumultuous periods, today, advancements in technology afford greater opportunities to unearth such hidden gems, whether in demolition zones or construction sites. As he pondered these matters, Cháng Shùn arrived before a historic 2-story building, the ancestral home of Ms. Zhang, from whom he had previously acquired copper coins and lotus seed jars. Having not visited in several days, he discovered that she had already relocated, and the doors and windows appeared to have been forcibly breached. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, eager to explore the untouched remnants within. The house bore the marks of recent disturbance, suggesting that the vandalism had occurred merely 2 or 3 days prior. Rather than rushing to investigate, Cháng Shùn decided to conduct a thorough search, hoping to salvage any overlooked items. He placed his detector and backpack on the second floor, retrieved his headlamp, and commenced his exploration of the premises. The ground was adorned with unaltered blue bricks, exuding an antique charm. His first destination was the kitchen. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a charming little thermos, approximately 20 centimeters in height, nestled in a nearby cabinet, which caught his eye. This thermos, crafted from tin and reminiscent of traditional hot water bottles, bore a handle akin to that of its larger counterparts, yet was significantly smaller, more akin to a travel mug. Its surface was embellished with intricate motifs of dragons and phoenixes, the character sheet, and peony designs. Upon closer inspection, he realized it lacked an inner liner, rendering it unusable, hence its abandonment. Noticing the aluminum cap inscribed with Sanyong, he discerned that this diminutive thermos had certainly seen better days. Despite its broken state, he decided to keep it, intending to take it along. Next, he rummaged through the cabinets and other kitchen corners, discovering an enameled bowl adorned with the image of a young couple and inscribed with the words, "Study Liberation J, B-A-H Little Soldier. Follow the great leader. The world is red." The theme unmistakably hinted at a particular historical era. Upon exiting the kitchen, Cháng Shùn meticulously explored the various rooms on the first floor, uncovering an old leather bag, a zisha teapot, and a washboard. The leather bag, made of cowhide, featured a profile of a prominent leader, accompanied by the phrase, "Serve the people" in the year 1970. The zisha teapot, resembling a gourd, bore a small chip on its spout, likely the reason it had been overlooked. The washboard, crafted from wood, was a common rectangular design, unremarkable yet sturdy, ideal for laundry purposes. He gathered this item, intending to bring it to Ms. Zhang's rental for use by his mother in Chongqing. After collecting the items from the first floor, Cháng Shùn placed them on the second floor and continued his search. As he glanced upward toward the central beam of the ceiling, illuminated by his headlamp, he noticed some old currency lodged within the wooden structure. Lacking the necessary tools, he found himself unable to retrieve them. In a secluded corner, Cháng Shùn discovered a storage room beneath an antiquated wooden cabinet that bore the marks of time. With the beam of his headlamp, he unearthed several aged wine bottles. To his astonishment, among these relics were 2 Maodai bottles from the 1960s. Crafted from earthenware, the bottles still bore their labels, albeit somewhat tattered, revealing the golden wheel emblem above. Despite having frequented the demolition area for some time and having alerted Ms. Yin, who collects scrap, this was his first encounter with such bottles. In addition to the 2 Maodai bottles, he found bottles of Funjio, Dukong, and others, totaling 12. Each bottle, with its early vintage, held significant collectible value. Notably, one Funjio bottle still contained half a bottle of liquor. Cháng Shùn gathered some convenient bags, a few clean garments, and a snakeskin bag from within the house, carefully wrapping each item before placing them into the snakeskin bag. Once his preparations were complete, he retrieved the previously found items and, after connecting and calibrating his detector, began scanning the house. After several minutes, he had thoroughly explored the entire residence. As he had surmised, this historic building indeed concealed treasures. There were not just one, but 2 hiding spots on the first floor. One was located beneath the floor in a room near the wall, while the other was close to a column in the center of the house. He committed these locations to memory, as they were easily identifiable without marking them. After a busy morning, dust clung to him, prompting him to stow the items away and head to the bathhouse for a refreshing shower, donning a fresh set of clothes thereafter. He stood before the mirror, grooming himself, and upon finding no faults, locked the door behind him and drove his van towards the workplace of Song Yuan. Remembering he was visiting as her boyfriend that day, he paused at a flower shop along the way to purchase a bouquet of roses. Upon arriving at her workplace, Cháng Shùn parked his vehicle and checked the time on his phone, 11:38. He sent Song Yuan a message. "I'm at the entrance. Should I come in now or wait for you to finish work?" "Come right in. That person bothered me again this morning," she replied. With her words in mind, Cháng Shùn took the roses and, umbrella in hand, strode through the entrance. Chapter 80. Are you flirting? The space was small and easy to navigate. "Hey, handsome, who are you bringing those roses for?" A woman, around 30 and quite attractive, inquired as he entered the office building. "I'm looking for Song Yuan." Cháng Shùn replied with a smile. "Are you your boyfriend?" "Yes. She's in that room over there, the third one down the corridor," the woman directed him. "Thank you," he responded. "Don't mention it. Looks like Tianbin has no hope now," she remarked, revealing the name of the individual who had been harassing Song Yuan. Following her directions, he approached the door of the indicated room. The door was ajar, and he peeked inside. At this moment, Song Yuan sat at her desk, engrossed in a document, while across from her sat a woman of approximately 35 years of average appearance, focused on her computer. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door, drawing both their gazes. Cháng Shùn smiled at the two of them. There are 6 minutes until noon. Please wait for a moment. Song Yuan glanced at the time on her computer and returned his smile. Is he your boyfriend? The woman across from her inquired, noticing the flowers in his hands. Yes, he is, Song Yuan replied. Well, you should leave work. A few minutes early 1T hurt, and I'm about to clock out as well. As she spoke, the woman stood up. No worries, it's just a few minutes. All right then, as you wish. After saying this, she began to tidy her desk. In less than 2 minutes, she had finished and headed toward the direction of the door where Cháng Shùn stood in the corridor. He did not enter the room, instead holding the flowers in the corridor to ensure that more people would see him at this time of day. He had already noticed several individuals exiting various offices, glancing his way before making their way towards the main entrance. In the workplace, except for exceptional circumstances, no one truly adhered to the designated quitting time. As the woman around 35 mentioned, leaving a few minutes early was quite common, especially in a relatively relaxed forestry unit. You are quite fortunate to have pursued a beautiful girl like Song Yuan. Tian Bin was also hoping to date her. It seems he has no chance now, the woman remarked with a smile as she walked past him. Indeed, he stands no chance. Yuan has only recently started working and being your colleague. I'm sure there are many matters for which she will rely on your guidance. I'll treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. That sounds good, she replied before departing. You are quite straightforward. You truly leave at noon. After a while, as the clock struck 12, Song Yuan finished organizing her desk and stepped out. Cháng Shùn presented her with the roses. Thank you. It's just a few minutes. Besides, I'm still not quite familiar with the business here, so I need to learn more, she said with a smile, casually closing the door behind her. Let us go. Time for lunch. With that, he took her hand, and they walked outside. Tian Bin, this is my boyfriend. As they walked a short distance, a young man descended the stairs, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old. Standing about 173 centimeters tall, slightly shorter than Cháng Shùn. Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, the young man seemed momentarily taken aback. I don't wish to waste too much of your time, she continued. Oh, I understand now. I wish you both the best, Tian Bin said, glancing between Song Yuan and Cháng Shùn, offering a sincere albeit somewhat strained smile. Initially, he had approached with a sense of rivalry and animosity, fearing that even if Song Yuan had a boyfriend, as long as they were unmarried, he might still have a chance. However, the absence of the anticipated confrontation was, of course, the best outcome. Thank you for your kind wishes. There are many good girls out there, so why not find another? After Song Yuan finished speaking, she took Cháng Shùn's hand and departed. Outside, the rain continued to fall. He opened the umbrella, shielding both their heads. As they exited, he did not continue to hold her hand, but instead wrapped his arm around her shoulders. This elicited an eye roll from Song Yuan. Though it was a roll of the eyes, it was undeniably charming. Cháng Shùn did not find the rainy weather unpleasant. In fact, he rather enjoyed it. To walk with a girl he admired in the rain, inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her, was an experience he had never encountered in his previous life. Have you had enough of this? As they approached the minivan, she turned, slightly raising her head to look at him. I'm just concerned you might catch a cold from the rain, he replied with a smile. You're almost hurting my shoulder. Then allow me to massage it. He placed his hand back on her shoulder. Perhaps not. Then I'll be gentler next time. Cháng Shùn acknowledged that he had indeed held her a bit too tightly. Opening the car door, he allowed Song Yuan to take the passenger seat while he settled into the driver's position. What would you like to eat? Anywhere will do. Just go to my usual lunch spot. It's not far from here, about 200 or 300 meters away. If it weren't for the rain, we could walk. Just point the way. He agreed, thinking it would be beneficial for the restaurant's owner and his wife to know that Song Yuan was taken. After all, frequent visits meant that they would recognize her. Should she encounter any unwanted attention in the future, they might intervene, claiming she already had a boyfriend, certainly more advantageous than detrimental. She indicated the direction, and they drove towards it. The restaurant was quite ordinary, merely a roadside fast food establishment serving boxed meals. At 6 yuan per person, they each chose their preferred dishes. Ma'am, is this your boyfriend? A woman in her 30s, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, who appeared to be the owner, asked with a smile, while Cháng Shùn assisted Song Yuan in paying. Yes, he is my boyfriend, helping us pack our meals. She did not deny it. Upon hearing this, the owner took a convenient bag, packed 2 boxes of food, and included disposable chopsticks. The fast food establishment offered complimentary seaweed and egg drop soup, and Song Yuan took a bag to scoop some soup, then grabbed 2 disposable paper boxes, signaling for him to leave. What a resourceful girl, Cháng Shùn thought. He had assumed she would eat directly at the restaurant before departing, not realizing she always took her meals to go. "So, how's the food here taste?" she inquired as they ate. "It's decent. I'm not picky, and eating something simple helps save money. A wife like you will certainly be easy to maintain in the future," he remarked with a smile as he glanced at her. Upon hearing the mention of wife, she fell momentarily silent, though a faint smile appeared on her face, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Are you two flirting?" Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from outside the door. Cháng Shùn glanced over and recognized the woman who had previously guided him when he entered. At that moment, she was also holding a lunchbox, enjoying her meal. Chapter 81, Violently Breaking the Wall. Upon hearing her words, Song Yuan's face flushed even deeper, yet she still greeted her. The woman, referred to as Sister Zhou, inquired curiously. "His surname is Chang, and his given name is Shun. He is engaged in business." Song Yuan offered a brief introduction. "Cháng Shùn, what a lovely name. It's impressive that you can manage a business at such a young age," Sister Zhou remarked. "I noticed you both emerged from a car earlier. It seems that your family's circumstances must be quite favorable." With a slight smile, Song Yuan acknowledged this observation. Cháng Shùn chose not to refute her. The state of his family's wealth was inconsequential, as he was determined to enhance their situation through his own efforts. "That Tianbin fellow is actually quite decent. He has been working here for 2 or 3 years and is very warm-hearted towards everyone. Little Chang, please don't harbor any unfavorable impressions of him. He may have approached Song Yuan out of admiration for her beauty, unaware that she has a boyfriend. I speak candidly. If you doubt me, you can ask others in the office." Not long after, Sister Zhou looked at Cháng Shùn and continued, possibly concerned about potential conflict between them. "I saw him after work, and Yuan informed him of the situation. He expressed his blessings for us and should no longer be overly enthusiastic towards her. Some matters are best addressed openly." "That is true. You seem quite mature. Could you share what kind of business you are involved in? If you're willing to disclose, if not, simply disregard my inquiry. I have taken on a mentor and am currently learning about the antique trade." Sister Zhou engaged with them for a while before finishing her meal and departing. After lunch, Song Yuan found a movie titled The Thousand Faces on the computer, and they watched it together. In 2003, when computers were not yet ubiquitous, being able to watch films, television shows, and listen to music online was a commendable option in the current environment, despite having witnessed various scenes through short videos in later years. Cháng Shùn remained remarkably composed. Yet, when she was startled, he seized the opportunity to hold her hand, providing her with a sense of security while also gaining some of the advantages she often mentioned. It can only be said that women tend to immerse themselves more deeply in dramas. They can laugh at it, but should not take it too seriously. The afternoon work hours began at 2 o'clock, and by around 1:40, employees at this establishment started to arrive one after another. "Song Yuan, could you introduce your boyfriend to me?" As she was seeing Cháng Shùn off, she unexpectedly encountered Tian Bin, who had just arrived for work. "This is Cháng Shùn. He is 22 years old," she introduced. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Before, I was unaware she had a boyfriend. When she mentioned it, I didn't believe it. Now that I see you, I'm convinced. Rest assured, I will maintain a proper colleague relationship with her. After Song Yuan's introduction, Tian Bin extended his hand towards him with a smile. Observing his demeanor, particularly the sincerity in his eyes, revealed no hint of insincerity. "Hello." Cháng Shùn did not exhibit excessive enthusiasm, but merely reached out to shake his hand briefly. After their handshake, Tian Bin turned and departed. Turning his gaze towards Song Yuan, he offered a gentle smile. "All right, please keep in touch and drive safely on your way." Cháng Shùn nodded, unfurling his umbrella as he stepped out the door, making his way toward the van. Today, he had visited Song Yuan's workplace, and he believed her colleagues would soon learn of her new romantic relationship. He sensed that the girl had begun to genuinely accept him as her boyfriend. The warmth of their togetherness and the unspoken understanding between them filled him with a profound sense of happiness. Indeed, this was precisely what he desired. For him, these developments were undoubtedly positive. The rain had lessened slightly in the afternoon, but showed no signs of abating. He intended to thoroughly sweep through the locations detected by the machine in the morning, eager to avoid any unforeseen complications. Approaching the old house, where items were hidden behind the wall concealed by newspapers, he maneuvered his vehicle inside. The demolition area was sparsely populated, as most residents had vacated, and with the rain pouring down, those who were supposed to be at work were indeed occupied, alleviating his fears of being discovered. Once assured of solitude, he retrieved his tools and approached the newspapers. Ripping them away revealed a wall coated in white lime paint. Efficiency was paramount in such endeavors. Speed was of the essence. Next came the vigorous demolition of the wall. Armed with a hammer and chisel, he swiftly dismantled the brickwork in the areas where the machine had detected signals. He harbored no fear of damaging any metallic items. The wall was robust, originally constructed from solid bricks, yet this section was arranged with individual bricks standing vertically, leaving space in between. Consistent with the earlier readings from the detector, the metal within was not copper, but rather items of silver or greater value. As the bricks crumbled away, a cascade of bracelets, hairpins, silver lock pieces, and rings followed suit. Some of the hairpins or rings even featured gemstones embedded in their designs. The treasures that remained within the cavity of the wall appeared to be even more plentiful, whether they had fallen or were still nestled within the wall. Cháng Shùn swiftly gathered everything into a shopping bag he had brought along. He estimated the weight to be around 5 to 6 pounds. The entire process, from the initial strikes of the hammer and chisel to securing the discovered items in the bag, took no longer than 5 minutes. Having completed this task, he spent half a minute shoveling the scattered bricks with a spade and tidying up the wall before departing with his findings. While collecting the fallen jewelry and inspecting the treasures still concealed within the wall, he had noticed several items glimmering with a golden hue. Out of curiosity, he set these pieces aside in the room. Upon closer inspection, disappointment washed over him. They were not gold, but rather gilded. Although both pure gold and gilded items bore the character for gold, the distinction was significant. While pure gold would be valued according to current gold prices, gilded items were only marginally more expensive than similar objects. Naturally, gold collectibles could not be appraised solely by the price of gold, and would indeed command a higher value. Reflecting once more, he reassured himself that the absence of gold was inconsequential. Even if these items were sold as silver antiques, they would still fetch a considerable sum, especially given their collective weight of 5 to 6 pounds. Moreover, some of the ornamental hairpins and the rings possessed jade embellishments. After carefully wrapping them up, he locked the door behind him and set off towards the demolition area, pushing his tricycle. Chapter 82 reflects on the notion that sometimes opportunities are merely a hair's breadth away. Upon arriving at the old house previously detected by his equipment, he focused on the residence of a family that had relocated, where items were buried beside the central pillar. Once he parked the tricycle, he took a moment to observe his surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, before retrieving his tools and commencing his excavation at the marked spot. Before long, at a depth of approximately 40 centimeters, the upper portion of a jar emerged from the earth, revealing itself to be of enamel kiln origin. Encouraged by this discovery, he continued to dig, soon uncovering an inverted gray pottery bowl resting atop the jar's opening. With a gentle shake of the bowl, he revealed an assortment of copper coins, slightly tarnished with a hint of green rust nestled within. The jar's containment and the bowl's barrier had preserved the coins from moisture, and their condition appeared remarkably good. The burial was not particularly deep. In less than half an hour, he successfully unearthed the jar. This ordinary enamel jar, designed for floral arrangements, stood about 35 centimeters tall with a maximum diameter of approximately 25 centimeters, weighing over 50 pounds with its contents. It was clear that the metallic object detected earlier were indeed the copper coins housed within. Wary of prying eyes, he placed the jar into a snakeskin bag he had brought and secured it onto his tricycle. Before departing from the residence, he made a brief stop at Ms. Wang's rental property, using his shovel to obscure the surrounding clutter, ensuring that any casual observer would remain oblivious to the purpose of his digging. The last 2 treasure locations detected that morning were situated within Ms. Zhang's ancestral home. As he approached, he overheard a conversation. "Dad, are you really certain that great-grandfather hid treasures within the house?" A young man's voice inquired. "Your grandfather mentioned it, suggesting there might be something hidden. As for whether it truly exists, I cannot say for certain, but since we have this information, we ought to investigate," replied a middle-aged man's voice. "Since we are here, let's excavate a couple more spots. If we uncover something, splendid. If not, it will serve as a workout," Ms. Zhang interjected. "All right, let us dig in 2 more locations," the young man agreed. Upon hearing this, Cháng Shùn surmised they were in the midst of their treasure hunt, albeit without success thus far. Having come this far, he resolved to take a look inside. Stowing his tools in the snakeskin bag and securing his tricycle, he ventured inside. As he entered the hall, he noticed the corners of the house had been disturbed, while the central pillar and its base remained untouched. This indicated that the treasure beside the pillar had yet to be discovered by them. Upon reaching the corner, Cháng Shùn glanced around and observed that they had excavated to a depth of approximately 1 meter, which can be deemed relatively deep. After all, there is an ancient adage that states, dig 3 feet into the earth, suggesting that items of value are typically concealed within this depth. As he sifted through the topsoil, he noticed fragments of ancient porcelain. Following the sound of shovels striking the ground, he approached the room where the 3 individuals were working. This very room was the one he had previously detected as harboring treasures. At that moment, 2 men were wielding shovels, digging at opposite corners of the room. One was a young man, likely in his mid-20s, and the other was a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, comparable in age to Ms. Zhang. Their digging locations did not correspond to those identified by the detector. However, the areas where signals had been detected had already been excavated, yet for reasons unknown. Their prior conversations revealed that no treasures had been unearthed. "Boss Chan, what brings you here?" Ms. Zhang inquired with surprise upon his entrance. "I happened to pass by and heard voices, so I came and take a look. Are you all treasure hunting?" He replied with a smile. With the rain pouring, the old man suddenly suggested that there might be hidden treasures in this house. "So we came to try our luck," she explained. "Oh, I see. How has your luck been? Any discoveries?" he asked, realizing that he was perhaps asking an obvious question, yet it felt appropriate for casual conversation. "Not yet. We've dug quite a few spots, but haven't seen anything. We plan to excavate these 2 areas again. If there is still nothing, we'll leave," she responded. "Well, when you leave, I might give it a try," he exclaimed. "Go ahead. We'll have already moved on. If you manage to find something, it's your good fortune. It's better than letting it remain buried." As they chatted, he observed their digging. After approximately 20 minutes, the father and son duo paused their efforts. They declared that they would not continue. "The house is too large, and we cannot ascertain whether treasures truly exist or not. It's possible they are not concealed within the house, but rather outside. Additionally, if something is buried 2 meters deep in a corner, it would remain undetected. Without advanced technology, indiscriminate digging makes it exceedingly difficult to uncover anything," they lamented. Although Cháng Shùn was aware of the area, he certainly would not divulge that information to them. The trio soon ceased wasting time, packed their tools, and departed quickly. Their excavation efforts had actually been beneficial for him, as their presence in the demolition zone provided him with justification for future treasure-seeking endeavors. Should anyone inquire, he could simply state that he was inspired by watching others dig and thus decided to try his luck. Once he confirmed their departure, Cháng Shùn retrieved his tools and began excavating at the corner of the room where the detector had signaled a presence. He commenced digging from the spot they had previously worked on. Following the machine's readings and using the wall as a reference, he selected a location. With the first strike of his shovel, he felt it encounter an object obstructing his progress. His excavation was at a shallow angle, roughly 2 feet deep. After a few more strikes, a portion of the obstructed item became visible. It appeared to be an iron box. He directly began to excavate from the side, employing a digging technique that allowed him to unearth the box in less than 2 minutes. The iron box appeared rusted and had several damaged areas. The moment Cháng Shùn held it in his hands, he felt its substantial weight. He picked up a piece of scrap cloth from nearby and casually prodded the heavily rusted sections. The corroded iron shell crumbled away. Simultaneously, several golden-hued objects emerged, revealing themselves to be large yellow croakers. Cháng Shùn collected 6 of them. This discovery sent his heart racing. The large yellow croaker, weighing approximately 10 taels. He had seen in videos, reportedly weighing around 310 grams. 6 yellow croakers totaled 1860 grams, and with the current gold price at 74 yuan per gram, these could fetch over 130,000 yuan if sold purely as gold. If Ms. Zhang's son or husband had excavated just 1 or 2 shovels less, they would have missed this opportunity for treasure. It seems that fortune often hinges on a mere whisper of distance. With the 6 gold bars in tow, he rode his tricycle back to Ms. Wang's rental property. This treasure hunt proved to be remarkably effortless, requiring little exertion on his part. Chapter 83. Gilded Buddha Statues. Mutton, fat jade pendants, and jade bracelets. After securing his finds, he returned to the now-vacated demolition site of Ms. Zhang. Cháng Shùn positioned his tools at the base of a central pillar in the hall, ensuring no one else was around. He began to dig in the area previously indicated by his detector. Before long, at a depth of approximately 40 centimeters, his shovel struck an object, clearing away the topsoil. He discovered porcelain, seemingly the base of plate. With the presence of an item, wary of damaging it, Cháng Shùn expanded his digging area. After about another quarter of an hour, he unearthed a jar, upon which a large plate was inverted, placing it on the ground. The jar was blue and white porcelain, standing about a foot tall, with a broad opening, a diameter of approximately 15 centimeters, and a maximum girth of around 25 centimeters, quite robust. Adorned with patterns of pine trees, deer, and plum blossoms, the plate evidently served as a lid. Lifting the plate, he examined its face, which depicted a fish with a red body. Such plates, he had encountered in antique markets, were not particularly rare. He had also heard it referred to as blue and white with red glaze. Setting the plate aside, he glanced inside the jar. The first thing he noticed was yellow fabric. It was neither gold, silver, nor ancient coins like copper cash. Yet, the detector's alert suggested that something metallic was wrapped within the fabric. This was not the place to inspect the goods. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Cháng Shùn began to examine the contents of the jar. When he poured out the jar's contents and touched the fabric, likely due to the passage of time and his gentle handling, it crumbled away. Removing the shattered cloth revealed a gilded Buddha statue, a jade pendant, and a jade bracelet. The gilded Buddha statue was a seated figure, standing approximately 19 centimeters tall. The serene Buddha sits gracefully upon a lotus pedestal, his palms gently together, facing upwards, resting upon his abdomen. It appears to be the figure of Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, encased within a vessel. It has been preserved remarkably well, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. A jade pendant, resembling the form of a lingji mushroom, is approximately the size of a child's palm, intricately carved with a central character for fortune, surrounded by motifs of bats and longevity peaches. Its material is likely sheep-fat white jade, possessing a pristine and lustrous quality, reminiscent of the sheen of rendered fat. The jade bracelet, in a delicate shade of green, is translucent and radiant, exuding a clarity akin to glass, yet distinctly different from it. This uniqueness, he once heard someone articulate, likens it to a gemstone that presents varied impressions from different angles, evoking an immediate sense of admiration, a feeling of rarity. All three items are treasures in their own right. However, he surmises that the jade bracelet holds the greatest value. Additionally, while the blue and white porcelain plate and the blue and white plum blossom jar may not possess the same monetary worth as the items within, they still carry some value. Particularly the jar, with its beautiful design, captivates him, and he finds it aesthetically superior to many paintings. He intends to keep it for himself. Fortunately, Mrs. Zhang, his husband and son, did not excavate near the central pillar of the house, nor were they aware of the existence of metal detectors. Otherwise, such fortune would surely have eluded him. Safeguarding the three precious items, he recalls that in the old family home, there are ancient coins hidden in the beams of the second floor. Armed with professional tools, a chisel, hammer, and pliers, he embarks on another trip. Ultimately, he uncovers 22 ancient coins, 20 small coins, namely Shunji Tongbao and Kangxi Tongbao, and 2 larger coins, both Xianfeng Yuanbao. These larger coins are not embedded in the wood, but rather wrapped in red cloth, nestled between the beams and tiles. After securing his finds, he drives directly to his mother and Cháng Jing. Upon arrival, he discovers that they have already set the table, waiting for him. As he washes his hands and sits down to dine, Cháng Jing remarks with a smile, "The Aunt Zhao she speaks of is the widow Zhao, and every time someone mentions her, or he catches sight of her, he is reminded of the youthful days when he, along with Ming and Zhu, playfully spied on her bathing. If you're curious, just give the family a call later and speak to your father." His mother chimes in, continuing Cháng Jing's train of thought. "Mom, didn't I tell you before? You need not worry about my matters. Perhaps in the future, I will find a girl from this city to be my bride." Cháng Shùn acknowledges that the reason for such fervent introductions of potential partners from his hometown is due to the improved conditions of their family. Had they not built a house or acquired a vehicle, would widow Zhao even consider him? Very well. You have your own aspirations now, but do not delay marriage too long. Sun Chunrong reflects for a moment and refrains from further persuasion. "Yes, brother. If you do not marry, then I shall not," Cháng Jing innocently declares. In truth, this is merely a playful assertion. There are indeed numerous instances of younger sisters marrying before their elder brothers. Nevertheless, Cháng Shùn remains silent, merely smiling at her, knowing that in this lifetime, he will undoubtedly establish a family before she does. The three individuals subsequently engaged in discussions on various other topics. After dinner, he sat for a while before taking his leave. On his way back, considering the recent accumulation of items, he deemed it prudent to keep them with Ms. Wang for a short while, yet he was aware that prolonged storage might pose risks. Thus, he contemplated selling some of the possessions once more. Just yesterday, Boss Shun had contacted him, requesting his assistance in keeping an eye out for high-end ancient jade, and fortuitously, he had acquired a piece that very afternoon. However, he refrained from informing him immediately, as that would appear too effortless. Cháng Shùn planned to call him the following evening instead. Recalling discussions he had overheard in antique markets prior to his rebirth, he reminisced about the insights shared by connoisseurs. Before 2008, aside from the high prices of jadeite, The value of Hitian jade was akin to that of turquoise. Though slightly more expensive, it had not yet surged significantly. Post-2008, with the influx of capital speculation, particularly between 2010 and 2015, the increase had been most rapid. Anything that garners attention from investors becomes valuable. However, once the capital withdraws, it leaves behind mere remnants. With this in mind, he resolved to wait until he had sufficient funds to procure some mutton-fat white jade or similar items, allowing them to appreciate over time. Upon returning to his residence, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Wary of Song Yan's potential reproach regarding his lack of initiative in contacting her, he sent her a casual message before freshening up. During their exchange, he also mentioned the construction of a villa back in his hometown and the village widow Zhao's intention to introduce her niece to him. Upon hearing this, she insisted that he should not meet that girl, nor any other females. He responded with light-hearted banter, joking about seeking certain benefits. After a long day, he completed their conversation, washed up, and soon succumbed to slumber in bed. Chapter 84. Treasure Hunting at the Dump Post-Rain. After nearly a full day of rain yesterday, the morning sky, though overcast, had ceased its downpour. Contemplating the potential exposure of non-metallic antiques washed out by the rain at the dump site, Cháng Shùn, after breakfast, equipped himself with tools and rode his tricycle to the location. He opted not to drive, primarily due to concerns over the muddy conditions at the site. He also refrained from bringing a metal detector, intending instead to rely on his eyesight for the morning's search. Passing by a store selling labor protective gear, he halted to purchase a pair of high-top rain boots. Upon arrival at the dumping ground, he observed several low-lying areas filled with standing water. Following the rain, with no vehicles unloading dirt, the site was devoid of other individuals. Securing his tricycle in a suitable spot, he donned gloves, changed into his boots, and armed with a small pickaxe and an old canvas satchel, he approached the freshly pushed earth from a bulldozer, commencing his search. As expected, the rain had washed away the surface, revealing shards of porcelain, stones, and fragments of tiles that had previously been concealed within the soil. To his surprise, the color of the earth he had seen before the rain was markedly different, and it contained far fewer items. Now, the soil appeared dark and rich, with numerous artifacts coming into view. Based on the information he had gathered from various channels, it was evident that this soil originated from areas where ancient people once resided. Before the rain fell, it appeared that after his departure, the earth-moving truck delivered soil that had been excavated from a layer reminiscent of the old city. Certainly, the soil was not solely from one construction site. It could very well have originated from another. This situation diverged significantly from what he had initially anticipated. Since the soil was sourced from a cultural layer, it could certainly be detected using a metal detector. It seems prudent to take the machine along on future excursions to the soil site, as the realities are ever-changing. Without the machine, Cháng Shùn began to inspect the surface of the soil. Not far from his position, within approximately a 20-meter radius, he discovered 6 fragments of ancient porcelain, a vintage glass bead, a bone piece, and a large wild boar tusk. Among the 6 porcelain shards, one was notably larger, about the size of an adult's palm, representing the side of a jar adorned in blue and white, depicting a figure leading a horse amidst distant clouds, mountains, and a round sun. The lower parts of the figure and horse's legs were damaged, clearly indicating where the breakage occurred. What exquisite porcelain! This was his immediate impression upon examining the artwork. The remaining 5 shards were vastly inferior. Based on his experiences gleaned from treasure hunting novels, live broadcasts on artifact appraisal, and visits to antique markets, he would not bother to collect unattractive, coarse porcelain shards. The vintage glass bead was a deep red, opaque, and the size of cherry, evoking an image of the fruit. A string of such beads would undoubtedly be visually appealing. The bone piece was rectangular, belonging to the category of pai gao, marked with a 5. The front was made of bone, while the back was bamboo, though the bamboo was significantly damaged. The wild boar tusk measured approximately 15 centimeters in length. Such a sizable tusk indicated that the boar must have weighed over 300 pounds, perhaps due to prolonged burial. The rear portion of the tusk bore slight cracks. If processed, cutting it from the middle to retain the front half could yield a lovely decorative piece. Some claim that dog teeth, wild boar tusks, and tiger teeth possess protective qualities against evil spirits. Such items, not only could they fetch a price in antique shops, but they might also find buyers at a second-hand bookstall. Reflecting on tiger teeth, he recalled watching a short video where someone claimed to have found a tiger tooth in a soil dump. Perhaps fortune would favor him as well, allowing him to stumble upon one. Continuing his search, he suddenly spotted a small celadon figurine at the edge of a small puddle. The figurine appeared to represent a youthful character. Without hesitation, Cháng Shùn picked it up, Regrettably, it was only the upper portion from the waist up, with the rest being incomplete. After a while, beside a shard of broken tile, he discovered a circular hat insignia. This insignia dated back to the Republic of China era, featuring the blue sky with a white sun emblem. Due to the soil as corrosive effects, its condition was not particularly pristine. A few meters further, his eyes brightened as he stumbled upon a small blue and white medicinal bottle. The bottle resembled a bird feeder but was significantly smaller. Upon closer inspection in his hand, he noticed it bore an inscription, Tian Etang Old Store, Yin Yang Skin Disease Medicine. It appeared to have once contained a remedy for skin ailments. Over a century has elapsed, yet now, as he resumes his search, he remains unperturbed by the potential hazards. Continuing his exploration, he uncovers a shard reminiscent of go-ware, a fragment of an agate pipe, a diminutive wine cup, an ancient glass bead, and a small incense holder shaped like a weight. As he delves deeper, Cháng Shùn arrives at the mounds where he previously discovered a plethora of copper coins, fragments of silver, and 2 five-tail ingots. The other mounds had already been investigated, having been thoroughly soaked by heavy rains long ago. He meticulously scrutinizes these 2 mounds once more. Upon completing his search, aside from a few minor porcelain fragments, he discovers a turquoise tube bead. This bead measures approximately 3 centimeters in length and has a maximum width of about 1 centimeter. It is not tubular, but rather resembles an oval shape. Its hardness is remarkable, akin to porcelain, with a surface adorned by unevenly distributed black veins. These black veins vary in width, appearing haphazard yet naturally elegant. Unlike the materials he had previously acquired, this turquoise tube bead is undoubtedly composed of ancient Qinyu materials from the province of Hubei. With its quality evident, it far surpasses the appearance of the previously acquired materials. Naturally, apart from the 2 or 3 gene he had selectively chosen, the bead is imbued with blue hues interlaced with a hint of black in a net-like pattern. Yet it is certainly not a crack. Rather, it is a natural amalgamation, bestowing a unique aesthetic. This bead may belong to a series, and it is likely that more can be found within the mounds. However, he refrains from sifting through the soil, as the current price of turquoise is modest. Were it to reach a value comparable to gold in future times, he would undoubtedly take great care in filtering and examining it. After concluding his search of these 2 mounds, Cháng Shùn glances at the time. It is nearly 12:30. Among the 20 gene of porcelain shards, aside from the attractive jar fragment, he also finds the base of a large plate. This plate features a pastoral scene. A figure wearing a bamboo hat rides upon the back of an ox, playing a flute. The surface exhibits minor wear marks. It is likely crafted from Shoshan stone, although further investigation is required to determine the specific variety within that stone. Chapter 85. Engaging in a unique business. Just as he pushes his tricycle onto the main road, his phone rings. It is Mr. Li from the antique market in Yinzhou. He answers the call. Mr. Chang, am I disturbing you? Before he can respond, the caller greets him with a smile. Not at all. If I were disturbed, I would have simply ignored the call. Speaking as he rides forward, he continues, it's good to hear. Do you have any paper-related collectibles you wish to sell? If so, feel free to bring them my way. Mr. Li, straightforward in his approach, articulates the purpose of his call. Recalling the various paper-related items he had acquired from the Demolition zone, tickets, comic books, propaganda posters, old envelopes, New Year paintings, vintage newspapers, red books, anthologies, old photographs, and certificates, he responds, yes, I do. I'll call you in a couple of days once I'm less busy. Great. I'll be awaiting your call. All right. After enjoying lunch at the Ching restaurant and acquiring a metal detector along with other tools from Ms. Wang, the landlord, Cháng Shùn made his way to the construction waste site. Following a heavy downpour, the site was inundated and the soil was loose, rendering it inconvenient for dump trucks to access. It was estimated that it would take at least 2 more days before additional soil could be deposited. Once he had assembled and calibrated the machine, he returned to the layer of soil where he had previously discovered numerous porcelain shards and began his sweeping search. As the detector's disc oscillated, it swiftly picked up a signal. With confirmation of the signal, he commenced excavation. In such disturbed soil, it was unlikely to find concentrated areas of artifacts, unlike the previous 2 mounds that contained ancient bricks, presumed to be burial sites, which yielded a bounty of items. Now, it was a matter of detecting and digging simultaneously. Approximately 3 minutes later, he unearthed the copper coin, the Kanshi Tong Bao. Upon closer inspection of the character for Shi, he noted the absence of a stroke, confirming it as a Luohan coin. Legend has it that these Luohan coins were minted by the Baoquan Bureau in commemoration of the 60th birthday of Emperor Kanshi. The distinguishing feature was that the character for Shi in the ordinary Kanshi Tong Bao had transformed into Yi. After securing the coin, he resumed his search, subsequently detecting 2 more copper coins, one being a Qianlong Tongbao and the other a Jiaqing Tongbao, alongside a copper button. The copper button was of good quality, gilded, spherical in shape, and adorned with floral patterns approximately the size of a pea. While copper buttons were common in ancient times, those that were gilded were considerably rarer. As he continued his search, a sudden movement of the detector's disc, coupled with a specific visual focus, revealed a bracelet-like object protruding about 2 centimeters from the soil, seemingly made of jade. Its vibrant green hue was striking. With a small pickaxe, Cháng Shùn swiftly excavated it. The bracelet was damaged, retaining only about 2/3 of its original form. Upon closer examination, he noted that the quality of the jade was inferior compared to that unearthed from Ms. Zhang's ancestral home, being at most of the glutinous ice variety, though its color was significantly greener. Glutinous ice jade is still quite valuable, despite the bracelet's damage. It could certainly be repurposed into several rings. The focused gaze that accompanied his sweeping technique enhanced his concentration while treasure hunting, significantly aiding in the discovery of items within the machine's scanning range. After carefully placing the damaged bracelet aside, he continued his search. Following the discovery of another 10-cash Qing copper coin, the machine registered a stronger and broader signal range this time. The sound emitted was audible from over a foot away, producing a series of beeping noises. This development invigorated him further, igniting a sense of anticipation for a potentially significant find. Confirming the location, he picked up his tools and began to excavate. The object was buried shallowly, and within 2 minutes, he unearthed a copper lump. The lump was about the size of a young child's fist, conical in shape, with varying shades of green rust on its surface, measuring approximately 4 centimeters in height. The upper portion of the cone was flat, with a diameter of about 3 centimeters, while the base was wider, roughly 5 centimeters across. As Cháng Shùn began to clear the dirt from the surface of the copper lump, he noticed numbers etched into it. Upon careful reflection, he suddenly recalled having seen such an object in a video. It resembled the head of a shell. The shell had long since detonated, leaving only the head behind, which surely posed no danger. He tested its weight, finding it to be at least 1 pound. Placing it into his old canvas handbag, he proceeded to his next target. Time flew swiftly during the treasure hunt, and by around 5 o'clock, he had nearly scoured the entire area. Among the copper coins, he discovered 3 substantial coins. One marked Xianfeng Zhongbao valued at 50, another Yongchang Tongbao worth 5, and a flower coin. The flower coin was a first-rate item from the current dynasty, symbolizing a successful scholar, adorned with intricate designs of flowers and deer. He also found 2 silver dollars, both yuan datu, dated 3 years. The pocket watch was gold-plated, exhibiting some rust, though not overly conspicuous. He unearthed 2 copper weights, one spherical and the other elongated. The rectangular weight bore the inscription Wu Yang. It was quite small, approximately 2 centimeters high, with one side engraved with seal script, forming a square of the same dimensions. The porcelain shards and stone weights were excavated during his search. The stone weight, crafted from bluestone, was about the size of a child's fist, shaped like a pear. Let not be said that the items he currently detected were abundant solely because he was in the city of Shanghai. Furthermore, he was engaged in a unique business. Unlike the multitude of treasure hunters equipped with machines that would emerge a decade later, when resources would be nearly depleted. As dusk approached, he gathered his belongings and departed from the construction site. On his way back, he called Boss Shun, informing him of his acquisition of high-quality ancient jade. The latter indicated he would bring along a friend the following morning to examine the goods. This endeavor was not merely about selling jade. He also intended to sell the copper coins, copper dollars, silver dollars, and various items he had unearthed in the redevelopment area in bulk. However, he chose not to mention this during the call, planning to discuss it with Boss Shun after finalizing the jade transaction. Upon completing this sale, he aspired to purchase a home. Storing valuables in a rental unit, though manageable for a short while, could become problematic over time. Additionally, he was determined to acquire a property within a community with property management. While contemplating these matters, he arrived at Ms. Wang's rental property. After securing his belongings, Cháng Shùn first took a bath at the public bathhouse, then drove to have dinner with his mother in Chongqing. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Boss Shin called. They arranged to meet around 10 o'clock at the entrance of a Chung restaurant, rather than at the rental unit. With approximately an hour and a half until their meeting, he was unwilling to squander the time. Considering his need to raise funds for a house, Cháng Shùn began organizing other items he planned to sell. Recently, he had acquired quite a few items, aside from the paper goods intended for Boss Li. He gathered the following: over 10 pounds of copper coins and copper dollars purchased from Ms. Zhang in the redevelopment area, a blue and white lotus jar, a bat-shaped teapot with auspicious patterns from the Tongji era, and a white bronze wine-warming pot. Purchasing the possessions of Masters Ma, sure. And loot from the Demolition area. 4 plaques crafted from black ebony, an antique leather suitcase adorned with gold leaf from the Republic era, a small wooden box inlaid with mother-of-pearl from Zeton, an ancient drum from the Qing dynasty, 3 arras, a wooden sculpture of Guangdong, 5 radios, several harmonicas and flutes, an old wooden fish, and over 30 badges, including a medal for advanced production workers. Additionally, an old leather pillow was acquired. Acquiring items from Boss Chai, Boss Chun, and Boss Zhao, an old movie projector complete with 5 reels of film and sound equipment, a teapot with a handle, and a leather bellows. 2 sets of clothing from the Republic or Qing dynasties were also procured. From Boss Zhang and Boss Zhu, items included copper basins, copper kettles, tin pots, and multiple copper hot pots, along with a gong from a certain drama troupe, a military water bucket from the War of Resistance, and a starting pistol. From his own discoveries at the construction site, over 30 pounds of coins from the Ming dynasty, a copper mirror, a copper incense burner from the Ming period, a complete tall stem cup, 12 silver dollars, a Xianfeng heavy treasure worth 50, a Yongchang tongbao valued at 5, a Qianqi tongbao marked 10, and a Hanwu tongbao stamped with 11 tails, alongside fragments of ancient porcelain. Within the confines of historical buildings and old houses, he uncovered 5 to 6 pounds of silver jewelry in a jar filled with copper coins, the jar itself weighing over 50 pounds. The items available for sale are plentiful, including large coins, tubes, and sealed jars, which remain unopened and hold potential. Of course, there are also items he temporarily or indefinitely wishes to retain, such as a pair of stone training locks, a single 25-kilogram iron training lock purchased from Boss Zhu, and a weight disc inscribed with the year 1969. Furthermore, a Xianfeng heavy treasure valued at 30, ceremonial currency for temples, and 2 Xianfeng ingots worth 100. Additionally, there are 44 pieces of broken silver, 2 five-tail silver ingots, 1 small yellow fish, and 6 large yellow fish. There are gilded Buddha statues, pine trees, deer, and plum blossom patterned blue and white jars, as well as a glass jade bracelet of light green hue. Old wine bottles and medicinal pills were also among the finds. As he organized his items, time flew by. By the time he finished, it was nearly 9:15. He donned a jade pendant shaped like a racer mushroom and made his way to a Chung restaurant. Before departing, he found an exquisite old packaging box to encase the pendant. The Demolition area was abundant with various packaging boxes. He scavenged through the homes of those who had moved away, collecting any that caught his eye, believing they may prove useful in the future. Quality items deserve quality packaging. Before 10 o'clock, around 9:50, Boss Shun and his companions arrived. Instead of his own van, he traveled in a car driven by a friend, a Honda. 3 individuals accompanied him. One was a robust man, approximately 45 years old and standing at 6 feet tall. The other, around the same age as Boss Shun, near 50, wore glasses and was dressed with notable elegance. Boss Shun greeted him first, then introduced these 2 gentlemen. The man around 45, surnamed Zhou, was named Zhou Chengrue, a fellow entrepreneur engaged in construction, and he was the very buyer of the day. The man wearing glasses is named Wang Zhenxin. Boss Shun stated that he is an expert in the appraisal of antique jade artifacts, and they sought his assistance in examining the goods. After the introductions, the 4 of them settled into Cháng Shùn's van without wasting any time. He promptly produced the jade pendant for expert Wang's evaluation. The item was impressive, clearly from the Qing dynasty, with both the jade's quality and the craftsmanship being of superior grade. After a few minutes of meticulous examination using his magnifying glass and flashlight, expert Wang offered a candid assessment. In the realm of antiquities, it is best to speak fairly and justly among peers, ensuring that no party's relationships are compromised. Should he offer baseless claims to deliberately undervalue the piece, the jade pendant could simply remain unsold. Quality is paramount. Xiao Chong, how much do you wish to sell it for? Boss Shin inquired. Let me remind you, Boss Zhou's brother is a significant figure in the MX district. If you offer a discount, it might prove beneficial in the future should you encounter any troubles. This remark prompted deep contemplation. In these times, with little surveillance and no vigorous crackdowns on crime, many ruffians lack their own enterprises. No one can guarantee what the future holds. In both the dark and light sides of society, it is essential to cultivate certain connections, as we live in a world governed by relationships. Only through connections can one thrive. Boss Shun, Boss Zhou, and Expert Wang, you all have experience with or have purchased ancient jade for such high-end items. particularly those featuring motifs of longevity and with hollow carvings. You must have a clearer understanding of their value. Please assist in estimating a price. If it seems reasonable, I may be willing to negotiate. Cháng Shùn did not rush to state a price. Old Wang, you have encountered these items most frequently. Please provide a value range. And be objective. Urge Boss Zhou and Boss Shun in unison. From my perspective, the market for this ancient jade pendant ranges between 150,000 to 200,000 yuan. Expert Wang pondered before speaking. Given the current market for mutton fat jade and ancient jade, considering this piece weighs approximately 30 grams, it should start at $1 million. Some may claim that a house purchased for several hundred thousand a decade ago has appreciated to millions. While it seems like a profit, if one were to reinvest that money into another property, they would still acquire only a single unit, unless one allows the funds to sit and use for years. The reality remains largely unchanged. Since Expert Wang has provided a rough estimate, Cháng Shùn, please state your price. Boss Zhou redirected his gaze toward him. Let us settle on 150,000. Cháng Shùn replied after a moment of contemplation. This was their first transaction, introduced by Boss Shun, and he wished to afford the other party due respect. Furthermore, they were all cognizant of the fact that any transaction carries both benefits and drawbacks, and the disadvantages do not preclude the existence of advantages. Fortune conceals disaster. While disaster relies on fortune, one must perceive the duality of existence. You may feel a slight loss with 150,000. I shall add another 10,000, thus offering you 160,000. Let us agree on this. I shall certainly return to procure more items from you in the future. Mr. Zhou glanced at Mr. Shun, acknowledging the courtesy extended to him, and thus he acquiesced. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the bank. Chapter 87. Is it the hard currency? Let's expedite our actions. After completing the bank transfer and finalizing the transaction, Mr. Zhou invited them to lunch. Mr. Chang, you must have acquired some new items these past few days. As they departed the hotel, Mr. Shin pulled him aside for a private conversation. At this moment, the two were walking behind Mr. Zhou and Mr. Wang. Indeed, there are some. Even if he did not inquire, Cháng Shùn intended to inform him of the items he wished to sell. I will return this afternoon to purchase some items from you. I can manage alone. It was rather cumbersome to buy in tandem with old Liu, so please reserve a portion for him. Mr. Shin's words were understood. When two individuals buy items together, it disrupts the innate desire for individual possession. Whatever one buys alone, whether it results in profit or loss, is solely one's affair. Moreover, his statement reminded him that the items previously sold to the two were predominantly of a folkloric nature. Now, with the treasures unearthed through detection, the more discreet and clandestine the sale, the better. No need to come to my place. Let us convene at the Hongqiao Antiques Market. Considering the abundance of items for sale, particularly the folkloric artifacts, he wondered if Mr. Liu and Mr. Shun would be able to purchase everything. All right. However, you must allow me to buy first. It's best if others do not witness the transaction. Park the vehicle nearby, but not close to the antique shop. Mr. Shin emphasized. Understood. Once I sell the goods to you, I will then bring over those intended for Mr. Liu. So be it. After concluding their conversation, both quickened their pace to catch up with Mr. Zhou and Mr. Wang. Mr. Shun, Mr. Wang, and young Chang, would you care to visit a bathhouse for relaxation? The expenses are on me. Upon exiting the hotel, Mr. Zhou cheerfully proposed to the trio. I have some matters to attend to with young Chang this afternoon. We shall defer this for another time. Please take me to the building materials market shortly. Indeed, I appreciate your kind offer, but I too have obligations to fulfill. The three declined the generous invitation to indulge at the bathhouse. Very well. Let us agree on this. Should I require any further purchases, I will seek your assistance. With that, Mr. Zhou turned and made his way to his vehicle. Agreed, Cháng Shùn replied, waving farewell. Mr. Chang, see you shortly. Until then. After Mr. Shun and Mr. Wang boarded Mr. Zhou's car, Cháng Shùn approached his van and drove away. On the journey back, he quietly calculated that after selling his previous items, he possessed approximately 1.25 million. After purchasing items from Ms. Zhang, Mr. Chai, Mr. Zhu, and acquiring metal detectors, along with other expenses, he had expended around 30,000. Today, I have received an income of 160,000, and I currently possess around 2.55 million. Once I sell a few more items, I believe I will have enough funds to purchase a house. After much contemplation, I have concluded that acquiring a property is essential, primarily for the security of any collectibles I may obtain in the future. Furthermore, regarding my first home purchase, aside from myself, I do not intend to inform anyone else. including Cháng Shùn for the time being. Reflecting on the matter of Boss Wong purchasing high-end antiques as gifts, I have contemplated various aspects. In this day and age, gifting substantial amounts of cash pales in comparison to offering antiques, which carry numerous implications, primarily for money laundering purposes. Having previously driven a taxi and frequented antique markets, as well as having read certain novels, I have come across the notion that priceless high-end antiques can provide plausible explanations for financial matters. Upon returning to the residence of my landlord, Boss Chin, and Ms. Wong, I loaded the items I had prepared for sale into the van. While organizing the items, I had also devised a plan. Since Boss Shun had expressed interest in the canned copper coins and square-hole copper coins, I would allow him to choose between the two. Should he opt for the copper coins, he would forego the square-holed ones, and vice versa. Likewise, if he purchased a small wooden box made of rosewood inlaid with mother-of-pearl, he would not be allowed to acquire any other folk artifacts. Having contemplated these points, I took out my phone and called Boss Liu. I explained that I intended to sell a few items, and Boss Liu instructed me to deliver them directly. After a brief discussion, I drove towards the Hongqiao Antique Market. En route, Boss Shun called, and we arranged to meet at a small park approximately 300 meters from the antique market. Upon my arrival, he was already waiting there. After exchanging greetings, we both entered my van. "Quite a collection you have," he remarked, surprised by the items piled inside. "This time, I have brought all the treasures I acquired previously. There are indeed some solid goods here," I replied with a smile. "Solid goods indeed? Let's proceed swiftly," Boss Shun urged, and I had no intention of lingering. I first allowed him to inspect the items. After his examination, I directed him to choose between the copper coins and the copper cents, adhering to my earlier thoughts. However, Boss Shun did not follow my expectations. "Why don't I take all the coins today, and you can sell the rest to old Liu?" After a moment of consideration, I agreed. Selling them separately would only complicate matters. The two of us then began negotiating prices. The can of copper coins weighed 53 pounds, which I had weighed beforehand. After accounting for the can's weight, the copper coins themselves weighed approximately 46 pounds. Most of them consisted of 10 and 20 millimeter coins. Estimating that each 10 millimeter coin weighs around 7 grams and each 20 millimeter coin about 10 grams. The average comes to approximately 5 grams per coin, totaling around 705 coins. Currently, the price of ordinary copper coins is about 1 yuan each, while valuable ones can fetch thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. The coins, tightly packed in the can, were evidently untouched, indicating a high level of risk involved in this transaction. Within the contents, there lies the possibility of rare treasures. Furthermore, the condition of the coins in the jar far surpasses those unearthed from the soil. After deliberation, the total price for this jar amounts to 30,000 yuan. The primary allure rests in a gamble. The prospect that the approximately 700 copper coins within might harbor rare specimens, including 1-win, 2-win, and 5-win coins or other scarce varieties. The copper coins, purchased from Ms. Zhang, were detected in a refuse site, weighing around 44 pounds. The majority of these coins are small flat coins, typically weighing between 3 to 4 grams. Calculated at 35 grams each, these coins total approximately 285 pieces. Among the copper coins, there are also numerous tubular coins, alongside several large coins from the Tianqi, Hongwu, and Xianfeng eras, and within the small flat coins, there may be some comparatively rare varieties. The potential for profit here surpasses that of the copper coins. The negotiated price between the two individuals stands at 50,000 yuan, 12 silver dollars, including one large Qing dynasty Xiansan, are offered at a fixed price of 600 yuan. The Xianfeng heavy treasure valued at 50, Yongchang Tongbao at 5 qian, Tianqi Tongbao with a reverse of 10, and Hongwu Tongbao with a reverse of 11 taels, altogether priced at 700 yuan. These figures reflect the market conditions of 2003, and it is certain that future prices will exceed these, especially during the peak periods of the subsequent 2 years. Cháng Shùn has not inflated the prices. Rather, he ensures that there is room for profit for the other party. Chapter 88 also exceeds 80,000, approximately 3,000 yuan more than yours. What Boss Shun refers to as merely purchasing coins pertains solely to the acquisition of coins. After settling the price, they proceeded to the bank. Upon completing the transfer, his funds approached 340,000 yuan. Boss Chang, when you encounter old Liu shortly, inform him that I have purchased the coins, leaving the other valuable items untouched. As both were preparing to depart towards the van, Boss Shun specifically instructed him, "All right, let us proceed with this arrangement. When you acquire more items, contact me again." After Boss Shun concluded, he made his way to where he had parked. Within 10 minutes, Cháng Shùn arrived at Boss Liu's shop. After parking the vehicle, he first greeted him and briefly conveyed Boss Shun's words, including details of his purchases. "Boss Lu, I hope you don't mind," he concluded with a smile. "What is there to mind? Did I not mention before that my interest in antiques is merely for enjoyment and to foster friendships? You are well aware of my character." Boss Lu replied nonchalantly, "Very well. First, evaluate whether you can purchase all these items. If not, I will sell the remainder to others." After saying this, he opened the rear door of the van for him to take a glance. This time, without Boss Shun's purchase. He felt there were somewhat too many items of a folkloric nature. "What is there that you cannot procure?" "There is not much. Just bring it all in." After inspecting, Boss Lu casually remarked. He then began to invite him to retrieve the items from the vehicle. After a few minutes of moving everything inside, the two began to negotiate prices. A finely crafted Zeton box inlaid with mother of pearl is priced at 40,000 yuan. The silver jewelry weighing 5 to 6 pounds includes several hairpins adorned with jade or Hetian jade. The stone quality is generally average, with the finest being merely the glutinous variety. Hetian jade is not the same as mutton fat white jade. There are several hairpins and rings that are gilded, yet their value is not particularly significant. Those unacquainted with antiques might mistakenly believe that silver jewelry is precious, but in reality, it holds little worth unless it is gold. The collection of bracelets, earrings, hairpins, rings, and lock pieces totaled 232 items when the two of them counted. Ultimately, the total came to 20,000 yuan. The blue and white lotus jar was valued at 2,500 yuan, while a teapot adorned with bat and auspicious motifs from the Tongji era was priced at 1,000 yuan. A warming jug was assessed at 800 yuan. The three exquisite items acquired from Ms. Zhang were noteworthy. For plaques made of black ebony, inscribed with "The way is elevated. Dragons and tigers lie low. Virtue heed by ghosts and spirits. Heaven, earth, sovereign, parent, teacher, and benevolence. Righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust," were valued at 1,000 yuan. An antique trunk from the Republic of China era was priced at 500 yuan, while an old drum from the Qing dynasty was worth 200 yuan. 3 Eru instruments, one of which was from a special era and included a quotation, were assessed at 300 yuan. A wooden sculpture of Guangdong was valued at 200 yuan. 5 radios, one of which was a Chunlei and another in Dongfang Hong, were worth 200 yuan. A few harmonicas and flutes fetched 50 yuan, although they were not profitable. A large wooden fish from the Republic of China era was priced at 100 yuan. An old leather pillow was valued at 200 yuan. An old film projector, along with 5 reels of tape and sound equipment, was assessed at 1,000 yuan. 2 sets of vintage clothing, one adorned with 5 lotus-shaped silver buttons, were worth 2,000 yuan. A pair of porcelain doves and an antique mirror were valued at 300 yuan. Numerous copper basins and kettles totaled 1,500 yuan. A gong from a certain drama troupe was priced at 200 yuan, while a military water bucket from the War of Resistance was worth 150 yuan. A starting pistol was assessed at 50 yuan. A large copper mirror from the Ming dynasty was valued at 800 yuan, and a copper incense burner from the same dynasty was worth 3,000 yuan. A complete high-foot cup was assessed at 1,000 yuan, and a gilded antique pocket watch was valued at 800 yuan. Nearly 30 jin of ancient porcelain shards, some of which were quite exquisite, were priced at 500 yuan. The total amount came to 80,050 yuan. "Boss Chang, how much did Mr. Shun purchase from you?" inquired Mr. Lu after calculating the total price. "It was also over 80,000, roughly 3,000 more than you," Mr. Chang replied candidly. Their relationship had grown sufficiently close for Mr. Shun to suggest Mr. Chang convey this to Mr. Lu. He certainly would not have disclosed such information to anyone else. "You sold quite a few coins this time. Do you have any left?" "None at all. I sold everything I had accumulated previously. In the future, if I acquire more, I will set some aside for you." "All right, let us go. It's getting late. We should head to the bank and transfer the funds for the purchases." The two exited with Mr. Lu locking the shop's door before departing the antique market in his van. After completing the bank transaction, it was nearly 5 o'clock and darkness was approaching. Mr. Lu's residence was in close proximity to the antique market, a mere 10-minute walk away. On his return journey, he reflected on his bank account, which had nearly reached 420,000 yuan. In this day and age, while such an amount may not suffice for a sizable new apartment in a prime location, it would certainly be adequate for a smaller dwelling. In the vicinity of the suburbs, properties are available at approximately 3,000 yuan per square meter. with some even priced below that threshold. However, when it comes to purchasing a residence for the purpose of storing antique items, it is not imperative to acquire a newly constructed home. A second-hand property suffices. Additionally, the location designated for the antiques will not be inhabited. It has been observed that many artifacts unearthed from tombs carry a heavy aura, while those not associated with burial sites are of no concern. The cost of second-hand homes is considerably lower compared to new constructions. Recalling a conversation with Mr. Lee from the Yinzhou Antique Market, who expressed interest in purchasing items, I dialed his number as I approached Ms. Zhang's rental apartment. Upon confirming his availability for the following day, I mentioned my intention to sell paper collectibles. He requested that I deliver them tomorrow morning. The collection of paper items is extensive, weighing nearly 100 kilograms, predominantly comprised of illustrated booklets. Additionally, I possess various tickets, such as grain coupons, fabric tickets, and meat coupons. Among them, I have set aside 6 military fabric tickets from 1959, keeping them separate from the rest. Other items include old awards, diplomas, newspapers, art albums, old photographs, postcards, envelopes featuring the Yellow Military Postal Service, goldfish stamps, and an array of more commonplace envelopes and stamps from the 1950s to the 1980s. I have also gathered revolutionary literature, anthologies of prominent figures, and antiquarian books from the Republic of China or the mid-20th century, along with New Year paintings, propaganda posters, and film posters. A casual sorting revealed a wealth of treasures. My mother discovered a collection of old banknotes, including a 200 yuan note from the Great Unity series and smaller denominations of 10 and 5 yuan. After some contemplation, I resolved to part with these items. Many possessions, if left unattended, may be forgotten or lost entirely. The prices for certain tobacco labels have not yet surged. Yet fearing their potential loss or damage, I ultimately decided to sell them as well, entrusting others to safeguard them. In the future, when acquiring items from demolition zones, there will be ample opportunity to encounter such treasures again. I shared these findings with her, and she expressed great interest in the various tickets, old photographs, New Year paintings, film posters, and collectible antiquarian books mentioned by Cháng Shùn, requesting that I bring some for her to examine in the future. Later on, I stumbled upon 2 sample tickets, which my mother and Chongjing had discovered, but I had not had the time to inspect until that evening. These samples, dating back to 1957, are universally applicable grain coupons with denominations of 3 and 5 kilograms. I had heard that such samples are typically valuable. During my evening organization, I meticulously categorized these items. For instance, those related to stamps and envelopes were placed into a single large shopping bag. Tickets, including grain, oil, meat, fabric, old train and boat tickets, coal tickets, and various supply coupons for tobacco, alcohol, and tea, were stored in another large shopping bag. Other old documents, diplomas, letters of introduction, awards, photographs, bookmarks, New Year paintings, propaganda posters, film posters, and assorted tobacco and liquor labels were also organized into different bags. By the time I finished, it was around 9:30 p.m., and I proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 89 features an elderly gentleman of considerable grace. The following morning, as agreed, after having breakfast, Cháng Shùn took the prepared paper collectibles and drove directly to Boss Lee's antique shop. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shop, he overheard the voice of an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s. Speaking, some say that those who believe in Buddhism are merely practicing a form of mental victory, continuously persuading themselves that even when they are wronged, the fault lies within themselves. However, this is not entirely accurate. One must not rely solely on hearsay. Both Buddhism and Taoism advocate for the cultivation of the heart and encourage kindness. Buddhism emphasizes the law of cause and effect. Good deeds yield good rewards, and evil deeds bring about their own consequences. Nothing goes unrewarded. It is merely a matter of timing. Taoism, on the other hand, speaks of a noble pursuit of life and the boundless capacity to save others. The old man stood approximately 175 meters tall, somewhat lean, yet appearing quite vigorous, with a commendable state of health. At this moment, aside from Boss Lee, there were 2 customers in the shop, the elderly gentleman and a middle-aged woman around 50 years of age. "Take a look at this piece of calligraphy," he said, which reads, "Sincerity, purity, equality, right understanding, compassion. See clearly, let go, be at ease, go with the flow, chant the Buddha's name." This is evidently a couplet often found hanging at the entrances of Buddhist temples. To genuinely see the world with sincerity, purity, equality, correctness, and compassion is essential. Only by seeing clearly and letting go can one truly experience ease. Everything unfolds naturally without force. With the Buddha in one's heart, the eyes perceive the Buddha everywhere. With demons in one's heart, one sees demons all around. The essence of good and evil lies within a single thought, the elderly gentleman continued, pointing to a piece of calligraphy hanging in the shop. Well said, quite insightful. Bosley praised after he finished speaking. You possess such profound knowledge. I presume you have visited many temples and Taoist shrines in the past? The woman inquired. Indeed, I have. I spent several years working near Lingyin Temple, the abode of the living Buddha Ji Gong, frequently visiting. I have also been to the City God Temple, Baiyun Palace, Taiping Palace, and Sanyuan Palace. If circumstances permit, one should visit such places often. It greatly enhances one's understanding of life. Each visit brings a different experience. It is akin to reading a book at different ages. At 15, then in one's 20s, and again in one's 50s. The book remains the same. Yet the feelings it evokes and the insights gained differ immensely. Hearing the old man's words, Cháng Shùn discerned their wisdom, recognizing him as a person of considerable depth. Upon seeing Cháng Shùn approach, Bosley nodded with a smile, signaling him to wait a moment. He set down the items he was carrying in a snakeskin bag to the side and continued to listen to their conversation. Finally, the elderly gentleman remarked, to live, one must first transcend the notions of life and death. Additionally, one must strive to live meaningfully. The more experiences one accumulates, the deeper the understanding of the essence of this world becomes. At his age, close to returning to the earth, he sees through all matters. While one's parents are alive, one should honor them well. When they are no longer present, one must continue to live well. Offspring will have their own fortunes. It is essential to learn to let go and not cling, for that is the path to greater ease. The old man concluded with the words, sincerity, purity, equality, right understanding, compassion. See clearly, let go, be at ease, go with the flow, chant the Buddha's name. The calligraphy piece was purchased. A woman, approximately in her 50s, also acquired a large calligraphic representation of the character for Buddha, accompanied by smaller inscriptions. Opening verse, the supreme, profound, subtle Dharma, difficult to encounter over countless eons. Now that I have seen, heard, and received it, I wish to comprehend the true meaning of the Tathagata. This passage, which Cháng Shùn had previously encountered in a novel, is said to have been composed by Empress Wu Zetian. It is both profound and accessible. The calligraphy is exceptionally well executed. The signature, Ming Kong, appears to be a monastic name attributed to a monk. The elder remarked that it surpasses the works of many local celebrities. Many individuals produce calligraphy or paintings that are, in fact, quite ordinary. Their value lies primarily in their fame. Without renown, no matter how skilled one may be in writing or painting, recognition remains elusive. The opening verse from the aforementioned calligraphy had been encountered before by him while selecting old books, as such texts often contain similar content at their beginnings. Typically, these books are distributed free of charge. The calligraphy pieces purchased by the two were not from renowned masters and were reasonably priced, despite being framed. Each sold for merely 60 and 80 yuan respectively. As the elder noted, there are numerous individuals in the community whose calligraphy or paintings are of exceptional quality. The saying goes, there are many fine horses, but few who can recognize them, highlighting that opportunity often outweighs talent. Many possess great ability, yet few can truly showcase their skills. Far more remain hidden in obscurity. Even if one is a hero, a suitable arena for their talents is essential. This principle is well understood by those with a certain level of experience. The elder did not hasten to depart after purchasing the calligraphy. The middle-aged woman, however, took her piece and left after completing her transaction. The entire encounter took no longer than 20 minutes. Once the affairs of the two customers were settled, Bosley turned his attention to the items he had brought for sale. Having already sorted them the previous day, they appeared neatly arranged in shopping bags. Among them were stamps and envelopes, including the yellow military postage he had pre-selected, goldfish stamps, and several old envelopes from the 1950s and 1960s. Additionally, there were 2 envelopes from the Republic of China era, though regrettably, they lacked stamps. These vintage envelopes likely hold considerable value. Cháng Shùn had previously compared the stamps with his collection album and found none of significant worth. The collection of envelopes and stamps weighed 6 or 7 g, with at least 7 or 800 envelopes in total. Ultimately, the price negotiated between the two parties was 3,000 yuan, a sum that pales in comparison to the value of a single good stamp or envelope. Among the tickets, 2 samples of grain tickets and 6 military fabric tickets were found yesterday, totaling 500 yuan. Other documents included grain and oil tickets, tobacco, alcohol, tea tickets, meat tickets, coal tickets, fabric tickets, transport tickets, boat tickets, and various snack supply tickets, totaling no less than 2,000 pieces. There were also a few special era tickets featuring quotations, collectively valued at 1,000 yuan. Old certificates, newspapers, diplomas, letters of introduction, bookmarks, New Year pictures, posters, and promotional prints were included, several dating back to the 1950s and 1960s, as well as from special periods. Just as he and Boss Lee were examining an old diploma from the 1950s, the elder standing nearby pointed to a letter of introduction partially visible beneath the diploma and remarked to him, "Young man, bring me those letters of introduction for my perusal." Cháng Shùn casually picked them up, glanced at them for a few seconds, and then handed them over. The letters were from a certain food factory, a local establishment in Shanghai, dated from a particularly tumultuous era, adorned with a red box bearing the highest directives. I had previously worked at this factory for several years. After a short while, the elder returned the letters to him. "Is that so?" "That is indeed a reputable establishment, with provisions," Mr. Lee remarked as he examined the letters. "Better than the average, especially in rural areas, although that time was challenging, particularly during the most arduous 3 years. You are correct. From 1959 to 1961. There were months when I scarcely had a morsel of meat," Mr. Lee casually added. "Do you still yearn for meat? Even a bowl of meat soup would be a luxury. In the city, there were rations, but in the countryside, many suffered from starvation and countless lives were lost." The elder recounted. "Chapter 90 is not for me. I do not seek rewards without merit." Naturally, Cháng Shùn had not lived through the hardships of those 3 years, but he had heard tales from his grandparents about the extraordinary difficulties of that time. In those days, being able to eat one meal a day at a communal dining hall was considered fortunate. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lee chuckled, unable to refute the truth in his words, as both men had endured challenging times and recognized the wisdom in the exchange. After a while, they examined the contents of the plastic bag, and after deliberation, they agreed on a price of 2,000 yuan. The old photographs, whether acquired through purchase or salvage from the homes of relocated residents in demolition zones, were estimated to exceed 1,000 in number. Among them were a few from the Republican period, as well as images from the 1950s to the 1980s. Notable pieces included a group photograph from the August 1st film studio in the 1960s, a scenic view of Shanghai from the Republican era, a collective labor scene from a mountain village during the special period, and a striking portrait of 3 beauties from a fervent era. The total for these amounted to 800 yuan. Additionally, there were 10 old banknotes of 10 yuan, totaling 200 yuan, and 20 notes of 5 yuan from steel production, amounting to 500 yuan. The cigarette labels, salvaged from discarded books, and those affixed to old wooden boxes were also included. Most labels dated back to the 1950s, with a few from the Republican period. These were valued at 5,000 yuan, primarily due to the difficulty of extraction from the wood. Considering the current market conditions, the purchasing power of money has changed. 10 years from now, during a peak in collecting, these items will undoubtedly fetch a higher price. Of course, after the significant drop in the antiques market in 2023, cigarette labels have also become more affordable, with market conditions not reaching the heights of previous peaks. The special period's red books, anthologies, and other old publications were collectively valued at 500 yuan. The nearly 100 pounds of comic books, predominantly from the 1980s and 1990s, included 2 from the 1950s, one titled The White Poplar, and another Zhuge Liang crossing the Huangpu River. There were 8 books from the early 1960s, including those from the special period. The Tales of Xianglin Saw, The Iron Road Guerrillas, The Wild Boar Forest, The Female Imperial Consort, The Red Women's Army, The Feather Letter, The Red Lantern, The Wisdom to Capture the Tiger Mountain. There exists an abundance of comic books exceeding 100 volumes. The 2 individuals negotiated a price of 5,000 yuan. Today, the collection of paper artifacts brought for sale totaled 22,300 yuan. Although the items appeared plentiful, the actual sales remained modest. While inspecting the goods and discussing prices with Boss Lee, the elderly gentleman occasionally engaged them in conversation. During this exchange, he imparted some memorable insights. He remarked that anyone who delves into collecting for 3 to 5 years inevitably becomes an expert, acquiring ever-deepening knowledge. After all, those in this field encounter diverse artifacts daily, broadening their horizons. Moreover, frequent visitors to antique markets invariably discover new items and experiences each time. enriching their lives and expanding their perspectives. Antiques are a treasure trove, valuable both materially and spiritually. Naturally, he added that merely browsing does not necessitate purchasing. Gaining insights and understanding is equally beneficial. Master, I present you with these letters of introduction. As he organized the items to prepare for a transfer to Cháng Shùn, Bosley retrieved the previous letters of introduction and handed them to the elderly gentleman. For me? I refuse. One should not accept rewards without merit. What price do you propose? If it is reasonable, I shall consider purchasing. The elderly man did not extend his hand to accept them. It was evident he was not one to take advantage of others. As fate would have it, one reaps what one sows. It is preferable not to owe anyone anything. While youth may find such behavior excusable, at his age, with no concerns about sustenance, there is truly no need to seize such trifles from others. The elderly man's conduct inadvertently prompted Cháng Shùn to reflect on another type of individual, those who are always scheming to benefit at others' expense. It is likely that no one appreciates the latter. A few instances of taking advantage may be tolerable, but who can endure it if it becomes a frequent occurrence? Some might argue that the former is foolish, claiming it is human nature. Then just give me 20 yuan. Take it if you can, or I shall keep it. Noticing the seriousness in his tone, Bosley ceased his insistence on the gift. Here, this is 20 yuan. The elderly gentleman promptly produced 20 yuan and handed it over. Subsequently accepting the letters of introduction, Bosley accepted the money, closed the shop door, and beckoned Cháng Shùn to proceed towards the antique market's exit. Master, may I have your phone number? As he passed by the elderly gentleman, he smiled. I have no mobile phone. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The elderly man returned his smile. Whether he spoke the truth remained uncertain. Very well, until we meet again by chance. Cháng Shùn was unconcerned, embracing fate as it comes. Initially, he contemplated offering his business card, but reconsidered, as his current card did not seem suitable for certain individuals, leading him to refrain from producing it. His previous card was more fitting for those in areas undergoing demolition. Should he print new cards, he intended to reserve them for individuals of slightly higher status. Recognizing that social circles differ among people, having recently located a nearby bank, he completed the transaction and glanced at the time. It was 11:36. As lunchtime approached, Mr. Lee graciously extended an invitation for a meal. The two of them sought out a nearby restaurant. That master craftsman was quite intriguing this morning. Does he often wander around the antique market here? Mr. Chang casually inquired during their meal. Having never encountered him before, this was his first visit, and indeed, he was a fascinating individual with considerable expertise. The fact that he could discern the depth of knowledge possessed by collectors like themselves, who were well acquainted with a plethora of artifacts, spoke volumes about his unique insight and keen observational skills. Mr. Lee's assessment was refreshingly objective. Indeed, he is a truly remarkable person, he concurred. Mr. Chang, the antique exchange fair at the Guizhou Antique Market is scheduled for the 6th and 7th of next month. If you have the time, you should come and take a look. After a brief pause, Mr. Lee seemed to recollect something and said to him, the 6th and 7th. You say? That's soon. If time permits, I shall certainly attend. In a previous life, he had not participated in any antique exchanges back in 2003, leaving him uncertain about what to expect. However, considering the current limitations regarding information and transportation, it was likely that only those from nearby would attend. When the time came, colleagues from other regions would also arrive, and if they did, he would have the opportunity to meet them all. Very well. At lunchtime, he received another deposit of 300 yuan, bringing his total funds to approximately 440,000. Contemplating the need for a dedicated space to store his possessions, Mr. Chang resolved to search for a property. Upon returning to his van, he drove away. Chapter 91 describes not merely the acquisition of one unit, but rather two. A few days later, on Sunday morning, November 30th, at the Guilin Hua Yuan community near the Municipal 6th Hospital, 3 individuals gathered in front of a residential door on the 5th floor. Among them were 2 workers installing doors and windows, accompanied by Mr. Chang. The workers were busily engaged in their tasks. Mr. Chang, please give it a try. If there are no issues, we shall be on our way. One of the workers of medium height yet robust build, with dark skin and a distinct Sichuan accent, instructed him, gesturing toward the newly installed outer mesh iron door. This particular residence featured 2 layers of security, an inner anti-theft door and an outer mesh iron door. Mr. Chang approached, gave it a gentle shake, and meticulously inspected it. He closed the door, unlocked it with a key, closed it once more, pulled on it twice, and opened it again. Thank you for your hard work. It's functioning perfectly, he affirmed. After testing, there were no issues to report. All right, we shall take our leave. Should you find any deficiencies, please identify them and call us. We will arrange a time to assist you with adjustments, the worker replied. Mr. Chang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Once the workers departed, he unlocked the inner anti-theft door and stepped inside. After several days of searching, evaluating, and comparing, he ultimately purchased a property here, not a second-hand dwelling, but rather a brand new one. Moreover, he had acquired not one, but 2 units. The Gui Lin Hua Yuan community, developed between 1997 and 1999, is a large complex with property management services. Initially, his intention was to purchase a second-hand apartment. However, plans often succumb to unforeseen circumstances. After surveying several dilapidated neighborhoods and properties from the 1970s and 1980s, Cháng Shùn found himself disinclined to proceed with such purchases due to their excessive decay. Yet, deterioration was merely one facet of the issue. Another consideration was the convoluted procedures and ambiguous property rights, which would render it impossible to secure a mortgage from the bank should he find himself in urgent need of funds. After all, acquiring a home is in essence a form of investment. In contemporary times, the prices of new homes are not excessively high. For instance, properties in this neighborhood are currently priced between 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per square meter. This is still within XH district, while in regions closer to MH district, PT district, PD New district, and ZB district, numerous properties are available for less than 3,500 yuan per square meter. He purchased 2 apartments, one located centrally within the community and the other towards the eastern edge. The first apartment features 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a registered area of 466 square meters. The second, also a 2-bedroom unit, is intended for his future residence and spans 51 square meters. The living area serves as a dining room, as the space is limited, precluding the existence of a separate sitting room. One should not underestimate this modest area. In a city like Shanghai, where every inch of land is precious, even possessing a small studio of merely a dozen square meters can be a dream for many workers. In comparison to future eras, the prices for villas in this age remain relatively affordable, ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 yuan per square meter, depending on location and whether they include a garden. Currently, with insufficient funds, he must settle for what he has. For safety reasons, he deliberately chose an apartment on the 5th floor, as this community typically consists of 5 to 6-story buildings, making the 5th floor the most desirable option. The other apartment is situated on the 3rd floor. The average price for both properties stands at 4,300 yuan, with a combined area of 976 square meters, totaling approximately 420,000 yuan. As Cháng Shùn inspected the various windows of the apartment, he found nothing amiss. He had brought some belongings in his car and went downstairs to retrieve them. Among these items were old wine bottles, antique pills, and a collection of exquisite ancient coins, including various denominations of xianfeng silver ingots, temple money, and specialty currency from the imperial court. He also had fragments of silver, 2 small silver ingots weighing 5 taels each, a small yellow fish, and 6 larger yellow fish. Additionally, he possessed gilded Buddhist statues, pine trees, deer, and a blue and white porcelain jar adorned with plum blossom motifs. There are also a pair of stone locks for training, a set of 25 kilograms iron locks purchased from Boss Zhu, and an old iron disc from 1969. Most of these items were carefully packed into boxes. After arranging his belongings and securely locking the door, he descended again, only to receive a text message from Song Yuan. Fong Ling has invited me to the driving school this afternoon to register for driving lessons. Do you have time? If so, please accompany us. In this era, girls prefer sending messages over making phone calls. Yes, just name the place, and I shall come. Considering he was already in XH district, he readily agreed. It had been a few days since he last saw her, and he felt a sense of longing. Their late-night conversations had strengthened their bond, and as long as there were no objections from family or outsiders, their relationship was likely to flourish. His own situation posed no issues. His only concern was her parents' potential disapproval. Having resided in this city for numerous years, he is well aware that some of the locals harbor disdain for newcomers. His current endeavor is to evoke genuine feelings in the girl, should she become emotionally invested. Her ardor may surpass that of any man, often proving to be more steadfast. Once he has captured her heart, even parental disapproval may wield little influence. Naturally, winning the approval of her parents would be the ideal scenario. However, should they refuse, he is prepared to sever ties. Treat others with respect, and they shall reciprocate in kind. Regardless of familial ties, he believes in treating those who treat him well as he would his own parents. while those who do not deserve his kindness will not receive it. His past experiences have granted him profound insight into many matters. If a woman he cherishes chooses to forsake her family's opposition to be with him, he vows not to betray her trust. Let us meet at the library entrance at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Very well. Are you at home or out? Would you care to join me for lunch? I am at home, preparing a meal for myself. Ah, very well. I shall see you this afternoon. After contemplating, Cháng Shùn refrained from jesting about dining at her place, recognizing that his current circumstances do not permit such informality. Besides, it is not yet the appropriate time for introductions to their families. They are not ready. Until this afternoon, after sending the message, he glanced at the time, 11:23, settling into his van. Cháng Shùn ventured to inspect the apartment he had purchased on the 3rd floor in the eastern direction. This unit is approximately 4.5 square meters larger than the previous one, with a notably spacious dining area, while the other spaces remain comparable. He has no intention of renovating this apartment this year. However, come next year, once the weather warms, he will certainly undertake some improvements. For now, he chooses not to disclose the purchase to his family, as the previous revelations have already astonished them. Revealing this news now might overwhelm them once more with inquiries. While he could explain it away as a fortunate find in antiquities, he prefers to maintain a low profile. Departing from the apartment, he sought a restaurant outside the community for lunch. While resting in his vehicle during the midday break, he recalled Song Yin's suggestion to enroll in driving school. There is no urgency to obtain a license, nor does he wish to leverage connections for entrance. Through systematic study and practice, acquiring a legitimate license will hold greater value and benefit him significantly. Chapter 92. Did you park your car under the shade on purpose? The dining establishment was not far from the library, taking no more than 10 minutes by car. At 1:30, Cháng Shùn set off towards the library. En route, he passed a florist and stopped to purchase a bouquet of roses and lilies. Upon arrival, Song Yin and Fong Ling had yet to arrive. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, they appeared. Boss Chang, you weren't waiting here all afternoon, were you? Fong Ling teased him upon their meeting. Indeed, I've been waiting here. Is that a problem? Unfazed by the playful banter, he presented the flowers he had just purchased to Song Yin. Thank you, she exclaimed, inhaling the fragrance of the blossoms. Ah, it is indeed preferable to have a boyfriend. I often wonder when I shall encounter my destined partner. Observing Song Yuan's blissful expression, Fong Ling couldn't help but sigh. Shall I assist you in finding someone? He jested. Is it a young boss like you? If so, I shall take him. She replied. Not at all. There are not many young bosses. However, there are plenty of older gentlemen. I think I shall pass on the older gentleman. If you do not seek an older man, then I have none to offer. Come now, let's get in the car. Cháng Shùn had no intention of prolonging the banter. He opened the car door, allowing them to settle inside. Which driving school shall we head to? He inquired casually as he prepared to drive after they had closed the door. Zhonghong Driving School. I shall guide you. Just go straight ahead, then. Fong Ling provided directions. The distance was not considerable, and within approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the trio arrived at their destination. There were not many people enrolling at the driving school, so they did not have to wait in line. They promptly paid and registered. Song Yuan financed her driving test with money from her parents and did not seek his assistance. Make sure to book the test in advance if you feel prepared. After leaving, they ventured to observe the locations for the 2nd and 3rd driving tests, familiarizing themselves with the routes. During this time, they spent some moments at both locations, watching others learn to drive. By the time they departed from the 3rd training site, it was nearing 4 o'clock. Chang, I have successfully chased away many flies attempting to get close to Yuan lately. Don't you think you ought to treat me to dinner tonight? If that is the case, I assure you I will. Do tell, who are these flies? In truth, even without her prompting, he had already been contemplating inviting the two of them for dinner that evening. When it comes to dating, certain expenses must be incurred. Indeed, just the other night while shopping, there were some. One was even a high school classmate. I told him Yuan has found a boyfriend. You can ask her to confirm if I am lying. Very well, thank you. Let's find a place now. He chose the restaurant where she had previously treated him to a meal. As it was still a bit early, he parked the car, and they resumed their stroll down the street. During their shopping, Cháng Shùn naturally did not act too reserved. Holding hands was inevitable, and he intertwined his fingers with Song Yuan's. Since their previous hand-holding, she had grown accustomed to it. Women are complex creatures, as he once heard a passenger remark. Initially, when you gaze at a specific part of a woman's body, she may react with disdain. After a few days, she becomes accustomed to it. In time, it becomes second nature. Ultimately, if you cease your gaze, she may wonder why you no longer look at her that way. While perusing a clothing store, Song Yuan tried on a lovely pink fleece-lined leisure sports outfit, which he purchased for her, at a shop selling men's wallets. She also bought one as a gift for him. Their actions elicited another sigh from Fong Ling, who mused that one ought to seek a boyfriend and find love sooner rather than later. In truth, she was not unattractive and, by all accounts, should find it easy to connect with someone. If the big boss is not an option, then perhaps lowering her expectations to find someone with stable employment would suffice. It can only be said that she has yet to encounter someone who captures her heart. By the time they finished shopping, it was already past 5 o'clock. Returning to the parking spot once more, Fong Ling expressed her desire for barbecued delicacies, indicating her reluctance to dine at the usual restaurant. Cháng Shùn inquired of Song Yuan, who replied nonchalantly, suggesting she would defer to their preferences. As he escorted her near her residential community, he parked beneath the shade of a grand tree. Despite her words, she lingered in the car, hesitating to alight. After a moment, perceiving her reluctance, Cháng Shùn took her hand, which rested in the passenger seat. With his heart racing anew, he leaned closer and swiftly pressed his lips against hers. Initially, she exhibited a hint of resistance, but after half a minute, she acclimated to the moment. He could sense her own tension, her body taut with anticipation. After approximately 2 minutes, she abruptly seemed to recollect something and pushed him away, exclaiming, "What if someone sees us? I must go." With that, she opened the car door and fled. "What's the matter? I am your boyfriend," he called out loudly in her direction. While kissing Song Yuan, Cháng Shùn had not been entirely modest. Her figure felt substantial in his grasp, yet he was unable to fully embrace her. Fortune awaited him in the future. As she entered her community and vanished from sight, he too departed. On the journey home, he reflected on the exhilarating kiss, feeling elated yet impulsive, uncertain if he had startled her. Upon returning to his dwelling and completing his evening routine, he noted with a twinge of anxiety that she had not messaged to inquire about his safe arrival. Could it be that she was genuinely upset? Amidst this tumult of emotions, a message finally arrived. "Indeed, I was quite intentional about it. In matters of the heart, honesty is paramount. Being coy is rather off-putting, especially for a forthright girl like Song Yuan. You scoundrel, you've stolen my first kiss." Upon reading her words, he realized she was no longer angry. "Did I not say, I am your boyfriend?" Cháng Shùn understood that such declarations needed to be made frequently to become second nature. "You shouted quite loudly earlier. I wonder if anyone from the community overheard or witnessed it." She still possessed a modicum of modesty. "Let them see or hear, it matters not, for we committed no shameful act." He texted back with conviction. "Good night." Lying in bed, Cháng Shùn mused that she was indeed a good girl. So different from those who had been hardened by the world and had encountered numerous men. Once a heart has been played with, it is difficult to rein it in, and purity of thought often eludes them. The latter can be quite hypocritical, donning masks. If one seeks mere amusement, it matters little whom they choose, as each seeks their own satisfaction. However, for the pursuit of a lifelong partner, one should seek the innocent. Yet, the harsh realities of society present many scoundrels and men of poor standing who may struggle even to find counterfeit. There are also a select few men who depend on their women to sustain their livelihoods. As he pondered these thoughts, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 93 may be likened to a thunderstruck tree, with matters concerning housing resolved and belongings secured in a space that wholly belonged to him. He felt liberated from worry. In the days that followed, Cháng Shùn remained occupied in the demolition zone, laboring amidst the rubble. The urgency to expedite progress is palpable, as a primary thoroughfare is set to traverse this area, and the pace of relocation in the demolition zone is accelerating. Aside from a few obstinate holdouts, the majority of those required to vacate have nearly completed their move. Excavators have entered the site, initiating partial demolition of the structures. During his previous leisurely home-buying excursions, as well as in recent days, he has acquired a considerable number of vintage books, secondhand clothing, and various other items. Among the pages of the purchased old books, he uncovered a congratulatory notice, an old property deed, and an envelope bearing 2 vintage postage stamps. The congratulatory notice from a special era prominently features the image of a revered leader, accompanied by an inscription that reads, "The countryside is a vast expanse where great opportunities abound." The content conveys the fervent sentiments of a certain comrade who, in response to a call, eagerly sought to settle in the rural areas, aspiring to make new contributions to development. The date inscribed is 1969. Upon seeing this, he felt a sense of curiosity. Could it be that during the 1950s, this area was still under the jurisdiction of the Soviet province? The vintage stamps, particularly the 2 valued 1 air stamps, along with other 1 E, 1 San, 1 C, and 1 Wu stamps, are quite rare and precious. The 2 air stamps feature the iconic image of the great leader, with a cancellation mark positioned at the corner. He recalled browsing antique markets where stamp collectors mentioned that, back in the day, stamping over the leader's visage was strictly prohibited, as it could lead to severe repercussions. This illustrates the necessity of adhering to established norms. Without rules, order cannot be maintained. In the homes of two relocated families, Cháng Shùn also made some purchases. From one household, he acquired 2 bottles of 1983 yellow sauce Mao Tai, 32 silver dollars, and a pair of vases. Yellow sauce Mao Tai is notably rarer than standard Mao Tai. Currently, a bottle of 2003 yellow sauce Mao Tai retails for around 750 yuan in large supermarkets, while ordinary Mao Tai is approximately half that price, around 370 yuan per bottle. The 2 bottles of Mao Tai were not inexpensive. He spent 600 yuan on them. However, this price certainly represents a fortunate bargain. After another decade or two, the value of such vintage liquor will not be less than 100,000 yuan per bottle. The 32 silver dollars, all featuring the image of Yuan Shikai, include 26 from the 3rd year, 1 from the 8th year, 3 from the 9th year, and 2 from the 10th year. Among the 26 third-year coins, one is a O edition, which commands 2 to 3 times the price of a standard third-year coin. The Demolition residents, unaware of the true value, sold them at regular prices. The negotiated price of the 32 silver dollars was 500 yuan. The vases, approximately 1 foot tall, are exquisite porcelain pieces adorned with intricate motifs of pine and crane from the Republic era, displaying remarkable craftsmanship. The other relocated resident also sold him 11 silver dollars, along with a large knife and an incense burner. The 11 silver dollars are rather ordinary, all from the 3rd year, without any particularly rare versions. The large knife is of the type used by the Red Army, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds and measuring approximately 80 centimeters in length, resembling the kind wielded by Li Yunlong in Luminous Saber. This knife bears the rust of time, yet its blade remains sharp. In that arduous era, while equipment may not have been as refined as the bayonets of more comfortable times, the simply crafted Red Army knife nonetheless proved effective in vanquishing numerous adversaries. In contrast to certain collectors who ardently pursue the military sabers of Japanese officers, Cháng Shùn finds the Red Army sabers far more appealing. The incense burner is neither crafted from copper nor iron. It is made of porcelain, adorned with a single glaze in a delicate bean green hue, reminiscent of a Longquan kiln, with a basin shape and a top diameter of approximately 18 centimeters. Upon closer inspection, the incense burner is not entirely symmetrical. He has heard many connoisseurs assert that such imperfections are indicative of authenticity, as ancient artisans crafted porcelain by hand, while modern machine-made items are uniformly precise. The incense burner is likely an antiquity, and fearing the possibility of counterfeit, he only spent a modest 100 yuan on it. In the demolition area, where he scavenges for items, he prioritizes acquiring discarded goods. If the price is too steep, he prefers to forego the purchase rather than take unnecessary risks. As previously mentioned, the higher the price, the greater the risk. At Boschang's scrap collection station, he acquired an old ship anchor, approximately 2 meters in height and weighing a substantial 54 pounds, forged from pure iron. Regrettably, the bottom features a hook that has been significantly damaged. Judging by its age, it dates back to at least the Republic of China era. The anchor's surface glistens with a deep black sheen, and although it is made of iron, it seems to have developed a protective layer, showing no signs of further rust. Among the 6 abacuses he purchased, he discovered an antique Wang Wali wood abacus, acquired at a remarkably low price, merely as a standard abacus. The bronze statue of a revered figure, relatively recent, commemorates the centenary of the illustrious person's birth, having been crafted just a decade ago. From the skilled artisans Ma, Shi, and Liu, who were involved in the demolition of houses, he procured several items related to Taoism. These included a set of wooden talismans, a turtle shell intricately engraved with decorative patterns, 5 ceremonial flags, an antique copper bell, a wooden sword, and a wooden sculpture depicting the deity Zhenwu. The 5 wooden talismans, each carved with Taoist symbols, feature inscriptions such as Command of the 5 Thunder, Decree of the Supreme Laozi, and Exorcise Demons. The turtle shell is robust, embellished with a Taiji Bawa diagram and other symbols, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. The 5 triangular flags, representing the cardinal directions, are embroidered with the character for command. The calligrapher must have been a master, as the talismans are beautifully rendered in a single, fluid stroke. The antique copper bell resembles the one held by Lin Zhengying. The wooden sword, darkened and seemingly charred, bears carved symbols with the hilt featuring a Taiji design. It feels substantial in hand, unlike the lightweight peachwood variants. Upon reflection, he suddenly surmises that it may be crafted from thunderstruck wood, a notion he recalls from novels about treasure hunting during demolitions. As such, wood is reputed to possess superior protective qualities against malevolent forces. The wooden sculpture of Jinwu, once coated in lacquer, has suffered from the passage of time, resulting in considerable flaking in several areas. According to the artisans Ma, Shi, and Liu, these Taoist artifacts were unearthed from the ceiling of an ancient historical structure. In addition to acquiring items from others, Cháng Shùn has also sought treasures among the vacated homes in the demolition zone, incurring no expense. Aside from the ordinary finds, he uncovered two noteworthy items, an old fan and a ceramic jar. Although the old fan is damaged, with the paper interior having fallen away, the fan's ribs remain intact. The outermost two largest ribs of the fan are exquisitely carved with motifs of pine and bamboo, depicting maidens in a remarkably intricate and lifelike manner. Most importantly, there is a signature by Wang Xingji, a time-honored establishment renowned for its fan-making craftsmanship. Observing the bamboo surface of the fan, one notes its deep reddish-brown hue, enhanced by a patina and traces of usage. The craftsmanship suggests that this fan likely dates back to the Republican period. Do not underestimate the value of fans. Those with superior carving and rich history are highly sought after by collectors and can command exorbitant prices. It is not uncommon for antique fans from the Ming and Qing dynasties to be valued in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Perhaps it is precisely because the fan is damaged that none who have seen it chose to take it. Chapter 94. Stones are unlike antiques. Before purchasing a home, Chang was in possession of approximately 440,000 yuan. After acquiring the property, he spent around 420,000 alongside some expenses for doors, windows, and labor. He also acquired numerous items, leaving him with inadequate funds. After purchasing these objects, some were directly sold to Mr. Liu's antique shop, while a portion of silver dollars found their way to Mr. Shun. Concerned about missing out on valuable treasures due to insufficient funds, he even sold his 44 pieces of broken silver and 2 small silver ingots weighing 5 taels each. Compared to other items he was reluctant to part with, these silver ingots and broken silver were not particularly rare. During recent explorations in the remaining historical buildings within the demolition zone, he discovered a large jar filled with copper coins and a smaller jar containing silver dollars. When it comes to hidden treasures, it is often the case that ancient people conceal their wealth. The jar of copper coins was even more abundant than his previous find, weighing in at 62 jin. The smaller jar of silver dollars contained only 100 coins. It seems that this area of the demolition site has exhausted its treasures. The few remaining stubborn residents are not part of any historical buildings. At the rubble site, the yield was not substantial, as he did not encounter any zones rich in finds. He collected some porcelain shards, scattered copper coins, a few miscellaneous items, 3 silver dollars, and several pieces of silver jewelry. Among the copper coins was a notable Xianfeng coin valued at 10, and a hollow floral design featuring twin dragons. The 3 silver dollars were all from the 3rd year of Yuan's reign. The silver jewelry included a bracelet, a lock pendant, and hairpins. He has yet to sell the jar of copper coins and copper currency. Apart from the items acquired from the demolition households, including Taoist artifacts from masters Ma, Shi, and Liu, a large knife, and 2 bottles of yellow sauce Maodai, he has sold nearly everything else. Currently, he possesses about 450,000 yuan. Reflecting on his earlier consideration of reprinting business cards, he visited a typing and copying shop and printed 200 higher quality cards. The content of the business cards now reads buy and sell exquisite antiques, elevating their status compared to the previous cards that included old clothes, books, and common folk items. For the time being, this will suffice. Once he invests in a project and becomes a shareholder in a certain company, he will acquire a more respectable identity and a refined business card. However, the identity associated with antiques may not be as prestigious as that of a shareholder. On the morning of the 5th, Cháng Shùn was rummaging through the home of a relocated household in a unit building, which had been vandalized. At that moment, Master Ma, a worker involved in the demolition, called him to express his desire to sell some personal belongings. This particular item was solely his own, and as previously contemplated, they had secretly hoarded their possessions. The two arranged a meeting time and place, 1:30 p.m., near their residence in the demolition zone, specifically opposite a barbershop. After hanging up, Cháng Shùn continued his search within the unit building, where only 2 or 3 households remained. They were not stubborn holdouts. Rather, they simply had not yet found suitable accommodation and would vacate as soon as they did. While exploring, he entered a second-floor apartment in one of the units. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a multitude of stones scattered across the living room floor. These stones bore a striking resemblance to those he had seen at antique markets, where curious stones were sold. As he made his way toward the balcony and other areas of the room, he discovered even more, particularly on the balcony, which was nearly overflowing with them. Cháng Shùn was not particularly fond of these various stones, having watched videos and news reports about individuals discovering peculiar stones worth millions. He could only chuckle at the absurdity. The notion that a stone could be worth hundreds of millions was laughable, even if such a claim were made. There had to be a buyer willing to pay. It was easy to boast without consequence. In reality, a more aesthetically pleasing stone might fetch a few hundred to 1,000 yuan, but anything over 10,000 would likely remain unsold. Stones differ from antiques. Their value is contingent upon their material. Precious stones might command high prices, but ordinary stones could be easily gathered, and few would squander money on them. If one were to wander through a curious stone market, where every stone seemed to be worth millions, one would find all the vendors to be billionaires. Nevertheless, intrigued by the prospect of discovering a stone of superior quality, Cháng Shùn decided to investigate further, as there was no cost involved. After a thorough search, he selected nearly 50 stones, a few of which exhibited patterns reminiscent of Taishan stones. Among them was a large specimen, approximately 1 foot tall, 35 centimeters wide, and weighing around 20 jin. If it were indeed a genuine Taishan stone, it could hold significant value. Additionally, he found several Taihu stones, characterized by their pitted surfaces and holes. The remaining stones included Yangtze River scenic stones, shapely stones, and lustrous agate. Among the scenic stones, 2 particularly captivated him. One depicted flames, while the other resembled a leaping carp. The flame-like stone, akin to the size of an adult's fist, displayed a deep yellow flame portion roughly the size of a walnut amidst its black, pebbly surface. The carp stone, about the size of a pomelo, illustrated a fish leaping upwards with its tail curved, evoking a sense of the fish leaping over the dragon gate. While both stones shared a black exterior, the fish's body was a pale yellow. The patterns on both scenic stones were remarkably vivid. Among the shapely stones, one stood out, resembling a peach. The stones resemble peaches in size and color. Among the various stones he collected, the agate stones selected by Cháng Shùn constituted the majority, making up more than half of his gathered treasures. These stones exhibited a certain luster and varied in color and size, and he contemplated the possibility of selling them should an opportunity arise. Within a cabinet in the room, he noticed a portrait of an elderly man. Collecting is a personal passion, and if the children do not share the same enthusiasm, there is little that can be done. As the morning passed, after examining the unique stones of this relocated household, time slipped away. In addition to the stones, his earlier search, which included a thorough exploration of this family's possessions, yielded some folk items that he planned to sell alongside his mother at a street market, second-hand household goods that others might find appealing. Among these were 2 old tea bricks, an enamel cup, and a slightly damaged teapot. The tea bricks were of pu'er tea, wrapped in yellowed paper that bore signs of age, with some areas marred by wormholes. The enamel cup, from a special era, bore an inscription on the bottom indicating its origin from the state-owned Shanghai Enamel Factory No. 6, dated October 1969. The cup's surface depicted a young woman in green military attire, traversing a field with a backpack, with mountains, bridges, and trees visible in the distance. Flanking her image were the words, "Go to the countryside, join the work team." The teapot, though slightly flawed with a damaged spout, featured illustrations of agricultural mechanization, with 2 tractors plowing the land, alongside motifs of the rising sun, forests, and houses. The lid, shaped like a bull's nose, bore the phrase "Long live the great leader." Items from such a distinctive era possess significant collectible value. Most items found at future markets are replicas, with genuine artifacts being exceedingly rare. After placing his finds in Ms. Wang's rental property, he made his way to Cháng Restaurant. Chapter 95. This item is too hot to handle. The residents of the demolition zone had moved out, yet Chang's business remained unaffected, primarily catering to workers. As the city expanded outward, the national economy transitioned from the Pearl River Delta to the Yangtze River Delta, particularly toward Shanghai, Nanjing, and Hangzhou, resulting in an increasing number of construction sites and factories in the vicinity. During lunchtime, he waited nearly half an hour for his meal. By the time Cháng Shùn arrived, Master Ma was already there, holding a black plastic bag in his hand. "Boss Cháng, let us go inside the house that the people have vacated." Master Ma greeted him as he approached, perhaps concerned about the foot traffic. He preferred fewer eyes on the items for sale. "All right, The two quickly entered a three-story demolition house, which had been unoccupied for at least half a month. Once inside, Cháng Shùn followed Master Ma up to the third floor. After arriving, Master Ma glanced down and inspected the various rooms to ensure they were alone before placing the plastic bag on the floor. Boss Chang, I have brought something quite special this time. Take a look inside the bag, Master Ma said with an air of mystery, his demeanor serious. Very well. Let us examine the contents of the bag first. Cháng Shùn was not in a hurry to inquire, as he knew he would eventually see it. He opened the plastic bag to reveal an old bamboo tube, 2 ancient books, a bulging old envelope, a small rectangular wooden box, and a small powder box. He first examined the powder box, which was made of porcelain, cylindrical in shape, with a diameter of approximately 8 centimeters and a height of about 3 centimeters. Its surface was adorned with floral and butterfly patterns. The bottom bore an inscription indicating it was made during the Tongji era, and the porcelain was remarkably white and fine, exuding an air of delicacy. Setting down the powder box, he picked up the bamboo tube. As he held it, he could distinctly sense something inside. It was relatively thick, with a diameter of around 7 centimeters and a height of approximately 20 centimeters. The top was fitted with a wooden lid. Upon removing the lid, he discovered an item wrapped in a handkerchief. When he unwrapped it, to his astonishment, it was a set of silver needles. The longest needle measured about 15 centimeters, while the shortest was around 7 centimeters. After counting, he found there were a total of 36 needles. Their varying lengths and thicknesses indicated they were handcrafted, imbued with a sense of antiquity. Unlike the uniform silver needles sold today, which differ only in length, these were distinctively unique. The 2 ancient books included one on acupuncture and another on the application of acupuncture for healing. Both were handwritten manuscripts, devoid of titles on their covers. A brief perusal revealed simple and straightforward illustrations of figures and acupuncture points, making the information immediately accessible, with treatment methods described in a direct manner, devoid of unnecessary verbosity. Next, Cháng Shùn eagerly emptied the contents of the bulging envelope, discovering a collection of currency from the Republic of China era. The denominations included 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, 100 yuan, 1,000 yuan, 5,000 yuan, and even a 100,000 yuan gold note. The portraits featured on the notes included Mr. Sun, Chairman Chang, and Lin Senator. Suddenly, he spotted a 1 yuan note bearing the likeness of Liao Zhongkai, which was a rarity among the others. The condition of this note was decent, and he took note of it without drawing attention. Aside from this particular bill, the rest were rather ordinary. He counted a total of 92 bills. Lastly, Cháng Shùn picked up the small rectangular wooden box. The wood was unremarkable, not of a precious variety. Measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, 12 centimeters in width, and 8 centimeters in height. Inside, it contained an assortment of miscellaneous items. After examining the contents, he found only a jade guanine to be noteworthy. The rest were rather unremarkable and of little value. The guanine was made of jadeite, possessing a texture resembling ice, though regrettably lacking in green hues. Most people would mistake it for glass unless they had a discerning eye. After thorough evaluation, Cháng Shùn began negotiating prices. The silver needles contained within the bamboo tube, the 2 ancient books, and the powder box were easily appraised. A set of silver needles was priced at 150 yuan, the 2 ancient books at 300 yuan, and the powder box at 150 yuan. However, when it came to discussing the currency in the envelope, Master Ma, lacking understanding, surprisingly suggested calculating based on the face value of the bills. He would undoubtedly reject that. The gold yuan note has a face value of 100,000 yuan. Purchasing it would mean parting with that substantial sum. Ultimately, he selected a few notes, including the previously seen 1 yuan note featuring the likeness of Liao Zhongkai. To obfuscate his intentions, he also acquired several notes of various denominations, 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan, spending a total of 100 yuan. As for the remaining currency, Cháng Shùn suggested he inquire about the situation first. Once he gathered the necessary information, they would discuss the sale further. Inside the small wooden box, he similarly chose a few items, including the jade guanine made of emerald. However, later on, Master Ma decided to sell everything for a mere 500 yuan. Although the box contained numerous items, some of which were not of the finest quality, they were indeed of considerable age. The bundle price would surely yield a profit. Once the price was settled, Cháng Shùn paid him in full. Aside from the unwanted Republic of China banknotes that Master Ma collected, all other items in the plastic bag were handed over to him. Boss Chang, do you think this can be of any use? He walked back to the staircase, peering around to ensure no one was nearby. Then, with an air of mystery, Master Ma discreetly retrieved an object wrapped in cloth from within his clothing and unveiled it. What he revealed shocked Cháng Shùn. It was a revolver. The aura of this firearm was far from that of a toy. The rust on its surface indicated it was indeed genuine. Accompanying the gun were 5 rounds of ammunition. Old Ma, this is too hot to handle. I cannot accept it. I doubt many would dare to take it on. Without a moment's hesitation and without inquiring about the price, he outright declined. Observing the extensive rust, he mused. It seems to be broken. Can't one collect even the damaged ones? Perhaps I could dismantle it and sell the parts. Old Ma muttered something in response. As long as it's a gun, and as long as it's real, even if it's heavily rusted, it's still a no-go. Dismantling it could still lead to discovery. Moreover, if you were to remove the rust, it might be functional. Those rounds are likely compatible. If you heed my advice, you should surrender it. There might be a reward in it for you. Otherwise, should someone else discover and report it, it would be a serious matter. His tone was grave, devoid of jest. Cháng Shùn's words instilled a sense of unease in Master Ma, prompting him to say, "Boss Chang, please accompany me. Let us turn it in." "All right," he replied after some thought. According to Master Ma's account, the firearm was found within an old historical building, nestled in the crevice of an ancient wooden barrel. Chapter 96. One must learn to save. Cultivating good habits is essential. Indeed, there's a reward for surrendering firearms, though the disbursement is not immediate. Personnel from the police station must conduct an investigation and follow proper procedures. Master Ma, in the future, if you come across any stone bases or stone door frames from the old houses slated for demolition, do collect them. They can be sold to me later. Besides the demolition work, the subsequent excavation of brick debris and site clearing projects were all contracted to their boss. The historical edifices, each with their own collection of stone artifacts, present an opportunity for preservation during their demolition. If I manage to acquire some, I will certainly contact you. Master Ma declared just before his phone rang. It was Boss Lee, informing him of an upcoming exchange meeting at the antique market in Yinzhou. With no pressing engagements the following day, he resolved to attend and broaden his horizons. After parting ways with Master Ma, Cháng Shùn spent the afternoon visiting the few remaining households in the demolition zone that had yet to be thoroughly cleared. Although there were no significant discoveries, he felt that any visit yielded some benefit. He collected a variety of everyday items that could be sold at his bookstall or offered as small gifts to others. Some of these finds were indeed salvaged treasures. If left unchecked, at the current pace, the homes in that area would likely be stripped bare by year's end, leaving even the rubble and debris thoroughly cleared. "Brother, I have a rather amusing story to share with you. You will surely find it entertaining." Chang Jing suddenly recalled something during dinner, her face lighting up with a smile. "Well, do tell me about it," he responded, intrigued. "This afternoon, while we were selling books at our stall, a man in his 30s selected 6 books. However, when it came time to pay, he reached into his pocket only to discover his wallet was missing. He was utterly flabbergasted, repeating, "It's over. It's over. My wallet has been stolen. My ID and bank card are inside." His panic-stricken expression and tone were so comical that I couldn't help but laugh. As she reminisced about the scene, Chang Jing burst into laughter again. "Still laughing? Don't you have any empathy? Besides, the poor fellow lost his wallet. That transaction was doomed." Cháng Shùn retorted, finding little humor in the situation. Anyone would panic upon losing their wallet, especially with vital identification and banking information at stake. "I am not devoid of sympathy. What can I do about it now that it's lost?" We even suggested he think back to where he might have misplaced it. Eventually, he recalled that it might have been stolen in a nearby shopping center, a place bustling with people. Even if he returned to search, the likelihood of recovering it seemed slim. Hearing her brother's lack of sympathy, Chang Jing quickly sought to clarify. "This is why you all must be cautious when out and about, ensuring your belongings are secure," their mother interjected seriously, glancing at the 2 siblings. Just then, Cháng Shùn's phone rang. He noted it was a landline number from his hometown. He chose not to answer, but instead returned the call. In this day and age, calls from landlines to mobile phones incur charges, while calls from mobiles to landlines do not. Initially, their father had been unfamiliar with the landline phone, but his neighbors occasionally borrowed it. He gradually learned to use it. Upon connection, Cháng Shùn pressed the speakerphone button. "Is this A. Shun?" came his father's voice from the other end. "Yes, it's me. Have you eaten with Grandpa and Grandma yet?" he casually inquired. "Not yet. They are currently preparing a meal. How about you?" "We are dining, and Mother and A. Jing are beside us." After Cháng Shùn spoke, Chang Jing called out, "Dad, I miss you and Grandpa and Grandma." "We miss you too," replied Jianzhong, but Mother interjected, "The phone bill is quite steep. If there's anything to discuss, do so quickly." After contemplating for a moment, Cháng Shùn responded, "Today is Friday. According to what Boss Who said, The house will be completed in 3 or 4 days, which means by next Tuesday, December 9th. All right, then it will be next Wednesday, father concluded before hanging up, perhaps heeding mother's previous remark about the costly phone bill. Casting a glance at mother, he smiled and remarked, not bothering to rebut her. Some arguments, whether won or lost, bear no significance. This mindset can only be adjusted gradually over time. It still comes down to not having enough wealth. Once ample funds are acquired, no one will fuss over such trivial phone charges. Brother, after spending so much money, the house must surely be built well, right? After a while, Chang Jing inquired. In truth, he was already aware without needing to see. Jing, as the family's circumstances improve, I anticipate that more suitors will come to propose to you. You must choose wisely when that time arrives. Chang Shùn teased her, struck by this thought. Brother, you aren't even married yet. I wouldn't entertain any proposals regardless. She replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What you say is true, and in a couple of years, once our situation improves, we shall help you find a suitable match. Mother chimed in. Mother, you two are teasing me. As laughter filled the air, dinner concluded. After sitting for a while, Chang Shùn departed in his car. Upon returning to his residence, he picked up a book on collecting and perused it for a while. Remembering that there would be a fair at the Yunzhou antique market the following day, he sent a message to Song Yuan, informing her about the event and inviting her to join him. Engaging in such activities filled with numerous items to appreciate would surely broaden her horizons. Their conversation, aside from discussing the fair, also touched upon her driving lessons. Ever since enrolling in driving school, she had been devoting most of her evenings to studying for the theoretical exam. When Chang Shùn asked when she planned to take the test, she replied that she wanted to consult with Fong Ling first, as they intended to take it together. It could be next week or perhaps later. She wanted to familiarize herself thoroughly to pass on the first attempt. After chatting for a while, they agreed to meet at the library on Huaihai Middle Road at 8 a.m. the following morning for breakfast together. After sending the message, Chang Shùn retrieved another book on antique collecting that he had purchased earlier and continued to leaf through it. Engaging in collecting requires extensive observation, knowledge acquisition, and practical experience. The so-called discerning eye is cultivated through countless trials and experiences amassed over time. He firmly believed that with the accumulation of knowledge and experiences gained from visiting antique markets, demolition sites, and landfills, he would one day attain a certain level of expertise. This state of being is not a fantastical ability from a novel, but rather a realistic aspiration grounded in diligent effort. It is rather intuition, an inherent understanding that arises naturally from extensive exposure. Chapter 97. Today's Antique Exchange Fair, a stir of excitement. The following morning, to the sound of his phone's alarm, he swiftly dressed and rose from bed. Fearing he might oversleep, Chang Shùn had set his alarm for 6:50 a.m. before lying down the previous night. After freshening up, he drove to the library, arriving with about 10 minutes to spare before 8 o'clock. However, Song Yuan had already arrived, accompanied by Fong Ling, who, as expected, was indeed her close friend, spending ample time together. It appeared that his desire to have a moment alone with Song Yuan was dashed. Mr. Chang, aren't you buying flowers today? After exchanging greetings, he invited them into the car. Fong Ling looked around the interior and sniffed the air, smiling as she inquired. Isn't it a bit early? The flower shop hasn't opened yet, and we might be cutting it close. As he spoke, he started the vehicle. Actually, it's not necessary to buy flowers every time, Song Yuan interjected, responding to their comments. Yuan, are you trying to help him save money? Fong Ling teased. Indeed, I simply wish to assist him. Flowers are quite expensive nowadays. Song Yuan clearly understood the playful tone in Fong Ling's words, but chose not to dwell on it. Mr. Chang, will you still buy them? She asked, looking at him. Yes, but I also respect Yuan's sentiments. I will take her to the shop to choose later, he replied. Yuan, listen to that. Such an affectionate name. It seems you become part of his family. No wonder you're considering his feelings. Fong Ling remarked playfully, feigning a look of surprise. What are you thinking? You mischievous girl? Your thoughts are quite impure. In response to her teasing, Song Yuan playfully tickled Fong Ling, and the two began a frolic. Observing the two women in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Upon passing a comprehensive breakfast establishment, Chang Shùn parked the car, and they entered to have breakfast. Fong Ling savored pan-fried buns. Song Yuan enjoyed wontons, while Chang Shùn opted for soup dumplings, each of them sipping a bowl of soy milk. By the time they arrived at the antique market, it was nearly 8:30. Concerned that he might come across items he wished to purchase, he had withdrawn 10,000 yuan in cash from the bank. After securing a parking spot, The three of them disembarked and made their way towards the area filled with antique stalls. "Why are there so many people here?" Fong Ling exclaimed in astonishment as they approached the bustling market. Cháng Shùn was equally taken aback by the scene before him. The area was teeming with visitors, far exceeding his expectations. Every stall along the roadside had onlookers perusing and selecting items. Reminiscent of a past visit to an antique market where a gentleman in his 60s once remarked that around the year 2000, despite some security concerns, business was thriving. Whether at a street stall or within a marketplace, crowds were abundant, and commerce flourished splendidly. The elderly man's words lingered in his memory, though somewhat hazily. Witnessing this firsthand is truly awe-inspiring. Perhaps this experience serves as a potential reason for the future enhancement of the collectibles market. Was it not mentioned earlier? During today's antique exchange meeting, there was quite a stir. Observing her astonishment, Cháng Shùn, of course, seized the opportunity for some playful banter. Although he too felt a twinge of surprise, he maintained an air of nonchalance. "With so many people around, please take care of your belongings. There may be pickpockets," he cautioned, casting another glance at the two women. Afterward, he gently took Song Yan's hand, leading her towards the stalls ahead. Fong Ling quickly joined them, linking her arm with Song Yan's other side. "Excuse me, how much for this bracelet?" As they approached the first stall, Cháng Shùn heard a woman's voice, likely in her 40s, inquiring about the price. He glanced at the bracelet she held, which appeared to be made of Hetian jade, with a hint of a bean-green hue. A mere glance was enough for him to ascertain its counterfeit nature. The stall offered many such items. "This is crafted from Hetian seed material. If you are genuinely interested in purchasing, I won't say much. Just 500 yuan, the stall owner stated, his demeanor unfazed. If it were indeed Hetian seed material, even in this era where jade prices have yet to surge, this bracelet would not be sold for less than 5,000 yuan. "How about 300? If that works for you, I'll buy it," the woman proposed, slipping the bracelet on her wrist, finding it a perfect fit and quite attractive. "Lowest I can go is 350. If you're willing, you can take it." The owner raised his price upon noticing her fondness for the piece. "All right, 350 it is." The woman agreed, promptly paying the price without removing the bracelet as she departed. This transaction alone netted the stall owner at least 330 yuan in profit. In today's market, the wholesale price for such a bracelet does not exceed 10 yuan. Aside from the woman, several others at the stall were perusing various jade ornaments. Shortly after, a man in his 30s approached, inquiring about a jade Buddha. The stall owner refrained from stating a price initially, instead asking whom he was purchasing for. The man replied that it was for himself. Understanding the context, the vendor elaborated on the notion that men wear guanyin while women wear Buddhas. Guanyin, phonetically akin to official seal, is believed to bless men with promotions and prosperity, paving the way for grand ambitions. Conversely, the Buddha symbolizes fortune, often represented by Maitreya, reminding the wearer, particularly women, to possess a generous spirit and not to dwell on trivial matters, thereby inviting greater blessings and peace. After considering the vendor's words, the man set the jade Buddha aside and selected a jade guanyin instead, completing the purchase for 150 yuan after some haggling, which yielded the owner at least 130 yuan in profit after costs. Following this, another woman acquired two zodiac-themed jade pendants, one for a sheep and one for a horse. Spending 200 yuan, the stall owner profited at least 180 yuan from these two items. In just a brief span of time, under 10 minutes, the vendor at the stall selling jade product from Shifosi made a profit of 700 yuan. After deducting costs and other expenses, the net profit exceeded 600 yuan. Upon witnessing this, he suddenly realized that his mother and others selling old books and worn clothes were lagging behind. The disparity with the vendor selling jade wares was stark. In that moment, he contemplated venturing into wholesale counterfeit goods for sale. He glanced around at other stalls, which also appear to be thriving. Perhaps this era is marked by an abundance of counterfeit sellers, with an even greater number of buyers. The ease of selling fakes has led to an increase in counterfeit production. The antiquities market he observed in the future, filled with unsold fakes, had emerged from recent years' production. Simultaneously, Cháng Shùn reflected on the broader market landscape. It was not only antiquities but also clothing, leather shoes, tobacco, alcohol, tea, and various daily necessities that were rife with counterfeits. He recalled a time in his previous life when he purchased a pair of shoes from a street vendor. They gleamed with a glossy finish, but within 2 hours of wear, the soles detached. As he walked through the mall, many onlookers noticed, some even pointing, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. As he gazed at the array of jade products displayed at the stall, he couldn't help but think of the videos he had seen in the future, featuring streamers searching for treasures in demolition zones. They scoured the homes of vacated residents, discovering jade Buddhas, guanine statues, decorative beads, and bracelets, most of which were inferior imitations. The materials used in many were hardly worthy of being called stone. They were entirely synthetic, known as emulsified glass. It was said that wearing such imitations could be more harmful than not wearing anything at all, due to high formaldehyde content and excessive heavy metals, which posed risks to one's health. While he observed, Fong Ling crouched down to examine a jade bracelet at the stall. Yin Yin, do you think this bracelet is beautiful? She inquired, holding up a violet-hued bangle to Wang Yuan. She had just tried on her wrist. It fit perfectly and was quite lovely. Beautiful. You wouldn't be considering buying it, would you? Perhaps I am. Boss, how much is this bracelet? She asked. It's a jade violet of the glutinous ice variety. If you wish to purchase it, the price is fixed at 800 yuan, the vendor replied after a moment's thought. 800? That's too expensive. Brother, you understand this better. Can you help me negotiate the price? She turned to Cháng Shùn. What is there to negotiate? There are plenty of stalls here. Let us explore elsewhere, compare prices, and then decide. In front of the vendor, with many people around, he felt it inappropriate to directly claim the goods were counterfeit. After all, as the saying goes, to cut off someone's means of making a living is akin to killing their parents or destroying what they hold dear. Others' businesses were voluntary as long as they did not affect him directly. As he spoke, he took Song Yuan by the hand and moved forward. Upon seeing the two of them leave, Fong Ling set down the bracelet and followed suit. Is it 600? How about 500? The voice of the stall owner echoed behind them. Fong Ling, Yuan, the items displayed at that stall are primarily crafts, commonly referred to as emulsified glass. I'm even aware of where the wholesale market is located. The cost generally does not exceed 10 yuan. After passing 2 stalls and ensuring the owner could no longer hear, Cháng Shùn quietly explained to the two of them. Emulsified glass? Fong Ling repeated the technical term he had mentioned. Are you implying that the jade sold at his stall is all counterfeit? She added promptly. What do you think? Although they appear quite appealing, they are indeed all fake. If the violet-colored bracelet you previously picked up were genuine jade, given that material and the glutinous ice variety, it would be worth over 10,000. Fortunately, you didn't purchase it, or you would have certainly fallen victim to a scam. While we are here, we should heed Shun's advice, Song Yuan said with a smile. Earlier, when they texted, she had referred to him as Shun, which felt odd to him, prompting him to ask her to call him either Brother Shun, husband, or Shun. Very well then, Brother Cháng Shùn, since we are here, you must help us select 1 or 2 items that can appreciate in value. I refuse to leave empty-handed with Yuan. Fong Ling glanced at him again. Let's browse for now. If we come across something worthwhile, I'll let you know. The three continued to walk with the crowd, Cháng Shùn remaining vigilant of their surroundings to prevent any pickpockets and to ensure no one attempted to take advantage of Song Yuan amidst the throng. As they walked, the business at the stalls appeared to be thriving, with a high volume of transactions. For stalls clearly selling new or counterfeit goods, Cháng Shùn merely glanced over them. Of course, alongside new items, there were also stalls offering genuine antiques. Stopping before a miscellaneous goods stall, he noticed a turquoise snuff bottle being sold. Cháng Shùn, what do you need this little bottle for? It doesn't look like it's worth much, and it doesn't even have a lid. Fong Ling remarked as he picked it up. The snuff bottle was nearly cylindrical, slightly flattened, standing about 6 centimeters tall, with a maximum diameter of approximately 3 centimeters. It indeed resembled a small bottle. Its material was of high quality, with a notable porcelain texture and a striking blue color, unmistakably from the Qin dynasty. Although it bore crackle patterns reminiscent of Gukiln ware, it exuded a unique aesthetic appeal overall. My dear lady, this is not merely a small bottle. It is a snuff bottle. The stall owner, a man appearing to be around 50, chuckled, seeing her confusion. Is a bottle this small really used for snuff? Fong Ling inquired, puzzled. Ah, you do not understand. It is not meant for boiling water or brewing tea. Why would it need to be that large? It is used to hold snuff. However, this type of snuff differs from the cigarettes you smoke. It is meant to be inhaled, providing a refreshing and invigorating effect, akin to the stimulation one gets from smoking. The vendor did not elaborate, but Cháng Shùn provided an explanation. With this clarification, she comprehended the situation. Boss, how much for this? If you want it, give me 500 yuan. The stall owner pondered for a few seconds before responding. The lid is missing, so lower the price. Cháng Shùn attempted to negotiate. If it had a lid, it would be worth more than 500. The lid is easy to find. You can simply locate a similar stone to match it. This is an antique, a genuine Qing dynasty piece. The vendor was clearly unwilling to compromise on his price. Then throw in that small medicine bottle for me, and I'll give you 500. That should be acceptable. Cháng Shùn pointed to a monochrome, glazed medicinal bottle that was significantly smaller than the snuff bottle. The small bottle, shaped like a gourd, stood about 4 centimeters tall. This is very common, not worth much. At most, it's worth 20 or 30 yuan. All right, you can take it. After the vendor agreed, Cháng Shùn made the payment. He weighed the snuff bottle, estimating it to be at least 30 grams. Given that the market for turquoise had surged over the past 15 years, materials of such high porcelain quality were typically valued at over 1,000 yuan per gram. Thus, 30 grams could fetch 30,000 yuan. Of course, beyond its weight. It was also an antique, which increased its collectible value. This snuff bottle could easily start at 100,000 yuan in the future. Presently, it was undervalued, and there were hardly any fakes in circulation. However, once turquoise became a sought-after commodity, most of what was seen at stalls would likely consist of counterfeits or inferior resin products. After scanning the vendor's stall for other items of interest and finding nothing particularly valuable, they decided to leave. Cháng Shùn, will the snuff bottle you bought be profitable in the future? Fong Ling inquired as they walked ahead. Have you noticed the crowd at the exchange meeting? In the future, true antiques, especially exquisite ones, will appreciate in value. After you finish browsing the antique stalls and shops in the antique city, see if you can find another snuff bottle made of similar material. I will be sure to look closely. Just as she finished speaking, a loud voice erupted from stall ahead. You stop right there. You think you could just walk off with that vase without paying? Chapter 99. Surprisingly, there are still those who fish in troubled waters. Hearing this shout, many onlookers turned their attention, including Cháng Shùn and his companions. The man appeared to be a middle-aged individual, around 45 years of age. Several other people were also examining items at the stall. I just took it to have someone check if your vase is genuine. I'll be back shortly. The elderly man, having been caught, spoke to the man. Nonsense. You can tell that to the ghosts. I'll call the police right now. This vase isn't cheap. It's worth 5 or 6,000 yuan. Stealing such a valuable item is already a crime. Someone like you has surely done this before. At your age, you should have some shame. Thankfully, I caught a glimpse of you when I was looking for the money earlier. Otherwise, with so many people around, if I had waited even a few seconds longer, you would have truly escaped. The man, visibly furious, pulled out his phone, preparing to make a call. Upon listening to the words of this man, Cháng Shùn discerned that the old fellow was evidently attempting to take advantage of the bustling crowd of shoppers, surreptitiously pilfering items as he pleased. He had encountered similar scenarios before while perusing the local market for groceries. He vividly recalled an incident during the new year when he was at a stall selling beef, where many patrons congregated. Both the stall owner and his wife were present, and amidst the throng, a woman in her 40s purchased over 100 yuan worth of beef. Seizing the moment when the proprietor was preoccupied with chopping bones for another customer and his wife was busy slicing meat for yet another, she stealthily slipped away. In the midst of the crowd, as the stall owner's wife completed weighing the meat, she suddenly realized that the woman had vanished. In mere seconds, she had been outsmarted amidst the chaos. Such individuals are not uncommon in life. Not everyone possesses honesty or a sense of integrity. There are even those who feel restless if they have not engaged in some form of wrongdoing on a given day. Individuals with dark, distorted personalities certainly exist. I have paid. How much do I owe? I shall purchase it, the old man stated, as he was led to the stall. The patrons who had previously been selecting items came to a halt in their actions. Cháng Shùn glanced at a blue and white vase, approximately 18 centimeters tall, adorned with intricate depictions of ladies and floral motifs. It appeared exquisite. If it were indeed an antique, it would undoubtedly be worth several thousand yuan. However, upon inspecting the base and the rim, he discerned that the vase was merely a counterfeit imitation. The bottom and the rim, coated in an unsightly black, were clearly artificially aged. To the untrained eye, one might conjecture that the more tarnished the base and rim appeared, the older the item must be. However, this is a fallacy. A true connoisseur understands that regardless of age, the base and rim of genuine porcelain should remain clean. Those who frequently collect ancient porcelain shards are well aware of this fact. When they excavate shards from the earth, which have endured centuries or even millennia of degradation, the bases are still pristine, devoid of any unsightly discoloration. In his previous visits to antique markets, Cháng Shùn had overheard collectors remark that any porcelain appearing grimy is, in the vast majority of cases, a counterfeit. These individuals, who engage directly with the artifacts, possess the most credible insights, far surpassing those so-called experts who merely scrutinize fakes with magnifying glasses without ever setting foot in the field. Such experts, though they may speak with apparent authority, are more akin to pseudoscientists. To genuinely understand or master the realm of antiques, one must first study authentic items. Not to mention, the motivations of some individuals are fundamentally flawed. During his later visits to antique markets, Cháng Shùn observed numerous retired seniors who claimed to have studied antiques for an extensive period, presenting themselves as experts. They would meticulously examine and purchase items at stalls selling stone Buddha statues and glass artifacts with the aid of magnifying glasses. Witnessing this, he could only find it amusing. Such individuals evoke a sense of pity, spending their days engrossed in the study of counterfeit goods. Over time, their scrutiny leads them to dismiss the authenticity of genuine articles held by others, proclaiming that only their possessions are real. How tragic! It is indeed lamentable. However, street vendors often welcome the presence of such elderly individuals, for they possess wealth, with pensions frequently exceeding several thousand, sometimes even surpassing 10,000 in a month. When they contribute a portion of their income, they continue to thrive. But to purchase? Why have you not done so earlier? This transcends the mere act of buying. It verges on theft. Stealing items valued over 1,000 yuan is sufficient for legal prosecution, and with my item worth several thousand, you could easily face years of sentencing. The vendor gazed at the old man and remarked, "Oh dear, I am so frightened. You claim this worthless trinket is worth thousands? Do not presume that I, an elderly man, am unaware of its counterfeit nature. I am here today to expose the fraud. Its cost is at most 10 yuan. I will offer you 100. If you accept, I shall take it and depart. If you refuse, feel free to call the police. At my age, I fear no young scoundrel. When the authorities arrive, we will have them authenticate this item and ascertain its true value." The old man appeared quite shrewd, having evidently devised a strategy in anticipation of being caught. His justification was sound, invoking the term fraud with conviction. His assertive demeanor and audacity seemed to catch the vendor off guard, casting a shadow of uncertainty upon him. The antique trade is notorious for its counterfeits, and buyers rely on their own discernment. Even if my offerings lack provenance, such occurrences are not uncommon. 100 yuan? Are you trying to insult me? The minimum is 2,000. Otherwise, I shall make a call. The vendor brandished his phone, feigning readiness to contact the authorities. 2,000? I would rather be taken by the police, and I dare say you would not emerge unscathed either. I do not believe your possessions, including those at home, are without dubious origins. Should the need arise, I will find a way to ensure you face consequences. 100 yuan? In truth, I would rather not part with that amount, as it represents a significant loss. The old man persisted. You may choose to summon the police. I shall accompany you to await the evaluation results. I have connections too. Furthermore, your attempt to extort several thousand from me, only to later settle on 2,000, is a matter I will not hesitate to disclose. This declaration left the vendor momentarily contemplative. If the appraisal determined the item was indeed a counterfeit, valued at merely 10 or 20 yuan, he would likely evade legal repercussions and could even face accusations of fraud himself. Additionally, it would consume a considerable amount of his time, rendering the endeavor futile. Very well then, after a pause of approximately half a minute, he begrudgingly uttered those words. You are somewhat perceptive. The opposing party, undeterred, promptly produced 100 yuan and handed it to the vendor before departing with the vase. This unfolding drama diverged from the expectations of many. Cháng Shùn understood that the antique trade is fraught with complexities. Those engaged in this business often tread a fine line, wary of in-depth scrutiny. In certain circumstances, coercive sales may even occur. Moreover, whether you spend a mere 100 yuan to acquire an item or a staggering 10,000, it remains just that, an object, its value often inflated. With 100 yuan, the stall owner still makes a profit. Alas, my wallet has been stolen. Shortly after the old man departed, a young lad in his mid-20s, he proclaimed loudly amidst the onlookers. It appears some individuals are attempting to take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing his words, the crowd grew vigilant, instinctively checking their pockets. Cháng Shùn and his companions did likewise. Fortunately, no one else reported a missing item. Big brother, there's a wallet over there, exclaimed a little girl of about 5 or 6, pointing towards a garbage bin by the roadside. It's mine. The young man merely glanced and proceeded in that direction. Is everything still inside? Inquired a girl of similar age who was accompanying him. The money is gone, but my ID and everything else remain, he replied. That is fortunate. Losing your ID would be quite troublesome. This is indeed a silver lining. The girl consoled him. Well, somewhat. Let us leave. Since the money is gone, I have no desire to continue browsing. The young man forced a smile. After expressing his gratitude to the little girl, he took the young woman's hand and departed. With no spectacle to behold, The others gradually dispersed to different areas. The scene quickly reverted to its previous state, with passers-by resuming their leisurely strolls. Chapter 100. Young man, this is sandalwood. After surveying these stalls, I suddenly feel that some antique dealers resemble charlatans. Items costing merely 10 yuan are audaciously priced at hundreds, even thousands. As Fong Ling ambled past several more stalls, she seemed contemplative. Previously, she had heard tales, including those in certain videos about collectibles, where numerous comments labeled antique dealers as frauds. Some even claimed that collectors merely fleece one another. It's not just antiques, is it? Other goods seem to follow a similar pattern, particularly counterfeit items sold at exorbitant prices masquerading as genuine. Song Yin pondered this situation as well. No one is coercing you to make a purchase. Trade is a mutual agreement, and if it doesn't suit you, simply refrain from buying. Furthermore, not everything is counterfeit. Genuine antiques, exquisite pieces from notable eras, and authentic jade are still immensely valuable, as Cháng Shùn remarked with composure. Ordinary individuals should ideally refrain from such investments. Browsing the market simply to pass the time without spending money can indeed broaden one's horizons. You wouldn't deceive others in the antique business, would you? Fong Ling suddenly interjected. Mind your words. When have you seen me deceive anyone? Is it a necessity for antique dealers to be fraudulent? He glared at Fong Ling, his tone grave. I was merely speaking casually. Why take it so seriously? Perhaps intimidated by his fierce gaze, her tone softened. Ling, I can assure you that Shun is not that kind of person. Please refrain from making such jokes in the future. Song Yuan followed up with a remark, acknowledging, I see, it was my mistake. In front of stalls selling antiques, Cháng Shùn paused, for he had suddenly noticed an object among the displayed items, a piece of irregularly shaped brown wood, approximately 15 centimeters in length. He approached and picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. It resembled wood, yet was not entirely wood. It felt smooth to the touch, akin to solidified grease. Could it be agarwood? A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. He had come across agarwood through novels and short videos, learning that it is extraordinarily valuable, surpassing gold by several multiples. Typically, it is a luxury item reserved for the aristocracy. Additionally, he had learned of its unique characteristic. When heated, it emits a fragrance. Once it reaches a certain temperature, it naturally releases its scent. This temperature is not excessively high. Merely rubbing it against fabric for a short while would yield a noticeable aroma. Cháng Shùn attempted to sniff it. The scent was faint, and he refrained from rubbing it. Young man, this is agarwood, a type of incense. The vendor, a balding man appearing to be around 50, with a kind face and benevolent demeanor, along with a pair of auspicious earlobes, explained to him, concerned that he might not recognize the item in his hand. How much for this piece? Cháng Shùn inquired, testing the waters. He had heard of agarwood, noting that the finest quality, known as Qinan, had prices reminiscent of turquoise and Hutian jade back in 2003, before the market surged. The price increase seemed to have begun around 2007 or 2008. If you're interested, I'll give you a flat price of 2,300 yuan. The stall owner stated without much hesitation. Indeed, this price was remarkably low. Cháng Shùn weighed it in his hand. It certainly weighed over 100 grams. Given its density, it should sink in water. If agarwood could sink, its value would be even greater. This piece was likely not Qinan, as that variety is rare. However, even if it were not Qinan, the future price during peak periods could reach several thousand yuan per gram. At 100 grams, that would amount to several hundred thousand. 2,300 was truly a bargain. Do you have more of this material? Without hurrying to negotiate, Cháng Shùn casually inquired. I have a string of bracelets as well, he replied, producing a small strand of black-gray beads with distinctive patterns from a stall. Cháng Shùn took it, inhaling its scent once more, which was again barely perceptible. Boss, I'll take this bracelet along with the agarwood for 2,300. What do you think? He proposed. The bracelet was quite small. He intended to gift it to his girlfriend. As he spoke, he turned to glance at Song Yuan, offering her a smile. Perhaps it was the first time he addressed her in such a context, causing her face to flush instantly, a mixture of joy and shyness adorning her features. Add an extra 50 yuan, just to be courteous. I won't ask too much. The vendor pondered before responding. All right, let's go with your suggestion. I will add 50 yuan. Having reached an agreement, he proceeded to make the payment. Afterward, Cháng Shùn handed the agarwood bracelet to her. Song Yuan received the item, expressed her gratitude, and then placed it in her bag. The wooden bracelet should never be sprayed with alcohol or other disinfectants, as such actions would damage it. After a moment of contemplation, he reiterated this point. Young man, do you know how to use agarwood? If you're uncertain, I can provide an explanation. After glancing around the vendor's stall and finding nothing else to his liking, he prepared to leave when the vendor enthusiastically addressed him once more. I understand. Thank you for your kindness. Regarding agarwood, due to its preciousness and high value, it has nearly vanished from the households of ordinary people in later generations. He had researched extensively on its usage and had watched many instructional videos that provided introductions. The primary methods are electric and charcoal fumigation. The electric method maintains a constant temperature, while the traditional charcoal method involves placing a metal sheet over charcoal and placing the agarwood atop the metal. Using it for oneself could be considered somewhat extravagant. However, given the current affordable prices, one could indulge, especially since it is beneficial for health. If it were to cost several thousand per gram in later generations, only those truly wealthy would be able to afford it without hesitation. A typical vendor would likely feel a pinch. Taking advantage of the current low prices, Cháng Shùn planned to purchase more later, stockpiling for the future, as this would not only be a way to profit, but also allow him to savor it gradually. With minimal expenditure, even if used, it wouldn't cause much regret. Since he was informed, the vendor refrained from further comments. Ashant, the wooden item you purchased costs over 2,000. Doesn't that seem a tad expensive? Not at all. It's reasonable, and it will surely appreciate in value over the years. As long as I don't incur a loss, that is all that matters. Sister Fong, why are you silent? Did my previous demeanor frighten you? After he had scowled at Fong Ling, she had become less animated. Indeed, it startled me. You've already helped Yuan select her item. Don't forget to assist me in choosing one as well, but it shouldn't be too costly. As I don't have much money on hand, Fong Ling replied, meeting his gaze. All right, if I see something suitable, I'll let you know and help you negotiate the price. Regarding agarwood, Cháng Shùn chose not to elaborate further or mention buying a string for her unless she expressed a desire to purchase one herself.